double low, we was out to get more. Bunch of really real G's, burning trees till we low. Sitting by 45 like I'm Jordan on the floor. Here we go, against the grain, that's what they say my name for. You can get it, hate it, sweat it, I'll be flexing. I'm just riding around my city, bank account and chair model. Sitting pretty, I just had to let them know I'm unforgettable. I'm unforgettable. We was out to get more. Bunch of really real G's, burning trees till we low. Sitting by 45 like I'm Jordan on the floor. Here we go, against the grain, that's what they say my name for. I'm unforgettable. Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not? We on a path to greatness. We're shooting the shot to make it. So moving the target is aimless. Cause we got the power to shape shift. We'll catch the energy waving. Till our bones are aching. There's a top spot for the taking, and we on a mission to take it. Are you ready or not? It's about to go off. Turning up on the spot. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. We gon' sit at the top. Give it all we got. Are you ready or not? 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 It's about to go off. Turn it up on the spot. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. We gon' sit at the top. Give it all we got. Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not?
Outside, that's when I feel alive. Boy, just shut up and drive. We're raising hell tonight. Got my name on your lips, taste that poison. My kiss, shiver run down your skin. Sweet, but she got a bite. Think you can control me, baby? Clearly you don't know me at all. Not at all. Boy, you shouldn't listen to the rumors, 'cause they're not even close. You'll be chasing a ghost. I don't care, ain't no stopping me tonight. I don't care, I'm not gonna change my mind. Lost my coin, I lost my friends, but I'm still getting out my head. I don't care, 'cause I was made to be wild. Darkness outside, that's when I feel alive. Boy, just shut up and drive. We're raising hell tonight. Got my name on your lips, taste that poison. My kiss, shiver run down your skin. Sweet, but she got a bite. Think you can control me, baby? Clearly you don't know me at all. Not at all. We shouldn't listen to the rumors, 'cause they're not even close. You'll be chasing a ghost. I don't care, ain't no stopping me tonight. I don't care, I'm not gonna change my mind. Lost my coin, I lost my friends, but I'm still getting out my head. I don't care, 'cause I was made to be wild. I don't care. I don't care, 'cause I was made to be wild. Lost my coin, I lost my friends, but I'm still getting out my head. I don't care, 'cause I was made to be wild. I know there's something going on. Feels like forever 21. Just like a dream until we pinch ourselves. This fever's catching me off guard. It's found a way into my heart, and I don't think I will recover. I want my finest fantasy, another world where I can be now. Somehow.
Hello, what's good, and welcome to Atlanta. We are here at DreamHack for the second year in a row to bring you our world of Call of Duty Mobile. An entire year's worth of competition has brought us to this point, and it all starts now.
Let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. What you waiting for?
The star-studded Brazilian lineup, Gallery. The number 2 seed out of Latin America, Insane Gaming. And a ragtag group of fighters, it's 4 Magic Vitrini. Garena's number 1 seed, Elevate. And the dark horse of Southeast Asia, Stalwart. The legends of North America, Luminosity Gaming. And a team hungry for more, Supreme Team. And the victors of the 2022 season, Tribe Gaming. Your Europe's #1 seed, entirely from France, Bonjour Animus. And the #2 seed out of Europe, exclusive. Representing India, the international powerhouse, Team Vitality. And the runner-up from last year's championship, India's Godlike. The lone team from Japan for the second year in a row, Diablos. And your Chinese teams, the #1 seed, it's X-Rock. Your defending world champions, Wolves. And our final squad, say hello one more time, Shinju Club. All right, y'all, an entire year. You heard me up there, and now you're hearing me down here, but time to let the games talk. Players are getting ready, and you know I've got teammates. Say hello to our desk.
Everyone, and welcome to the 2024 Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. We are live from DreamHack Atlanta, and it is the moment that all of these teams have been fighting to get to all year long. My name is Glitter Explosion. I will be your host here this weekend. And like FDOT said, we've got an entire team of people bringing you all the action here today, specifically kicking off with Proper and Shift. How are you guys feeling? It's finally time for the World Championship.
Feels good to be back. It almost feels like it was just yesterday. We were in the same exact venue, crowning ourselves a COD Mobile World Champion. Great to be back.
This is, I think, the most star-studded year that we've ever had for COD Mobile World Championships. No longer are we looking at just the West. No longer are we just looking at the East. It feels like all 16 teams have a realistic chance to raise that trophy at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, which is why it's going to be a very exciting weekend, to be sure. But before we get into all of the action here today, let's explain to everybody at home how all of this works. Now, if you've been following along all year, then you'll be familiar with the teams and our general format. And if you were here last time around, then you'll know exactly what we're talking about when we look at this Swiss bracket, because that's what we have here today. 16 teams will be battling it out for a seeding in our bracket portion. 8 of those teams will advance forward, so we will be losing some of our squads already on the first day. And then, of course, when we get to that bracket stage, that's when teams will start moving forward from quarters into semis, and then, of course, into our grand finals. But Swiss is a little bit different. It's not what we do in the regular portion of the season here, Shift. So let's talk about how the Swiss is going to work.
Yeah, all 16 of our squads are going to start off on an even slate, where the seeding of how they got entered into this tournament will determine their opening matchups. But as we go through the day, the biggest thing to take away is that you will play a team that has the same overall record that you do. So if you start 0-0, you win your first match, guess what? You're going to play up against another team that also won their first match. If you lost your first match, same thing can be said there. The big thing to keep in mind is the magic number is 3. 3 wins gets you into the playoff bracket. 3 losses has you kicked to the curb.
And then nobody wants to be out this early. They want to continue moving forward to the next stage of the competition. And like Shifter saying, that's what gets you into those quarterfinals. You see those seedings there reflected in the bracket, make it through quarterfinals into semis, from semis into grand finals. And you'll notice throughout the entire stage, or each stage of the competition, we're increasing those best ofs. Started at best of 3 into a 5, but then of course grand finals for 7.
Yeah, I mean, the margin for error is so small, especially through best of 3s. You best believe your best foot forward. It needs to be in your first match. You got to get to those 3 wins before those 3 losses, obviously, but most importantly, to a best of 5 stage, so that way you can really show why you're supposed to be here.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy road, to be sure. We saw just how star-studded all of these teams are, but let's start talking about which of our squads from each region has made their way through to our global competition now, Shift. Returning faces, new squads. I mean, this is going to be, like you said, star-studded event.
Yep. And I think the thing about it is there's a lot of focus on the 3 Chinese teams, not only because Wolves are defending champions, but throughout the year this year, they have looked like the strongest overall region. Tons of reps through Search and Destroy, definitely something to keep an eye on in terms of who may hold an edge on this tournament. But that told, we have hybrid rosters that are being put together for the first time. In specific, you're looking at Team Vitality and then also Supreme Team kind of coming together and saying, hey, we're going to take some of the best players from across the world, put them into one team, see if they can dethrone some of the Chinese juggernauts.
Recency bias aside, especially what Elevate was able to do at CDSI, but
True.
I mean, you also have returning faces from a former international stage that happened quite some time ago. Dolores is definitely jumping off the page for me. Excited to see what they can do here.
All All right, well, now that we've gotten a chance to hit on some of these teams, we'll definitely be talking about them and their storylines, obviously, more throughout the weekend. But what are they all playing for this weekend? It's the title, it's the trophy, but it's also that $1 million prize pool that we have been talking about all year long, $400,000 going to first place. This is it. This is the ultimate moment for these teams.
Life-changing money. That's all you can really throw in terms of verbiage over the top of such a prize pool. But the biggest thing is you're also going to get paid just even if you don't have the greatest day-to-day. 15th, 16th, still 7K, so you're walking away with something.
Well, we've talked about that trophy here. Let's take a look at it, okay? Because we've got it set up here on the stage. You saw F. walking by it in our open there. It is massive, okay? This is going to require the whole team to lift this above their heads, and I definitely would want to be taking this home at the end of the weekend.
We even had the conversation just last year, but picking up that trophy, it is no easy feat. You definitely want to do it as a squad. Hell, you made it there by playing together. You might as well lift the trophy together as well. But it's as beautiful as always. The lights don't do it justice with the camera. That thing is massive.
All right, well, we've kind of set the stage here for everybody at home. Hopefully you are all excited to see what we have in store for you around the corner. We're not waiting to get into all of the action here today because we have a lot of matches to get through, whether that's here on the main stage or what we've got going on in the pit. So let's start talking about match number 1 up here on the main stage. We've got Galler's versus Tribe Gaming. Let's start talking about the Galler squad.
I think the thing about it is there's mixed reactions about what we should be expecting from this team this year. They came in last year largely as this full group, and everyone said this is the best chance for Latin America to make a deep playoff run. It didn't happen. They've got Lucas on this roster that always takes the highlight focus away from everyone else's due to the fact that he has continually over the last 3 years been in the conversation for one of the best COD Mobile players in the world. But can he find a good supporting cast around him to actually find success this year? That's the question.
Yeah, I think that this is probably his best shot to be able to have such a squadron. Again, for Latin America, wasn't exactly the best showcasing that they had in the previous Worlds. It was TLE that actually made it the furthest, and they only placed top 11. Not good enough, not for how good we know that Lucasin and all of the LatAm region can truly be. With all of that said as well, I think that they are going to have a very tough matchup ahead of them to be able to test their mettle in a best of 3, no less.
And then, of course, you know, you're talking about this tough matchup. Well, you guys also mentioned the individual component of this team. You're specifically talking about Lucasin. Let's actually look at his storyline specifically, how he even got onto Gallerus, what he's been able to do just from your individual knowledge of him as a player, because we've talked about him a lot, whether that's through the regular season, just the entire year, now ending up here on the global stage. Like you had mentioned, Alan, is it about rallying the rest of the teammates around him, and what can he do for the squad?
No, absolutely. And it's the thing about it is, you know, when you look at kind of the region at large, you always start and sometimes even finish with just talking about Lucasin's ability to take over individually. During the 2022 year, that's when we really start to saw, okay, he's not just doing it with overpowered weaponry, he's making things happen inside of the normal meta. He's really, really dynamic in terms of his decision making. I think the thing about it is, can he find a way to lead a team and not just be an individual stat padder, so to speak, but find a way to bring his team to his same level, because that's what's been missing from his teams in the past.
Yeah, I genuinely think that answering the question, is he more than just the SKS? Obviously, yes. That dude is cracked out of his mind. But I think where he is at in his career is that veteran mentality to be able to show some of these individuals that maybe not have reached so far on a global stage. They're going to have to turn to Lucas to be able to answer those questions.
Yeah, and that mentality and that experience will come into play massively here for Gallerus now that they're up here on our main stage. But they will be facing off against another very recognizable team in Tribe Gaming. So talk to me a little bit about this roster.
Yeah, I mean, there's not many conversations that happen when it comes down to Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. Tribe Gaming is never too far away from that sentence. And honestly speaking, quite a fall from grace if we're being candid about this entire roster. You're talking about a team and individuals that are world champions, that have been to multiple grand finals. Don't know what that is supposed to be. It looks like a 2x4 is bouncing off the ground, but shout out Vague for attempting the worm. Nonetheless, I think that coming in as NA number 3 is a chip on their shoulder, but in a good way. They understand just as much as we do up here on this desk that they have a lot to prove here, and this matchup should surely be that first test.
We gotta stop thinking about this Tribe Gaming team just by organizational name. A couple of years ago, when it was Tribe on top of all of the Western world, we had the Tribe versus LG Grand Finals. Everything was Tribe, 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 Tribe. That hasn't been the same story over the last couple of years. This team has been in and out. The roster has moved. The organization has been in and out. So now, after coming off of a pretty poor performance in Stage 4, not meeting those same expectations, they have to show up in a major way. And I think they've done the job over the last couple of weeks to bring in good coaching, good support staff, and make sure this team is better than where they were at Stage 4.
Well, we saw Vague doing that worm there in that package. I believe that was a little bit of a superstition there, trying to see if they can maybe bring some good fortune back from the last time he was able to do it, and they were able to find some success. But he did put out a tweet, and I want to show you guys this tweet because I want to get your thoughts on this, okay? Because he did create a power ranking and put themselves at the bottom. Talk to me about it.
I mean, you want to talk about superstition? It's just Vague making sure that the clickbait only goes in the direction of positivity underneath that post. Surely just that. I mean, if there's anybody that might have a better understanding on where some of these teams place, yeah, the guy that has been competing against these players for many different years, but it's a very different weekend than I'm sure the last time that Vague remembers playing against some of these guys.
I think the thing that's, again, take away his meme of throwing his own team and just give up, is that a lot of the squads here are really highly ranking the top 2 teams from China and elevate after their performance at CDSI. Those are the 3 with the biggest targets on their back. That means for the first time ever, we do not have a Western team that is coming in as the quote-unquote favorite. That may lead towards maybe an opportunity to surprise, but I don't think anyone's taking any of the North American teams lightly.
All right, well, we'll have to see what that ends up doing, because like you said, we used to kind of focus on North America versus EU, then East versus West, who's going to have that regional dominance, and it's definitely shifted away from the teams like the tribes that we had talked about for so many years prior to that. So it's interesting to see what all these teams now bring to the table. We saw Wolves find a lot of success last time around when we did this last year, and they were absolutely dominant. So is that what you're expecting this time around?
I mean, I feel like a lot of teams have a lot of targets on their back. I mean, something that you even pointed out when we were talking about the teams, we have a super team that was created that played in the Indian region under Team Vitality as well. That's a target for a lot of different reasons, saying you had to create this super powerful team just to be able to compete against the Chinese rosters.
And they still didn't.
And it still didn't work. So there's so many targets that go across a multitude of regions. I mean, if we're speaking frankly, we just want to see EU just compete and just be competitive in general. But North America, LATAM, every single region that is being represented here for this global stage deserves to be here for sure.
I mean, and this is definitely the opportunity to try and go for those upsets that you're saying could potentially happen. Definitely a slim chance, but if it were to happen, it'd be in the Swiss. Maybe try and take out some of those bigger competition teams if you can early on.
Yeah, I think it's today's going to be a big internal learning day for the teams that do advance to tomorrow. Single elimination brackets are always very punishing, and you have no room for error. So even though you're playing just best of 3s, this is a time to really establish, okay, our map pool coming in may be or may not be the same map pool that we need to try to execute on if we find our way into tomorrow or Sunday.
Well, obviously, like we're talking about right now, there has been a very long competitive history when it comes to Call of Duty Mobile to get to where we are here today, whether that was Cinderella stories, dominant squads pushing their way through the ranks and claiming those titles. But if you're just joining us here for the first time today, let's take a look back at the history of all of it.
In the world of COD Mobile, legends are forged in the heat of battle. Over the last 2 years, the competition has never been more fierce. 2022 saw North America reign supreme. 2 titans, Luminosity Gaming and the legendary Tribe Gaming, fought their way to the grand finals in a clash that would decide the best team in the world. In the end, Tribe Gaming stood victorious, cementing their legacy as world champions. But in 2023, the tides began to turn. The East rose to power with teams like Wolves and Jingju Club taking center stage, dominating the play-in and playoff phases. Still, more surprises. India's godlike esports stunned the entire world, taking down the 2022 finalist Luminosity in a breathtaking semifinal matchup. And godlike, the dark horse of the tournament, they made it all the way to the grand final. The only one standing in their way, the juggernaut that is China's Wolves. The final was crazy, action everywhere, but despite Godlike's valiant effort, Wolves proved too strong, 4 above 2, winning the championship in just 6 games. 2023 was also a year of transformation. No change overshadowed the largest headline of the scene, the transfer of Tectonic, legendary North American player now transferring to Team Vitality in the East. The global stage is shifting. North America's dominance is being challenged. The East has risen, and the fight for the next world title has only just begun. The Call of Duty Mobile World Championship, where new legends are born and the battle for glory never ends.
You saw that graffiti wall there that we had here last time around where teams were able to X out the competition as they were knocked out. We saw FDOT standing in front of this year's version of that with our bracket wall, which is going to be really cool when we get to that stage of the competition. But the biggest theme that I'm pulling away from what we just saw is that the level of competition has only elevated year over year for Call of Duty Mobile. Teams have gotten better and better, and the teams that you think are juggernauts are not every single year. So there's a very real possibility we end up with yet another surprise this time around.
I think that every single team does have their pros and cons and why they could make the argument of potentially making a very good run, let alone making it to that single elimination bracket. But you're not wrong. As an individual that has been watching this since we got this all started off back in Raleigh for us, the competition has always gotten better and better. The fundamentals for Call of Duty Mobile have always been adapting with all the different metas that we've been seeing as well. And it's refreshing year after year.
All right, well, we got a chance to take a little bit of a look back at what has even gotten us to this stage of the competition, this level of grandeur that now is Call of Duty Mobile World Championship here at DreamHack Atlanta. But we saw a lot of those rosters being swapped around, and one of the teams that we now get to see up here on the main stage that's stayed relatively the same is Tribe. And we did get a chance to speak with them before the competition here today, so let's check out and see what they had to say.
All right, Beef Mommy here with Tribe Gaming 2022 champs. And this time around, let's see if they're on the road to the championship as well. But let's start with you, Vig. Last year, you were on LG. How does it feel like going up against Godlike and eventually setting up expectations for the entire world, knowing that they were expecting you guys to win?
I'm not gonna lie, we definitely didn't expect them to, give out a good performance like that. But I do think the main thing that kind of had them going was the fact that everybody was against them. But I do think a lot of it had to do with the fact that our team was constantly bashing them, talking shit about them, saying a bunch of stuff, saying West is best, East is ass. And so I think that kind of drove them to the point where kind of giving them the motivation to do something not only for themselves but their country as well. This year we've been a bit more humble, and yeah, we not just you, we've been a bit more humble. So we've been a bit more humble, and we're gonna make sure we go into it, talking shit after and not in the middle. For example, Ban would be waving them off after a one map win. Yeah. I would be doing 1-0, and then I think that kind of gave us some bad luck.
I mean, they were good, but we didn't expect him to be on another level until we scrimmed them. That was definitely a eye opener. We didn't take them lightly. But yeah, they just got the best out of us.
The best out of you, bro.
That's what's out of you. For Raballo, this is for you. You have been an integral part of Tribe. Last year, you were introduced to Tribe. Mm-hmm. How does it feel working with a mix of LG and Tribe?
Well, I'm not gonna lie, being the group leader.
He just pegged himself a little bit.
Being the alpha here, you feel me? It was pretty good, coming into a team full team of talent, you feel me? We have Band, Vig, the champion, and the runner-ups behind me. But I have high expectations this year. We are guaranteed to win, not speaking out of ego, whatever, we are gonna win.
What does it feel like being here in Atlanta, in DreamHack yet again?
Came here last year, lost. Coming here this year again to lose.
Do the same thing.
I think we're gonna do the same thing.
I think I speak on behalf of everybody in here that we are confident on winning.
No, we are not confident.
He's confident. I don't think we're confident.
Speaking the universe goes back to you. We about to win.
We don't deserve it, bro.
We about to win, bro. Dap me up.
We said the same thing. We said the same thing in Brazil. We got last place.
Don't talk to me. But we about to win.
Bare minimum, when I got out of that, is that at least there's some serious camaraderie going on that squad. The vibes were really good.
No, and that's to be expected. I feel like anytime you're around a player like Vague, Band as well, it's just there's so much personality. It's so infectious. But this is what this team needs. I think that's the thing about it is all the North American squads having jumbled up a little bit thanks to players like Tech going across the pond. But on top of that, also just the mix-up between the LG squad from 2022, the Tribe team for 2022. There's just been a juggling between all of our teams, and you need to see squads really come together if they want to try to do what they couldn't do last year.
And I think at the end of the day, too, with all of those changes, when you combine that with the fact that some of these teams are new to this level of competition, playing on the big stage, while there is definitely a disparity in favor of the other side of the world in terms of level of competition, that experience cannot go unremarked upon, because that sometimes is the biggest factor, that mental side of things, keeping yourself in the right zone when you're playing at this level of competition is super important.
Yeah, I mean, like, there comes to a certain point in time where the copium might be running dry, but you also have to keep reminding yourself, even after you lose a handful of rounds to search and destroy, you do need that leader to be able to get that pet back into the step. It has been a very rare occurrence and a necessity for a lot of IGLs across a multitude of different esports for many different years.
And I think the thing on top of that is we're also dealing with a hard point map pool where if you're down 100 points, the game's not over. There are so many easy 60s that if you just set yourself up right, you're right back in the game. So, like, you have to be able to play a long con. And let's be honest, we kind of saw that across every single region. Teams that were even down 0-3 in their stage grand finals and then still found a way to win 4 wraps in a row to pull off the reverse sweep. It's never over in COD Mobile.
You saying we're getting a reverse sweep in grand finals this time around?
Constant. I want it. Send it.
The ultimate level of chaos for the
Doesn't matter who's
stage.
playing, it's just going to happen.
You're just going to have to remember this very point in time come Championship Sunday that should a reverse sweep start happening.
Flip it.
Yeah.
This is we're not even asking for like individual match predictions anymore. We just want, how do you think the entire thing's going to play out? You've got yours on the board, so now it's written down, it's set in stone. We'll have to see how close to right you are. I wouldn't be mad about a reverse sweep though for grand finals. That would be incredible. And anything is possible. As we're waiting for our first match to get set up here, for just joining us, we're going to have match number 1 up here on the main stage between Gallerus and Tribe to kick off our entire weekend of Call of Duty Mobile action here for the World Championship. At the end of the day, $1 million is on the line. That trophy that you see behind us on the stage, the title, the target on your back for the following year, and that first place prize of $400,000 is what everybody is fighting for. We saw Cinderella stories last time around. I think, we had definitely a surprise if we're talking about last year when it came out of Godlike. There is a potential for another team to come around and do something like that as well.
I don't think anybody, if you go back, even loading into that Meltdown Search and Destroy, not going the way that it unfolded, but we were all baffled. But obviously in a good way, as commentators, analysts, and really enjoyers of just Call of Duty Mobile in general. We love ourselves a good storyline, and that did put a massive magnifying glass on just what the Indian region has to offer. We experienced that, being able to see it first time when we first started getting introduced into the scene, and we've always knew that they had what it takes fundamentally. The mechanics are all there as well, and it was again a breath of fresh air to be able to see that come through in fruition, especially with the way their eyes lit up on the stage once they got that done.
I think the other important part about last year's events was that it was a lesson learned for so many teams.
Oh yeah.
Luminosity slept on Godlike. You don't have a lower bracket. You can't take anyone lightly. You can't just prep for the team you think you're going to play in grand finals when we eventually get to Saturday and Sunday. On the flip side, Godlike could have won last year.
Literally.
They threw away 2 maps. And talking to those boys, they were like, we forgot. Like, it's just, we're so into it. We know we can win in this moment, but we lost our objective focus. So there's a lot of lessons learned in terms of being at that stage at a high caliber and also just making sure you're playing one match with no safety net when we get down the road.
That's why we call it the era of everyone here for the Snapdragon Pro Series, because it literally could be any of these teams who will be walking home a champion at the end of it all. But like I said earlier, obviously we have the main stage here behind us, but there's so many matches going on. We also have 3 other stages down in the pit, and another member of our talent team, Beef Mommy, is standing by to give us a little bit of an update.
Thank you so much, Glitter. Again, we have a dream hack happening right now. Not only can you watch at home stream B, C, and D happening right here in the background, you can see right here, we got Q9 versus Supreme Team, a matchup that you can definitely want to look out for. Every one of these teams are definitely going to be ready for the matchup. Day number 1, like Odessa already mentioned, is going to be really hot, because it's a do or die for day number 2, because it is a single elimination bracket. So the lower bracket, say goodbye to it. You need to do every single play right, especially coming in day number 1, because it will dictate your seeding in the next 2 days. But here we go, again, Stream B. If you do want to watch it, we are live on YouTube and also Facebook as well. Your favorite streamers and also a lot of the casters that you are familiar with in terms of the Call of Duty mobile community is going to be up there. Not only Stream B though, but we also have Stream C happening over here. If you are very much aware of what's going to happen in Stream C, we got X-Rock. They have been rocking the CDM region, going to be your champions for them. But of course, it's not just that though. We're going to be coming up through the different teams, roaming around into this area. The pit is going to be a wild one. It's going to be a chaotic first day. So many teams, so much energy. But of course, that's only in the intro of the day. It's going to be a very long day of action. And as we are going to be having all of this, the teams are going to be dwindling one by one by the end of the day.
but there's still a lot of things going, not only here in DreamHack. So if you are here, say hello to us, but of course in the stream as well. But for now, we're gonna take a quick short break.
Something in my bones. I am fit to run, ready for the rampage. Come before the storm rips up. I think I love it. Anticipation starting to build. Stay low, stay low, stay low. Ready to unlock whiskey on the rocks. Heavy from your expectation. You can look, but don't you stare. Baby, lose control if you really want, 'cause we've got each other. We've got each other. You can be who you wanna be, 'cause we've got each other. We got each other. Welcome to the showground. But now it's time to play. Welcome to the fairground. Dance your troubles away. Welcome to the showground. Feel the rhythm pulse in every beat and every sound. Where every low wall can dance on common ground. Baby, lose control if you really want, 'cause we've got each other. We got each other. You can be who you wanna be. Nobody knows yet. Nobody knows yet. You can be who you wanna be. Welcome to the showground. But now it's time to play. Welcome to the fairground. Dance your troubles away. Welcome to the showground. And now it's time to play. Welcome to the showground. Dance your troubles away. Welcome to the showground.
So sick of waiting on these things to change. They'll feed you promises, and now we're
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship for 2024, where we are live from Atlanta, Georgia. As you get a nice little look there at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, which I've got a great view of from my room. I don't know about you guys, but it feels good to be here as we're preparing to get into our first match of the day. We appreciate you guys bearing with us as we're getting everything set up and our players ready to go to dive into all of the action. If you're just joining us here for the first time, first match up here on the main stage is going to be Galler's versus Tribe, and that's what we are very excited to dive into here in just a few moments. We'll be doing that shortly. Before we get into it, though, we're going to continue talking about these teams here just a little bit, because I want to get your guys' opinions. Obviously, not a lot of time in the Swiss stage of the competition here for our teams to really do anything with just a best of 3. But in a situation here for Gallers to come out on top, Alan, tell me where you're hoping maybe they're going to go in terms of their picks for these maps.
It's an interesting one. These guys have looked great on Control, by the way. That's, I think, the biggest takeaway that I've had based on what they did in their region. Whereas everywhere else, Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, not, I won't say coin flip or like a roll of the dice, but it wasn't as convincing as I wanted to see in a region that I think we're all looking at as mid. So that's where I look at this Gallerist team and say, you have to be dominating your region if you want to have a chance to make moves here this weekend. I expect that they're going to want to try to get to more wide open maps to allow Lucas to just AR dominate everybody.
And that's very one-for-one of what we actually got at Mobile Masters. I mean, let's not forget, yes, they did lose to Q9 0-4 in said grand finals, but they did beat them in the group stage 3-1.
Yep.
The only thing that they did lose, funnily enough, after we just got done gassing the Control, was actually a crossroad strike Control. No longer any
in the pool, yeah.
Exactly. But again, to your point, point, that is exactly got to be the operation of success when it comes down to Gallerus. You just got to get an open, wide map, just let Lucasine AR up and just cross everybody as they try.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I think we do have their picks ready to go. So let's take a look at that, see what they did decide to go with here for this matchup, kicking things off on that Summit hardpoint.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought this was not gonna make it through. I mean, for Tribe, they hadn't played it at all in stage 4. This, I think, is a kind of a moniker, though, again, towards the improvements and the progress that they've been trying to make since stage 4, where their hardpoint wasn't particularly great. So it looks like they're trying to go to a little bit more of a mixier spot. I also think this is, again, to take Lucasin's impact a little bit further out of the picture, because he's likely gonna be one of maybe 2 ARs in total. The other side of this, it puts more focus on players like Hen and Mihawk, who are really going to have to dominate. I expect to see Hen with an R9 in hand.
Yeah, it's going to be an R9 shotgun square up when it comes down to Summit. Your break attempts, also your holds, especially when it comes down to the multitude of money hills that you do have on Summit through the 4 hardpoint map. But I'd also like to throw out there that we should start a counter for the amount of firing range map 2s that we will end up seeing throughout the entirety of the tournament. Stapled when it comes down to a map mode combination. And funnily enough, speaking of the entire map set that we do have here, when I was getting my morning Joe, I did run by the coach of Tribe, Hippo, told me that I'd be very judgmental about his picks and bans. I'm a fan of this. I like the Summit type.
Yeah, and the thing about this is you throw Hippo into the conversation, you look across all 3 maps and you know that his LG teams in the past, teams he's coached in the past, have all been very good at these maps. So there definitely feels like there is some influence with him being added back into the mix in terms of the support staff that surrounds this Tribe team.
All right, well, now that we've got a little bit more information here added into the equation, it's time for me to ask the question that I know you guys love so much. It's time for predictions. Who do you think's taking this one home? We'll start with you.
I got Gallerus going 2-1. Funnily enough, I think that if there's one thing that they might end up losing, would probably end up being the search and destroy. But I think when it comes down to respawns, they are so fundamentally sound that they might be able to take advantage of this Tribe team bright and early in the morning.
I'm not missing a prediction all weekend. 2-0 Tribe. Give me the boys from NA. I just feel like this team has done the work. I am not convinced by Gallerus. I know there's a lot of conversation about how this is the strongest opportunity for LATAM since the LATAM region really took us by storm back in 2022, but I still got Tribe 2-0.
I mean, that could still be true. They still can be the best shot for LATAM, and Tribe could still have improved enough to beat them. They're not mutually exclusive here, but I like what we've got going on. Totally different predictions, although you are giving at least one map the way of Tribe. So this should be fun. I think this one's going to be an interesting one. Great way to kick off our matches here on the main stage, at least. And everybody at home, now that you kind of know how Shift and Proper are going to be going with their predictions, let us know your thoughts in chat as well. If you're hanging out with us, tell us who you think is going to be taking home match number 1 of the day. Do you think it's going to be Gallerus who gets that first win in that column, or will it be Tribe? Which team will start moving towards the ultimate goal of getting good seeding? Because match number 1 should be almost ready to go. Maybe that's what they're trying to tell me here. Let's get ready to dive into it.
I'm ready.
Yeah?
I'm game. I want to get some COD.
Yeah, me too.
All right. I mean, let's go. We've got those flyovers getting ready here, guys. I'm going to pass it off to you two.
All right. Sounds good. Hey, I think the thing is, this Summit is a surprise. Like, I would have figured...
It really is.
I thought we were going to get an APOC or a Hacienda.
I was expecting an Apocalypse map 1 as well. We have so much in common besides our predictions. We're not going to see eye to eye all weekend long, but when it comes down to map picks and bans, typically we do quite well for ourselves. But this one is definitely an interesting wrench into this best of 3. Again, not a whole lot of margin for error. A lot of these players are probably still getting some of the sleepy dust out of their eyes. But you guys better come prepared, because I like the point that you talked about when it comes down to like Mihawk and other players that need to be the tip of the spear when it comes down to breaking for Gallerus, because you know that Tribe will be playing very ahead for the rotation, and you know that they're going to be ready to square up with those R9s as well.
And I think the interesting thing about this Tribe team is we haven't really pointed to one player or another in particular, but can we talk about how good Band has been in the course of his career? And it feels like with this team, maybe with a more small set map pool, they very well may lean more on Band here on the weekend. Quick opening hit, though, from Head up and over through the side of the upper echelon of the PC position. That's good to at least keep things relatively contested, but Tribe Gaming still holding some good numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the side of the map that Tribe is benefited to start off. They're going to have a really good opportunity just to try to work some of this high ground. Again, when it comes down to P1, you're mostly trying to fight for this top server position, where Band is at least able to find the first, but trades coming through galore, and is going to reside for Tribe on the final of the break for 25 to play.
Yeah, looking decent, at least for now. A little 50-50 split. Gallerus with Lucasin of the Odin in hand, able to find a cop wall, and that's the power of Lucasin. Has taken the stage by storm to early, often, and very regularly just dominate the kill feed. So with that, an opportunity here for for Gallerus to hold the numbers and look to start to make the rotation up top.
Split spawn's actually coming through for Tribe. And the other players for the P3 side just couldn't hold on as well. I mean, Gallerus from that previous break attempt are just absolutely flourishing in the mixed fest that is P1 currently. Good trades also come through Wolfsub's side for the team in blue. Gallerus holding very strong right now.
Yeah, but still, we expect this to be a 50-50 battle through the remaining time here at P2, which there is a lot. Banned in the feed. Ravallo also finding 2. Pred Missile trying to break this back open. That's good for a couple out of B-Hawk. So, again, we talked about players we wanted to see maybe step up for Gallerus. B-Hawk already providing. Hen as well as Envy's the last one left, and he's done well to take the high ground away from the top side of P2.
Still 35 seconds to play for. I mean, this is still a lot of time. You do not want to give up if you are Gallerus. That's why they still have players hanging around the joint. But Tribe, with all their numbers and the high ground in tow, should be able to at least secure the back 25. And you can see Gallerus starting to at least play for that rotation towards new. They don't want to be giving up these back spawns.
This is an important moment early for Tribe. You want to see this team grow. It's in moments like this. Still plenty of time to fight for over the old time, but most importantly, how do you deal with the early operators that are getting pulled out while you're trying to rotate? Perfect execution of the claw from B-Hawk, able to catch himself 3. The shutdown is in, the scrap time goes to Tribe, but Gallerus will rotate and find success towards P3, although 2 players do spawn out.
Yeah, again, this is the big moment for Tribe. Do they realize this very, very quickly? They need to start flooding all the way through. Gallerus' response was just trying to turtle up into the backside of the west side of the mini-map, but I mean, Tribe just march their way back in. A War Machine has to get pulled out by Papsera, just trying to keep them at arm's reach.
Well, he's able to at least lock down the backside of the spawns. Tribe still trying to force some sort of a threat through mid, but it's being absolutely dismantled. Just a 5-point game. War Machine now expires. Tribe trying to find a way to set themselves up from the front, and they're going to use Envy's Claw, but it doesn't find any bounce. And how about Foki with the equalizers to respond? Absolutely beautifully done. 3 for him, and with that, Gallerus will hold on to the hill.
That's Predator Missile for this rotation as well. Not exactly a hop, skip, and a jump, but actually pulls it out just to play for the back 20 seconds. I mean, the double kill is great, and then swings out with the equalizer. Talk about just throwing away utility that could be vital for the rotation over towards new, because Tribe, they're not too far gone. Washi's trying to at least make the back scrap time expensive for Gallerus, and that's just going to confirm that they have a very long way to rotate.
Yeah, they get the back half of the hard point with that Pred being called in. Tribe at least able to restrict the movement across snow over towards P4.
Yeah.
And now it's their time to start pulling out operators of their own. Washi, Annihilator out. R9 from the front door. A lot of that getting shut down, but a threat starts to develop for Gallerus through mid. Moment of pause, and B-Hawk, where are we going, brother? It was just him by himself, gets absolutely shut down by Vague, who only gets one with the Purifier, but the follow-up from Ban will still lock down this front door.
You really do hope for all of the cash that was thrown into this for Tribe. All of the operators should end up turning into about full 60. The first 20 will be good. Now trailing by about 20 points to Gallerus, who are just knocking at the door, but you have no idea where all these players are located at, and once the gunfight starts, the trades should be more than favorable for Tribe, still holding the close spawns.
Yeah, really good P3 for Gallerus, beautiful P4 for Tribe. This has been a tug-of-war. Break attempt starting to come through spawns, though. Still decent for Tribe, and the trades will allow them to immediately re-break the hard point. Follow-up from this last 13. Largely going to be Gallerus is playing for map positioning, but a couple of players do kind of sneak out towards the end time at P4. They get punished, and now Tribe have a chance to try to rotate into P1.
Go back to the middle of the map. What was looking so grim for Tribe after that fantastic P3 out of Gallerus. It was a very good response for Tribe. Just keeps this game within 2. Fight for the high ground first, start getting some of those resources in tow. The only player that does have an operator available would end up being at least one for Tribe. So, Gallerus win the opening salvo. Tribe will end up spawning closer towards P3, but Gallerus just trying to hold on for all this time. This could be a big dent into this lead should they be able to maintain the time.
Yeah, really good Gravity Vortex gun also being spent here for Lucazin. Just trying to make sure that some of these choke points are legitimately impassable. But now the follow-up off the spawns. How do you read this if you're Gallerus? So far, so good. Tribe gonna spawn back over towards P4. War Machine's out, trying to win over the high ground, and then just spams down low wherever humanly possible. And with that, the shutdown will only allow a single kill to come through on the War Machine. But even with that told, Tribe Gaming can still contest. Numbers are here. Now it's just out to find the last couple of Gallerus members.
And look at all the time that Gallerus were at least able to get off of P1. The positional advantage that they once maintained has now been snuffed out by Tribe. B-Hawk's going to be able to get 2 down, and there's the 3rd, 4th to follow through for Gallerus. So it was about to turn to be a very grim moment. B-Hawk pulls out the claw, helps his team on the assistance for the initial rotation, but the hill still hasn't popped. Tribe still have numbers on the P2 side, and they're finding an abundance of kills, just trying to keep it scrappy, while also accruing more time.
Yeah. Over towards the final moments, though. On rotation over towards B2. Galaris winning over the high ground, but Raballo and company have actually snuck down low. That's enough for them to get right back into the hard point. Just dealing with the deficit of about 20 points. Spread missile was also called to this action. Doesn't really find too much. Now we've got equalizers out for Galaris, plus a Sparrow. That's shut down immediately. All you have to find now is Foki. Banned over the flank. He's able to put together a couple. And with that, Tribe Gaming worked their way back into the hill.
Still spawning out, though. Tribe have a lot more to do, but everything is coming up so much better for you as long as Band can stay alive. Has to favor the reload, but teammates are also there. They gave up his life, but Band really did need to find that double. Tribe are still spawning so far out, and they're not soaking up all the time required to make a dent into Galaris' lead.
And I will say, for this Galaris team, who have not particularly done well on this map in their region, they're really forcing Tribe Gaming into 1 point of entry.
Yeah.
They've locked down this bottom side of the map really nice in this kind of an anchored up position, forcing Tribe to have to flood from the front over and over and over again. And now that we start to rotate to 3, that player bottom map moves into the hard point, and it starts off a very solid hold for Galaris. Working on it is Tribe, but they cannot get through Lucas or Papzera.
War Machine also going to be invested here for Papzera. To your point there, you got to try to work your way past it. And they also have at least one player that is playing all the way to the backside of the ski lift. And that, again, is just a fundamentally sound team that we have seen out of the Galaris. Washi trying to at least answer with Annihilator. Gets one, but then immediately killed off. But a lot of his teammates to move forward.
Yeah, Band thought he had a route to try to hit her on the back and surprise with the equalizers. That gets shut down. Envy trying to do what he can from the front. The rest of Tribe struggling to find any entry. Mihawk has played so well so far. Leads now up to 70+ points. Still 14 seconds to fight for. And Tribe just trying to finesse the exit, or also being pushed around as their spawns move.
And you saw how desperate that was as well for Tribe. I mean, once they got a little bit further forward to breaking inside of P3, Envy got inside, pulls out the claw, and the only thing that you can have to speak for that was about 20 seconds. You're still trailing by 80. And now you gave Galaris what they immediately wanted, not only the lead, but now they have the better spawns for what could potentially be the final hill.
Yeah, great macro movement on the map from Galaris. Red missile called in. Claw for Mihawk, shutting down the front. Decent eliminations for Tribe. Actually moves one of the spawners array. Now Band off the equalizers again, completely shut down. Just not giving the operator value that you would like to see. And now Tribe have to do it the old-fashioned way. Spawns are still chaotic on both sides, so every elimination is going to matter here.
Yeah, it is. And Tribe are forced just to always throw a body inside of the time. Galaris just getting themselves closer and closer to that 250-point margin. It is a bloodbath inside of this small warehouse building, but Tribe find the breath of fresh air. They maintain the time.
Have to win out these last couple of fights. Spawns moving once again. Galaris spawning behind the hill, at least for a couple of players. Hunter Killer drones starting to make their way through, and Tribe will clean things up nicely. Still alive, but so much work to be done, and it's going to have to come across 2 very 50-50 hard points as we rotate back into P1 with Galaris looking and waiting for this hard point to open up.
Sparrow gets pulled out, immediately shut down for Galaris. I mean, they don't have as much utility as they did in the previous P1 to hold on for all the time as they did, so it's going to have to be the old tried and true way. It's got to be the gunny. Galaris have more positional advantage inside of the hard point as Lucasine is just ripping them to shreds.
You give this guy a single tap weapon, he's going to dominate. It's just the way it goes. Mihawk trying to set up some sort of a pinch, but not successful in the effort. Equalizers for Foki only finds 1. So now it's really just down to what Hen can find, and he can find maybe everything. Doesn't get the final, but Foki back to the bench of the R9. He will try to clean things up. Not quite able to fully get things finished out, though. And now it's desperation mode for Tribe as they throw in a War Machine.
Yeah, War Machine just to be able to get the back handful of seconds, but also help yourself move a little bit forward. Late to read that the spawn out was going to be occurring, but you still have the operators in tow. Still fighting a lot of damages. Raballo, but will be shut down. Galaris forced to try to break through the old time just to remove Tribe from the rotation.
Still so much work that has to be done for Tribal. They have done well in this first hard point to get things back to more level terms. But you've spent almost everything. Galaris off their second surge here. Able to find themselves a break over the scrap time. Only need another 18 seconds as we start to look over towards B2. Tribe, good eliminations. That's 3 in the feed for them. They're going to hold the numbers if they can just read the last couple of Galaris members, and they will. Claws out for Envy, but it doesn't really find the value as we rotate and open up P2.
The split spawn should have given Tribe every bit of information that they needed, spawning on the east and the west side of the map. The only place that Galaris can potentially spawn is going to be the south side. Late to read it, Galaris have rebroken.
Well, here we go. 242, 187. Shots coming through for Raballo. A good double, but is it enough? Here comes the final hit. Galler still holding in the corner. It's going to be contested for now. Tribe finding a couple of nice eliminations. Washi, Annihilator out. Good movement from Ban. Able to, again, find good elims onto Gallerus. That's now an opportunity for Tribe to dominate, but off the second set of spawns, here comes Gallerus again.
Still holding on to the spawns with the rotation. They just have to keep Tribe at bay. Even if you get the back 20 seconds, Gallerus just cannot scan. You cannot over-invest to try to break this hard point, but they do. They still are looking for the win here.
There's the nades over the top. Sparrow going to get called in. Only finds a single elimination. Mihawk with another double. He's been so good for his squad. The last contestant is through, but Mihawk has the final elim, and Gallerus will strike first. A decent comeback effort for Tribe, but not enough to get past the 100-plus point deficit.
A roar from the stage here in Georgia. Gallerus came to play in that map #1. And yeah, give all the praise in the world to Mihawk. You highlighted it before we even loaded it into Summit. If it's not going to be a map mode combination that will allow Lucasine just to hold up in irons and still single tap his way to victory, which we did get to see some of that in close proximity, it needs to be your guy with the R9 shotgun. Mihawk was that guy.
Big time. Big time. And that's the thing is, like, you know, again, now we start to maybe have the conversation on the picks and bans, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is a map that has not notoriously been great for Gallers, but again, that was months ago that they played stage 4.
Yeah.
You learn from those. Good rehearsal reps inside of good competitive opportunities are going to lead to growth, which we're going to see. On the other side of things, though, Tribe didn't play this at all in stage 4. Yeah, you get a new support staff behind you. You're trying to work it out, but
Sure.
The one thing that cost on this map is they beefed a rotation from 3 to 4, and that's the game right there.
Yeah, the one single misstep of overextension will definitely be the end when the game is that close in its final few moments. But, I mean, even as far as recency reps is concerned, we don't know what it looks like behind closed doors, but on paper, you would think with the players for Tribe, this should be a map mode combination that should just work for them. But it hasn't in the past, but I definitely appreciate the attempt of the gut check call to try to face off Gallerus on one of their weaker hardpoint maps, but it didn't work out at all. You played right into their hands. It was a slaying masterclass from all of Loud Amp.
Yeah, really good stuff. Okay, so a risk was taken by Tribe, does not work out for them. And at the top of the leaderboard, 51 and 25 from Lucasen.
Cash.
Stop it.
Double pause. Casual stuff.
Put a leash on. That's disgusting. With a minute 35 inside the hard point as well. Other side of things, no one even goes positive for Tribe gaming. Raballo tried as he would, 39 and 41, all over the map, but that's just, again, the slaying efficiency for Tribe at hardpoint, not there on a small, tight map.
I think you also have to point out Mihawk's 21 assists as well, on top of the 41 and 35 scoreline. I mean, like, that is an egregious amount of assists, and you could just see just what it means for the rest of his team that are picking up a lot of these kills, a lot of the one-shots. It's exactly what you want out of Mihawk as a player, and you can just tell that Tribe were just not prepared for how oppressive it truly was.
Entry SMG presence.
Yes.
It's what we call true engagement success right there, either confirming a kill or providing an assist. And if you were to put those together, that's essentially 63 and 35 in terms of how he found
quick
success.
mats on the main stage.
I did it once or twice. Ooh. Calculator was at the ready in case
I thought you just hold shift, not a TI-83.
Sometimes it's TI-83, yep. Cosine and tangents not included. But again, that's a big misstep now for Tribe, because you start to look at that saying you put a risk into the mix, hadn't played that map before, doesn't work out. Now you go to a firing range search, and again, I think we can say every team's going to be fine seeing firing range search inside the pool this weekend.
Yeah.
But it does force them to have to go against Gallerus on their best mode, which is control if they were to win this matchup.
Correct. And when I go back to the predictions like we were talking about, in case anybody was wondering, on the one map that I projected for Gallerus to potentially lose, it was going to be the Search and Destroy, even through the Latin America region. Search and Destroy, funnily enough, was actually their weakest game mode. And you feel like that for a team that does so well fundamentally when it comes down to the respawns, that Search and Destroy should be a very tangible transition, but it just hasn't been in their own region. However, there are some unknown quantities, especially when it comes down to what they look like going back into Mobile Masters, all the preparation leading themselves for these international teams. I think that Tribe might have a better chance potentially when it comes down to the Search and Destroy. It's all just a guessing game when it comes down to it. It just mostly comes down to what the team's playbooks look like to adapt and prepare for this firing range map too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, when we see maps like this, and if we see maps, I don't think we're going to see much of it, but if we see maps like Takeoff and Kurohana, snipers.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest, like, that's what dominated all of the other regions besides China last time around. I mean, Neon was unbelievable, was not missing, and we're going to see that, I think, time and time again when we get Chinese teams on the main stage. The other part about that, if we were to kind of talk about recent results, you look back to CDSI, where Elevate were able to defeat some Chinese teams in Search in a mode that they did not have very strongly put together throughout the group stage. They were sniping better. I feel like that is so much of what this game mode has turned into. Maybe firing range is the only one where you look at and say, yeah, its presence will be felt, but it's not going to dictate and dominate because you can avoid it. It's smokable, it's avoidable. You don't have to take these battles flat out.
And you know where the crosses are going to be. You've been playing firing range for many different millennia as well. Typically, when it comes down to firing range, you do need to have almost a highlight level performance to have a lot of a clutching situation. But you know, when we think about firing range, what is the biggest turn? The first blood might be good, but if you still get an R9 shotgun inside a tin, offense or defense alike, it can still be a certain problem. The options will always end up being there. What I'm most interested in is to be able to see what teams look like after that first 50 seconds. What is the adaptation going to be called? Obviously, who's still alive on the map and what tools you have at your disposal. But we saw this, and we were pretty harsh last Worlds when we had this exact situation on teams in Search and Destroy, that they kind of just forget where they are when there is 40 seconds left on the actual game clock. So I'm definitely excited to be able to see this matchup in particular, especially when we talk about Tribe's new back of house for Hippo coming in to be able to help them work out some of the different ruffles in their feathers when it comes down to Search and Destroy as a whole.
Yeah, you know, there are other elements in terms of this Tribe team. You look at the roster on paper, you know, again, I think a band, for my money, is, you know, the one player that I would say needs to be kind of the leader in terms of how this team looks, whether it be by tempo, by pace, or just by overall strat calling. The other side of it, though, and I think Bobby and the boys were talking about this a little bit on the Spawn last night, Vague did not have a great Worlds last year. And that's a player that, if he shows up, he's a difference maker.
Correct.
So that's another one that you look at and say, okay, you label out two players that are likely going to play more aggressively. Do you pull out what I like to call the shark route? You smoke off the middle of the map and run your SMGs down mid. You don't let those snipers get comfortable. That could be an option here for Tribe strategically.
This surely should be an option, you would think, should they start to feel a little bit more oppressed when it comes down to those opening duels. But Search and Destroy, if you're new here, obviously first to 7 do have to win by 2, and overtime might just be on the docket with how close these two teams should be, at least on paper. The hard point, obviously, going over towards Gallerus. The gamble did not work out for Tribe. They need this bounce back here. What a storyline it would be for Tribe to start off their entire Worlds in a Swiss stage 0-1.
Yeah, and just to kind of extend the conversation here for all of you giant COD Mobile nerds that are watching this early, when we get to Control, we're going to see a lot of raid this weekend.
Correct.
Just due to the fact that Arsenal has been interesting, I think, in terms of teams learning it, and then Seaside has been dominated by spawn trapping.
Yeah.
So I think that's your best option in terms of finding even foot ground in terms of, oh, we're not going to get snowballs. You know, I think we're going to see a lot of that, and that's where you look at a team like Gallerus, a team that dominated the region on that map. That could be dangerous. But again, it's another one like Fire and Search and Destroy that I think no team will be like, oh shoot, it's raid control. Like everyone's going to be fine seeing that, I think, for the map 3 throughout the weekend.
And we're going to be seeing a lot of firing range and a lot of raid, especially with the spawn traps, to Alan's point. When it comes down to Arsenal and Seaside, it's very fun. Let's just say it's very fun for me watching. But it's going to be one of those things again for Tribe is that if the respawns, if the slaying is not there, kind of roping the entire conversation of Vague trying to get his swagger back as well, that you feel like that the transition should be into more of a methodical game mode when you do have the objectives in play. And again, there's unknown data that we don't have. What these guys have looked like in scrims, have they been cooking it up in Search and Destroy and Control? You surely do hope so if you're an NA fan, and Tribe as they attempt to try to even up this best of 3.
Well, keep your eye on Washi. As look at this, getting some aggression out of the side of Tribe Gaming early. We'll get that banner at the top fixed for you, as this will be Gallerus on the offense, putting some pressure over towards B. Trophy systems are down, though. That's enough for Raballo to move on over. DRH ready to watch the front closet, and with him is number 3 in Envy, who is actually just taking a hard scope angle over towards Tire side.
And Pabzera has just been playing inside of the showers, has not seen a soul. But that comes with certain complications. You're just trying to play for the information, but it will be Mihawk to be able to find that first.
Yeah, it's not what you want. And now that's going to force the defense to have to stack over towards B, leaving a wide open numbers advantage and map advantage. Starting to move his way towards Gallerus. A rotation quickly back over. The Washi's here, playing on the other side. Flash will come through. That pushes him off the angle. Smoke is also down. and Hen will just get to work kind of spamming things out, and this should lead to a bomb plant.
Yeah, it's like Washi was just a little bit too late to be in the position to watch as everybody was crossing over by the training dummies. Bomb will be planted. Can Pokey get out with his life?
Gets into trailer, more importantly. That makes this post plant super dynamic because you still have Mihawk holding over towards Wood. So a lot to figure out. Band may have seen Hen in the corner, doesn't get the catch of him too soon, and Hen turns that into a double. So now it's just down to what the snipers can hit, and Envy and Washi, they're hitting, baby. Now it's just down to the 1v1. Mihawk on Envy. Mihawk with the advantage. Time starting to tick away. Envy trying to get some spam, not gonna connect, tries to hop. Mihawk with the pop over. Oh, the hit marker from Envy, who nearly clutches it up.
I don't know if there was going to be enough time, but that would have been supreme to be able to see on the main stage in our first search and destroy here at Worlds 2024. A 1v1 potential for a clutch. Not meant to be. Again, that first blood that was able to be found over by inside a closet just open up the floodgates for a very weak hold over by it.
Lots of nade focus for both teams right through middle. This is a smoke push in towards trailer. Quick action. Galler's on the offense, gets them some control over towards A. Follow-up nades with the defense being spent early here, seeing if maybe they can find some damage over the top, but with this stack inside a trailer, Gallus are happy just to sit here, let the defensive nades expire, and then just play their numbers situation around A from there on out.
Just about everything's covered. Again, with the trailer position, you have one that is lurking all the way back. That's Papzera that's playing for a cross that's about to come through Banana. Might have a 1v1 versus Envy should he commit towards that route. Won't. But Galler is still in a firm control around this A-bomb site.
This LMG is starting to chew through trailer, though. So Band has done a little bit of tallying with a couple of hit markers. Has to take 5 minutes to reload. And then we'll get back to work again. And this has been very static for Gallers, who eventually get this bomb planted. There was a smoke in hand at one point, though, trying to use that as a retake.
And that's going to be the call for Envy to start pushing all the way up Banana. But Papzera has just been playing for it from yesterday.
Yeah. The smoke looks like it's going to be queued up to go backside trailer as well. There it is. Smoke is out. And it is thrown over towards the backside. This is all about can they clear out the shotguns and SMGs inside a trailer. Here comes the action. First shots are decent. Band following up, though. Only able to find a couple. You still got to clear out trailer. Down to Rabalo to try to get through. Not going to work out as Lucas finds a couple. Papzera over the top. Trying to make sure the defuse stays away, but the re-clear is great. Plenty of time for the defuse, and Tribe Gaming will tie us up at 1.
And he saw the immediate call. Once Envy started getting shot in the back by Papzera, who again was holding the very long flank coming all the way through from Banana, that it did pull two different players for Galaris off of that post-plant situation. It kind of dispersed them, and then their post-plant wasn't exactly as robust as they were hoping, worried about where an Envy's timing was coming all the way through. Big strike back coming through for Tribe as we're evened up.
Yeah. Love the fact that they also had that retake smoke still in hand after all of the early nades came up a bit empty. Quick action again for Galaris. Papzera misses an opportunity as the scope just gets dropped right as soon as a cross was in play for Tribe. Defensive nades being thrown once again, but it's not in time to stop the plant. Quick 5v5 post plant for Galaris.
Look at the spread on the map as well. Player all the way back in showers. You have an immediate aggression that's actually coming through from Banana, and Envy just wasn't ready for it. That's a big kill to have.
Yeah, now Papzera can just watch the cross. Pardon me? Hello? Through the smoke? Just, you miss every shot you don't take. Band gets trailer control, but who cares? Gallers are fully set up deep. Yeah, the MG can chip through some of this, but time is becoming a bit of an issue, and there's no positioning for him to work with either. So Gallers, quick action, but changing up the post-plant position works out nicely.
Again, LMG is great for information, but once you're in a clutch scenario, once you spam through 100 bullets and you have to pause the game just to reload, it's not exactly the clutch weapon that you would like to have. So Galaris playing that mental 4D chess. It's been aggression ever since they were very passive on their opening round. This time it looks like a little bit more Banana control. A lot of nades ceremoniously being thrown over here.
Now this is not unfamiliar though, because Galaris showed this same effort in round 1 of their offense. Trophies and focused nades towards B, but the sniper's still watching through mid, trying to catch the crossers defensively. And that is good enough for first blood. Vague has to play on top of the site, and at a certain moment, Envy's gonna have to make a decision. Does he stay here or does he rotate? Because this one really dimensional angle, it doesn't feel great. You just have so much vacancy on the map right now if you're Tribe's defense.
And you can see that Galaris are currently gobbling that up. Not only do they have a player advantage, but they're also thinking about just delay hitting over towards trailer. But there's a lack of information in there. Unbeknownst to them, there is a player lurking. It's going to be Roballo.
Gotta hit this.
And they love the call just to go all the way back. Have they got the timing right?
Gotta hit this. It's a stack up. Envy able to get the collab for 2. That slows down the offense for a moment. Vague, next one up. Trying to find himself a position. Backside tires. Folky with the R9. Getting cold feet around B. 48 seconds on the clock. We're gonna stay 3v3.
And Washi just doesn't have to move. I mean, this top trailer position is just so good to be able to get information, to be able to watch the cross. We're down to 38 seconds. The Gallarus need to make a decision.
Yep. That little bit of intel over towards top wood, plus this follow-up nade. Kobe? Oh. Not gonna happen. It's Lucasen on the other side. Takes down Washi, top 10. Now the defense stretched really thin. Roballo, what do you have to offer? Sees the nades coming out of trailer. Doesn't hit a bullet. Doesn't even come close. So now it's just down to Vague. Rotating it with the MG42, up and over, double stack off the box. Folky looking for the plant as time is starting to fade away on the offense, and now it gets extended, putting more focus towards what Vague can do here from inside trailer.
Has to reload. Up to 125 bullets we go. Kenny Clutch, still a player playing on the head glitch. The bomb itself, it will be Folky. R9 shotgun in hand, and any damage will be good enough just to force him into Lucasen's sights. Wonderfully played out there from Gallarus. I was worried about the time, and I was worried about Washi's position. I thought the nade was going to connect, but a great isolation coming through there from Lucasen. Because of course it is. Very accurate guy.
Yep.
7 kills.
Yep. Not bad. I've seen worse.
I've seen worse, yeah.
Oh, look at this. Opening stack of nades over towards A. Already pulling the focus of Tribe away. Envy, good focus on the other side, though. Turns that into a single kill. Vague, shotgun in hand. That's good for 1. Trying to step into the closet, but Lucasen says not so fast. Envy, now from backside tires. Doesn't hit the quick scope, but does keep his life. And that's enough to really make this offense of Gallarus could reconsider the reproach.
It's a 3v2. You just don't scam, don't overheat here if you are Envy. Because you do have the cross at least through the middle of the map. Everybody's just lurking for this one cross, but the A-bomb site is relatively vacated. I mean, Roballo does hold the cross should they start to move out from wood, but you can see what that immediately means, especially for Envy, putting himself back inside of American, gets the cross. Look at Papsera, but loses his life. Can't overheat, do not scam. Plenty of time left to play here in the 2v2.
It's the fact that you get the intel and you're giving up the angle by playing a jump.
Yeah, you don't need that kill.
America, you don't need it. Bomb is still down, though, so there's still an advantage here for Tribe, but with Lucasen and Papsera, the longtime duo still alive, with a sniper and a long-range AR, you just don't have to peek. See what happens. Here comes the next move for Gallarus. Trying to make their way up towards mid. Roballo is the intended target. DRH in hand for him, just trying to keep himself tucked down to 28 seconds.
That's getting spooky. Hearing some footsteps. Hoping for the timing as well, and just catches Ban lacking. This 2v3 has been an absolute fumble. Papsera will hear that Roballo just shot to his left. The isolation comes through, is able to at least find one, but we're not playing for the bomb. There's 10 seconds remain, and now Lucasen has to try to move his way over towards the B-bomb site. Can he get the plant? Roballo aware of the time and simply does not. What a clown fiesta of a round that should have been Tribes in the first place.
I could give some excuse, I think, to the long-range peek out of the sniper rifle. The double peek was aggressive and egregious, but at the same rate, Gallarus knew Roballo were in 10.
Yeah.
Just didn't hit it together. So he's able to isolate, find one, and then all of a sudden, the time, like you mentioned, becomes a bit of an issue. As now, all of a sudden, we got that same smoke presence that we've seen from Gallarus before. This is when they hit 10, or pardon me, not 10, over towards trailer. Not the case this time. Instead, as the smoke dissipates, it's Hen who's trying to push through barrel, and how would you ever expect this? The answer is you wouldn't, but there's a decent trade.
Hey, he's always there. You know Washi's always going to be inside of American. That is a very simplistic rollout, but the trades are that much better for Gallarus. A wonderful play coming through from Hen up through the gut, gets his 8th kill. And now the lay of the land here for Gallarus as they lay the rock down today.
Yeah, should be good for a 4th round here. Difficult retake in this 4v2, especially with not a lot of ground available, plus so much more that they would have to find a way to reclaim. So, I believe that was Lucasen with the last 2 eliminations as we swap the sides through 6-4-2 on the first half.
It's a pretty good half. I mean, you just look at the kills, combined 18 in between Lucasen and Hen.
They have the bomb.
We keep on talking about it. I'm going to keep asking for a try. We got to see something here.
Yeah. Early trophy systems denying the defensive nades over towards backside B jungle.
Grenade out.
Pabzera playing aggressively over the top of A. Wants the 1v1. Has to at least respect the ammo count, though, down to 2 shots. Plays backside over towards Barrel. He's got help very close nearby. That's in the form of Lucas, who's also sniping with him here. So both scopes going to be playing over towards the bottom side towards A.
There's information that has been traded in mutual on both sides of the map, so I do really appreciate Foki's positioning. Just expecting maybe try to catch a player flooding out from wood, getting inside a trailer. Pabzera just continues to go for these jump peaks. Any sort of information would be good, as you could hear a pin drop on firing range.
Yeah, now I do like this setup for Gallerus. You've got one sniper watching the mid cross, the other just making sure they hard scope over towards the backside of the obstacle course behind the trailer. And then you've got a forward position for Foki, who's got an R9 by sandbags.
Yeah.
And then there's a crossfire setup off contact with Hen on the long range AR and another R9 in the hand of Mihawk. So this is all about just playing contact right here for Gallerus, and Tribe, who don't have many nades left, are gonna have to commit to this.
Wonder when Washi's gonna start to become activated. He's player number 5 in blue on the minimap. Waiting for any sort of that contact to come through. Might be a push, but Hen's playing the head glitch, gets the first, and is still relatively full HP, and has assistance nearby.
I just remember this moment right now, because we'll break it down in a second.
Yeah.
Lucas in, 1v1, other side of the map. Whoa, boy, this is messy from Tribe. Rabalo, the only one to find an elimination. But the thing about this for Tribe is, like, if we're sitting here waiting for a late game or late round execute, we don't have any nades left. We spent them all already. So you're telling me you're going to go into a pre-designed setup with no nades, no flashes, no smokes? This is what happens.
1v2, not even enough time to potentially have the thought. Up to 5 now is Gallerus, and yes, I mean, just to go back to the simple point, you just cannot rely on any sort of overextension for you to be able to have a very easy round. Gallerus has not offered you that, even when they're on offense.
No, and again, like, we can't just be solely using our utility in the first 30 seconds, hoping for a first blood. Like, you have to use utility to displace these defensive positions. Once again, about 9 nades thrown towards bottom side at A. This time it does allow Washi to get the angle onto Pabzera. That connects. Looking for some tippy-tappies through the trailer as Rabalo not quite able to connect, so there is still a chance here for Foki to keep his life in trailer, but he needs help.
Bomb has been planted.
Needs it sooner rather than later. Crosses should be at least held. Gallerus aware of that for the players trying to work their way up through mid. If you can get wood control, this would actually be big.
But Envy already connects down the middle of the map. Hen, this is taking a lot of time, but may catch one completely unaware, so they know that there's another. The player in question is Washi. Nice shots from Hen. Here comes the retaker on the back. Mihawk trying to lead the charge and finds another. Now it's just down to the final 15 seconds. What are we watching? Hello? Tribe Gaming get completely dismantled. They have the clock in their favor. They know where the hit's coming from, and they still don't find a single kill. Oh, no.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet.
It's such a massive numbers advantage that they had even in a post-plant situation. You should have expected somebody to be inside a trailer. You just had to try to find the trade on the Hen because he just ran through you. 12 eliminations now for Hen. Up to map and series point here for Gallerus. Tribe just deflating live.
Not good news. Moment of pause here once again for Tribe's offense. Not the same thing as Hen. Heat check. What's going on over here? Hen's just teeing off. 2 for Hen. 4 in the way as Hen's just absolutely taken over. Unbelievable, and Tribe Gaming can't hold a candle here in the firing range surge.
Big trying to utilize the prize fighters. Pabzera just running at him, and it will be Mihawk that gets the final elimination. 15 kills for Hen, and they are letting them know across the stage, LatAm is here to play. Actually, a little bit of Vamos at 11 a.m. here Eastern.
I mean, that is just ego chow for Hen. There wasn't nades to support that. It was just, I'm running. Let me see what I can get. These guys are playing scared.
Yeah.
And he punished.
I mean, look at the confidence on that man's face. All the way to the back on the left is Hen. But again, would you offer such one-dimensional search and destroy? A team that has been playing together all year long, that has found success in this very year, will absolutely just rip you to smithereens. It's exactly what Gallerus just had.
This is the same thing we kind of saw in Stage 4 from their Search and Destroy, which was not great versus the other two teams in North America that had beat them every time they played. Is like we're hoping and praying that this utility in the first 30 seconds is going to provide a first blood.
Yeah.
We don't have anything on these, you know, these either executes or retakes. The executes in particular, in the last 30 seconds, we're just running in hoping we win these gunfights 5v5 against the head glitches and power positions. It's not the Tribe that we came to know and for some of us love back in 2022.
And you'll see the star comparison as well, especially through these highlights. The recap will be very, very apparent. And the late nades coming through continuously. There was always at least two, whether it's a smoke or a frag grenade, backed up for Gallerus in a post-plant situation. We cannot stress it. If Shift being very upset about this entire situation isn't enough for you, I implore you to understand fully how important it is to have late utility in a post plant.
Yeah, and on the other side, just to give some praise where praise is due, Gallerus made one mistake, and it wasn't double challenge Bravalo when they knew he was intent. And that was a 2v3, by the way, that they still almost pulled off.
Yeah.
So it's one of those situations that you have to come away, I think, impressed with what Gallerus has put together here, and I would say relatively upset about a Tribe just not finding the success that you would have hoped for from back in Stage 4 to here. I mean, at the other front, I mean, you've got a combined 27 and 8 just between Lucas and Intent. They could have 2v5'd this at certain moments.
And look at the assists. Again, how many times that we were talking that Tribe were super isolated from each other, but how much team fighting Gallerus was having for themselves. It was a continuation from the map 1 into the map 2.
Not great news here in terms of how things have started for Tribe. They take a gamble on the summit. That doesn't work out. The firing range, like we said, is going to be very common this weekend. Doesn't look particularly polished. Bad news early for Tribe as Gallerus just walked their way to a very clean 2-0. And with that, they move into the 1-0 bracket of the Swiss stage as we move forward. Well, with that, we've got F-Dot on the main stage, ready to go with Lucasen, who's already representing Brazil with the flag draped around his shoulders.
That's right. I'm hanging out here with Lucas Jean, and of course our friend George is going to help us chat the victor. You guys came through, and Tribe is a big name, but it seemed like you didn't care. Was there any pressure going up against Tribe as your first team?
Bom, eu gostaria de parabenizar você e o adversário de vocês era o Tribe, que era grandíssimo time, mas parecia que vocês não se importaram com isso. Como é que foi a partida?
Olha, a partida foi muito dura, a gente já esperava quando foi divulgado os confrontos, a gente imaginou que seria um jogo duro, né? Qualquer campeonato, qualquer jogo que a gente tivesse nesse campeonato seria muito difícil, porque com certeza é o evento mais difícil que tem todos os anos. E a gente se preparou muito bem para o jogo deles, a gente conheceu algumas coisas, algumas manias, alguns costumes, e a gente veio pronto para isso.
So, Tribe is a team that we respect a lot. We're great, but since we want to win this championship, it doesn't matter who we have to face it. And we are prepared, we studied them a lot, and let's go.
So that was about them. Now I want to talk about you, Lucas. You take a lot of the spotlight of the team, but who in your mind on your squad did the most work in this matchup?
Então, o time de vocês inteiro é muito grande, mas tem holofote muito grande em cima de você. Mas além de você, quem do seu time que você acha que tem grande destaque?
Olha, em questão de destaque, eu não consigo dizer um só, é o time todo, é a Galleries. Se não for esse time, cada engrenagem precisa estar on point para funcionar. Então, se não for eles, se não for esses 5 peças, né, junto com o nosso coach, que faz um trabalho absurdo, e os outros 4 teammates são insanos, se não fosse eles, não seria toda essa força que a gente tem.
The spotlight is not just on me, it's on the entire team. We're studying a lot, and even our coach is great, you know?
Excellent. That's the right answer. Congratulations on the W, and good luck in your next ones. Plenty more Call of Duty on the way. Keep it rolling.
Oh my goodness. 2 O's across the board here in our first set of round number 1. For sure, Galleries and also Tribe, that was a very surprising turn of events, especially since we thought that Tribe could actually turn things around, especially with the addition of Van and also, of course, Hippo as one of their coaches. But of course, that's not the only matches that we are having today. In our first round, we again had 2 O's all across the board. A while ago, we did see Supreme Team up against Q9, and it was not even close. close. 102 and 250 in the Hackney Yard map, and also for the S&D 1 and 7, of course, the Chinese teams being very dominant in that search and destroy. A story that we're not going to be, a stranger with. And speaking of another Chinese team, we have X-Rock versus Ancient Sea. I mean, it's definitely going to be very difficult to go up against another Chinese team that is so good at that search and destroy. But I mean, even when it comes to the respawns, it wasn't close as well. It was 250 and 71 in standoff, and then search and destroy 7 and 1 in firing range. And of course, you can watch all of these streams in YouTube. And if you are really just curious where you're going to find the streams, of course, ESL COD M in Twitter or X. You can find that Hill and Mod 6 going to be in that B stream. And in the C stream, we have Verdict and Mustachio. On the D stream, it is going to be D Hitman and I stream. So if you're looking for that exclusive and LG matchup, well, of course, with the battle of that Western teams, we do have LG winning that matchup pretty fair and square. So when it comes to a North American team that's actually performing really good, LG seems to be a really good pick right now. Again, they are the team to look at when it comes to those NA teams, but a lot more matches up next. Of course, you are going to be taking a really great look when it comes to the other 8 teams that are going to be performing here, because we have Elevate and Godlike next after this short break.
Set fire to the cold river. Set fire, sealed and delivered. Slow burn, shot to the liver. Heart so cold, make a grown man shiver. Wake up, don't be afraid. Make love, but don't be tame. Even the king in the crown is a lost soul, walking in a dead man's crowd. They try to keep us undercover, but we are about to rise up. Rise up. They wanna push us in, people in their pockets, but their time's up. We about to rise up. Rise up. Everything we ever did, all the things that we ever had. Everybody wanna be the same. Everybody wanna be desired. One thing we can't forget, can't see through a pride of that. When you got a heart of a fire, yes, fire up even harder and higher. They try to keep us undercover, but we are about to rise up. Rise up. They wanna push us even deeper in their pockets, but their time's up. We about to rise up. Rise up. I keep running, 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 running. I keep running, running, running. They try to keep us undercover, but here we are about to rise up. Rise up. Yeah. They wanna push us even deeper in their pockets, but their time's up. We about to rise up. Rise up. Yeah. Yeah. Rise up. Yeah. 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 Rise up.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Where we just had some really awesome performances. Match number one, right underway. It is completed, and it was Gallerus. I know you guys talked about your predictions a little bit, but it was Gallerus that came out in a very strong 2-0 fashion up against Tribe. And obviously, this is day one of the competition. It's our Swiss portion of the competition, which means right now our teams are fighting for that seeding and obviously staying alive to move through to the bracket stage. That first place seed is going to be very coveted as they'll get to go up against the last place seed, hopefully making, ideally in their minds, a little bit of an easier bracket run for them. We'll see depending on which teams end up at that portion of the competition. But we need to head towards match number 2 now up here on the main stage. Switching our focus on over to Elevate versus Godlike. I'm excited for this matchup. Let's start things off by talking about Elevate here proper.
Yeah, look, like Elevate was a team, even going through CDSI, people were like, it's always going to be the Chinese teams. And then Elevate got knocked down in the lower bracket in Holy Activation Batman. These guys were undeniable from then on out, just fundamentally sound. The slaying was just at an all-time high. This Kennedy fella, let me tell you, he is fun to watch. And I genuinely believe that Elevate, coming away from their CDSI win, are obviously the targets for everybody to try to beat. They have a bar to set here in this match.
Yeah, I mean, they did everything you would have wanted them to do. They took down all three of the Chinese teams convincingly. I think that was the biggest part about it. They also were able to take down the opponent they're about to play. They defeated Godlike. That was who eliminated them from the tournament overall. So being champions of their region, plus also having the CDSI championship, looked good.
Plus having those sweet jackets. I'm not going to lie.
Sweet jackets.
Those are pretty nice.
Swagger.
All right, well, obviously, you guys mentioned them. On the flip side of things, we have a squad that we talked about a lot at the top of the show as well, just considering what we saw out of them last time around. We've got Godlike going up against Elevate, so talk to me about Godlike as well.
No longer flying under the radar. That's the biggest thing about not just the team, but the region at whole, thanks to what Vitality did with their roster move, which I think overall actually helps this Godlike team feel more prepared for this event. You had a much more rigorous challenge in your actual region themselves, where, yes, Godlike and Vitality split series with one another, but you get to CDSI, you don't really follow up with the success that they had at the last international event they played back, obviously, World Championships last year. I think there was also some scrutiny about Godlike had a bit of an easy bracket. I think that was something, if people were to kind of come through and criticize that run, was like they didn't play a really difficult first round, and yeah, they took advantage of a Luminosity team that was asleep, but this Godlike team is confident, and I think with them sticking together, they're only going to build on the success that they had from last year.
It's one of those things that you constantly have to build on your successes. And obviously speaking, some shortcomings do come through in most recency, like you were talking about World Championships, CDSI, are all these different shortcomings that were unfortunate for Godlike. But again, this is a team that can absolutely outslay. We've been talking about this ever since they were playing old Team Vitality in their exact region. So I'm excited to be able to see what they've been able to learn and grow from that CDSI.
Oh, absolutely. Lots of time between then and now for them to at least implement some changes here. It'll be interesting to see what they bring to the table. And the final piece of that puzzle is, of course, these maps. We talked about it a little bit, how it could potentially impact the outcome of our last match on the day. Now looking towards these two squads, what do you potentially expect here, Alan, to get?
It's tough to put a finger on anything in particular because these two teams have recent results with one another. So do you run it back? Do you play a map that you thought was winnable and just say, okay, we'll just do better this time, like to put it in very easy terms? Or do you have the opportunity to go back, look at the history of what maps did they prefer over the course of the long week that was CDSI and modify your bans based on what their strongest and weakest maps were at that event? It's kind of, I think, a beggar's choice here of you could pick one, 6 of one, half a dozen of another, because I think both are viable options.
Obviously, you'd mentioned it when we saw the first match as well. We're probably going to be seeing a lot of the firing range in that S&D, but tell me how impactful that S&D can be for a lot of these series, considering these are all quick 3-0s.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when it comes down to a best of 3, we were talking about at the top of the show, your margin for error is so small. And when you start going down in rounds, especially for firing range, search and destroy, and search and destroy as a game mode as a whole, you start to feel like that this is a non-winnable situation. Obviously, when it comes down to the Swiss, you do get that second or sometimes third life again. You don't don't want to hit 3 losses before you hit 3 wins, but I think that the Search and Destroy, especially in a series like this, is very vital, and it could be the momentum swing that you do need going into that raid control.
All right, guys, the match is almost ready to get underway, so quick predictions here. How do you think this one's going to go?
I got Elevate coming out strong, I think. I had some, concern about would there be any sort of like kind of a hangover from CDSI. You did the job of beating some of the best teams in the world. Can you follow up and make sure that there's still the same passion, the same energy, the same hunger to do the same thing here in day number 1?
You agree?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I think confidence is an all-time high. These guys have a certain swagger behind them when they're walking backstage as well. I think they come in, they get the job done 2-0, easy.
2-0s across the board here for our casters. Everybody at home, let us know your thoughts in chat as well. If you think it'll be the same, will it be Elevate that's coming out here on top? Or will Godlike, like what we saw out of Galaris, come through and maybe surprise a couple people? That's exactly what the Swiss stage is for. That's why we call it the era of everyone here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. And that's what we are excited to see here all weekend long. Which team is going to be ending up on top at the end of the competition? Now, I know we were talking about those maps here. We're going to be getting that Hacienda Hardpoint, Firing Range S&D, and then to close it off, Raid Control. Does anything jump out at you in favor potentially of Godlike with those?
I think that if you're Godlike, you're very happy that you do get that Firing Range Search and Destroy back. That is the one map that you were actually able to take away from Elevate. So it's kind of like a 2 different sides of the coin of what you were mentioning, right? You do get that run back on the Search and Destroy, but then you also were able to get something of the unknown. I'm excited to be able to see what Godlike actually do look like on a Hacienda versus Elevate, because they played the standoff, they played the Summit. It was competitive, but it was not going Godlike's way.
I think if Godlike were to win this series, they need to do it in 2. There hasn't been enough.
I like that call.
I think just like overall conviction towards what their control had looked like, not even just at CDSI, but also in their region. So I think that is kind of another point of concern in terms of them being built for this weekend, is can they be better at control across all 3 maps, not just one or another?
Well, we've seen them thrive under pressure before. We'll have to see if they're able to do it here to kick off the weekend in the Swiss stage of our bracket, or if we'll get another 2-0 like you both predicted in favor of Elevate. But those flyovers are coming in. Match number 2 is about to get underway. Let's get into it.
Should be a fun one. And yeah, I think, one of those things is this Hacienda is not bad news for Godlike. They played it a lot. They found some good success on it. It's hard to say if it favors one team or the other, because both teams really did prefer to play this map quite a bit throughout not only their region, but also at CDSI. So this feels like perfect opportunity for Godlike to start off their run hot. Take down the CDSI champ in their first map, build a little momentum, build a little belief, maybe do the same thing with the firing range. But it just feels like after watching this Elevate team that they were very complete at CDSI. I don't see that changing.
Yeah, no, me neither. But I mean, talk about a step in the right direction. Should you come out of the gates in these first 2 hard points on Hacienda, could be so volatile to how the conclusion of this map might end. And I think that if Godlike come out here firing off on all cylinders, it will be very difficult for Elevate to potentially bounce back from. Confidence can be deflated, but nonetheless, we have to see which team will be joining that of Galaris in the 1-0 club.
Should be fun to watch as we jump on in to the first hard point, right down to the middle of the fountain. Lots of focus on what happens between these windows. And okay, good start here from Godlike, taking some focus over towards the rock side of the stairs. That's enough to take off the players from Elevate from the windows and get themselves in for a little bit of time, but not enough to really change the status too much, as the Swans will have Elevate right back up top of the high ground.
Yeah, that's right. And that's pretty much all P1 is. The early get-goes when it comes on a Hacienda hardpoint. Basically just trying to maintain high ground control, try to get a couple players finessing around some smoke grenades inside the hardpoint. Just as simple as that. But most importantly, you want to make sure that you're playing for those back mansion spawns. P2 is one of our very first money hills here on Hacienda.
Indeed the case. Down over towards the Lambo side of the map at the bottom left. Elevate doing a really nice job here to soak up for some pretty significant time, all things told. I mean, already up to above 25 seconds after they had gotten kind of surprised by the route that Godlike put together. Really good stuff overall for Elevate in the yellow. Now making their move over towards P2. Elevate doing what they can from the front here. Not going to have a chance to win the spawns, as Godlike will anchor things up, and a couple of kills will allow them a chance to jump into P2 early.
I mean, but look at the dispersion coming through. I mean, you got one player up Prevail. He's trying to lurk over by rocks, actually gets a player to spawn on top of him, but you really got to tip it at coming out from Elevate, actually playing for those close fence spawns. But the problem is they have to march their way up through these very narrow checkpoints.
And Godlike are aware of this. They're anchoring someone in towards the rocks, so they know they're fighting back driveway time and time again. there's an opportunity to really kind of reinforce now as they see a couple of players spawn out. So now everyone comes back into the hard point. This is really good from Godlike, kind of bunkering down inside the hill. First 30 seconds are theirs, but now Elevate have stabilized inside the backside of the spawns. Can they find a way to actually convincingly break this setup? So far, so good. Learn has to give up his angle and try to hit from the front. A little pitch comes over for the side hallway, and it's not fully enough to flip the hill as Elevate will continue to spawn close.
Yeah, so now you're just down to about 10 seconds, but you just got to take and run with it here if you are Godlike. A Predator Missile is actually coming out from Trunks. There's only 6 seconds, so really the influence for that might help them move their way towards the hedges, but realistically not a big fan of the Pred Missile potentially for this rotation over towards P3. Godlike do currently hold that position, maybe some information on where they're coming from.
One player for Elevate does spawn behind the play, but it's figured out nicely by Godlike. Now taking their focus to the front. Nice shots from Trunks. Looking for more around the backside as the first War Machine gets popped. Again, he's just throwing it through the smoke. Doesn't find anything as it completely gets countered out by the Sparrow. Good trade of focus as Learn takes his attention back towards the top side at Patio. All of Elevate are coming through, but he runs out of shots, and now it's just down to what can Neutrino find with the Godlike War Machine out.
It was just one War Machine that Kennedy pulled out for Elevate. The response for Godlike were 3 operators in tow, and only one of them realistically found somewhat of a value, and that was to end up being Neutrino with that War Machine themselves. But it's still Elevate hanging around the joint, trying to get a little bit more space further forward. Is Godlike just trying to unearth Elevate to get more time here at the end of P3?
Honestly, these have been 2 really good hard points for Godlike, fighting from inside the hill.
Yeah.
They're not controlling Patio. They're not controlling the back spawns. They're allowing Elevate to spawn to the backside of the map, but Godlike say, we'll take the first 35, 40 seconds, let you spawn back, get the scrap time, and then we'll just rotate freely again. So it's a macro game that's exchanging 40s for 20s, which the mathematicians out there, you don't need a PhD to know that that's enough to likely win the game if that continues.
But it is only a 2-point game. Elevate will be over by the rocks first. Some split spawns will start to come through. Starting to open things up with the Purifier, and then immediately the Equalizer just both shut down. Just no return of investment there. So Godlike trying to utilize their numbers, trying to push a little bit further forward. So much easier said than done.
Purifier shut down though in Trunks' hands. Abiz cleaning things up with the Annihilator. Yopi, backside of the hill, hoping that his teammates could clear things out from the front side of Tiles, and Yopi's done well. Okay, couple to come through, smoke out, but doesn't really do too much to deter this Elevate break from the front. Abiz in trouble, dealt with, and now Elevate's starting to really heat things up as now really the operators are completely extinguished.
Yeah, the Equalizer finally able to be fully pulled out there for close, trying for the past 4 lives just maybe find value, but Kennedy just marches forward, finds 3. And then the final few cleanups come through before we get back towards the center of the map. And again, it's been a tale of 2 different conversations. Godlike fundamentally sound, as you were pointing out there at the end of P3, with inside of the hard point just being able to play such superior positioning, but Elevate, scrappy as ever, just always hanging around, and will maintain this 15-point lead.
Yeah, really the only difference in this map is the 15 extra seconds that Elevate found on P1.
On P1, yeah.
Yeah, so Godlike, I would say, better in P2, B3 than Elevate, who has found more success on these more 50-50 hard points.
That's right.
Back into the middle of the map we go. Even pinstripe kill feed for the time being as we just get trades back and forth. Elevate still inside the time, but Godlike finally a chance to displace him.
Trying to at least finesse down low. We'll start to see numbers subsiding. The team in blue, that will be Godlike. But most importantly, they're trying to maintain presence over by the lobby of the mansion as well. Elevate should be able to read this. There's 25 seconds left to play for, but they can't find the kills. It's just Kennedy to show up in the kill feed so far, and Trunks will take down PJ as well. So Godlike bouncing back fiercely here in P1 as well, soaking up some more time while also maintaining the correct side of the map ahead of the rotation.
That's exactly right. As they will make their way from window to window. Susano doing what he can to get this scrap time confirmed. Elevate gonna have to stack up and decide how they want to try to break this next setup from the front. Susano, good read on the Trunks behind him. Now allows Elevate just to completely keep their focus on the front. There are operators out and ready. Kennedy, Yopi gonna pull out the most explosive of the 2. War Machine and Sparrow are being committed, but the counter from Lord is supreme. He's able to find 3. The follow-up now for Neutrino, and Godlike once again able to win over the first parts of P2.
From inside the hard point, their hard work is paying off here, playing for the rotation when there were still 30 seconds left over by P1. Claw invested now for Susano as Elevate are able to break their way back inside the hard point. And look at where Godlike, they're all trapped over by the driveway side, still trying to scrap their way forward for the back 30.
Pinch from Susano on the back. Oh, but it's Yopi who's able to step on up, find himself 2. Susano now cutting from the front with Elevate, trying to split focus hit this break.
looking good. 20 seconds to fight for, and Godlike are stuck spawning over towards fences. They may need to chalk and rotate here.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely do. You can already see at least one player is trying to move his way all the way through the garden side. If you spawn close, maybe try to make it threatening to fight for the scrap time, but what a bounce back coming through from Elevate. I mean, where Godlike found so much success within the first set of hard points starting on P2, Elevate just eviscerate them all. You do have operators available for Godlike on this hold. You feel like that you need at least 40 seconds here.
Yeah, Prevail just trying to make a mess of the rotation, doing what he can on an island, and he's done well. Prevail for 4 in a row. Equalizers at the ready. Trying to re-clean up the backside at patio. Gets into the office nicely. A read on one more player. The equalizers are out. And how about this call from Prevail, who's starting to chew through this Elevate defense. Able to find himself on 5. Pred Missile going to be earned. Susana with the shutdown, but Godlike in from the front.
Was that enough to be able to help things out? Like PJ is going to pull out the Purifier and just going to get immediately shot down, but it's actually the rest of Elevate that are finding a lot of trade kills, and it's allowing them to get more of this time. Godlike, although Prevail might bounce back here with 2 kills of the Hunter Killer drone, is it going to be enough to work their way fully back in? Elevate, their win condition is set. So long as they continue to keep it scrappy and get at least 20 seconds on every single hill, they will win at the end.
And Godlike continue to almost voluntarily give up some of these really key power positions around the hard point. This is the second straight P3 we've had where Elevate have just kind of jumped in from top patio. Often more contested than what we've seen, as now PJ starting to light things up on 6 in a row. Pred Missile just to confirm the scrap time as the rotation is already underway for the rest of Elevate. Surely they get past the 200-point mark here.
Yeah, you would feel like it. I mean, look at all the space that they currently have for themselves. It's a split spawn. You got players over by the Shark Tank in the office as well. Players spawning over by the boathouse. Players just lurking over by Lambo,
mercy.
waiting for assistance. But Elevate, they smell blood in the water.
Unreal stuff. As bums is the word here for how Godlike have played these last 2 hard points. Elevate, locking things down, just spamming things out with operators. Only thing available is Neutrino's War Machine for now. Prevail, nice double from the outside of the open steps. Godlike able to follow up behind that. Yopi now having earned a Sparrow, says that this is the time to go. Not able to connect with anything yet, but all the split focus back over towards the front is perfect. The trophy does not get down in time, and Elevate continue to soak up more scrap time.
Yeah, I mean, there's not enough time to win here if you are Elevate. That much is evident. But Godlike, they just so desperately need every single second that might be available for their game. Learn will end up finding 2. Let's go to a listen-in here now with Godlike to see how they might bounce back ahead of the P1.
Castle spawn है guys. दो लोग chess. एक लगता है castle top एक chess.
कैसल टॉप डेड
चेस मारा मैंने एक को एक और
कैसल टॉप लो बी मिड 2 बंदे
एक ब्राउन टॉप से आ गया ओबीजे और एक ब्राउन टॉप है एक ब्राउन टॉप
कैसल के साइड ओबीजे गाइस वो ओबीजे चढ़ के खेल
2-3 बंदे P1 में
कैसल टॉप भी था एक
कौन पुश किया
कौन और पॉइंट
कैसल टॉप ही काट रहा है एक यूपी
Not good news here for Godlike as Elevate continue to do the dirty work here at P1. PJ locking down the Purifier to make sure no one gets in towards the bottom bar, and they could just win it out right here. You've got Hunter Killers, you've got Predator Missiles, you've got more operators to throw in at this. Although Godlike do shut a lot of that down and keep themselves alive for a little while longer.
And calling in the Predator Missile while you already have an active Purifier. Trunks just simply will not let it go to waste. Has currently found himself 6 in a row. Is still alive on the map, by the way, and currently just being a thorn in the side of Elevate, who just needs 10 more points.
Yep. Could very well do it on the rotation over towards P2. They're even finding a little bit of the scrap time here on the first hill as well. Godlike will get the benefit of the spawns towards new. Trunks also popped off. He's able to get himself into a Pred Missile. That will clear some of the space. Yopi from the inside, though, goes completely unguarded. And Yopi almost wins the game himself. But you had to think that the double is likely enough as Elevate can now flood him through the side steps, and there's no chance for Godlike to fight back. 250, 144. Elevate cruise to a map 1 win.
Very, very similar of what we had at CDSI when these two teams did meet. The hard points, at least respectable for a scoreline, and Godlike started off so well when it came down to Hacienda hard point, playing fundamentally sound, playing for the spawns, giving up the back 20 seconds and setting up with superior positioning. But Elevate are just like a bunch of cockroaches when it comes down to these break attempts. They just keep flooding in the numbers of the right position and the right times. And as you were pointing out, it just kept on unearthing Godlike from such powerful positions time and time again. It inevitably led to their resource advantage, which did win them the game.
Well, the interesting thing about it, and we'll kind of see it on the minimap through these replays, is the amount of times that Godlike just kind of voluntarily decided we wanted to play from inside the hill and not really zone out with the proximal spawns in their favor. You know, kind of highlighting that in particular, P2, they
tried to keep Godlike spawning towards Fence's side. It worked out for a while to get into the hard point, but as soon as the driveway flips, Elevate find a way to re-break in. Same thing for P3. You're playing back of Fences, not top patio.
Yeah.
You're allowing Elevate to initially say, hey, we got a lot of space here. They figured out the second rotation in particular, and they absolutely punished Godlike for not playing aggressively around the hill.
Yeah, I think in layman's terms, like, Godlike were playing super reactionary, where you had Elevate that were constantly being proactive, just always altering how they were looking on the map, just always making sure that they were finding at least a handful of kills, opening up a different opportunity through the multitude of different hard points that we did have. It's a big step in the right direction coming through from Elevate off of their CDSI win. To start off with a win here in Atlanta is big.
Taking a look at the damage dealt, you've got 42 for PJ, 42 and 35. Everyone going just about positive for the most part. Other side of things, really not a bad performance at all from Godlike considering the score at the end of it. It's just the objective time. That's where the big difference is. As Chloe gets over 2 minutes inside the hill, and the top scorer in terms of overall time was just Trunks the minute 8. So again, the objective focus not as strong as it needed to be for Godlike. I think in particular P1, P4 is where Elevate found a lot of unexpected time.
Yeah, especially, I mean, that very first P1, it's like we were even talking about, like even that 15 seconds going into the second set, it was big and it was momentum because as previously stated that Godlike were forced to play inside of the hard point, and it just played into Elevate's hand, just being able to read and deconstruct how every single setup was mostly set up for themselves. A lot of good moments for a lot of different players, and yeah, when it comes down to Trunks, that 45 kills that he did drop kind of got bolstered at the end with a massive 9 spree that he went on. But semantics aside, this is an Elevate team that was formed to win championships. They already have one on their belts when it comes down to this year. This is a big moment for them to be able to win this as clean as possible.
Absolutely the case. So a great start. And Respawn is, I think, the biggest thing we have to keep an eye on for this Elevate squad, because that's how they were able to beat pretty much all of the Chinese teams. And Xrock in particular, that matchup was a fun one to go back and rewatch, just seeing how they really kind of bullied Xrock in a number of different moments throughout the hard point, and especially the control. Did not take a search and destroy from them, but Chinese search and destroy is very good. So
pretty good.
It's pretty good. Well, you know, yeah, not bad. But we go to a firing range for map number 2, and this is where Godlike Series would have to bounce back, considering that they already beat this Elevate team here before.
And again, where we are 2 for 2 on firing range search and destroy map number 2s, but the only issue is when you go back as far as history is concerned, not exactly a positive win ratio for Elevate. And I think that that's when you go back and you watch that firing range search and destroy between these two teams at CDSI, is that Godlike were able to take advantage of just how well they were isolating target after target. It's almost kind of like what we got out of Galaris versus Tribe in our very first series of the day. That is very similar to how Godlike had a winning moment versus Elevate in this map number 2. Obviously would be everything so that they can extend it into a raid control for that square up, whatever that may look like, but still a massive moment here for Elevate to learn from their previous mistakes.
The other side of things here, this Godlike team, I'm really curious to see what their search is going to look like this weekend. And again, it's not often we look back at the Indian region and take much away from the previous results.
Sure.
Save the matchups that they played versus Vitality.
Yeah.
But the one thing that I'm kind of looking over the numbers is like, Godlike either are incredible at search or very poor. I mean, we're looking at a lot of lopsided scores early throughout this year, a lot of 7-2s, 7-1s. You get to CDSI, a couple of tight overtimes, 7-9s there, here and there, but there are a couple of really bad losses. It's just kind of hard to, look at results like that and say, well, what's going wrong here for Godlike? Is it just because one player has to pop off when they do things snowball, or what's going to be the case? Like, what's the identity of this search going to look like?
Yeah, that much was evident, especially getting 2 land for CDSI. Very, very tossed up when it comes down to even the 2 search and destroys that they play versus Vitality. And it's just stark comparisons. Consistency is very important when it comes down to Call of Duty Mobile. And yeah, the highs and lows will surely be there, but it's 11:35 local time here. You needed to wake up quite some time ago. You needed to be prepared for this matchup yesterday.
See what happens. Again, best of 3s. No forgiveness.
No.
Everything comes down to what you were able to build leading into this event. Smokes, 2 of them thrown over through mid here. As Godlike on the offense are trying to maybe pull Elevate towards B with this hit down mid. Problem is, shot lands towards the play at B, and now Elevate are very aware that there is a play through mid.
If you've been living under a rock and not watching what Elevate has to offer, Wompy's dead now, but Kendi is an absolute superstar. Big trades will at least come through. It's going to force out the 2v3.
But Elevate do what they need to do to try to limit the damage on this quick play through mid. Now the focus just goes purely towards B.
Susano playing a very close corner here at Tires. May actually catch something as there's a slide over. Doesn't know where exactly he wants to take the aim as there's a couple of players nearby. Nice shots from PJ, who can now rewrap this. This is a brilliant little micro movement step for him as he can just kind of double up and play this backside to isolate. Doesn't need the help, though, does Susano, as he finds a little shot on the Neutrino. And first round will go to Elevate.
Especially off of the trading of the nades, as ceremonious as it is when it comes down to be execute. I love the decision-making coming through from Elevate, just to suppress, at least make sure that a player's watching the flank. But once you get the information coming through from the slide, it just fully engulf them. You have the numbers. Wonderfully done.
Same smoke here for Godlike up the middle of the map. This time, though, they're playing a little bit more passively. They do find first blood, but Yopi, aggressive out of 10. Finds one, but can't step away from the trade from Abiz. So we'll keep the numbers advantage, 4v3 early for Godlike, who have now taken a bit of a pause, trying to tally up where exactly these last Elevate defenders are.
And learned, getting a lot of information. Are we going back over towards B? Are we full sending over towards A? Seems that it will be the latter. So have to worry about PJ with this Fennec inside the trailer.
Drop the bomb.
Stuff from Elevate, locking things down. Smoke out again. This doesn't really affect PJ. He still has a little bit of a cross that he can see here. Abiz steps through, catches the first. PJ doesn't really know where he is.
Where did he go?
Where did he go? He's a ghost. Abiz in and out like a phantom.
The smoke grenade was so timely for Abiz's success there. Was able to get back behind the bomb, catches one Elevate player lacking. And then by the time you try to turn for that trade, or PJ's, your teammate's gone, you're chasing ghosts at that point. Brilliant response for Godlike.
First time we're gonna see heavy stacks of nades over towards the A side of the map here for Godlike's offense. A couple of spam shots over through the woodwork as well. Nothing going to land as there's a double stack of Elevate defenders inside of trailer. Counter nades coming through just to make sure A stays clear. But Godlike have shown some restraint. The focus was through, and they actually catch Klo, who tried for an early flank through jungle. Doesn't work out, and now numbers will allow Godlike to approach.
So have two players lurking around wood. They're actually going to send Neutrino all the way through from the flank, but they have lost Trunks. So 4v4, you're not really in a position to try to give up this bomb site. You're kind of committed to this now if you're Godlike.
Yeah, halfway, as Abiz, I was about to say, is trying to work things over to the middle of the map. He does find another. So now these defensive players should be able to just keep their focus on trailer, but doesn't work out as Yopi connects on to Learn. And Neutrino's long flank now all of a sudden has to be win condition. Abiz clears out trailer by just walking in, but gets caught swapping weapons. And Neutrino's not going to clear America, so Susano will find the easy kill, and Elevate will get their second.
Just strange. I mean, once you get a player over on the bomb itself, just ready to plant it, you're kind of really relying on Trunks in that moment to fully clear inside a trailer. Once you lose that life, you're kind of hesitant on what you're supposed to do with your two players watching the flank. Neutrino's flank just needed to come through a little bit faster. Not really well judged for the timing as Elevate take a one-round lead.
Trophies splitting the map here as Godlike will not get aggressive early. Instead, they're looking for quick contact, and they actually get some wall bang on to PJ for first blood. Stun through mid just to make sure no one's lingering towards the front side at trailer. And I would imagine that Godlike are going to start to put together whatever their intentions are here as a follow-up nade stun combo goes topside A.
Wow.
Neutrino lands one onto Susano's forehead inside of mid-chin.
That is a hell of a nade. First stun didn't connect on anything. Second and the third nade over by A. It doesn't connect with anything as well. Now, you'd have to imagine that a player still might be lurking inside of America, but these last two players are isolated. To say you have numbers advantage would be putting it lightly.
Yeah, they did kind of clear this out a touch with nades inside of the trailer, so they should be able to safely commit to the A plant, and that will be the case. Small tally of a follow-up kill, though, comes out of Elevate. So Kendi, Klo need to try to work this, and they're going to do so independently of one another. One from one side, one from the other. What does Klo's COD timing look like here? Kendi holding very patiently, waiting to see if Klo will catch any contact. We gotta go, boys. And oh boy,
not enough time.
Just, yep, right in the Bermuda Triangle goes Klo between three different Godlike members. Good damage onto one, but the clock is the issue. Kendi able to connect, but he has to stick. I mean, you have to stick this. Klo may have a chance to help out here. Hold on a second, but Abiz, he hits the shot that matters. No more defuse, and he even connects onto the pistols for the final.
I mean, that's a massive moment for Abiz. You're kind of forced into two different situations as a pro player there. You have to help out your teammate, but most importantly, their win condition has to be that angle from showers. Wonderfully done there for Abiz to be able to get the shot that mattered the most to confirm a second round on the board.
Looking at a live tally of what the performance looks like thanks to our friends at Snapdragon. As we get early action once again, snipers exchanging kills. Klo going to be getting a lot of focus here. Good support nades over the top through middle, though. They're landing right all over this godlike offense, softening up the hit, and that's enough for Klo to somehow finesse for 2. The follow-up through the middle of the map is good, though, for godlike, and they should be able to get a B plant. But Yobi is also seeing bottom 10, so no need for it. Initially, the defensive nades over the top
was
looked
great.
Absolutely critical.
That was great. That was exquisite to watch from the mini-map. All the nades coming over and then the hits soon to follow. That's just some of the brilliant teamwork that we have seen from Elevate, especially recently. But it's godlike now to flip the lead. They have a 1-round lead now. Offense is just going to play rather passive, see what information they can find off of their nades.
Now, smoke through middle just allows the Bees to watch that cross through trailer. Couple of spam shots also just whisking by. Kendi looking for the follow-up. Oh, he's just gets caught in no man's land. That should lead to a commitment onto A with Kendi out of the picture. You got to be thinking this is post-plan today all day long.
Now, you still don't know if there's a player lurking inside a trailer. It's actually a 3-player committal that's actually coming through jungle defensively.
Yeah, but the post-plan is set up for this setup, and Trunks nearly does it all himself. Doesn't even want the pistol. Give me more of that. Takes out 3. Klo also tagged. Easy follow-up from Neutrino and godlike up 4-2 at the half.
Big momentum swing for godlike. They got to be feeling confident now. You've beaten these guys here before. They can smell that raid control very nearby as we will flip sides. Elevate for their opening offense. It is firing into the end of the day. You will see a lot of nades through mid, but Elevate's numbers are favoring that to be.
Learn able to connect onto a car bomb for the first. Nade to Trunks does damage, but not enough to get him out of a position. He almost gets the reload for a third. Yobi able to get himself at least 1 trade. The retreat back is desperate, though, in nature, and godlike can smell blood in the water. Susano trying to hold, but not going to be allowed to, and godlike take the first defense, and then now a wide margin starts to exist on the scoreboard.
And 2 more rounds, and godlike will be loading into a 3rd and final map here in their opening best of 3 versus your CDSI champion of Elevate. And Trunks is just playing out of his mind. Up to 10 eliminations so far. Passive setup coming through for Elevate. Just trying to see what information they could possibly get out of godlike, and it's a first blood.
Yep. Bees will drop. Sniper out of the picture all of a sudden.
Bomb acquired.
For godlike's defense. Elevate. Spreading the map. Trying to take their focus over towards the A side. Stun over the corner just to make sure no one's holding close. There will be question marks about if there's anyone inside a trailer. Learn tallies. There's a couple. Trying to threaten towards A. He wants the action. Gets a couple of hit markers, but nothing more, and that's going to lead to a post plant.
Flank comes through from Trunks, and he finds the utmost perfect timing for 3. Knows that there might be 1 more player over inside of Showers for sure now, as Susano will find that trade, but the bomb has been dropped on A.
What a route. What a route. And now Susano trying to finesse. Pulls the attention to godlike. 60 seconds to play. Klo, a little bit of sneakiness of his own. But look at the proactive movement from godlike. They're going to take Showers, saying we can still just jump peek the bomb. Learn can hold deep to see if there's a cross through wood. And if we have to collapse onto B, that's fine. Bomb gets collected, and the shots from Learn are just not there. So now it's just down to Neutrino 1v2.
Oh, but the timing might not be there for the peak. Gets the timing to see the one cross, legs him, can't get the kill. And that's all the information you need for Elevate. Plant the bomb at A, play the post plant in America.
Yep. Neutrino also had a second window to try to hit. Doesn't work. Swaps to an Ode. Maybe he can find ways to connect where Learn was unable to. Susano holding the mid cross. Passive setup for Klo on top of the bomb. Neutrino reveals his position with the stray shot over towards America. Now it's just down to Kenny. Got the Odin. No, he guesses right when Klo was left, and Elevate will respond.
I got nothing. I mean, I was starting to get increasingly nervous once we saw the last 2 players for godlike there just separate ever so slightly. They got inside of Showers. A little bit of a further approach coming through from Learn just to be able to hold that angle outside of wood, but gets caught. Elevate 1 round at a time. Diminishes lead to 2.
Shot lands for Kendi onto Learn. Hit marker again, though. And that's enough for those smokes to fade away with really not a lot of ground taken behind that.
Yeah.
In fact, it's godlike who tried to get aggressive through mid outside of trailer. That's enough for a route for Trunks to rotate back through sandbags, and Elevate will have to consider that that's a possibility, seeing as they were pushed off the mid angles.
And now what utility do you even have left to try to execute on one of these sites? You almost feel like that you have to square up and try to get some of these kills inside a trailer, maybe all the way through jungle, but...
Oh. If you're going to clear trailer, you're going to run into Prevail with an R9.
Exactly. It is so standardized coming through from Godlike, post all of the utility in this 5v5.
Feels like a round where we saw Tribe just have to run forward.
Yeah.
Might have to be the same case here. And Kendi will move forward. It won't be a run. A Bees up and over. That was seen. Action happening off screen. Doesn't really result in anything for now until eventually Kendi does connect. So now you can try to flood this. Again, the question will be what comes through middle here as Elevate, again, have not put eyes on mid at all.
You got to be worried about Learn in his positioning through mid. Actually gives it up for the timing. Comes down to Prevail to maybe try to stop this. You're not going to expect the player directly to his right, and it is just unfortunate disaster for Godlike in this 5v5. Elevate brute force their way onto the A site. Neutrino, good luck, have fun, buddy.
It looked like it was a retake stun to try to get Prevail out of trailer.
Yeah.
I don't know if it landed. There's a trophy that I think was placed late by Elevate. May have stopped that little bit of a flash push situation, as no one was affected by it. At least if they were, it wasn't for long. So 2 in a row for Elevate gets us back to within 1. Godlike on this next defense. Defensive smoke gets placed deep through middle. Aggressive nades for Elevate, but they have to respect the smoke. You can't just stack at backside obstacles, so they have to hold and wait to clear wood before they can move on to A.
Very similar setup coming through for Godlike defensively. Players inside a trailer. You got one player watching that very long cross of a Bees. Does not want to get first blooded by Kendi, who has had his number for the past few rounds when it comes down to first bloods. But Elevate not liking what they saw. Kind of pushed them back off of that smoke like you were talking about, just playing for the timing. So hanging around over by the course itself. Stun's not going to connect with anything as well. Question marks for Elevate.
Oh, the Bees gets 2. Lines him up on the corner. Wallbang double, by the way.
Yeah, wallbang collab.
Do you think the Tundra has some piercing power?
No. I've seen more.
I've seen less. Elevate stuck. 60 seconds to play. They have. The thing about this is, Bees finding that collapse. They still have no idea there's a crossfire setup inside of trailer outside A.
And then what do you even do? I mean, like Yopi has the bomb. He's trying to at least catch a timing, maybe a stray shot to be able to get an elimination. Where we're down to 45 seconds, you have to commit towards one of these bomb sites, and it's not going to be B. They don't have enough utility to clear all the corners around tires.
And the Bees could just play this safe corner. They know they've got the advantage playing in trailer. And if things get really mixy, Neutrino can also rotate over. Trunks is going to step up. This is bold, and Susano misses. That's enough for Trunks to find a couple of Bees finishes it off. So Godlike will get to that point.
Yeah. No more funny business coming through from Godlike. You won 2 in a row if you are Elevate through the offensive incursions, but Godlike shut it down. The big first blood is coming through.
Defend the objective.
But most importantly, it was a great answer for the utility. I mean, Elevate just had so many question marks. They did not know where to go.
Opening focus for Godlike. Getting aggressive. That stun will land. That's one way to kind of counteract offensive trophies. Just push so far forward that you just get it too far deep. Doesn't result in a first blood, though, as Kendi will stay at least idle over towards A while the rest of the focus moves into B. Neutrino nearby. Gets a couple of hit markers. Not able to find PJ. Where's Trunks? He was right here. He got on a crossfire, but he allowed Elevate to get into the site, and that makes this a bit of a mess now defensively.
Favoring towards the reload so that way he can take at least 2 more gunfights. And it forces Elevate just to kind of give up, almost expecting Trunks to overheat, but that's not the case at all.
No. Same breath, Kendi also drops on that island towards A. So this hit for Elevate has to come over, and whoa, Trunks does overheat a little bit, thinking maybe he's got timing. But once more, it's just one of those moments that he's going to look back on and say, I didn't need to do that. We've got A control already. We've got good focus here at B. And that's now a door starting to open up a little bit here for Elevate to try to retake onto this B site.
Not saying that as an excuse, but if I had 16 eliminations and a firing range search and destroy through 10 rounds, I probably would overheat as well. But it could be a crucial moment. 3v3. Abeez's position could be everything. Knows that at least one player had cross. Just waiting is Prevail for that timing off of what Abeez can see off of contact.
Yep. Should be an angle to stop any desperate plants on B if they trust it. Prevail may have caught some contact. A late rotation back to A. And at the same rate, Godlike are sitting here saying, well, this surely has to be B.
They're going to be late to the party here. Abiz has to be careful of 10.
All the timing.
And now it's down to really just learn. Does he want to peek this? Nate is being cooked up. Does this land for Abiz? There's still trophy systems nearby, but it's still enough for Learn to push. He finds not just one, but two. Trade is decent, but there's no more time on the clock. Godlike will take the firing range against Elevate again.
It's a very, very bold move there at a moment's notice. Even in a 3v3, just you're on the B bomb side rather than try to commit and pushing all the way through from the information. They saw Prevail, and they thought that as an opportunity. We have two players over here. Surely the third is probably watching mid, which, albeit they were, you have 20 seconds left to rotate all the way back through wood to get over towards that A bomb site, where their rotation through America with the Odin, as you saw from Learn, is just so simplistic.
Yeah, and I think the other side of that, and again, it's a desperate play in certain ways, but you know, if you're Elevate, if we're in this 3v3 situation, even if it's a 2v2, if you're keeping someone kind of, you know, watching the flank, you have to be watching over the bomb planner there. Like, we can't just be watching the mid-cross. We have to be helping the bomb go down successfully. So, a couple of moments in there where you look at and say, ooh, not as tight as you'd like to see, but I think if there were to be a weakness in Elevate's game after watching CDSI, it would be in their search and destroy.
Absolutely.
And of course, it is, again, a run-back map that they had already lost to Godlike in the first place. So, moments of life here for Godlike, even in the face of a Trunks takeover.
16 eliminations is insane. Also had a Herculean performance in the map number 1. The scoreline not as competitive or as convincing as this one here, but again, I think you're just gotta respect it for what it is, right? You're gonna see firing range everywhere. Like, you gotta have a firing range search and destroy when it comes down to Call of Duty Mobile competitive, but also at the same point in time, I do respect it for Elevate, leaving it in against Godlike. It is the one map mode combination you did lose to them previously not too long ago at CDSI, but this is what I was worried about going in towards a raid control. Control as a game mode may not be as well versed for some players. However, when it comes down to raid, this is a bread and butter. And if Trunks is shooting like this, it might be a certain problem for Elevate to deal with off this momentum swing.
Yeah, but the side of this that, and again, we'll talk about this in a moment, is Godlike don't play raid. They just don't. They really, I think, you know, you look back at CDSI, they tried to finesse the veto process by playing a lot of Seaside, which was not a popular map in China at all. So that seemed to be kind of the focus. Whereas you look at Elevate and what their history has looked like on at least the control, they were great at control throughout CDSI. In fact, they didn't drop a single control at CDSI. So there is that to play with, including some really convincing results on raid. So this is, again, you know, when you're looking at this Elevate team, how do they go from one championship to another? It's going to be largely through the way of the respawn.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that has been their winning combination as well. And that's why you can just see just how loose they are on the stage. They understand, yeah, search and destroy, maybe our weakest game mode. That's not exactly great conversations to have for yourself when it comes down to a potential best of 7 should you make it to grand finals. However, the respawns, should you close out a series early and fast enough through your slaying prowess and just how meticulous we saw them breaking every single hardpoint that Godlike were set up for, why not have the same copy-paste moment when it comes down to raid control?
Very true. Other side of it is there's some PTSD built into Godlike on this stage, on this map.
Well, when you put it like that.
All the long-standing COD Mobile historians will, of course, remember that this was the last moment of their World Championship run versus Wolves, and it was a map that we look back on and say they should have won it. They had two options. The stack, they just forgot about the objective. Now, talking with these guys while they were here early, they said, look, we know we messed up, but you learn from moments like that, and not having been in a situation like that before, mistakes like that can happen. Sure. That's a growing moment for sure. It comes with obviously a lot of pain, but there's no better way to come back and find recovery than stepping onto the stage again, nearly another 10 months later, and being able to win this map versus a very quality opponent on the other side.
Can't ask for a better test than a team off of recency are coming into a raid control 13-1 before this weekend even started.
Yeah.
That is a tough ask, but again, when we talk about control, Arsenal, Seaside, to your point that you brought up earlier, you're just not going to want to face off against Elevate on a map mode combination that will enact a spawn trap inevitably should you lose the opening salvo. But raid gives you a fighting chance, especially when you do have some pretty darn straight shooters on this Godlike roster. And to your point again, just learning from everything, what they were able to intake last year came up short, whatever, but I think that this team is always willing to step up to the task, get better with one another. That's why they're still sticking together as a team. be able to see what they can also do here on the global stage once more.
I really want to see how polished this Elevate control looks.
Me too.
Like, it's one thing sitting back and watching it. It's another to like actually be actively breaking it down and making note of the small things that they do well.
Yep.
That's sometimes just be missed if you're opening up and watching 4 streams at once right now, by the way.
Which you should be.
Which you should be.
Yeah.
Multiple tabs, friends. There's an app for that.
Quad box it. But, you know, it's just a beautiful thing. And there's so many games that are happening as well. Even from our perspective over here, we can still see the BC and D streams as those games are still going on. Just bangers after bangers. Par for the course when you're at a World Championship.
I got someone on a map 3 Seaside control over there. It looks like it's on the Delta stream. Not sure who's playing that, but that's something to keep your eye on. Could be Upset City happening over there. You know who's playing there? What you got?
I'm trying to find out.
All right. I love your effort.
I tried. It's the thought.
It's the thought that counts, yeah. Well, regardless, we're ready to go here for match A, so stick with us as we jump on into a raid control. Godlike trying to find a way to possibly give an early upset, so to speak. It's hard to say it with any sort of like solidified confidence because this is your runners-up from last year, but they are playing the recent CDSI champions, so you know, call it what you want, but it would feel, I think, like an upset in a lot of ways.
Control, if you're unfamiliar, capture segments on the zone. The more segments you capture, if it goes round 5, you will get defense, but if you can win by kills, if you can win an offensive round, good for you because it is very difficult to do.
Yeah, this is what we come to expect. Kendi's going to snipe whenever he possibly can. Early defense, though, for Elevate, already being tested over the top of DB zone. And Godlike will come away with even exchanges on overall lives. Able to step on to pause the clock for a minute, but not even a minute, it's a second. Counter nades are good, and that's enough for Godlike to say, we're done with this site, let's move over to A.
Yeah, might as well try. Got a lot of space in the middle of the map through rocks, but nobody's inside a kitchen yet. Neutrino's just a little bit late to this. He's expecting a hit to come through from pillars, and albeit it does, the pinch is just not good to deal with. But Godlike still hanging around over by the A control zone, and we'll keep the clock stalled for now.
Yeah, second tick of progress on the way. Bedroom control still in hand, though, for Elevate's defense, trying to recover over through the front side at Money Window while simultaneously pinching a Bees. Little left-right combo. Oh, almost takes it into the left-right, and then the instant haymaker out of the Tundra, but Prevail will get the elimination. Second tick block, third now on the way, and here comes Elevate trying to flood, but Bees standing in forward, able to at least eliminate this defense down to single lives, and that's enough to extend the clock an extra 60 seconds.
Okay, it's insane how that does end up working in Godlike's favor. Trunks' position off the respawn was actually still holding the entirety of the flank. A very slow start for how good of a series that this young man has currently had for himself, but Bees with that sniper rifle is going to be potent enough. It's a 2-life deficit for Godlike, but they have so much more time to work with over here by the ring.
Oh, I thought for a second Trunks was about to absolutely world star Klo. Doesn't work out, and as Klo keeps his life, he turns that into a second elimination. So now 12 plays 9. Advantage to Elevate. 3 ticks is all that's been tallied to this point. Minute 20 on the clock, and Godlike are putting together at least an attempt to pinch. I mean, you've got a player in Neutrino deep in the defensive spawn, and he's going to call for more assistance. They're trying to rewrap laundry here.
You also have the same thing happening on Elevate side. They have a numbers advantage here, Alan, and with a clock that is going to be in their favor as they're starting to clear over by Garage. Players still hanging around ring. You're pretty convinced at this point if you are, Kenny, that you can just hold the angle. What the quick scope was that?
Nade in the left hand, sniper rifle in the right hand. This guy hits the gym. Tell you what. Follow-up from Elevate, working out for a little bit of spawn pressure, as now it's just down to the last 2 lives for Godlike. And there's just nowhere for them to go. Yeah, so 3 ticks of progress is all they're going to find. Learn just doing what he can to try to reduce the life gap just a touch, but good defense from Elevate, all things told.
Absolutely. I mean, being able to at least read the situation where the initial hit is coming from is one of the more difficult parts when it comes down to control, as Learn just trying to make it punishing there at the end. Yeah, I mean, hold on a second.
I mean, he finds one more kill. He may get this first tick of progress lot. That could be important.
It might be. Gets the first over towards pillars, but the pinch from Laundry is inevitable. So 3 segments, thanks to Abiza's efforts and Neutrino as well, over by that A control zone. But yeah, great defense coming through from Elevate, just being able to win not only the opening engagement, but keep Godlike pinched in the middle of the map. It exhausted so much of the clock.
And this is what we often talk about with control in COD Mobile. You've got operator advantage
now for Elevate. The defensive win. They're going to pop the Sparrow and the War Machine initially, but that's a nade from Neutrino that actually stops Yopi's Sparrow before we can even take a shot with it. Neutrino hasn't been able to do too much with his War Machine either, so not a lot of value here for early operators as Elevate continue just to kind of wait for their moment to jump onto the A zone.
Not exactly what you want to see as an Elevate fan, but a great response coming through from Neutrino, not only from the nade itself, but just the single operator that was expended to keep Elevate at bay. That 1-for-2 trade is going to be good. And then you force Elevate back to the drawing board, try to play through the middle of the map. They're already up to the pool side and inside a basketball court, so the clock will stall at 56 seconds.
Yeah, lots of nades being thrown here as Elevate are not just happy staying on the zone, they want to get aggressive. Close, surprised with the equalizers out. B's able to turn that into technically 2. He gets the quick scope for one, the nade for the other, but Elevate's attentions on towards the A zone still look strong as mid-map focus continues to bleed over towards the Garena squad.
Yep, look at the setup coming through from Godlike. I mean, they are just inside of Garage. A grenade will unearth Prevail from the AC units, but from the positioning that you have, if you are learned, look where everybody's spawning, just in a linear and one-dimensional path into Neutrino's having himself a great map number 3.
Trade is decent though. Elevate can at least still frame up some sort of a hit. But look at the Godlike defense. They're setting up the zip trap. They've got it. They've got the gym control. They've got the AC control. And now you're just screwed. I mean, if you're looking at this from Elevate, you're hoping you can jump onto the point, give yourself the extra 60. Why are we not jumping on the point and giving ourselves the extra 60? There we go. Finally, we jump on forward, but now you've got to turn around. You have to deal with the spawn trap. I mean, you still have learned, teeing off, and finally, it's someone who spawns up in the form of Susano to turn and find the elimination needed.
But now you have to start realizing, why are we spawning inside of the gymnasium? It's because there's still one more player inside of the spawn. And they have a Claw. It is Trunks, who hasn't had a great map number 3 thus far, but this Claw inside of Art just might be the final thorn that Elevate have to deal with. It is 14-8, and Godlike have been in the spawn trap since yesterday.
Tough timing there for Trunks. Tries to step in with the Claw, but loses its channel and gets caught with a knife out. Still, though, 4 life advantage. Prevail going to call the equalizers in through Art.
Okay.
Yeah? Decisions were made.
They sure were.
He's going to be able to lock down this front door, but it just doesn't feel super necessary, especially considering that all of Godlike are still around this zone with complete control of it.
I mean, it's just such an unnecessary resource to throw away. Especially once you inevitably do win this 10v5. The Elevator now out of respawns that you might just need to be able to convert one of the upcoming zones for an offense. All speculation aside, Kendi's going to be able to take down one.
Yeah.
Getting further positioning here on ring. There is a flank, though.
The thing is, with this kitchen control, Elevate should know that they've got Godlike spawning out. This is still doable, but the flank from Trunks may have just taken the last life out of the lungs of this Elevate offense. And yeah, B's tallying on the Susano. PJ, last one left, also gets shut down. 3 ticks for both sides so far through our first 2 rounds.
Yeah, 3 segments each, so even playing ground. But again, it mostly comes down to the resources when we talk about converting an offense in Call of Duty Mobile, when it comes down to being able to turn what almost feels like this is going to be sent towards a round number 5. 1 operator currently in the hands for PJ. Kendi also going to pull out the War Machine as well, just trying to win this defense before it even starts.
It's an Annihilator battle in middle. Abyss has the last word. Kendi has to rotate with the War Machine. He popped this early, just hoping for something desperate. Not going to really work out over the top, so Abyss will jump on. Clock will pause at a minute 10. And kitchen control also looking good here for Godlike. It's going to be an early stack for some very early success here on the A zone.
Neutrino has been a problem. If it's not with the Odin, it is surely with the nades and other ordinances, including the War Machine. Hunter-Killer Drone going to try to move themselves a little bit further forward. Watch out for player number 3 in blue, trying to work himself up a little bit of a flank. Is currently sitting up inside of bedroom, and this is a lot of pressure that you have to turn to deal with if you are Godlike.
Yeah, that's just a really good timing on the pinch. Klo from one side, Yopi on the other. Stops the second tick before it can be fully captured. And now you're forcing this Godlike offense to have to go A because of the route through the bottom side at bedroom. So now all of a sudden a little bit of trouble here for Godlike. Trying to get some feet underneath them on this approach, but a couple of kills after the backside of the smoke dissipates allows them to at least reduce the Elevate defense just a touch.
And now what resources do you even have to try to combat it against this? So you got the 2 segments over at A, but just look at Elevate just suppressing them as PJ just jumps from the rafters, finds himself yet another kill, 15 to their name. And now Godlike forced to march across the pool side. They need this 3rd segment.
Yopi tallies the inventory of how many players are here, almost gets the transfer for a couple, but again, that's what Yopi does. He's the first man in, the rest of the team cleans things up. 16 seconds on the clock. currently being paused with focus over towards B. That's going to have to be where Godlike tries to get an extra 60. There's just no way to get back over to the A zone, and the equalizers from Klo clear out Art. And with that, now Godlike are just kind of back and forth ping-ponging between which zone they're trying to attack.
And it's just because of how proactive Elevate are, just being able to find all these kills, they either march through Art or they march through the Zig stairs just to try to make sure that Godlike can spawn in very precarious position. PJ up top with the Odin, just letting him have it. Trunks was one shot. Kenny will claim his own life, but it should just be the round here. No respawns remaining for Godlike in 8v4.
Oh, but they do find a couple of kills. Second tick is done. Third possibly getting a tally here with that. Yopi in for the contest. Last second to come through, and Godlike will actually be able to stop it a little bit longer, but not do much more beyond just a small contest. So 2 ticks added on to the tally, and with that, Elevate looking good from their defense again.
Yeah, I think that second segment is pretty vital. Obviously, 2 is more than 1. That's how increments do work. But at the end of the day, I think that Godlike did have ample opportunities to be able to capture that 8 control zone. It just comes through from the timing for the player top bedroom for Elevate. But you need a defense here if you are Godlike, and you need it to be a very potent one at that to maintain that round 5 defense should we get there.
Now PJ gets up top, already has another Annihilator from when he started last round. These shots, though, not fully hitting, at least initially, but is still zoning out this Godlike defense. Knows he's got a player backside jungle and tries to sniff it out before the Annihilator charge runs out, and that's where it will end. 3 battles for Godlike over the top of A has worked out nicely, but Elevate still with a big staging setup will throw every single nade to Neutrino's direction, pushes him off, and Elevator back onto the A zone already.
How do you get yourself out from here? A lot of it has to be through the money window, but the crossfires, the gunfights, just the timing is just coming up all Elevate. Second segment lock. Equalizer now out from Prevail, and it's actually working out wonderfully from Trunks on the pinch. But still, so much more work to do just to maintain presence on this map.
Third tick being contested. Prevail aggressive with the equalizers. Shuts down 1 through Zig. And again, it just doesn't feel like the greatest of timings for this equalizer. Like, we get a little bit forward, but you know that Elevate's going to be stacking over for A. They get the extra 60. That gives it the tick advantage as well. So at 18 plays 18, the equalizers are done, for at least for Godlike standpoint. And Elevate are still working on playing out of this position.
Yep. It's always been the investment and the return of investment for the operators. We talked about that even on the Hacienda map number 1. Elevates have just been that much better. Neutrino, another war machine that, is able to find a couple of kills, but we have to start thinking about what this position might mean for us. How much more space can you deny from Elevate? You have a 3-life lead. You need to suppress him here.
Yeah, and this needs to find value because you don't want to spend any other operators knowing you're going into a round 5 offense if you can hold these last couple of moments here. So a lot of macro gameplay going to be questioned for Godlike as they're only enjoying a 2-life lead. And it doesn't even feel super confident considering the middle of the map is not anywhere near theirs, but Prevail Trunks able to follow up and make sure that everything is counteracted beautifully. 11 plays, 6 and Elevate have to come out of spawn again.
You're running out of lives.
Prevail existing inside of Art is hitting routes. No more respawns remaining for Elevate. This has surely got round 5 written all over it.
Yep. So Learn will have an operator, Abiz will have an operator, and I imagine Prevail is probably close as well. Other side of things for Elevate, Yopi, Sparrow already at the ready for him. No one else has anything charged. And Neutrino's also been able to earn himself a Hunter Killer drone. So maybe a chance if you can tally a couple more kills for Predmus. That would be massive for the round 5 offensive attempts.
Would have been good.
Excuse me?
Yopi? Let's imagine. Imagine. That would have been insane. What a Herculean conclusion that would have been, but it's not to be. But the problem still remains for Godlike. We haven't seen an offensive win, but we have seen at least Elevate being able to deny that 3rd segment coming through from Godlike. Would have been the difference if going up to kills for a round 5 offense as we look at the resources for Godlike. Need to find value with the Sparrow off the rip.
Yep. Not good. Boy, actually will be used immediately. I mean,
yep.
Yopi loves to do this, where he's just blindly taking the Sparrow out, not even knowing necessarily where the hit's coming from, just to hope he can just stop it before it happens. But the problem is, he doesn't get anything with it. The Hunter Killer drone shuts it down. This is possibly where it happens. Prevail stuck in a corner, doesn't know which way to look, able to still find Kendi. That's enough for the first tick done, the second on the way very quickly. And Elevate spawning towards Laundry have to hope these nades start to land. None of them are. So a second tick gets captured, and you may have to chalk this if you're Elevate.
Oh, you do. It's about a 2v4. The other two reinforcements coming through from Elevate are just way too late in the reach, or just too clean as well. But PJ in the timing inside a money window. How have you gone away with this? The Hamburglar of the third segment is Elevate. Godlike back to the drawing board.
Godlike were already on rotation. They thought they got the third tick for free.
It looked pretty good.
It was about a fraction away from being completed, but now Elevate starting to work back on their retake. Sloppy off the reload for both players. But still goes the way of Godlike for now, but the defense will restabilize, enjoy a 2-life lead, and still have a pretty convincing spread of the map.
Third segment being depleted is crucial in this situation as well. The lives aren't even too far gone either. Godlike actually trailed by a single life, and now you have to work on this third segment from scratch again. It is almost feels like anger coming through from Godlike, just constantly trying to throw their way towards the pool slide, but now you're just spawning over there because wouldn't you know it, you got someone in your spawn.
And the problem is you have to keep flooding to get this extra 60 seconds. Kendi only able to find one with the War Machine. Now you've got PJ with Annihilator in the face of so much utility from Godlike. 14 plays 10. PJ just trying to hang on backside basketball. He's able to connect. The War Machine gets shut down. Same breath. So does the Equalizer. PJ, pop it off. 12v7. 19 seconds on the clock as this contest over towards B, but Godlike, they need this extra 60 and they cannot find a way to get back onto A.
You might need the extra 60, but you need an extra life. Strungs has to pull out the claw just to maybe try to find a little bit more value, but it's 2v11. Godlike are currently falling by the wayside. Elevate will win this round number 5 of Control, and they will go into the 1-0 club.
Oh, man. That's one of those moments again for Godlike. It's like, what is it with this darn map?
Yeah.
We were a fraction away from getting the extra 60. They're thinking objective, objective, objective. Let's see if we can quickly transition back to the top of the map. Wouldn't you know it, Elevate was waiting to retake, and they stop it before the capture comes through, find the kills they need, and then there was just never a chance for Godlike to come back after that.
The only analogy that comes to mind is that when your eyes are bigger than your actual stomach. It's so difficult to try to decipher because the late hit that inevitably came through for that pinch that stopped that third segment from being captured. You can't blame Godlike because it was so mistimed, but it ended up working out perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, the thinnest of margins. So Godlike was right there, almost to possibly pull a bit of an upset over the CDSI champions. Not to be, though. The respawn just too good for Elevate to start off their first round of the Swiss as they will move on into the 1-0 bracket.
It's just one of those things that, like, I feel like that Elevate, albeit we wanted to see more from the firing range search and destroy, we know their steps to success. It's all in the respawns. The way that they were able to manipulate and isolate so many different players and force Godlike to play so timid. And then it really came through in just how resourceful they were with their resources in response continuously. When you go back and you dissect the 2 respawns, it's going to come through with the amount of pressure that Elevate did have over Godlike just from those resources and gunnies alone.
And I think the thing about it is, you know, reflecting on the Hacienda from map 1 and then also kind of tallying up some of the results that we saw from CDSI, especially against the Chinese teams in Hardpoint in particular, is that Elevate have not been restricted from map motion. They are running and doing whatever they want on the map. I mean, this particular matchup, Hacienda was just kind of given to them because Godlike were just not contesting the power positions that you often expect. You know, they're getting the early rotation, but they're allowing, you know, setup positions to be earned by Elevate, and eventually you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. It's kind of the same thing at the end here with round 5 of the raid control. They had so much more map control than Godlike did, and that eventually allowed them to just run away with the victory.
I think when you give so much space to Elevate, it allows their superstars to actually show up. Because again, it's not just the capability of how high they are able to go for their skill ceiling, but it's also their ability just to be able to take all of that information to be able to get as many kills as we saw take from PJ.
Yeah, well, PJ had a monster matchup, 32-28 overall. And FDOT is on the main stage with our post-game reactions with PJ.
Thanks for hanging out with us. Like they said up there, we got PJ down here, but your stats were all the way up there, man. You really reached into the backpack and brought something extra. Where did you find that this early in the tournament?
I think besides the device I'm playing, it's also my gameplay, so there's only minor adjustments, but I think I did great on this series, and I'm looking forward to more.
So now you faced up against India, who really came up last year, some noise, like specifically was a strong team. Who else in the rest of the tournament are you a little concerned about?
I'm looking forward to Galoris, LG, then the 3 China teams, Wolves, X-Rock, and Q9.
Sounds good, man. You really put together a great show so far. Good luck in your next ones. Congrats on the win.
Thank you, and please keep supporting us.
You love to hear it, folks. The friends local are doing a good job as well, getting loud. And Beef Mommy's somewhere. She's definitely got an update for us.
Woo, man, that was a close one for Southeast Asia right now. Garena teams doing a really good job. Moving on to the next round. And of course, speaking of another Southeast Asian team, we do have Stalwart Esports giving the 2-0 on the board. You definitely want to see that, of course, but when you're talking about 2 zeros, that was the story before. But in this time around, in round number 1s, of course, we didn't see the same thing. 2 1s for both Indian teams, but it seems like they're having such a difficult time when it comes to that control matchup. It's 4 Magic versus Vitality, where we initially actually saw Hacienda being played 130 and 250. They were very dominating, and of course, Tech leading the scoreboard over there. And when it comes to that search and destroy and takeoff, unfortunately, they couldn't really get it in the bag. 8 and 6 going to be their score line, and when it comes to that control, again, it reached round number 5, and whoever was on the defense, they definitely won that, and 4 Magic did a phenomenal job. They're going to be moving up, and for sure, they're going to be meeting Elevate in the scoreboard. Of course, this is a Swiss round, so there's still a lot of matches to see today. A lot of streams happening B, C, and D, so make sure to see us in our social media. We'll see you in a little bit.
Hey, we're Elevate. We're at DreamHack Atlanta, and we're here to win the CODM World Championship.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Never getting low, set for vertigo, further as the cross. shine. Waiting for my time to shine. Ooh, feel it in the right time. Feel it in the right time. For the right Feel the good vibration. There's something in the air. Raise your expectation. You can look, but don't you stare. Baby, lose control.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to DreamHack Atlanta, here for Call of Duty Mobile Worlds 2024. My name is Proper, and I'm joined by the LatAm powerhouse known as Galleries. And honestly speaking, it's been a long time coming that I've been able to have this conversation with you all, watching your entire road to get to this point in time. But before we get into the meat and potatoes of this interview, I want to introduce yourself to everybody that might not know who you are.
E aí, rapaziada, sou o Mihawk. Fala, rapaziada, Pabizeira.
E aí, rapaziada, sou o Henrique.
E aí, rapaziada, Foca aqui.
E aí, gente, sou o Lucas.
You've been at the top of the food chain for Latin America for a very long time. How does it feel to be so close to getting that first place? Do you feel like this is the team that's going to get it done?
Olha, doeu bastante essa não conseguir chegar ter o título, né? Tanto que a gente montou um time muito forte para isso, era o nosso objetivo, mas só que a gente não imaginava que poderia chegar numa final e ter tanta capacidade para conseguir esse título em tão pouco tempo. Mas isso só foi para carimbar e aumentar mais a vontade de que agora é o momento e a gente está colocando todas as nossas fichas agora nesse Champs. E é isso. Foi para não ter conseguido o título na Masters, para, se Deus quiser, agora.
It's nice to be humble, I suppose. Lord SKS sitting on that chair right now. So it's come a long way since then, I'll tell you that much. Well, Pabs, you're actually one of the other few players that have actually been here last year for DreamHack. Obviously wasn't exactly the outcome that you wanted. Does it feel different with this squad here?
É claro, é totalmente diferente jogar com o meu time. Esse meu time aqui, para mim, é minha família. Então, tá com eles agora, o Mihawk, o Henrique, o Foque, o Lucas, para mim é uma felicidade muito grande. E é isso, a gente tem um desafio enorme agora pela frente, mais um Mundial. E é isso, vamos dar o nosso melhor e, se Deus quiser, a gente vai ser campeão.
So then, to you, Mihawk, you have a long-lasting friendship with both Foki and Hen as well. How do you feel like that influenced some of the chemistry with the team, and did it influence your skyrocketing to be a top team today?
Cara, eu acho que conhecer o Henrique e o Foque desde 2018 com certeza deixa o clima e nossa química assim fluir mais fácil. Eu acho que é sempre muito divertido jogar com eles. Eu não consigo parar de rir em menos de 2 minutos, sempre tô rindo, então eu acho que se torna tudo mais fácil quando você está jogando com amigos e pessoas que eu considero como família. Então,
how does it feel to be surrounded by so much talent from the Latin American region?
Então, acho que a pressão é normal, né? A gente vai ser o time que eu acredito que geral quer derrubar ali. A gente é um time forte, então geral vai focar na gente. E a gente está preparado sim, a gente vem treinando muito, como o Henrique já comentou. E é isso, estamos preparados. Se Deus quiser, vamos trazer esse Mundial.
Anything that you want to say to your fans out there ready to cheer you guys on this weekend?
Agradecer todo o suporte, toda a comunidade que apoia a gente todos os dias. A gente sabe o quão difícil foi a gente chegar aqui. E pode ter certeza que a gente está sentindo toda essa energia, está sentindo todo esse apoio. E é uma honra estar podendo representar o nosso país aqui. Mais uma vez, se Deus quiser, essa vez vai ser diferente de todas as outras. É isso aí.
É isso.
Vamos!
Vamos!
Vamos, Brasil!
Pra cima, caralho!
So that was our time with Galleries. Make sure that you guys stay locked in and watch what these guys are going to do all throughout the weekend here at DreamHack 2024 for Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
Hanging out here in day one of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. We are 2 matches down. On the main stage, quite a few more have been completed over in our pit as well, as things are moving along. Teams are starting to nail down potential seeding positions in the brackets, and some are starting to worry about their positions here on day number 1 already. It's a really savage day, but we swapped out our casters. We brought in some new faces. We've got Tunnen and Finny joining us now for the next 2 matches. Excited to be up here now. It's the global stage.
I'm super excited to be here, and honestly, we've seen some super games so far, and I just want to see that competition continue for that, because if anything is to go by those first 2 games, I mean, some of the games in the pit as well, we've had some surprises there, which I'm sure we're going to talk about. We're setting ourselves up very, very well here on day 1.
Yeah, lots of storylines, right? Right, Infinity, I mean, coming this way, especially with Gallerus doing well and everybody kind of underestimating them a bit.
Yeah, I mean, we heard that a lot, right? We were talking about the interviews. We were kind of interviewed different teams, and a lot of people said, like, you know, Gallerus are not to be underestimated. I think they just proved why in the first set of the day. I mean, we still feel that because we casted Mobile Masters and we saw what they are capable of. So I don't think the people should be underestimating those guys.
Yeah, I think everyone's going to be keeping a very close eye on them so far. But we mentioned it, we've had lots of action happening, whether that was here on the main stage or also in our pit. So we're going to take a look back at our Swiss bracket and how things have gone so far. Now, Shift obviously explained it to everybody at home, but what happens is you play against each other. If you win, you go against another team that won. If you lost, you go against another team that lost. You'll move forward in this Swiss bracket, and we're starting to see how some of these other teams have done so far, Tom.
Yeah, win 3 before you lose 3 is always the easiest way to try and contemplate it in your brain. But look, there's been some surprises in round number 1, specifically though, and Brody, I don't know if you want to touch on this one, but Vitality losing their very first game, that is crazy.
I can't believe it, honestly. I mean, Vitality, I've kind of sat with the coaching team for a little bit while I was doing my interviews yesterday, and I was seeing the amount of preparation they put into these games. To see them lose against a roster like Full Magic Petrini almost immediately is absolutely wild to me. That is a massive upset, especially considering how much we've hyped that team as the super team. I'm not too sure what maps they actually ended up losing, but I mean, just to see them lose a hard point at all is crazy.
Well, we'll keep those games going, and we'll also make sure that we keep you all updated at home with how everything's turning out. You also see LG up there against Stalwart, Q9 against Elevate later on in the team portion of the bracket that has won. As we get another chance to take a look at our amazing trophy up here on the stage. Did you guys get a chance to look at that in person? Did you see how massive it is?
It's nearly as big as Proper, to be honest. It is quite large, but yeah, it's impressive, and I love to see that we have this big stage behind us as well for all the teams that are here. It's been a really good celebration. There's so much going on in and around the stage. We've got the graffiti artists, everything like that. It's just so cool at the moment.
Yeah, and things are going to only get better every single day as we continue on in the competition. But if we're continuing on, we have to start talking about our next match. Okay, our players are starting to get ready on stage. We have match number 3 coming right at you. You saw it there on the schedule during the break. It's Gallerus versus Wolves. Obviously, got to see Gallerus kick things off at the top of show, Brody. It was a great matchup.
I mean, Gallerus are just such a good team, right? And, you know, we talked about kind of the players to watch coming into this tournament. Obviously, Lucasin is kind of top of the docket for that. He delivered on that in the first match of the day. He was going off in the fire range, search and destroy with a sniper rifle. Business as usual for him. And then, of course, in the Summit hardpoint as well, just putting up the regular numbers that we expect. I do want to give some love to Mihawk, though. He's a player that's constantly underrated on this roster. He also showed out in that Summit hardpoint. So for these guys, I think, you know, a lot of doubters there out there, you know, before we got into the tournament, maybe they wouldn't perform. They've shut people up after the first round.
I mean, we heard it in the interview as well, Ton. I think one of the biggest things was the team chemistry. They were saying that at the end of the day, they actually just have fun. And yes, it's still a tough competition, but they're laughing with each other. It's the friendship bond, and that's definitely helpful.
And I think that's super important to have in any team, in any game, really. You want to have that friendship. It makes it so much easier just to work together. Because, look, realistically, you have to put these hard hours in, and it's a lot easier if you're spending it with people that you enjoy spending time with. Not all can be said about the casting team, fair play, but at the same time, for these guys, it is just very much that important factor to have that cohesion between each other.
Well, this match is not going to get any easier for them, because on the flip side of things, they will be going up against our defending champions in Wolves Ton. So talk to me about this roster.
I mean, they're a roster who, yes, okay, they won last year. They are a very, very talented team, but since then they've struggled to kind of get to that level since then, though. That has been the problem. Fulfilling what they were able to do last year has been a little bit difficult.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, that is just a crazy thing. Just how much they dominated last year, right? They only lost maps to Q9 and Godlike. Then coming into this year, they haven't won anything in their own region. They go to CDSI, and albeit they had a high placement, right? They were up there with the best of the best. They were not the best of the best. And I think that's going to irritate them coming into this tournament. They are going to be fired up to be better.
And I wonder, you know, coming into this, it is the tournament they won last year. They are defending champions. Does it give you that indication that you know, you're coming into it in the sense of you're defending your title. Is that going to give them the extra kick up the backside, so to speak, to get their job done, to improve themselves? Have they worked on stuff? Is it this environment that they thrive in? We're going to find out very, very quickly.
Yeah, and I think the thing is as well, right, it's important to note that, you know, China has gotten a lot better as a region over the last course of the year, right? And nobody expected them to be as dominant as they were last year, right? To see Wolves take it all the way home and Q9 getting as high in placements as they did. But that region has only got more competitive. Wolves has only got better as a roster as well. They are a very scary team coming in this tournament.
Well, if last year was any indication, or even what we're just seeing now coming out of the pit, there are always surprises in store at this event. It is always anybody's game, which is why we call it the era of everyone here for the Snapdragon Pro Series. But we have mentioned the fact that they obviously have a lot of experience as a roster here in Wolves. You guys kind of alluded to it, talking about them. Here is a breakdown of their placements of yore, you know, and it does kind of paint a pretty solid picture.
It paints a solid picture, but you're seeing a lot of numbers from 2023 here. I ain't seeing anything at all from 2024, and that is the big problem. Very, very solid throughout that entire 2023 year. China Masters first and second, then first, obviously, at the previous event of the World Championships in 2023. Since then, we're not seeing anything running.
Yeah, it is just, I think, the raising of the competition in China, honestly. I don't think it's an indictment of Wolves as a roster. I think it's the fact that you have rosters like X-Rock, for example, which were not at the World Championships in 2023, that are, of course, the best team in China, or were maybe before CDSI. You have Q9 that have also gotten better as well. Just the competition in that region is so hot. They are all so good. It's kind of very much more difficult now to do what they were doing back in 2022 and 2023.
And then they're going to be facing off, you know, the team in Gallerus, and is Gallerus potentially the next Cinderella story like we saw out of Godlike last year? Or now are they going to be facing off against a region, like you're saying, that even if Wolves doesn't have the place that they're hoping for, they're still going up against a region as a whole that is incredibly skilled?
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that people would even try to paint it as a Cinderella story, because like they did so well at Mobile Masters. Like, are people forgetting that they absolutely stomped Q9 in groups at Mobile Masters? Like, all right, yeah, they got to the grand finals and they didn't have a fun time, but like during the group stage, they were not only competitive, they beat them handily. Like, Gallerus are not a team to be underestimated at all.
Well, I think, I mean, we were casting that game and we were going into it, and the favoritism was towards Gallerus because of what happened in that group stage game. It was arguable that they fumbled the final just a little bit. So, okay, that's something to go negatively towards them, but they still very much had it within them to win that game and win Mobile Masters. They are very much a team to watch for the win this weekend, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, well, one of the final pieces of this discussion is going to be the maps that they've chosen. We have those ready to go, so we'll pull them up here and we'll start talking about it, because we're going to be kicking things off here with a Summit hardpoint. Talk to me a little bit. I see your face already here, Tom.
Well, I mean, we just got an opportunity, I believe, to see them on Summit and Gallerus at least anyway, and obviously going very, very well for them. Rotation to P3 was really, really solid the way they were around. So often we see that be quite chaotic, but it was very much down to that. We've seen Luxgen take over because that's what he does. Time and time again, though, we need somebody able to shut him down on this map. If they don't have that, Wolves, it is going to be a problem for them.
Yeah, for sure. I will say, though, from memory, I think Summit Hardpoint is a very good hardpoint map for Wolves, so they'll be happy that it's in this best of three. The thing I want to point out, though, is actually going to be the Seaside Control at the end of this best of three, of course, if we get there. Seaside Control is going to be an interesting one because it's played so much in the East. If you guys watch CDSI, you wouldn't know that we only casted it like twice in the Snapdragon Pro Series for Season 5 for NA and EU. And I think that also goes for LATAM as well. It's not a map that's played in the West all that much, and so I wonder, going into that map number 3, short of obviously of, you know, all the preparation that Gallerus would have put into that map, whether or not there's kind of some favoritism towards Wolves there.
Well, that'll be fun if we, like you said, if we're able to get to that point when it comes to our best of 3. But that means it's time for me to start picking your brains a little bit here, too. Obviously, we've got a chance to kind of highlight both of these teams, their strengths, potential weaknesses, and now that we have the information when it comes to their map pool, I want to get your thoughts on how this is going to play out. Brody loves this part. So this is Brody's favorite part of the entire competition every time.
He usually sits on the fence, though.
We'll let him go last, then. So you can go first here, Ton. Who do you think's going to win?
I have not sat on the fence at all. I want Gallerus 2-0. Honestly, I just loved what I seen from them in game number 1. I loved what I seen from them in Mobile Masters the last time we got to see them on an international level. They are a solid team. I'm going to go for a 2-0. I think Wolves haven't necessarily dropped off, but Gallerus are starting to rise, and I think it's a good time to finally go up against Wolves and see how they do.
Usually I'd just say you don't know what you're talking about, mate. But actually you're talking a little bit of sense, I will say that much. That was a brilliant Gallerist that we saw in the first round of play. So, you know, I'll respect it a little bit. That being said, I think Wolves are kind of underrated somewhat coming into this matchup. I think people are kind of looking at the fact that X-Rock and Q9 have been better teams in China, going, Wolves, yeah. But that is not the case whatsoever. I think Wolves are an absolutely terrifying team. They're so good at hardpoint. They're incredibly good at search and destroy, but pretty much everybody from China. I do feel like this is probably going to be a Wolves victory, but I think the hardpoint's going to be close at least.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think it's just a case of we haven't seen them, so it is still one of those ones where we could both be right. Yeah, like you know, realistically speaking, both these two teams have it in their locker to give us a good game, and that's all we want. It's early doors. We just want to see some good games.
I mean, Brody thinks it's going the full 3. You put it on 2-1.
Yeah, this is before I saw the maps. Actually, I said it was going to be 2-1, and then I saw it, and I was like, okay, actually, I think this is. I'm going to change it slightly. I'm sorry, production. Say it's going to be a 2-0. That's kind of where I'm at now. I think the hardpoint is going to be close. I think beating Wolves in a search and destroy unless you elevate is basically impossible. So I think the search and destroy is definitely going to go Wolves' way. I think the hardpoint's going to be close, but I still think it's going to be Wolves.
We've been getting a lot of differing opinions up here between our casters on the desk every time, and I'm here for it. I like the debate that we're getting back and forth. We're going to ask everybody at home the same question as well. Who do you think is going to be taking home our 3rd match on the main stage? Will Gallerist get a 2nd win so far on the day, or will it be Wolves who will kind of stop that flow that they've managed to start for themselves? We're going to be getting into match number 3 here in just a few moments. Before we do that, though, we're going to give our players a few more minutes to get themselves set up and ready. So we're going to send it to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Pô, rapaziada, vamos amassar os caras, Henrique. Vamos amassar, meu amigo. Vamos amassar. É isso, mano. Amassa os caras, bora. Fechou. É isso. Bora, fechou? Fechou. É isso, mano. Amassa os caras. Fechou? Amassa os caras. É isso, chefe. Bora. Vamos, rapaziada. Amassa os caras. Que é galo, rapaz.
Seen. We run like a wild machine. Watch out, cause we're baring our teeth, and there ain't no in between. With fire, you're gonna get burned down to the wire. Now, what did you learn? We're coming for you. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. We're coming for you. It's going down. We rain on the room like a storm. Yeah, we're way too big to ignore. We'll shake and we'll rattle the floor. You know what we came here for. Play with the fire and then you got burned down to the wire. Now what did you learn? We're coming for you. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. You're looking at a cold-blooded killer. We're coming for you. It's going down.
Set fire to the cold river. Set fire, sealed and delivered. Slow burn, shot to the liver. Heart so cold, make a grown man shiver. Wake up, don't be afraid. Make love, but don't be tame.
All right, everybody, thank you so much for hanging with us. We are back live and ready to dive into our third match here on the main stage for our Call of Duty Mobile World Championships live from Atlanta, Georgia at DreamHack. It's been a really fun day so far with some surprising results, some potential upsets, if you will. We saw, you guys mentioned that about that Vitality matchup over there in the pit, a little bit surprising, and I'm hoping we'll have a little bit of time later on to kind of really deep dive that and see what we've got going on for that matchup. But for now, our players should be about ready to go. If you're just joining us, we're preparing for our match between Gallerus and Wolves up here on our main stage. This one should be great. Gallerus and Wolves both being squads that have already won one in our Swiss bracket here so far, and they are about to see if they can win another, because it's time to get into our Summit Hardpoint.
Well, here we go. Summit Hardpoint. It is going to be Wolves taking on Gallerus for what is the first winners game, if you like, in Swiss. Both these two teams winning their first game to get to this stage, and it's already a battle between two titans on the stage. This is feasibly a semi-final later down the line.
I mean, yeah, these are two of the best teams in the tournament, right? Gallerus again, I know a lot of people are kind of underestimating them to a certain extent, but Wolves, obviously, I mean, we know, short of something crazy happening, that they are going to go deep into this tournament here at Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2024. So, yeah, this could be an absolutely banger matchup that we might well see later on in the single elimination bracket. For now, though, we're treated to it a little bit earlier on, and we are going back to a map in which we saw Gallerus have success earlier on today, but Ton, the opponent, is a little bit different.
Yeah, it's a little different. I mean, look, there was a lot to kind of pick up towards Tribe to see how they were going to do, and it just didn't quite go well for them. Gallerus looked really, really strong coming out of the gates. We've seen performances from Lucas specifically, but everybody on Gallerus really pulling their weight in that one. They will absolutely have to do the same here up against Wolves as we get into Summit. Anything particular to watch out for here on the Wolves side, because we haven't seen them yet on the broadcast, Brody, but going up against Gallerus, we know what they're about. What are Wolves going to do?
It's going to be side for me. I know we're on Summit Hardpoint, right? So the ARs sometimes can maybe have a tougher time than the subs here on this map, but for me, Sai is an incredible player. He is widely considered one of the best players in the world, and of course now he's got that fiance buff to go with as well. So Wolves Esports here going to be looking for that kind of slaying power to get control early on of P1.
And I think, you know, you talk about slaying power, you talk about Gallerus as well. So it is really going to be a battle around that. We know how well versed both these two teams are in the art of war. Things kicking up well here though for Wolves Esports. It's a nice little total to get hold of. 30 seconds and nearly counting over towards P1. We do see teams pick up a decent chunk of time. They're trying to do that. Gallerus eventually find a way through, but we're heading over towards P2 in 20 seconds time, and Wolves Esports will be very happy with that so far.
If you're Gallerus, you'll take this scrap time, but you ideally do want to make sure you break through towards this next hard point, and of course flip the spawns to the inevitable rotation towards P3. For the moment though, your gunfight's going up, down, up top. For the most part in favor of Gallerus, while looking for that scrap time.
Hardpoint identity.
So I will find a double. Peg also looking for number 3. Wolves haven't quite got the numbers just yet in towards New. As Peg finds a couple of kills though here, Ton, this might be the moment for Wolves to get control.
Trying to get control, but also obviously trying to get these rotations over towards P3 is going to be super important. Gallerus maybe just a little bit slow into this one, but no surprise to see already the streaks coming in from Lucas. He's starting to find something here now, and eventually they're looking to try and find a break. Can they manage to get it? Not quite. Wolves still in the point.
Yeah, big flank player coming through. Though Miko going to get red from Peg. That is a big double coming through from Peg. That's going to ascertain the spawns for that next hardpoint. The money kill here on Summit Hardpoint, if you like, for Wolves Esports. It was a big gamble there coming through from Gallerus to make sure they make that spawn to happen, but it does not. So Wolves now in control for this hardpoint. Wolves still in control of spawns.
23 seconds to try and find a push through. You do get a spawn towards ice if you are Gallerus, so it's an opportunity to try and find a way through, but Wolves finding those kills through the front door. Spawns though going to be a little bit contested here now as Mihawk trying to find a way through, doesn't win the gunfight, and that could have been the recipe for, well, disaster for Wolves, but Gallerus couldn't get it going. Wolves will once again be the first ones there. Not going to be able to find the kills on the transition. So for Wolves Esports, it's a really good hold at P2, and crucially, that rotation over towards P3 belongs to them as well.
Yeah, you talk about the last series that we saw, right, where Gallerus had so much success here on this hard point. It was this very kill here. It was the operator usage, I think, that did make the difference for them. And you look at what Wolves have in the back pocket now. You've got 4 operators. One of them has already come out. Zaya's got a double already with the claw. And now you're just looking for any of these kind of players that are trying to cause some havoc around the back line. They're getting caught off, though, and Zaya's keeping an eye on around the front as well. Gallerus, they're trying to get through, but it is so difficult when you're facing down these operators.
Wolves to come out absolutely swinging here in map number 1 and continue to gain control. Gallerus getting spawns towards the back now, but 30 seconds to go. Can they make them count? Sometimes just as hard to push from the backside as it is from the front, and now they're a little bit split. They don't want to be spawning towards the back when we'll be popping over towards the next hill in 25 seconds. Still, the kills are falling the way of Wolves. They're about to break 100. Spawn to be damned. Wolves keep it home.
Henry even just spawned in the backline there, and he was read it again perfectly from Wolves. I mean, every single time that Gallerus have kind of thrown something, Wolves are able to adapt to it so quickly. There is that full 60 from Wolves. Now we focus on the rotation. You are 70, 80 points down here in this game ton. You have to win these gunfights.
And the positive for Gallerus here, though, every single operator available to them as we head over towards P4, but can you make it count? Are you, well, maybe just gambling on that being the difference as we head over towards this hill? Full 60 is, of course, doable towards P4, but we're still very early in this game. Gallerus have more than the ability to bring this one back. 3 kills from Mihawk in the blink of an eye. It's a good initial hold. 10 seconds gone on this hill. Wolves Esports will have to have another go.
Everything is out for Gallerus all at the same time here, so they are ensuring they hold this time. They have to make use of them. Keep the Wolves at bay. Snapping at the heels right now of Gallerus' side, trying to make his way up the Snow side. Fokke giving them looks with the R9, gets a little bit of help from Hen from the side as well. So Gallerus doing well at the moment. But here comes that spawn flip around the back line. Wolves looking for the last 25 seconds. Peg going to invest the equalizers to get it done. Peg will find 3. Peg will make 4 kills happen inside the hardpoint. And Wolves now just taking time away from Gallerus.
Big investment coming in. Reggie managed to find the kills and find the breakthrough, but Gallerus are immediately back, and all of a sudden, they've combined so well. For all the 4 kills came through, they matter not. A slight break comes in from Wolves, but Gallerus will fight back. They will get the majority of this time. We're going to be heading into a second rotation. It is going to be about a 50-point game in the favor of Wolves Esports, but Gallerus with a really good hold over towards people will give them hope throughout the second rotation.
Yeah, you can afford to use that hard point if you're a Gallerus. Well, Wolves are called Wolves for a reason, right? These guys are hungry for these wins, and a big win here in map number 1 would be damning to Gallerus. So they're still competitive here in this game. As we get into the next set, though, Wolves are already starting to win some of these opening engagements. All these peak cow positions being watched by Wolves. Luxin going to win one fight up top. Perhaps away in here for Gallerus.
This exchange over towards P1. The thing for Gallerus, you look at the previous rotation of hills, that really did come down to P2-3. That's where they lost a lot of their time, but gained a lot over towards P4. No investment of the operators over towards P3 possibly hurt them. They were in positions to do something, but they decided not to pull the trigger.
To be honest, though, I'm not sure if the operators in that moment would have been the right call, right? You're already facing down 4 operators on the other side. What good is 1 operator, 1 or 2 operators actually going to do you short of something absolutely spectacular? I know that's what operators for, but at the end of the day, maybe they are kind of glad they held them back for P4. Regardless, though, here on P1, Wolves have got a wealth of time. We often talk about kind of P1s, the effectiveness of getting a load of time on that hill. Wolves have just done exactly that there on that first hill of this rotation.
Fantastic again from Wolves. P1. When it gets mixy, they are very much in their element, and they manage to find the majority of the kills and the majority of that time. It is now a 90-point game again. Gallerus have been fighting off the back foot through the majority of this game. Fokke will eventually find that kill. Took his time about it. Finds the second as well, though. Is this catalyst that Gallerus maybe need to get going? Can he find any more from Fokke? There's 4 in a row. Can they break the spawn? Not quite. Still there for Wolves Esports, but contention over towards P2. Gallerus still in control.
You have to push through off the back of that 3-piece. You can't just sit tight inside the hardpoint and wait for Wolves to push you, because now you've done nothing to the spawns. Wolves still in control of the spawns for the next rotation. Of course, that was the kill that was a problem for Gallerus in the first set, and now here comes the investment off the back of it as well. Die for 2 kills. The rest of the squad are also here, causing all sorts of carnage inside the kill, and now this is problematic for Gallerus. Big kill, though, from Mihawk, and that might break the spawns.
Yeah, a little bit of a rogue spawn coming in from Mihawk, but he still has some trouble to deal with. 5 seconds to go on the previous hill. He will eventually get wiped out. Wolves Esports, they tidy up where they need to. Gallerus, there was an opportunity there for them to get back into this game. All of a sudden, you're thinking you get some P2, you rotate over towards P3, and maybe we are back into this one. Wolves Esports all of a sudden in a really good position to, well, nearly close this game out. They are going to be around 55 points away from the win, but the investment now coming in here from Gallerus. This is not what we've seen the last time around, but the investment the other side coming in from Wolves. The Sparrow is damning, and Wolves Esports will continue to hold over towards the back end of P3. They are 52 points away from the win.
And that might well be one of the moments here at the end of game number 1 that we look to. This might have been the moment the Wolves win game number 1. The investment from Gallerus, they held it back with this hard point. It does not work. Perhaps they can get it done with the guns, though. Trying to push this through. Back spawns here for Wolves, still in effect. But as I say it, Gallerus, they all just get cut down as soon as they even look at the hard point.
They really do not have many more lives remaining in terms of mistakes that they can make. It has to be perfect again here over towards P4. It was nearly last time, but they need to go above and beyond that. Wolves Esports will make their way through the rest of the map as they do soak up that final bit of time. 2 players staying back there just to make sure. So this will be a hard brick to find initially for Wolves, but the hard point is arguably being done across the rest of the map. You are only 9 seconds away by the time we head over towards P4.
Now Wolves just dominated Gallerus here in this game, much in the same way really that Gallerus won the last time at Hardpoint in their first match of the day. Gallerus in control. They got a full set last time around. Opening gunfight's also looking pretty good here. King trying to find his way through, infiltrating the top side. Also has help from the rest of the team as well. Wolves, they're on the way. Back spawn still good for Gallerus though. Is it good enough for the hold?
Can they continue to hold? They did have a break come through the previous time we were here over towards P4. They are just about holding on this time around as well. Luxin doing what he can. 26 kills to his name, but looking towards the kills for Wolves Esports to be across the board. But Peggy has just been a thorn in the side. He may well be the one to break the straw of the camel's back. They find a way through. Pabsra can find one back. They're just about holding on, but with 20 seconds to go, Gallerus still in control. The close spawns are here for Wolves. They're still 5 away.
They're holding on by their fingertips at this point in time. Wolves just 5 points away from victory. There's not a lot of time left to do it inside this hill, but they're just pushing Gallerus back. They're looking for it regardless. Lucas in the Paps there, and now King, can he do anything? Absolutely not. So Gallerus will hold for that time. And they've actually got a good look towards the next hill as well, Ton.
They've got a good look, but they need to hold 5 more seconds if you're Wolves Esports. Rotation now coming in. Not able to find the kills on that rotation. It's going to be Wolves inside of the point. Gallerus, are you going to be close enough to maybe contest this? Not quick enough. Wolves Esports come out the gates flying and find the win on map number 1.
And it really is kind of ironic, isn't it, the way that Gallerus won their first map of Summit Hardpoint earlier on today. It's almost exactly how Wolves did it right there, right? We often talk about kind of the importance of that rotation towards P3, how much of a money kill that can be, how sticky those back spawns actually are. But I think more than that as well, Wolves knew how important those were and made sure they held back their operators, not once but twice. Both rotations they did it to ensure that that was their hill.
Yeah, and I think that was really the catalyst for them, wasn't it? We've seen look, I want to say P2 to P3 was really where they were finding the majority of their success, but Gallerus were letting them do it on P1 as well. For all that, Gallerus did find themselves, what, 140, 150 points. I think 120 of those were on P4 both times around. So I think, you know, you've not got really a lot to write home about if you're Gallerus in that one. That will be a disappointing result for them. Disappointing for the guy who predicted a 2-0 as well. But coming in for Wolves, that is a really good performance to kick off their main stage weekend, if you like. Going up against some strong opposition. Doubters be damned, I suppose. Huh?
Yeah, not all of us can do predictions, mate.
Okay, if you want to go there.
It's fine. We're only first match of the day. I really shouldn't be doing this at this point, should I? Yeah, regardless, you know, Gallerus, I would want to give them some props, right? Because they were doing the right things. They recognized, you know, after the first set, okay, this is very clearly where we're going wrong. I think we saw that on the second attempt towards P3, right? We're like, no operators in towards P2. There's no point of doing this. We're just going to hold them for a break in towards P3. They tried, and I think it was the 3-piece from X-King with the Sparrow kind of just ruined their day, right? I think they invested 3 operators, and all 3 of those operator uses went down. So that's tough. It happens, but incredible hard point coming out from Wolves.
How often do we talk about the efficiency of those operators? It's just so crucial to try and find wins and hard points specifically. You have to make it count every single time, and boy, did Wolves do that. Yeah, coming in with 34 kills, but it was Peggy that it felt like he was the one just making those small little differences. You would see 2 or 3 come in at the right time from him, especially with that equalizer in hand. Never a bad thing to have in the back pocket. On the other side of things, Lucas didn't do what he usually does. He found that positivity, but I mean, look, he's a guy we're expecting 40s and 50s from, and that's the kind of thing they would need if they want to go on and find a win up against Wolves. They need him to be performing at his best, but that was a tough game. Well, Gallerus always, I honestly believe they were behind the entire game there, so it's one of those things when you're fighting from the back foot, you're always fighting from behind on hard point. It's not a position you want to be in.
No, and you know, I think another thing as well from those stats that you guys just show, right? We go back towards their game versus Tribe on Summit Hardpoint, and you know, we talk about Lucasin. You expect Lucasin to perform, right? Lucasin has never not performed in these games. If he does, it's an anomaly. But you know, we saw Mihawk, you know, turn up in that first match of the day. He didn't there. He was just shut down. The SMG presence was definitely neutered in that map, and I don't think it helped them whatsoever, especially on those hardpoint breaks. You need SMG pressure, and it just was not there. So Wolves starting this series strong, and now, Ton, as we get into the second map in this best of 3, the Search and Destroy, you're kind of shaking a little bit, right? Because Search and Destroy, I think China are pretty good at it.
Yeah, fairly decent in fairness. But look, let's see how it goes. We have seen some surprises throughout the tournament already, and that is what we love about LAN. We love about these big tournaments, that these surprises can happen in many different ways. Would it be a surprise if Galores went on to win this Search and Destroy? Absolutely it would, but both two very good teams up on that stage. But I think, you know, if Wolves, for me, in that scenario, they're winning in the way that they did in map number 1 is, I don't want to say it, I would argue it's maybe a bit of a statement win. Coming in up against a team like Galores and doing that to them on Summit is a big win to find.
Yeah, I think it's a statement win, you know, just in that map number 1, right? Specifically because of the fact that, you know, you go into a best of 3 against any team from China, right? And your kind of strategy is, look, you know, we're going to try to win the Search and Destroy, but ultimately you kind of need to steal the respawns away, kind of like Elevate we're doing the entirety of CDSI, right? And, you know, I think for these guys to not only win the hard point, but win it so convincingly, I think is a statement coming into the Search and Destroy. I mean, it's just such a massive confidence booster. Not that Wolves need the confidence, let's be honest. But still, this Search and Destroy, I don't know what to expect from Galores. We saw some great snipes coming out from Lucasin. Whether we get yourself in position to do so again here on takeoff, it's not quite firing range. They're a little less so here.
Let's see what they can get going. It was a dominant map number 2 for Galores in the Search and Destroy we've seen from them on the main stage to kick off the day. They're going to need to find something similar here in map number 2, but we go over towards takeoff. It will be Wolves on the defensive side for the first 6 rounds. We'll switch it up after that, and Neon's coming out of the gate almost immediately. Pabs are taken down. Peggy finds another. 5 versus 3, 5 versus 2. Now in the favor of Wolves Esports.
And they know where the last player is as well. I was
tight.
going to say easy, no. Mihawk actually going to pick up that kill, so this is still possible here from Mihawk. Players were separated. They should come together relatively soon. So on the hunt, though, did he just see him? Yes, he did. The pre-aim, now just seen him again. Mihawk for the slide out, and Zai's going to get him with the movement. Wolves starting that round aggressive and strong.
It's that opening pick that comes through. Big fight back actually from Wolves down the right-hand side of the map. They find a couple of kills and maybe had something going, but not quite able to get there with it. So Wolves will find themselves at round number 1. Opening pick caught me off guard, not going to lie.
Sometimes these teams are like that, right? Aggression again. I love this play coming out from Peg, right? Getting control of that area of the map, making sure here that Galores are pressing towards A. That's going to be a problem for later on down the line. For now, though, Galores, they're focused on this A kit. They've picked up Neon. This is possible.
Where is the opportunity? But where is the potential flank? Peggy now finding himself from behind. Pabsro will get taken down the other side of things. Then they try to push through, and Hen gets taken down also. Mihawk finds one back. 2 versus 2. Peggy will find another. This flank has just been so efficient from him, and now it's all down to Lukashin. Can he continue to just hold this one down? The bomb being defused. He's already dead. The retake from Wolves. So effective. It's all about that flank coming in, though. He finds 2. And that just entirely shuts down the attack from the side of Galores. Wolves find another round.
Yeah, you know what? You know, very often I do see teams there on the defense kind of get into that position, right? That corner building, and just sit there because it's a power position on the map that you take away from the offensive side. I didn't expect him to go for the full flank. That's a very egregious play. But you know what? Props to him. It works out. Galores boxed in round number 2. Round number 3, the strategy does not look that different. Taking the exact same spot, but this time he is holding himself back.
That's the opportunity now for Galores. Worked out for them. Getting onto the site wasn't the problem. Are they going to be able to do it again, though? Wolves will surely have invested a little bit more over here, but Zai has gotten taken down, so all of a sudden the numbers are here for Galores, but you're probably not expecting this from Peggy. 1 and 2, it's just so easy. Finding route after route, and Wolves are really relying on him to do the business so far in this Search and Destroy, and boy, is he doing it. 5 kills to his name, and nearly all of them have been in the back.
Galores just don't know how to respond, right? They're going to be constantly concerned about a potential flanking player. X-King kind of gives himself away for 3 there. Very wide peek through. Here comes that flank from Peg. It's read by Mihawk, but it does not matter. Peg's going to win that gunfight all day long. Numbers still favoring Wolves here, and the routes being taken from Peg right now. So frustrating.
Oh
a second for free. Fokke down for the count, and an extra couple of love taps as well.
This on the cards. Peg will jump around the corner. He won't be able to find it. Found 4 in the round. And has it actually solidified it for his team. Trying to just play with Pabs right now, who's in a whole lot of trouble. That's a quick 1-2, and that is 3 for Wolves. In a row on the defensive side. Dominant, especially from Peg, who is just a thorn in their side consistently.
It's kind of like Galores are playing stuck in the mud, right, at pro level at the moment, right? You know, they lose that first blood, and they're just like, well, we're just going to freeze like a rabbit in headlights, and Wolves are just able to play around that so well, and nobody does that better than Peg. We've seen that through the first 3 rounds of Search and Destroy here. Same kind of route being taken, but the adaptation has been made this time around from Galores. They've got a player in wait there. I believe that's Lukashin. waiting to take Peg down, but Peg's adapted his route. This is so damn annoying if you're a Gallerist player because you're not going to know about this. Lucasin isn't prepped for this.
Which way is he going to come from? That's the side of things that Galores have to figure out. But right now, Wolves sitting tight. Peg will find another though, and he is just being a right pain right now. Galores need to figure out what he's doing, and they will eventually. They take him down. So even in the playing field, and maybe then some towards themselves, because Peg is no longer alive on the map. 4 versus 4. Time is ticking now. A minute to go.
That's that importance of the adaptations coming through from Gallerist. They're learning. Got the numbers. They do have to pick up the bomb if they want to take it somewhere. Neon now looking for something on this side of the map. Could well slow things up for Gallerist quite significantly. First snipe's going to whiff though. Almost gets a look at a second though. Pabzera's going to punish. Mihawk will follow up with yet another one. Now numbers even more so favoring Gallerist. Big kill coming through from X-King though for that power position.
Important that he found that. A 1 versus 4 would have been very different to the 2 versus 3, but Gallerist are letting that time tick down. Not necessarily trying to make any silly moves. He will go down X-King, and eventually King will be left on his own. Gallerist have slowly but surely worked this round out in their favor. I think getting rid of Peg early doors was, well, a big mountain to climb. They eventually get over it and have then starting to walk away with the rest of this round. Really good job.
Oh,
King left on his own. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
He has time. If he peaks at the right time, then all of a sudden you're in a whole lot of trouble. Did the shot go off? Did they get the notification? The bomb will go down anyway, and they will find the round. Gallerist eventually get themselves on the board.
I felt like I was Raven Simone there for a second. I was seeing a vision of the future that that 1 versus 3 was about to go off in front of our very eyes, and I think that would have been wrecking to Gallerist. But no, big round coming out from Gallerist. The adaptations there, they finally stopping Peg before it can be a problem in the early round. And of course, the late round adaptations also pretty good from Gallerist. So they're finally on the board here, Tom. Now, do Wolves change tack ever so slightly? The answer is no. They're still putting Peg in that power position. They've still got all the same kind of players around A.
And I think that is the thing, though, for Gallerist. If they'd been able, I mean, ifs, buts, and maybes, but if they've been able to get rid of Peg in all of these rounds, they've been in good spots. But he has been the one causing a ridiculous amount of issue. 8 kills to his name over the 4 rounds. If you can average him to just 1 in this round, that would be a win for Gallerist. Still trying to find a route out, though. They are happy to take their time. We've seen that in the previous round. We're seeing it again here in round number 5.
Gallerist to a standstill. They know that Peg is an aggressive player. They know there's a strong likelihood that he's going to flank. Of course, Wolves, they're a veteran team, though. They've got no real reason to do so. Neon, though, in that same position he's been in previous rounds, will get red and will get shut down.
There he goes. There he goes. Peg is on the move again. He's going to find the flank. He's going to find a minimum 1 here, though. But before the rest of Wolves have been able to find a lot, Peg eventually finds Lucasin, but now he is, of course, left only with King in 2 versus 4. Positioning from him is solid, but this is going to be an ability for them to get the bomb down here for Gallerist. And now they have to invite that pressure towards them. Peg will have to make his move.
You need help here. You need to get together if you're a Peg and King. That's exactly what they've done. Has Peg found the perfect route? I don't know if he's going to check Pabzera top scaffold. There's just so many different places to check here. Down towards the side, Peg goes, was checking the left corner, going to get cut down by Fokke. And now it's just Anna King, 1 versus 4. 1 versus 3 in the previous round, could not get it done. He's about to be overwhelmed by Gallerist, though, and will be shut out. The adaptation from Gallerist, a little late in this search and destroy on their defense, or offense, excuse me, but it is there.
Make the adaptations, Peg giving him that respect that he does deserve after what we have seen in the first 3 rounds, especially. They had to do it. The adaptations have come in. They have worked. So Gallerist, can you find another here? Only attacking round 3-3 after 6 would not necessarily be the end of the world. Fokke will fall, though. It's a first blood. It's looking like a second going to come in here for Wolves as well. Not able to quite find it. And the answer back coming through from Gallerist. And all of a sudden, it's just come out into a firefight. 3 versus 3. Pressure onto the side from both 2 teams. Firefight just ends for maybe a moment. Teams repositioning, but 3 versus 3. Everything to play for.
I think you're happy with this if you're Gallerist. You've still got options. Wolves forced to kind of split themselves across the map because they don't know this is going to be a B hit just yet. It will be, though. Gallerist going to get this bomb down. I'm curious to see what the post plant looks like in this situation. How aggressive do they want to go? Because they do not have control of the lounge here.
Bomb has been planted.
That's for Wolves. And I think for Wolves, the retake is going to happen through that launch center side. Here we go. Big kill to make if you can get it around the back line. Lucasin is waiting ever so patiently. When he strikes, Wolves will be in trouble.
You can see on the other side of things, Neon is waiting for the rest of his team to try and find that flank. And I'm sure he'll start to make a move as soon as they do. But it is really on all for Lukashin to find it, but he doesn't find anything. Neon King all combine at the same time. And the breakdown happens for Glorious all at the wrong time, as Wolves will find it 4-2. And that's a big round for them to find. It's a very different scoreline to 3-3. The Wolves will take the advantage heading in towards the other side. They're now onto the attack, Glorious on the defense, but 3 kills in the blink of an eye, they find that final round.
You've heard of synchronized swimming. You ever heard of synchronized retaking?
Bomb acquired.
Wolves getting it done there.
Is that the Olympics?
It's in the COD Olympics, I'm pretty sure. We've got our own things. There's a lot of things there. Clutching up is one of the things that we got up there. Regardless, Gallerus hit on the defense, getting aggressive early on in this round, trying to make Wolves unsettled, and they're going to win the open engagements. Fokke is hungry for more kills, and he will dethrone the king. Nian now just waiting to capitalize on that aggression, but that was the perfect time for Gallerus to just ease off a little bit.
Oh, good shot coming in from Nian. He is eventually going to get picked up, and then here is Peg all on his own, playing that island. Right now, though, very little information, no bomb, not many hope of a prayer, to be honest with you. We have seen him take over in the search and destroy so far for his team, and now he has been found out. And this push will not find a kill. Big round for Gallerus to get back there. After previously were in such a good position, they lost it out. Coming out with a quick one like that can very much gain some momentum back in your favor.
And I do really love this from Gallerus, right? They are throwing very different looks at Wolves. I think the first 3 rounds of this search and destroy were relatively kind of monotone, we'll say, right? Wolves were playing them very easily, but Gallerus, I think, have gotten a lot better over the last few rounds. And now for Wolves, the adaptation needs to be there. Gallerus, a little bit different once again. They're relying on Fokke moving forward here with the R9. If you can back up even 1 kill, the information that Wolves will be going towards A is invaluable. And of course that mid-map presence too. There is that opening blood from Fokke. King down for the count. What do Wolves do?
Trying to make their move. They've been aggressive through towards that A side again. They find the pick, they get out this time. Last time they gained control of that side of the map. They're happy to give it up towards Wolves this time, but the numbers were there. They are no longer. It's a 4 versus 4 as Pabs will get taken down by Neon.
And that will open things up a little bit here for Wolves. Neon going to find more. He does get traded out though, so now 3 versus 3. Peg. Looking to be a nuisance here, as he has been so far here in this takeoff search and destroy. Does he do it? No, gets sandwiched between Lukashin, another player there from Gallerus. Now numbers once again here for Gallerus, but that information here for Wolves should be good to get the bomb down on A.
Yeah, they would have found a couple of players over towards there. Now they are checking their corners, they're dotting their I's, crossing their T's. And maybe just taking too long. Here comes the grenades, here comes the utility. Here comes the rest of Glorious. This bomb is probably going to go down and does. But the pressure is going to be there. It's going to be unrelenting pretty early. Zai will find one. He cannot find another. Lucas will find one. It's now a 1 versus 2.
Just play your life. If you're X-King, play your life perfectly. That's the first kill versus Lukashin. Now the dance around this box. Fokke's going to get it done with the R9. A powerful weapon, even more powerful in the hands of Fokke. Gallerus, yet another important round on the board.
Lost that round.
They're finding these rounds and making it a game. Realistically speaking, though, I don't want to discredit Wolves in any sense of this game at all, but when Peg hasn't found those routes, when he hasn't found those moments, they haven't found many rounds. He has been a catalyst for everything good that Wolves have been doing, but he hasn't really been it. That's the problem. Gallerus starting to combine together a little bit more. It is still 4-4. These two teams are still evenly matched, but Peg has been shut down, and it's somewhat stunted Wolves' growth.
Just the adaptations from Gallerus. Feels like after the first 3 rounds, they kind of turned their brains on somewhat in this search and destroy. Fair play.
Well, he had 8, what did he have? 8 kills after 3 rounds now.
Yeah,
after 8, he's got 9.
And doing the same thing as well, round after round. So I think for Gallerus to finally kind of take note of that and do something about it, fair play. But now they're in this search and destroy. Wolves here, hanging around the site. They've got the smoke down. Fokke's able to infiltrate scot-free. Surely not Fokke. He will get traded out, but the fact that Fokke gets away with that is insane.
But the problem now for Wolves is that the bomb is down. And they need to retake control of that site. But yes, okay, you can flank. We can do it too. Miho finds one, doesn't find the second. Peg is there to answer back. Looked like he was dead to rights. He is now. 1 versus 2 for Zai to try and find Gallerus on a hellish tear here. Up against Wolves. What is the information now for Gallerus? Do they know where he is? Do they know this flank is coming? The answer is absolutely yes, but the shot is whipped by Lukashin. That does not very often dead right from him. The shots into the other player are so good as well. But Zai loses the gunfight. And Gallerus take the lead in the search and destroy for the first time. The lead in the series at any stage for the first time.
And the thing is, Zai had Lucasin very weak, so he wins that gunfight there, he swings left. I don't think there's a chance that Lucasin is winning that fight, so that would have been a 1 versus 2 from Zai. Gallerus now, what is this, 4 rounds? 3 rounds of bounce, something like that, insane. Gallerus are doing incredibly well. They've definitely shut up Wolves somewhat. Wolves now, different looks towards B. They should know that Lucasin is located here towards this backside. And just, even the shots, even though they don't really connect all that much, that is enough to send Wolves away.
Gallerus won every single defensive round so far. If they can keep this up, they will win it within the regular time. It's been hard for Wolves to really break that line. Gallerus have been aggressive maybe 1 round. They're finding late flanks as well, and it's really hard to read them. It's hard to distinguish where they could be coming from, and this is maybe something that they don't expect. No, they do. Pazrai will find it. Second kill could be absolutely massive as well. Forky will turn it onto Peg, and all of a sudden, Wolves are falling apart. Gallerus are doing sensational work here in the search and destroy. This would be defensive round number 4 win in a row. If they can clean it up, that kill eventually does fall down. It's down to King in a 1 versus 3. It's not looking likely, and Gallerus could put themselves on that point.
And he's been here before. Not once, not twice, but now 3 times. Here's the 3rd time the charm here in this search and destroy. He's going to be able to get the bomb at the very least here. It's going to give him a little bit more options as to how he wants to play this one. If he can maybe find a pick before he gets that bomb down, that'll make this significantly more palatable. This really does feel like a stealth mission in a video game, doesn't it? He's got to get through completely unseen. Here we go.
Trying to make a move. The shots are just so crispy. It's 4 in a row from Gallerus on this defensive side. They are reveling in these moments where they just sit tight and wait for Wolves to make their move. Peg had a better round of things there, but Wolves have been leaking rounds time and time again over the, well, their attacking side. They really have struggled here, Brody.
Now Gallerus on that point. He would have thunk it. Again, we know that Elevate took the search and destroy away from Wolves CDSI. It does not mean they're a bad S&D team by any stretch of the imagination. For Gallerus to do this would have been an insane achievement. Here we go. Henry Cat, aggression off the start of this round. Are they going to anticipate Neon, who is waiting patiently in the corner? No, they don't. Lucasin goes down for the count. Good trade from Pabzera, though. But if you're Wolves, I mean, you've got away from this. I know you don't have the numbers, but at the very least, you can get the bomb down.
Yeah, I think, you know, finding that kill on Lucasin there was so important for them. It was on the other side of the map to where the pressure was coming from. So they open up a door, but Peg doesn't find it. Forky shuts him down. And all of a sudden, a 4 versus 3 for Gallerus. Or 4 versus 2 now. Are they able to get the job done here? This would be 5 rounds in a row to close the search and destroy.
I'm somewhat confounded there as to why Peg is pushing so far away from his team. Maybe kind of the advanced guard to try and get some control over A, but still, play with your team. You don't have numbers in this situation. You've made things infinitely worse for X-King and King. Bomb going down. Is the audio cue there for Henry Cat? No, it's not. So Gallerus are going to let this thing go down. It's going to be the reaction from them. X-King has to win this opening fight or get some help from his teammate. No, he does not. Now the 1 versus 4 for King. He's been put in so many clutch situations. This would be everything, and he's playing sneaky.
He's playing sneaky, but it's going to be able to find 1, 2, 3. Is it potentially going to be there? Makes it somewhat doable, but the bomb's already defused. The game's already done. And Gallerus will find a search and destroy against Wolves in somewhat convincing fashion. When Wolves come out swinging in the search and destroy, again, Peg was dominant. But as soon as they shut him down, Wolves did not have an answer.
That's astonishing. Again, you know, we've got to shout out Wolves because their search and destroy over the course of the 2024 season has been immaculate, right? I mean, they're just so good at it. Again, I mean, I know that kind of applies to every team from China more or less here at Champs, but still, they're so good at it. Their search and destroy is usually a pretty deep in strategy, but you're right. I mean, it does feel like early on they were very kind of one note. Peg was just getting aggressive, and albeit there were slightly different looks, right? Sometimes Peg would take an alternate route, sometimes route. Sorry, I'm not American. He would sometimes take an alternate route. Sometimes he would play a little bit slower, but ultimately kind of the play was the same. And once Gallerus adapted to that, once they changed tact and threw different looks at Wolves, I don't know, it kind of felt like Wolves didn't know how to react. Almost like they didn't expect this kind of depth of search and destroy gameplay from a team not from China.
It felt like there wasn't a plan B.
Yeah.
And that was the problem for Wolves, because what they were doing in the first few rounds was fantastic from them. They found themselves the 4-2 lead heading onto the attack. They didn't win a single attacking round. And that is just not good enough. Gallerus is going to take that one away. A huge search and destroy win. I mean, look, fair enough. Really good attempt from King towards the end. But too little, too late. And Gallerus tie the series up and will send us to a seaside control to close out this series. Anybody's game now.
just process this for a second, folks, right? Because we didn't expect this whatsoever. This is not how we framed this series. I mean, my prediction.
Hey, I said 2-0. Okay.
Yeah, you said 2-0. But you're a you. But you know, I don't think anybody expected this to go this way, right? Where we see kind of the hardpoint being as dominant as it was in favor of Wolves. We expected a somewhat more competitive game, and then the search and destroy to even go to Gallerus at all, arguably a dominant win for them. Is incredible. Has a look at our stat lines at the end of the game. You could see kind of Foke turning up, a player that I think doesn't get anywhere near enough love on Gallerus. He's so aggressive with the R9, and I think he was a big reason why Wolves felt so uncomfortable so many times there.
And just to put the pegged stats into some sort of perspective, 11 and 10 doesn't sound too bad, but he had 8 kills. It was either after 3 or 4 rounds. Doesn't find many more at all throughout the rest of the game, so he was really the only reason as to why Wolves found themselves in that such strong position heading onto the attacking side, but they didn't make it count whatsoever. And now find themselves in a map number 3. We'll be heading over towards Seaside for control. And as Brody mentioned, we haven't personally seen this so much when we've been casting on the NANE regions, but we're talking about whatever is going on and everywhere else. Every other team's been playing this a lot. So both these squads will be well versed, they know what they're doing, but for the most part, it has been the Chinese region that have been getting a lot of control over this map.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny you say that, right? But actually, for Gallerus, even in Latin America, it's not something that's played all that much. I think that the pick rate on it would be extremely low, especially compared to Raid, for example, right? Which appears in almost every series in that region. But yeah, I mean, you know, Eastern teams, we saw it at CDSI so much. They are very well versed in Seaside control, and that is going to give Wolves, I have to say, somewhat of an advantage coming into this one. But one thing I will say, even though Gallerus' Season 5 in Latin America was pretty disappointing, it wasn't, albeit they won, it wasn't anywhere near as dominant as they were back in Season 4. In Control, they did not lose a single map the entirety of the Snapdragon Pro Series during Season 5. So, that gives them some credence here going into this final map that maybe, just maybe, they can get it done.
You have little faith, you know, I'm telling you. Some people don't think I am the COD mobile esports brain, but who am I to argue right now?
You're right, mate. You know, you're pretty brainy. I'll give you that. I don't often compliment you, you know, actually.
I mean, you're just straight up lying on main stage. Okay, fair enough. Look, I mean, well, we expected a good game between these two. Maybe not in the order that we had it. Okay,
well, that's the thing.
You know, if Gallerus had come out and won the hard point, then you're like, okay, well, fair enough, we're going to map number 3. But to win the search and destroy is the real sticker here for both these two teams. For everybody else, it kind of puts Gallerus into that realm of, oh God, are these guys really that good? You know, is that the question that a lot of people have been asking? I mean, I think it's, for us watching the Mobile Masters, there's almost a slight sort of, I don't want to say bias, but we've seen a lot from them. So we have those expectations around them. I'm not sure how many others do, but having a look over towards the C stream, other games going on here across in the pit. We've had Beef Mommy over there keeping an eye on what's going on, but it has been crazy. And even from the main stage, I can hear them screaming at each other. So I'm all for that. I love that like base level of getting in and amongst it, in and around with everybody over towards the pit. It is very chaotic over there, to say the least. But LG find themselves now 4-4 here in this game, and I believe this is one of the loser-sided games. Oh, I'm not 100% sure. We'll get it clarified.
This can't be a loser-side game.
No, surely not.
I was going to say, because it would be going on at the same time, right? There's no way this was a loser-side game, especially considering Luminosity and Still. I can't imagine they would lose their first games. But I know we had like that kind of upset with Vitality. I don't think that these guys will have been upset in their first slot of the day. Regardless, this should be a good one. Shout out to Verdict and Mustachio, by the way, who I believe are casting the C-Stream at this point in time. But yeah, I mean, these games, these are going to be the close ones, right? Stalwart, we've kind of had this discussion about them being like a dark horse roster. They are my dark horse pick, by the way. I think a lot of people are kind of not talking about Stalwart. I know Elevate have just won CDSI, and so everyone's like, oh, Elevate are amazing, which, I mean, obviously they are. But Stalwart, I mean, what, top 4 at Mobile Masters? We were having that conversation saying, like, hey, why aren't people actually talking about them all that much? Because they've been kind of snapping at the heels of Elevate in the Garena region. So definitely, I think a team to be feared, and for LG, I think they're going to kind of have their hands full in that best of 3.
You keep an eye on that game over on the C stream. We've got B&D going on as well. All the games are being streamed. You do not want to miss any of it. And you don't have to, because it's all online. Lovely. If you're joining us here over towards the A stream, we have a hell of game number 3 coming up between two Titans, two of, I don't want to say two of the favorites necessarily, but two of the contenders at least, meeting here already in the second round of Swiss, and it has set us up very, very nicely as we head in towards a Seaside control. Not something a lot of you at home on the English side of things maybe see too much, but we're going to see it here plenty this weekend as we head in towards it. Keep an eye on those spawn traps. It is so influential on both sides of things. And it's about the teams who can find that pressure in the middle of the map and make it count.
Yeah, and you know, the interesting thing here about Seaside controlling COD Mobile comparatively to what it was in Black Ops 4, for those of you guys who follow CWL side, is that the control points are slightly different, right? The control point was in Church back in Black Ops 4. Here it's in the Winery towards A side. So it's a little bit more favorable towards the offensive side, but it is game number 3 focusing Wolves Esports and Galaris. Galaris have been underrated here in this tournament. There's time for them to prove why they're not.
Opening salvo goes Wolves' way. And could that be and in the coffin not if Galaris find the kills on the other side of things? So you just want to ease that pressure every single time they've been able to do so. Wolves' opening break was slightly beneficial towards them, and now it is about just trying to pick them apart. If you're Galaris, the attacking side to kick things off is not an easy beast to try and deal with. But pressure over towards B, that's where they're going to really try and get this round going for themselves. Wolves just still holding up top.
Gunfight's being won by Galaris as well here, and you can kind of start to juggle that question, right? Do you actually want to invest resources into defending B? I would be kind of cautious about losing A. Already you're starting to see Meekhawk on the minimap get control of Winery. Big 1v1 over there, which will go the way of X-King, but towards that potential spawn trap now, Galaris starting to win some of the gunfight. Peg is there. He's been a nuisance. You've got to deal with him before he can cause any kind of havoc, and Peg will find one before being shut down.
Although I expect the second, though, Zai is going to be here, can find one. May well find something off the respawn as well. They're going to be in and around him. He's able to find another. But that maybe just disrupted what Galaris were doing so well over towards B. They do get a hold of that now. The pressure coming over towards A. Very much within touching distance. Next couple of gunfights are going to be crucial. No spawn traps going on now, but the gunfights are being won far too easily by Hen. He's going to be able to push through. Finds a third. It's Folky who picks it up. But the pressure's starting to come in through now from the side of Galaris. But how on earth are you finding 3 there? If you're X-King, break it wide open. There's the 4th. Back to your spawn you go.
Yeah, just R9 things, by the way, or rather X-King things. Pretty good with it. It would seem Wolves Esports off the back of that heroic play from X-King will clear out the point and send Galaris back to square one. They're going to attempt to try and go the exact same route that they did previously. Big double coming through from Peg on the mini-map as well. Galaris now looking for a way back through. It's just so difficult when you're kind of just buying heads down what is ultimately a very small lane. Close quarters engagement here would favor Wolves, especially with that R9 facing you down.
Feels like the next couple of gunfights are going to be so crucial if you lose them. If you're Galaris, all of a sudden you are in a really tough spot. But Lucien will find 2. Peg now starting to make a move to maybe potentially find a flank or at least some spawn kills, but a couple of kills going to go through from either side. It's all about these wipes. If we can potentially find them, it feels like Wolves are the ones getting the better of things. But Galaris have made some inroad, and they made more than that. Meekhawk finds 2, Pazzo will find 1, and all of a sudden the floodgates are starting to open. Zai will find 2 before going down with the War Machine. But an opportunity now for Galaris, 9v8, 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, they've got through for a look at the very least. As you said, 30 seconds on the board here. Henry Cat going to get that Sparrow out. Is it going to be good enough? Potential flanking play will be a little bit late from Pabzera. Never mind. On the other side, there's a bit of a better Sparrow. It's X-King. Doesn't matter if it's with the R9 or the Sparrow. He is going to find these 3Ks, these 4Ks. It wipes out Galaris, and now they are reliant on some kind of value from this flank from Pabzera, especially as the rest of them are going down. Pabzera will pick up one of those kills, but there's the shutdown coming through. Can anybody through the front line get through from Galaris? No is the answer. I would say what a round from Wolves, but I want to say what a round from X-King.
Found those moments when he needed to. 11 in the round from him. And I think that's just the difference maker, isn't it? Made sure they invested those moments very well in terms of the operators. We seen that come out, and of course, we've seen the R9 as well from X-King when he picked up 4. And that was the moment where it looked like Galaris were maybe able to find it. But all things considered, not terrible attacking round from Galaris whatsoever. Can they have an effective defensive side here as well? They've given up B pretty much immediately and will be investing nearly everything over towards the A side. See the pressure coming in here, though. When you do give up this side of the map, it has allowed some routes to be developed by Wolves, and they found kills from it. Spawn trap potentially on the cards here. Really good route and start to the round from Wolves Esports. They really have pegged Galaris back already.
Dead aggressive, ready for it. Couple of kills with the equalizers. How much more damage can Peg do? We'll get cut short before any more can be done. But that's okay. You've given some kind of map control for Wolves, and if he didn't do enough, Zai is now doing more. Neon, investment of the claw. They want the spawn trap.
Oh, I mean, they've got them just right where they want them now. The spawn trap is there. The operators are out, and this round may well be done. There has only been 1 kill on the side of Galoris, make it 2, as they eventually start to try and get something going, but King is starting to line them up 4 in a row from him. It's just far too easy for Wolves Esports. They run through, they grab B, they get a hold of the spawn trap, and they say, yeah, we'll just have the round on top of it. That was far too easy. Gallerus fumbling that one massively. Wolves doing everything right.
You know, I'm starting to feel that difference between Eastern and Western teams here on Seaside Control. And Wolves just looking better at the moment, frankly. And look at the streaks now they've got across the board. 300 killer drones, 3 Predator missiles ready to go. That is dangerous for Gallerus. Big investment early on, though, coming through. 2 operators from Gallerus. Doesn't really equate to all that much because there's 1 of the many Predator missiles you've got. Never mind, there's 2. There's a hell of a lot of score streaks coming out now from Wolves. They want early map control. They want this done now.
Oh, I mean, they're winning every single gunfight in the middle of the map that they absolutely need to have Gallerus put their phones down at this stage because they have just not been able to get anything going off these last 2 rounds. And this is the problem, though. When you have a terrible round like that, it just gives the other team such an arsenal to be able to deal with you, to be able to put you back into that spawn trap. I don't even know if we'll see this next 45 seconds. Gallerus have we dealt with.
Yeah, I don't know if Gallerus want to see this next 45 seconds, to be honest with you, Tom. This one, I mean, look, you never count anybody outright. What's the phrase? Not over till the fat lady sings or something like that. But Gallerus, I don't think I'm going to be singing at all here. 7 lives down, 27 seconds on the clock. Gallerus, they've got themselves on towards B at the very least. They're pushing through here, I think just trying to garner some space through a slow capture.
I mean, Gallerus, okay, you got those 10 lives remaining now as it's starting to whittle down, now down to 11, and we were starting to give them hope, and that might have just dwindled in front of our very eyes. Lucas will find something, but it would take something bordering perfect to get this one done now. Wolves Esports have been insane here on the Control. Round number 1 was super close between these 2 teams, but after that, they have just ran away with it. Gallerus with 1 final opportunity. They have found a breakout over towards this B side, but 7 lives remaining. They cannot make many mistakes.
This would be miraculous if Gallerus could get it done. They are going to get the extra 60 seconds. Whether or not they got the perfect transition, though, is a different story entirely. Investment coming out from Pabzera. You need more than the 1 kill, though. And with that, Gallerus down to the final 5 lives here. Henry Cat, can he get anything done here with the Sparrow on the flank?
Last throw of the dice. Need to find something on Neon is just so aware of what's going on. Hen will find 1, but that is it. In a 13v2, this game is over, and Wolves Esports have proven their mettle here on Seaside Control. Gallerus never really able to compete. I don't think a 2 versus 13 is necessarily on the cards, as Peg will find another. Wolves have dominated this game in map number 3. Hell of a series between these 2, Brody, but this one is done.
You know, there's always that morsel of hype.
No, stop it.
Morsel of hype, right? Mihawk, 1 versus 13, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Nah, never mind, it's done. Gallerus, done in game number 3. A dominant end to that series for Wolves. And, you know, it was a weird series all the way through, right? We expected a close hardpoint. We expected the Search and Destroy to go Wolves' favor. And, I mean, look, Gallerus, I think, definitely threw a lot of our expectations out the window, but when it came down to it, that control let them down.
I wonder if it's a case of wanting to try it at the Swiss stage to give it a go against these Eastern teams, but at the same time, that was ugly, and we may well not see it from Gallerus anymore. That was an unfortunate end to what had set itself up for a really good series, but towards the end there, Lauren, I think, you know, for Wolves, just showing their pedigree. Fantastic result from them. They will take the win.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to feel good, too, because we had quite a few moments there where you guys kind of going back and forth on what they could potentially do for the team. So now that we've gotten a chance to see Wolves face off against Gallerus, feeling a little bit better about him now, Brody?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good about my prediction. 2-1. I think I said 2-1. Didn't I say 2-1?
No, you did, but then you changed it to a 2.
No, see, it was, but it wasn't on the graphic.
Put it out there.
It wasn't on the graphic. Production didn't change it, and you know, so therefore, I think, you know, I'll take the 2-1. I mean, like, it was such a weird series. I think for both of these 2 teams, I think Gallerus will be feeling a lot better about it. That's for sure.
That's one of those moments, though, when I think them finding the Search and Destroy was definitely a positive for them. Though I think, realistically speaking, that control felt like maybe a bit of a litmus test to sort of see where we're at with it when it does come down to these big regions. But now for them, that's just an automatic ban, surely.
Yeah, I will say, though, you know, taking risks in Swiss is nice. If you think you're going to qualify for bracket play, that's fine. But you do have to be careful, because when we do get down to bracket play, it's single elimination. So you can't really afford to go into bracket play with a low seed. You can't mess about in Swiss stage, throwing out kind of looks at teams like this. Again, we're kind of being presumptive that that's what they were doing with the veto process. Maybe they did just feel comfortable with their prep on Seaside Control. But still, they've got to be cautious with that.
Definitely a good shout there to pay attention to S-West bracket, but we've got our winners, which means we also have F. standing by with yet another interview.
We're hanging out here. It's me and my friend Anzai right here, and of course, we have May to help the conversation on through. Wolves, you guys won the World Championship last year. Coming in this year, does that make it a little tougher?
安仔作为去年的冠军队，今年回来参加同样的比赛，这个有没有给你们带来特别大的压力？
压力还是比较大的吧，毕竟想要卫冕嘛，然后就是也要做出就是更多的努力。
I cannot really hear that with the noise.
Oh, okay. One more time, just say again.
你刚才说啥？
就是我说，因为我们压力是很大，然后我们想卫冕，然后就要做出更多的努力。
Okay. Do we need to repeat it from the beginning?
No.
Okay. Of course, since we got the championship last year, we want to win again this year. So they definitely got a lot of pressures.
Certainly makes sense. With that all said, you guys are the #1 team. Is there a specific team you're excited to take on?
在这次比赛中，有哪一个队是你们特别想去挑战的？
我们最想挑战的是 Elevator， 因为我觉得他们的热控独一档。
他们什么？
热控就热点跟控制独一档。
啊 ，OK。热控是什么？
模式。
模式。
热点模式跟控制模式，就是游戏里面的两个模式。
就是那个 hand point。
hard point 跟那个
control。
对。
是怎么样？
模式。
他就怎么样？你觉得他们的？
就是独一档。
独一档就是特别是吧？
特别厉害。
Okay, so Elevator definitely was the team they want to challenge because they are hard points and the control are very unique.
Excellent. Thank you so much. It's real loud here at DreamHack, so tons of people in the audience, and of course we've got other games going on for sure. We got Beef Mommy hanging out. She's going to update us on some other stuff. But first, let me take a selfie. All you, B-Mommy.
Man, the East is looking real good, but of course, the West is still kicking and fighting. And speaking of the East, one of our last matches actually ended over here at the D stream. We have Elevate versus Q9, where we saw such a great showing from both of these teams, ended in a control matchup. But Wolves already said it, they're actually looking at Elevate because they were the CDSI champs, and this was essentially a rematch of what we saw there, and it's still Elevate coming up on top. But of course, still a lot more matches lined up for us today. Again, East doing really good. The West needs to go and step up. But for now, let's take a quick short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
I'm unbreakable. I'm unbreakable. I'm unbreakable. I'm unbreakable. I'll never fold, I'll bend, I'm unbreakable. I'll never fold, I'll bend, I'm unbreakable. I'll never fold, I'll bend, I'm unbreakable. I'll never fold, I'm unbreakable. Built up from the struggle, product of the mud. I was made to get it, not to fold and run. Yeah, turn my back to critics cause I'm one-on-one. And I don't go back on my word, it's a one and done. Hey, I overcome whatever obstacle I'm given. I'ma jump, only the strong survive the tides where I'm from. Ain't no jumping ship, winners stay and fight, we don't run. I'm unbreakable. I'm unbreakable. I'm unbreakable. I'm unbreakable. I'll never fold, I'll bend, I'm unbreakable. I'll never fold, I'll bend, I'm unbreakable. I'll never fold, I'll bend, I'm unbreakable. I'll never fold, I'm unbreakable. You won't see me fall, no you won't, ain't no way. I stay up in arms, don't you underestimate. I've been surviving all my life with the will not to break. I was built different, I'm a tank. If it's one thing I'ma do, that one thing is win. I don't start nothing without finishing. School of hard knocks stole my innocence, but I'm alive cause I always trust my innocence. Pressure makes diamonds, I'm a whole baguette. Already climbed up to the top, but it ain't over yet. I'm flexing cause I got the world on the shoulder press. I only know the best. here because I'm unbreakable. I'm unbreakable. I'm unbreakable. I'm unbreakable. I don't never fold, I don't bend, I'm unbreakable. I don't never fold, I don't bend, I'm unbreakable. I don't never fold, I don't bend, I'm unbreakable. I don't never fold, I'm unbreakable. I don't never fold, I don't bend, I'm unbreakable. I don't never fold, I don't bend, I'm unbreakable. I don't never fold, I don't bend, I'm unbreakable. I don't never fold, I'm unbreakable. Should've seen the looks when they found us. They wanna doubt us, but we still heavily striving. Don't matter who's driving, till the wheels fall off, we riding. Won't give me my credit, so I'm coming to get it. Won't give me my credit, so I'm coming to get it. 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 My name is the headline. Catch me in the front line. Hands up with the V-sign. Victory's gonna be mine. Had yours, that was my time. Hit different like a fine wine. Hands up with the V-sign. Victory gonna be mine. Yeah, my time is coming around. Ain't nobody keeping me down. Yeah, I'm the king with the crown. Hands up with the V-sign. Victory's gonna be mine. The king of kings. Imagination of a majesty. There ain't no challenge. Just another flawless victory. Won't give me my credit, so I'm coming to get it. Won't give me my credit, so I'm coming to get it. 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 My name is the headline. Catch me in the front line. Hands up with the V-sign. Victory's gonna be mine. Had yours, that was my time. Hit different like a fine wine. Hands up with the V-sign. Victory gonna be mine. Yeah, my time is coming around. Ain't nobody keeping me down. Yeah, I'm the king with the crown. Hands up with the V-sign. Victory's gonna be mine. My name is the headline. Catch me.
Welcome back, everybody, to day one here at DreamHack Atlanta for our Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. We are getting into even more matches here on the main stage. Teams are starting to get those double wins. We're starting to see some teams getting knocked down. We just finished a match between Galaris and Wolves, and it was Wolves who got their second win in that Swiss portion of the bracket. Galaris getting their first loss as a result of that, and now we're moving forward to match number 4. This is going to be a good one. We actually kind of hinted at one of the teams earlier, said that we would hopefully get a chance to talk about them moving forward throughout the day. We knew it was going to happen. Now we get to do exactly that, because match number 4 here today is going to be Vitality versus Ancient Gaming. I'm excited to talk about them a little bit. Vitality was a team everybody had their eyes on. Didn't start off so hot in the Swiss bracket.
Yeah, it's surprised to see them actually go on to lose to For Magic, losing a 2-1 game, losing the Search and Destroy and the Control. So to see them down here is a massive surprise to us. You know, these guys are very, very well-versed players. They know what it's like to perform on this international stage, and to come up with a loss pretty much immediately against, in fairness, not one of the strongest teams here. That's a big disappointment for Vitality. They'll only bounce back very, very quickly.
They kind of need to be honest with you. Vitality already kind of bouncing back somewhat from CDSI. They didn't have that full roster at that event. Viper was playing as a substitute. So for them here, I mean, they're trying to live up to the super team moniker. I know they didn't like, want that themselves, but still, that is what they're trying to do right now. So taking that loss in round number 1, not great.
Got some Vitality love here in the stands as well. Everybody watching, this is a really nice flag for Team Vitality as we take a look at our players getting themselves set up and ready to go here in match number 4. Hopefully had a little bit of time between their last performance and now up here on the main stage so they can get a little bit of a mental reset going and kind of see if we can get what we're looking for out of this potential super team as we get a chance to look at how that even happened here, Brody. Where these teams were moving around, the individual players, I mean.
Yeah, it is important to note, right, these guys really did take some of the most promising players, if not some of the best players from the teams in the West. I mean, everyone knows what Tectonic is capable of, right? For him to make a move that seismic is insane. And then, of course, you pick up both Solo. Yeah, you know what? Actually, that wasn't actually intentional, but thanks, guys. Solo also a pretty good player on rejects. And then, of course, I actually want to give a shout out to Marvel because he's in a region, I think, that's relatively kind of unloved. Europe sometimes gets a lot of stick. Marvel is, in my opinion, one of the best snipers in the world. So for him to be picked up by Vitality, I think that's a massive pickup.
And he's someone that we've spoken to quite a lot during the normal season, got to do interviews with Marvel and kind of get to know him a little bit more. That's why all of these moves were so important storyline-wise because they were all players that we recognized from massive squads themselves.
Yeah, but a huge move for him specifically, I want to say, you know, for the region, we touched on that ourselves. I mean, again, it's hard to shout for them for the most part at these tournaments. It is difficult, but for him to make that move, for all these guys to make that move to that region, that's a huge step for them to make. Not just in terms of the actual team, but like logistically, like to go and make that move to move to that kind of region in that area. Yeah. That's massive for a European player. All these players who kind of put together as this like kind of Frankenstein team, like super team, that was a big moment for them to all kind of commit to under Vitality. Has it worked out yet? Not 100%. Well, definitely hasn't worked out so far today because, I mean, they lost already. But for them now to try and make that bounce back, it's so important to do so. So much commitment has been made to these players and to this team. They need to answer back with some results to back that up, to be fair.
And they'll be able to potentially do that against Ancient Gaming, the team across the way who they will be facing off here for match number 4. Team that we wouldn't typically be familiar with. So let's talk about Ancient Gaming a little bit for everyone.
Yeah, this is a really weird one. So unfortunately, there's a lot of players here. I say a lot. There's 4 of the 5 players from the original roster that Ancient qualified for champs with that aren't actually here. Flynn is the only one from the roster that placed second in the Latin America Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5 that is here at champs. For the rest of the team, then they had to draft in coaches, subs, and a lot of players from the former Bossa Nova roster, the Amigos team that placed 4th in the Snapdragon Pro Series. These guys are pretty good players on the whole, right? They're experienced players on the whole. Are they successful players? For the most part, the answer is no. You're looking at players that placed top 14 last year. You're looking at players that in their region, 4th place at best. This is going to be really difficult, I think, for Ancient Gaming to take them down. One thing I will say is if Vitality can lose to 4 Magic Vitrini, there is all the hope in the world they could also lose to yet another Latin American team.
I mean, we talk about the era of everyone all the time, but the other big factor working against them is just the experience. Like you were saying, we've got a lot of newer players on Ancient Gaming, but then when you look at the names on Team Vitality, even if they had a rough first game in the Swiss stage, they should more than be able to bounce back.
You would think so. You're sitting at 0-1. Both these teams have lost, obviously, just to explain the Swiss side of things. So I think they're realistically coming into this and sort of thinking to themselves, right, okay, let's just put that one to the back of our minds. We have to kind of forget about that. You can't rest on that previous game at all. And Vitality should have the experience to not have to do that. For the other side on Ancient, I mean, it was a tough game in the game. They were expected to lose up against X-Rock, so they did go on to obviously lose. They cannot take anything away from that, and they will know that they were probably expected to be here, but not going up against Vitality. So I think both teams' mindsets will be ever so slightly different. I think the pressure will very much not be on Ancient. For Vitality, it's how you deal with that pressure. They have been here time and time again. They know what it kind of takes to win these tournaments.
Absolutely.
Are they going to have that ability to just bounce back quickly, though? Can they forget about that? You would think they can, but let's find out.
And we'll find out exactly what they chose for the maps here as well. We'll pick those up so we can start talking about what we're going to be seeing out of these teams. We have been seeing a little bit of repeats when it comes to regional choices in their map picks, but we start things off yet again with a Summon Hardpoint.
Yeah, you know what's funny actually? We've been gassing up Hacienda Hardpoint as like the go-to map for everybody this entire season. Apparently everyone loves Summit now, and for good reason. If you're Ancient, because this is a huge, kind of map pick for them. I think they're 3-0 in it in the Snapdragon Pro Series regular season, albeit, you know, does that really count because it's not the same Ancient roster? For Vitality though, they'll be happy with the Seaside Control. That's a very strong control map for them. It is their strongest control map they could have gotten. So if they do have to go to 3, which given what happened earlier on today, they might, they'll be happy that it's there.
Yeah, I mean, realistically speaking, Vitality should just feel so good about this matchup full stop. I think it's not necessary for the maps for them. It's going to be an opportunity to get some more reps underneath their belt. We don't want to talk about that too much to Swiss, but it is realistic for them in this situation. They wouldn't have expected to be here, but I hopefully are on something comfortable for them, and I feel that is the case. So, yeah, let's see how it goes for them.
All right, well, you know, we've got the information here. We've got those picks coming through for the maps. We've talked about the teams a little bit. This is the vibe that I'm getting is that you guys think it might be a little bit one-sided here, obviously due to the potential powerhouse that is Vitality if they're able to kind of do a reset and get themselves together here. So let's start talking about those picks, those predictions here for this next match. I'm going to you first here, Brody. Talk me through it.
100% hit rate, you know, so far today. So I feel
Wait,
pretty
are you actually?
Well, yeah, because I've predicted one
so.
and I've, you know, won one, so. Yeah.
Oh, no,
the stats check out. Come on now.
We'll double check that.
Yeah. Regardless, I mean, come on. I think we're both going to say this is going to be a 2-0. I think to say anything else would be a little bit wild. And I'm not trying to kind of smack talk Ancient. Ultimately, they deserve to be here. But I think just the circumstances they've been kind of definitely thrown into the fire, right? The fact of the matter is, this is not the Ancient team that should be playing here at the event. Granted, these guys are still really damn good at Call of Duty Mobile. They are going up against a team that was built to win championships. This has to be a 2-0 in my mind.
Yeah, I would fully agree with Brody on that one. I'd be very surprised if this does go to 3. I'd be even more surprised if Ancient go on to win it. I think realistically for Vitality, though, it is about that sort of mentality. Are they going to be able to have that bounce back? That's the only question mark around things. You know, are they down on themselves? Are they able to put it in the back of their minds? I'd imagine they should be fine. And based on that, 2-0 should be the case.
All right, well, we're giving our players just a few more minutes to make sure that they are set up and ready to go here. But you guys talked about it when we got a chance to see that graphic. Quite a few different storylines and personalities that had to come together to form the potential powerhouse of a squad that is Team Vitality. And we did get a chance to catch up with them before the event and see what they had to say about it. So let's check it out.
Right, Infinity here at DreamHack Atlanta for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2024, and I am here with Team Vitality, the super team built for this event and for this year at Call of Duty Mobile Esports. Starting question, of course, you guys built right off the back of Season 4, you guys came together, the super team. Kind of walk me through very quickly here, kind of how this super team came together.
I feel like this wasn't more of like a super team, but more of like Vitality's interest in going international, because it's possible this could have never happened, and we just happened to get a good select of guys to join Jokos and Sams in India. So
you guys, you came to the Indian region, right? For you guys kind of pack-punched your team, as it were, right? You got a massive upgrade. What has it been like for you? Obviously, you know, you're now the best team in India. I mean, for you guys, of course, as kind of making that big change, and for you guys coming to India and immediately being the #1 team.
I think it meant a lot to like Sams and Jokos, making sure they're #1 for the first time in India. But all of our goals were always set to champs. So we knew that winning regionals obviously was very important, but you don't want to be the best in your country, you want to be the best in the world. So just really focus on that.
When you told me on the call that we're getting these guys, I was really excited because I know these guys are really experienced. So I knew this team was going to be fire.
First, I didn't believe him. I was like, really? I thought he was just lying to us. But when I actually spoke to these guys, I was so excited.
All right, well, look, there's a massive field of competition here at Champs, arguably more competitive than there has been in any other Champs in history. Is there any particular team that you guys would like to face? I know you're probably all going to have different answers here because you've all come from different regions. I mean, all individually then, is there any team that you guys want to face? This is the team that you want to take down.
For me, as a personal level, Animus, because they're French.
Yeah.
They're all French, so gotta show them who's Papa. After, I think, I don't know, one of the West. Because in the East, everybody's so lovely.
Yeah, everyone's really nice in these. Like, it's hard to hate any of the teams. Yeah.
Obviously, you guys play well at CDSI, but what's kind of the thing that you guys have been focusing on ahead of champs? Obviously, the things that you guys have been looking at, this is where we need to improve to make sure we are going to be the team that wins champs.
Yeah, I think overall polish, because we are a new team and a new roster, so it's like a lot of the stuff that you develop with time, we have to work on, just like certain mistakes or like you said, in games are very important to something that you kind of just learn naturally with time. So we really wanted to get a lot of VOD done, to look at why things happen and see how we could change them. And so I think around all of our game modes is very minor stuff, like just polish.
Great job being able to chat with the squad there, Brody. What was it like being able to hang out with them for a little bit?
Oh, they're really awesome, actually. Vitality, again, it's kind of a nice mix of players from various regions, right? All kind of different levels of experience, right? You're chatting with one of the most talented players in the world in Tectonic, and obviously, you know, the guys that brought it together in Samson Joko. So just a really wonderful team. All fun guys. I'm sure all the teams here are really fun, though.
I mean, it seems like the interviews that we've gotten to see so far that not only are they willing to kind of talk about just obviously Call of Duty Mobile and the tournament in general, but you get to see a little bit more of their personalities as well, which is always one of my favorite things about this event.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you want to see. You want to see more personalities coming from players, and there is plenty on that Vitality roster.
All right, well, we've got those flyovers coming in, which means it's time for match number 4 to get underway. Let's see who takes this one home.
Well, I mean, look, we have our expectations, don't we, Brody? We realistically do think Vitality should be feeling very confident heading into this one, but you also would have probably put your money on them winning their first round. So there's everything to kind of play for between these two teams. If you're Ancient, you're coming into this, and maybe are you fighting a wounded lion, or is it a case of, okay, why the hell are we playing these guys at 0-1?
I mean, I don't want to fight a lion full stop, mate. It doesn't matter if the lion's wounded or not. I'm not going anywhere near that thing. I certainly wouldn't be going near Vitality at the moment. Ancient Gaming, though, again, these players, don't underestimate them, even though this is a very last-minute thing for them. They are still talented players. They still know how to play Call of Duty Mobile. Do they know it well enough to take down a roster like Vitality? We've seen a fair amount of Summit hardpoint here today, Ton. Let's have one more.
Honestly, give me a Hacienda at this point. That's kind of my vibe on it, but here we are. Summit is, it's one of those very well-versed maps, so it does feel as if the teams who are just that little bit better will win it. And I know that sounds a bit silly, like in terms of the analytic point, but you know, it does come down to those rotations. You have to have your fundamentals right in this hardpoint. It's not just a case of outslaying somebody and getting the job done. But Vitality are doing a really good job at that spot. 28-0. Now Ancient Gaming eventually getting themselves on the ball, but Vitality, fantastic start to kick off round number 1.
All right, Vitality. Good start from them. They're already starting to slay out as well here. 3 kills coming between Tectonic and Marvel. Slaying looking pretty good for the most part, and Ancient, I think, just look kind of disjointed at the moment on this attempted offense towards P1. That is a lot of time. We've had that conversation, right, about kind of getting time away on P1 here. For Vitality to walk away with 43 seconds, any more time than this, it's a damn good start for the game for Ancient.
Towards P2, and that healthy lead is definitely going to help them out. That was a cruise missile invested for, well, 1 kill. Sand, and eventually it will get taken down. Vitality will find their way through, though, once again. Ancient Gaming have really been playing the sword here. And you do feel for them at this moment in time. Coming in against, again, one of the COD squads of Call of Duty Mobile. As a team who have literally formed together over the past couple of weeks. That is a tough ask, absolutely, but not expecting to see them this early in the day. Either way, Vitality really getting the job done so far. 35 seconds remaining here, over towards P2. Ancient Gaming not with anything but 6 points to talk about so far.
And with Samson, Joker's invested Predator missiles early on and towards this hard point. Now you're starting to look for a potential spawn flip here. Keep an eye on Solo, who's looking to do that. I don't think he quite is aware of where these players in the backline actually are. The fact that Solo has played his life, to be fair play to him. Finally will get shut down, though. Big kills to make for Ancient, and now we talk about this hill. This is the money hill here on this map. If Ancient Gaming can hold this one, they'll be right back in the conversation.
All that time that Vitality have and that lead that they do have could well be Scuphead by the time we get over towards P4, because P3 hold could come through. One player spawning out is not necessarily going to be ideal, but I don't think you're going to be expecting if you're Vitality. Never mind, you are. They shut that down now, trying to come in through the front door. Vinix very, very weak. Is the cover going to be there? Not quite. Spawns are for Ancient Gaming, but they lost control already.
Already lost control of the hill itself. You're fighting this one from the front if you're Team Vitality. Solo now trying to play patiently. Here comes an early investment from Jokos with the Sparrow. Solo just making it look so easy. Doesn't actually pick up that second gunfight. Doesn't matter though, Jokos does. And there is that spawn flip here for Vitality. They're actually following it up with more investment, Ton. Vitality want to ascertain full control of P3.
Maybe want to try and flip them. They've actually managed to as well. 29 seconds to keep them over towards the backside. This is an absolute bonus. Tectonic the direct impact with the War Machine. And it's just child's play right now for Vitality. 15 points is all that Ancient Gaming have to talk about at this moment in time. Sam's invested so much investment, and I wonder if that's really they just feel so confident in their ability to be able to do that, establish that lead. They're heading over towards B4 with that rotation again. They could add further fuel to the fire here, but Ancient Gaming are going to pick up that little bit of scrap time, and it is absolutely needed.
Ancient 100 points down or so as we get into this next hard point. Once again, they have lost this rotation, struggling to keep up at the moment, and it's not really a surprise to see why. Vitality constantly pushing out of the hard point over and over again, making sure they've got control of all these cut-offs. Now Solo looking to push the issue somewhat with the R9 through the other side of the smoke. One way's hard here in Call of Duty Mobile, but you think they would be. The way that Solo is playing through it, able to pick up a kill so damn easily, and the players that do get through, they're dealt with as well.
Just making light work so far. 30 seconds on the board here for Ancient Gaming Vitality. Just putting them to the sword. It's far too easy for Tectonic. Nobody shooting bullets back to, and he finds 3 kills. Investment coming through already. Vitality are looking to, well, nearly break the 200-point mark by the time we get over towards P1. They're not going to be quite able to do that, but Ancient Gaming have not offered up too much of a challenge so far. Just went up against X-Rock, you're coming in against Team Vitality, but that is the nature of the beast when it comes down to Call of Duty Mobile Champs, right? Yeah. I mean, you're coming in against the best teams on the planet. This is going to happen.
I mean, yeah, it's not exactly like you're going to be facing the casters on the desk, are you? You know, you're playing the teams that have gotten themselves to champs. There is no easy matches here for Ancient Gaming. Every opponent is going to be difficult. Certainly, though, that's the case for Team Vitality at the moment. I think just the fundamentals are making a difference at the moment. The way that Vitality are playing around all of these hard points, it's very clear that they're doing so as a team that has been working together for, what, now 6 or 7 months. Ancient, on the other hand, of course, this is a very last-minute squad, and I think that's showing in the gameplay at the moment. If you're on P1, they are keeping Vitality away from the time. I don't know if that's because Vitality are just looking for kills, though, at this point.
Ancient trying to find a way through. 48 points to their name, though. Honestly, after the first couple of hills, I should say, that's more than I thought they'd have at this stage. They've done well to find a way back through, but Vitality are just making this look so easy. Fantastic performance across the board from them. They're nearly 50 away from the win. P2 going to be coming up in around 15 seconds. Ancient Game definitely giving us more of a fight between these two over the last couple of hills, but Vitality above and beyond. Just been doing everything correctly. They're making sure they find their rotations. The slaying game is very much being in their favor as well. Tectonic doing one he usually does, 26 kills to his name after rotation a little bit. Doing God's work right now. Vitality find themselves 35 points away from the win.
That's 27 kills, by the way, with a scoreline like this. So that's a lot of kills. It might not see it like at the end of the game, but still, when the scoreline is this, that is a hell of a lot of kills. But regardless, Vitality now just 30 seconds away from victory. They'll invest what they can. No real need to hold them. Just get this game over with and get yourselves into a firing range search and destroy. One more wave of gunfights. You have to feel will get it done. Ancient looking to try and knock at the door, trying to do something here, but is it futile?
15 seconds away. It's felt like every single time Vitality have had their operator available, it has been brought in, and that is going to be the case for Sams now. Finds one with a Purifier and looking to just add further fuel to the actual fire. Vitality now find themselves only a mere 5 seconds away. Nobody nearly close enough from Ancient Gaming. Vitality come out swinging 250 to 54. One-sided as you're likely to see here this weekend. Vitality looking for the bounce back. That's the start of it.
Yep, that's what you need if you're Vitality. And, you know, if I'm honest again, this is no disrespect to the players on Ancient Gaming, given the circumstances that they're playing under, but for Vitality, I don't know if you'll be using this too much as a kind of momentum booster moving forward, because you almost feel like if you didn't thrash them, you would be disappointed in yourselves, right? Given just kind of what roster you are. But still, that's business as usual there for Vitality, and you kind of mentioned it, right? We both kind of talked about it a little bit. The fact of the matter is, you can see they weren't even really playing as they would against a high-level team. They were using their operators just almost as soon as we got them. A good example, actually, at the start of the game, right? We went to P3, that money heal that we always talk about here. On Summit Hardpoint, they get their operators, they get 3 in a row. It's 30 seconds left on the hardpoint, by the way, so they could well just give up that time and rotate, just get them out, just use them, because at that point, I mean, why not? You are going to have a lot more chances in this hardpoint to win out.
You're finding it more often as well, right? I mean because of how well you're playing, how much you're dominating the game, you might as well get in because you're going to get it back again so fast. And that's the snowball effect, isn't it? Necessarily that Vitality were able to find that really good play coming in from them. We'll get the job done, but yeah, that would have been expected. I think Ancient always going to struggle in that game, and now coming into the Search and Destroy. And this is maybe where our questions start to lie with Vitality just a little bit in this series, just in the sense of what they did lose in the previous. They won their hardpoint pretty dominantly, like they just did there, maybe not quite as badly as that. But at the same time, Search and Destroy and Control with the games they lost in the previous series, they'd be wanting to put those demons to bed.
And I am surprised about that. You know, again, no disrespect for Magic Petrini, the team that they lost to, quite clearly they have been putting the work in. But for Vitality, a team that I know, again, they've got a comprehensive staff behind the scenes, they've got a coach and analyst that both know what they're doing. For the Search and Destroy to go awry in the way that it very clearly did, I think is a testament to either just how well for Magic Petrini were playing in that series, or Vitality perhaps making some mistakes. I don't see them making those same mistakes here against Ancient, though. Fire and Search and Destroy is going to be the battlefield for the next map. And it's something that these guys have played over and over and over again. These guys know what they're doing. They've been playing this for years now. If they mess this up, I'd be surprised.
Tectonic talking to his team then. Letting them know what he liked about that one, which would have been a lot. Look unfazed though, don't they? I think it's a good opportunity for both these two teams though to get themselves on the main stage, get accustomed to that feeling. It's a little bit different. You're in that venue, you got people watching over you with all the lights. I get nervous, you know. Everybody gets nervous.
Yeah, I mean, I beat you the other day actually on COD Mobile. You know, they asked for players. And
if you want to go down this route, okay. I was using the players configuration because obviously the phone's set up.
Here we go.
I didn't actually know where one of them put the shoot button at all. I was tapping everywhere on the screen.
You couldn't see the shoot button?
No, you can't see it. I had to go into the configuration.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Fair enough. Well, you're just bad. But, you know, I did beat you, and that's the main thing.
I like to point out one of my teammates had one. It was 1 in 20. So
you're throwing them under the bus, huh?
100%.
That's
100% throwing them under the bus.
I would be as well. Regardless, though, yeah, it is definitely daunting. I think being up on the main stage is a very different experience. I think, you know, even in a matchup like this, you kind of want to lock in a little bit, if only to get yourselves in the mood for later on matches, right? You're going to be on the main stage again. You want to make sure that you're ready for those. You're in the right mindset because, you know, you get on the main stage again later on to face what, X-Rock or somebody like that. Yeah. You want to make sure you're locked in.
Yeah, it's about having that familiarity. But for these two teams, I think, you know, Vitality have been at this kind of environment plenty of times. They know exactly what to expect. So for them to find that 1-0 lead, now heading into the Search and Destroy, they will feel the utmost amount of confidence, I would imagine, looking to advance on into the Swiss to the 1-1. I mean, teams are going to start whittling down. Nobody would have obviously left yet.
There they are.
Callie and the guys supporting. Loves it. Look at them. Passionate, as ever.
Yeah, they're the ones that, of course, will be responsible for bouncing back Team Vitality here. They'll know what they're doing. And making sure these guys are successful later on in the tournament. It has to be said, though, you know, we talked about kind of the Swiss format, right, and the importance of winning as many matches as you possibly can. It's a relatively forgiving format in terms of qualification, right? I mean, you've got a ton of chances to qualify. You're going to have a lot of matches to play. So, you know, losing that first match in terms of qualification is not the end of the world. But I've mentioned it kind of very briefly. We were talking about kind of throwing different looks in terms of maps out for Gallerus. For Vitality to lose that first match is going to be frustrating from a seeding perspective because now it means that you are likely to face a more difficult team if/when you make bracket play tomorrow. And, you know, again, the more difficult teams here at Call of Duty Mobile, you want to avoid them if you can.
Oh, no, you absolutely want to try and avoid as many of those good teams early. But just to reiterate for you guys at home, the Swiss stage of how it is working. Win 3 before you lose 3. It's as simple as that. And, well, for the series, it's a little bit different. You're going to win 2 before you lose 2. And let's not just try and complicate it, though, Chris. We'll just talk about it when we get into the game. Just confusing everybody at home as per usual. But Fire and Search and Destroy is not necessarily a confusing one whatsoever. You guys have played this one for some time. I professionally played this map.
Did you?
I did, yeah.
How old are you?
Listen, I'm old enough, all right? That's all I'll say. Into this one, though. Vitality on the attacking side for 6 rounds. Ancient on the defense. Solo will find the first one as the push in the caravan comes through. They find the second as well. Vinix was able to find one back. But immediately, the numbers are up and against Ancient Gaming. Nearly finds the spray transfer. Not quite able to get that. Oh. Would have been the 1 versus 3 coming in for Kiona, but not going to be able to find it. 1-0. You didn't even get an opportunity to say anything there, Brody.
That's
the round's over.
Standard COD Mobile fair and casting.
Yeah, well.
Jokos actually almost got took out there. If he would have got taken down by Chaotic, that would have been a plausible 1 versus 3 scenario, but alas, it was not. Team Vitality starting strong here, and I imagine we're going to see a lot of aggression out of Team Vitality in this Search and Destroy again. Kind of the same thing as Hardpoint. Why not just throw everything Ancient get the search and destroy over and done with. Big kills coming through early on though. Trade from Chaotic should slow things up somewhat. And numbers technically speaking on site are in favor of Ancient because there's one player being a sneaky little bee, but
Solo maybe a little bit overzealous with that push, but this one from Tectonic is almost going to be devastating. King, what can he do? Absolutely nothing because he's had his head taken off his shoulders. Chaotic once again left all on his own, is able to find another. He is playing that player on the island, so to speak, putting himself into these positions. This will be 1 versus 4 if you can find it. Still has 3 more Vitality players to deal with, and the bomb to defuse. Cheeky little shoulder is now thrown, and all of a sudden they know exactly where he's coming from. Chaotic going to go through the front door, is not going to be able to find it. Sam's with another Vitality too good.
yeah. Standard look there from Team Vitality. Only one player on defense on B site. Very quickly overwhelmed. Vitality with site control and a little bit of spice coming through from that flank from Tectonic. Easy wins for Vitality. Now back towards A here in this round. Ancient putting a few more bodies on B this time. That means this defense on A is going to be somewhat weaker. Major already out the play. Now it's going to be Solo on the hunt for more, and Solo is successful in his hunt.
Gets the job done. And now just trying to watch the flank as Ancient Gaming start to try and grasp at the straws of the search and destroy. It's a hell of a grenade actually to find Sams. And gets it through the window. Makes this, again, doable, but not if he's dead as well. Chaotic, again, left all on his own. Feeling very lonely in these clutchable situations. Now 3 rounds in a row from Vitality, where Chaotic has been the final kill they've had to find. And this is just looking like another day at the office for Vitality. Find themselves in this situation, down into the 0 and 1 section of the Swiss. And looking to bounce back very, very quickly, everybody.
Oh, Vitality. Are they going to be aggressive this time around? This is a different look actually from Ancient. I like this. Just kind of throw yourselves at Vitality in a bit of a difficult way. Major though wasn't expecting Solo. You never quite expect Solo to pick up 3 like that. Vitality now off the back of Solo's antics are going to be getting tight control, and he might be getting Plin as well.
Knows exactly where he is, and Plin just in the worst possible situation. Vitality are running away with this one. Looking very casual on the main stage at the moment. Everybody putting up the numbers where they need to. And Ancient really do have no answer right now. I wonder if the attack is maybe going to be their route to success, but they'll be grasping at straws. Big attack from Vitality, though, coming down towards this B side. It's a mid-take for Ancient, which they are able to adapt to here. They are going to be able to transition quite quickly. Vitality will have company very, very quickly.
Yeah, I like this from Ancient. Different looks being thrown after this round and the last. But Vitality have already read it, unfortunately. I think the element of surprise has fallen away from you. So now you have to do the most difficult thing of all. Face down Vitality, face to face. And you're probably not going to win those fights. Good try coming through from Vinix, though. So Tectonic out of the round here, but the siege has to be fast and furious. Are you ready for Solo? There's 1, there's 2. Solo, easy pickings. Number 3, Chaotic will get tagged, but no kill. He's alive, but for how long?
Left now in a 1 versus 3. Chaotic, just not much you can do here. Vitality looking so solid in these post-plant situations. They're finding their way onto the side very, very easily. And I think for Ancient, they're trying to throw different looks at it. They're trying to throw something slightly off key to try and get Vitality caught off guard, but they've got so much time to then set up, and they are not going to let anything fall to the wayside. Ancient Gaming are finding it very, very difficult to keep up the pace of Vitality right now. 2 minutes on this round. And Vitality are looking for the perfect attacking round. Great shot coming in from Plin, though. And that feels like the first blood that we've seen from Ancient Gaming, but answer back immediately 4 versus 4.
Yeah, that's the thing with Vitality, is when they want to put it on, they will.
Bomb has been planted.
They've got snipers to answer back. Ancient bomb now down as well. Ancient with absolutely 0 control. Good snipe coming through from King on towards Marvel.
Here we go.
Going to bring the sniper pressure down to just Jokos. Phoenix, potential flanking play. Can he find anything? These Senate are great as well. Take down for the count. These last 2 players are isolated.
So we're going to have to lock this one down. He does have a little bit of support, which is now starting to come through in the middle of the map. The spray transfers are going to be there. Oh, the lineup for him. Is the third going to be there? How is Solo able to do it? Oh my goodness. You can't let that happen if you're Ancient. You put yourself into the spot where it's looking promising for what feels like the first time in the last 20 minutes, and this one is all about over. Solo finds 3, Vitality find their 6th, looking for the perfect search and destroy.
Ancient being bought a one-way ticket to the LG experience here. Team Vitality just 1 round away from getting this one done and dusted. And Ancient shaking in their wellies, just chilling inside wood at the moment. Nothing they can do.
Vitality setup, waiting for the push to come through from Ancient Gaming, but again, you are right. They are playing passive. They are looking to try and find a picket. You know what? Fair play to Vitality. They haven't actually given them a sniff here. They have given them the respect in these rounds, and that is maybe why we see it as a 6-0. They played it confidently, and they are doing that right now. They are playing it as well as they need to. Sitting back, waiting for the push to come. It's now starting to come in over towards this side. Sams will find one with a little bit of help from Solo. Pressure starting to come in as Marvel will find another. This round is dissipating for Ancient Gaming ever so fast. They're all towards the site. They're all going to be dead very, very shortly as well. And that is done so quickly. Vitality bounced back after their initial loss. A 2-0 win here against Ancient Gaming. That one is over before it even bloody started.
Yeah, just insane. Vitality, I mean, look. It was a mismatch ultimately. Ancient, I think we're just kind of in all sorts of trouble there through that series. The Summit hardpoint didn't look even remotely close in the Search and Destroy. I mean, again, they got LG'd, so it is what it is. But Vitality, I think, you know, fair play, you kind of mentioned it, they were giving them the respect they deserved multiple times. They were playing well enough. They were still having to throw looks at Ancient to get that one done. So at least Ancient, you know, managed to pull that out of Vitality.
Kind of reset their momentum, make sure that they are moving forward in a better spot towards that next stage of the competition. I think that of all teams, they would have definitely been disappointed with a loss right out the gate, and so this is an opportunity for them to kind of set them going in the right direction. And now it'll be interesting to see who they end up facing off against in their next matchup. But at least puts them now at 1-1, and that's a much better place to be in.
100%. I think it's difficult though because it's such a banana skin because you're going into a game where you, okay, absolutely expect to win, but you have to be careful against any of these teams. This is the World Championships. This is the pinnacle of Call of Duty Mobile. You need to make sure you're giving everyone their respect, and I think they absolutely did that, and that's what we've seen from the performance. I mean, it was 50 points on the hard point, and a single round of Search and Destroy, and this round from Solo, doing it all on his own, quite literally. Finding those three, and that was pretty much the game from there. Like, it's difficult because you're going into this situation, you know that these teams have the ability, but you have to make sure that you get the job done, and they did so in very, very dominant fashion. Now they move on, and now they can start thinking about their next game very, very quickly, but that's the kind of win they would have wanted.
Well, it'll give them definitely a little bit of a confidence boost here. We'll have to see now what that means for Ancient Gaming. They'll have one more opportunity here to try and keep themselves alive in our Swiss bracket. We're moving through things. We've got everything happening still in the pit. That was match number 4 up here on the main stage. 5 more left up here. So we'll have to see how things continue on before that happens, though. We have F-Dot standing by yet again with another interview.
That's right. That's right. That's right. It's me. I'm standing up here with Jokos, and I mean, we just got to call it how it is. That you guys did it. Real big stuff. I hate this question, but like, how do you feel? Wait, you're expected to be this good. So did you feel like you had to do this well?
I mean, we just went with the flow. I think this win was really important for us to recover from the last loss. And yeah, we were chilling.
So let me lead into it. Like I said, you're expected to, because this is a super team, right? Talk me through a little bit how you guys created the team and how you've really garnered this synergy.
I mean, yeah, it took us a time. It's not been a long time we are together. It's only been 5-6 months. But yeah, we are improving day by day. It started like, it was really like, I wasn't expecting to be in this part of this team. But here I am. I'm really lucky, I think.
And the biggest part for me is how much fun y'all are having out there. Like, I see you guys, different regions, different backgrounds, and you guys are laughing, you're killing it, and you're having a good time. Tell me a little bit about what the vibe is like in those comms and what y'all team means.
Yeah, like I said, the vibe right now was really chill. We were having fun, cracking jokes and all, because, like I said, it was really important for us to recover from the loss. We can't be sad after that first loss, and we knew we needed this.
You guys got big expectations. You ready to fill them?
Yes, I am.
Well, good luck, man. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
All right, great stuff coming out from Jokos and the rest of the team. B-Mommy's somewhere, and she's going to catch us up with the rest of the SWATs.
you can definitely say the Vitality is hot to go. HOTTOGO. We can definitely feel the energy in this arena. DreamHack is looking crazy. And if you can't hear it, the cheering behind me only means one thing. It means that some teams are very much happy and some teams, of course, are pretty disappointed. If you are on the stream right now, we are live in our B stream, Godlike versus Supreme. I think they just finished their hard point and now trying to go in for their search and destroy. And that's Mod6 and Hillmania going to be casting for you guys. And for our C stream, we have Verdict and AJ going for exclusive and Animus. And we already saw that Animus got that hard point in Apocalypse. It was a little bit close, but now doing their search and destroy. You can see over here, this is the exclusive boys going up against Animus behind this wall. And not just that, also behind me on the left side, you have Diabolos versus Tribe going in for their search and destroy as well. Tribe being one up from their hardpoint matchup. So I think when it comes to the scoreline, there's still a possibility for a 2-0 here. But again, there's still a lot of things that you can actually say, especially we still have one more stream. That is stream D. Hitman, Aishim, going to be casting that as well. Diabolos and Tribe. Don't forget to watch those streams as well. But for now, as we'll be waiting for our main stream later on, we will take a quick short break and for the next set of rounds.
Hi guys, we're Team Vitality at DreamHack Atlanta, and you're watching Call of Duty Champs.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Since the year 00, we was out to get more. Bunch of really real G's, burning trees till we low. Sitting by 45 like I'm Jordan on the floor. Here we go, against the greatest, what they say my name for. You can get it, hate it, sweat it, I'll be flexing. I'm just riding around my city, bank account and chair model. Sitting pretty, I just had to let them know. I'm unforgettable. I'm unforgettable. Since the year 00, we was out to get more. Bunch of really real G's, burning trees till we low. Sitting by 45 like I'm Jordan on the floor. Here we go, against the greatest, what they say my name for. Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not? We on the path to greatness. We're shooting the shot to make it. So moving the target is aimless. Cause we got the power to shape shift. We'll catch the energy wave in. We go till our bones are aching. Cause the top spot's ready or not? Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not? It's about to go off. Turn it up on the spot. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. We gon' sit at the top. Give it all we got. Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not?
Darkness outside, that's when I feel alive. Boy, just shut up and drive. We're raising hell tonight. Got my name on your lips. Taste that poison, my kiss. Shiver run down your skin. Sweet, but she got a bite. Think you can control me, baby. Clearly you don't know me at all. Not at all. We shouldn't listen to the rumors, 'cause they're not even close. You'll be chasing a ghost. I don't care, ain't no stopping me tonight. I don't care, I'm not gonna change my mind. Crashed my car and I lost my friends, but I'm still getting out my head. I don't care, 'cause I was made to be wild. Darkness outside, that's when I feel alive. Boy, just shut up and drive. We're raising hell tonight. Got my name on your lips. Taste that poison, my kiss. Shiver run down your skin. Sweet, but she got a bite. Think you can control me, baby. Clearly you don't know me at all. Not at all. We shouldn't listen to the rumors, 'cause they're not even close. You'll be chasing a ghost. I don't care, ain't no stopping me tonight. I don't care, I'm not gonna change my mind. Crashed my car and I lost my friends.
Are you Cargo? It's amazing to meet you.
Thus began the adventure of Cargo.
And if you can hear me, you probably want to come closer to the SPS stage. We've got a bunch of teams here. We're friends with everybody, but I have some friends from outside the server as well. I've got a good friend named Cargo, which is from the DHL squad, and he's got a whole story. So before we introduce you to Cargo, let's hear a little bit about where he comes from. And here comes the big man now. DHL helps us put all our ducks in a row, and Cargo is the big man with the big plan. If you notice, he's got a bunch of friends alongside, and they have a bunch of free things. So here's the deal, okay? I'm excited. I want y'all to get excited with me. So we've got free stuff, and we're gonna give it to a bunch of people. But we have special free stuff that we're gonna give to the loudest people around. So on the count of three, I don't even have to tell you what to do. Y'all already know. 1, 2, 3. Let me hear it. You know, a lot of times people come up here and they sit there and oh, you could do better. I know that was good, but I do know y'all could do better. So, Cargo, one more time for the big man. 1, 2, 3. All right, Cargo, you hear him. Why don't we pick a winner? All right, we're coming on down. We got a couple of cosplayers. We got a dope hat. But we got some live people right here, it looks like. Oh, juked. Not quite. We're going to the back of the room. And he's making the left-hand side. We have our winner. Come through. Come through. We're going to get you a picture with Cargo, and we're going to give you some free stuff. What's your name and where you coming from?
I'm Erin. I'm from Canada.
Well, welcome to Atlanta. This is how we welcome our new friends in the city. On behalf of Cargo, DHL, and all the people here at our wonderful DreamHack tournament, congratulations, this is yours. And here it is.
Let's give it up for our new friend from Canada!
Backpacks for Canada! Woo! Oh, wait, it's the whole thing. We got t-shirts, we got hats, we got another hat. We have a whole bunch of stuff that I'm not gonna stack on our new friend, but I'm gonna stack all the friends that I've made out here. Shout out to DHL and all our partners. Thank you so much for joining us. Shout out St. Carla. We'll see you in a little bit.
Huge thank you to Cargo for helping us reward our fans for hanging out with us here on day 1 of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. I will say, Proper would have rivaled for the loudest fan as soon as he saw Cargo roll out, okay?
First of all, when I first saw him, the lights weren't on. And then the lights went on, I started going bonkers. These two can absolutely attest. I lost my marbles up here.
We'll have to see if we can get you a little meet and greet with
I
Cargo
hope so.
later on, okay?
If Cargo has any fans, I'm #1.
I'm being told that you have the ability to walk around in it yourself because of your fandom specifically.
What?
Just
Okay,
you.
yeah,
Just
it could
you.
be. Just me.
Only Proper.
Wow,
just me.
I'm jealous.
Yeah, get in line. That's
I am
right.
in line. I'm second in line.
We'll have to make that happen a little bit later on. But for now, we've got to continue on with our matches up here on the main stage. While all of that awesome chaos was going on, our players were getting them set up and ready for match number 5 on the day. And if you're wondering who that's going to be, it's going to be X-Rock versus Wolves, which means we are heading into another match of teams that have not lost. So talk to me a little bit about X-Rock here, Alan.
They're very good. I'll say that much. They are, I wouldn't say far and away the best team from China, but they're definitely top 2, without question. They've been at repeated grand finals, whether it be in the region or across multi-region competitions. They've looked really good versus their counterparts, especially the ones that are on the other side of the stage. And I think the thing about it is, this is a team that from top to bottom, all 5 of them could be MVP caliber. They're just so good from start to finish. They look completely polished from every single form, especially in the search and destroy. I don't think there's a team deadlier than them in the maps 2 and then eventually map 5s when they will make it to tomorrow at some point.
I think one of the big things here is that this is a pretty big kind of title match. You've got your #1 seed here up against your defending champs from last year. So this is going to be something that a lot of teams are going to be watching regardless of the outcome, just to see exactly how they face off against each other. Teams that we will be expecting to be in the bracket stage later on, Proper, and then obviously against X-Rock is Wolves.
Yeah, I mean, this is the next match in line for a handful that we've already had on this day, that we have a certain recency of seeing them at CDSI. To your point, even for Wolves coming back to Atlanta, defending the crown, that is very difficult to do, but this is a 2-0 matchup in a Swiss bracket. You know it's going to be an absolute banger, especially when Wolves are a part of that conversation. They are here for a reason. They made it very, very far as CDSI is concerned, but are they really in that championship form? This is going to be their toughest test yet on this fine day.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about it, and for those that have been avid followers, you know, we have our top 4 seeds based on power rankings still alive in these 2-0 matches, but this is our #1 versus our #4, which is weird because Wolves are defending champions from last year, but the thing about it is they've yet to beat X-Rock. They don't hold the edge versus Q9 either into head-to-head. So there is this level of Wolves have to still prove themselves, even though they are the defending champions, and they still look like they're definitely capable of continuing on to defend that crown later down the road.
Absolutely. And you know both of these teams want to secure a top seed. They want to be going into that bracket with as much of an advantage as possible. So this is going to be a really fun battle across the board. Now we get a chance to see our players getting themselves set up and ready. Let's start talking about these maps. We're going to have those picks come through so we can see what we've got going on here. Nothing different for the hard point, but we're starting to get a little bit of variety when it comes to that S&D and that control, because we're going to see a takeoff and an arsenal.
I mean, ultimately speaking, I'm just excited to see any point in time where Nian gets a sniper rifle in his hands. That guy last year just blew up the main stage, just being able to showcase all of his talents, but also at the same point in time, when it comes down to search and destroy, specifically for this region, it is always set to be a banger.
And I will say, this is a good opener map for Wolves. In terms of the current map pool that we have for Hardpoint, they have played the most amount of Summit compared to all the other Chinese teams that are out there, and they also are the most rehearsed across the ones that are still active. I say that selectively because China, during their Masters, play a different map pool than we have here. So there is some level of, okay, good opening map for Wolves. They've played it the most out of all their Chinese teams. They also hold the best win record. And then when we eventually get to Control, they've also been very good across all 3 maps. So there is opportunity here. I still don't necessarily believe that they're going to be the best X-Rock for the first time here on this stage in a best of 3.
So then you've kind of led me to my next thing. What does that mean for your predictions? What are you saying here?
I got X-Rock 2 up.
I actually went with Wolves. I believe even with all like the stats that go completely and utterly against them, as Alan was saying, they still need to prove themselves and how they can actually stack up against some of Chinese's best players. I think they do it here.
All right, well, everybody at home, let us know your thoughts as well. Who you think is going to be taking this one home, because match number 5 is moments away from getting underway. So let's see who takes this 3rd win.
Should be a fun one. And again, I think you're right in terms of if Wolves were to beat this X-Rock team for the first time, it could be here. They did play each other in the groups at CDSI, where it was a best of 3 that did go to 3, but still could not get over the hurdle of this X-Rock team, which has just been, I think, just the best when it comes to search and destroy. No one's touched them.
Yeah, no, and I think you also have to just go back and look at all the series that have been played, at least on the day, as things have exponentially become a whole lot worse. X-Rock just got off of a 2-0 win versus 4MV, which does say a lot considering that they bashed Team Vitality, so take that as you will. And we just previously saw Wolves being able to get the better of Galoris, albeit through 3 maps. So Summit is going to be a square-up matchup. Let's see what these 2 teams can do.
Yeah, and again, Wolves are going to love having this map as part of the pool. Now, all the Chinese teams have played a lot of Summit, to be fair, but Wolves, there's been no one more avid at playing this map than that. X-Rock, solid start though. Off to the races here for P1, still 30 seconds to fight for, and already they've accrued 20 seconds. So not a great start here for Wolves, trying to find their way back in on the re-break, but still X-Rock just surrounding the map, keeping things evenly traded.
Yeah. That's exactly what you need to do. And that's exactly what X-Rock has made a name for themselves doing, especially in recent times. They're still in a very beautiful spot, keeping Wolves just at distance, albeit having players around the hardpoint. Wolves just have no entrance to be able to get any more time, let alone past that 50-yard line to try to contest the upcoming rotation.
Indeed the case. No, up top needs to finish his food. A little bit difficulty getting it finished off, but still locking things down up top of PCs. Can't get the reload through, but does earn the Pred missile and is nearly already at an equalizer. So hot start for Nono. And X-Rock will get 30 seconds on the first hill. On the rotation over towards 2, though, Wolves clean on this rotation, and they're going to find some early time here as the hardpoint opens.
Yeah, but what a flip of the script, right? I mean, as you were talking about, Nono start actually called in that Predator missile once the rotation was more than underway, but it was actually Wolves that were able to benefit from all of that, but X-Rock not too far away from it. It is Summit at the end of the day, are able to recontest, find good gunfights. Again, back to the scrap of keeping Wolves at bay.
Indeed the case. Shotgun out for Chuanem. That's good, for the first at least. Wolves able to find a response. And this is a good battle back here all of a sudden from the 3rd seed out of China. But, oh, sheesh. I mean, we're barely through the halfway point of the 2nd hardpoint, and we've already got 2 operators being called in for X-Rock, really dominating the tempo so far. War Machine, Equalizer, both getting called in, and that's to great effect as the scrap time looks largely favorable towards X-Rock, and they hold rotation anew.
Yeah, I mean, even with the scoreline, doesn't even suggest just how much outslaying X-Rocks are able to get for themselves. And with that, obviously, the score generated, they're going to have these certain operators and resources available much sooner than Wolves, but they do have a few more coming online. X-Rock do have the better side of the map. To your point there, Alan, they will be in first for P3.
Indeed the case. Wolves, a couple operators at the ready for them as they try to get trophy systems down at the front. Easier said than done, though. Purifier blocks the front door. King not able to find entry through mid. And I love this from X-Rock. They're even getting a little bit of a bump outside the hard point, trying to force a little bit of action towards Wolves before they can even approach. And that's enough for the Purifier again to follow up, find two. Wolves trying to get something to go in the War Machine, but it's just not putting the connection together that they need.
Gonna invest into the War Machine, try to find further value, but the Pred Missile just gets called down from the heavens, and it's looking like a full 60 from the start for X-Rocks. And again, they're doing everything so correct. I mean, the Gravity Vortex gun there at the end just to make sure that the back scrap time is secure for the full 60. Over triple digits now are X-Rock, and all of the space that they had for themselves while the hardpoint was active and anchoring the back spawn.
Perfect. Perfect here in terms of not just anchoring the spawns, but now flipping, so Wolves have to fight from the opposite side of the map as they go to 4. And I'll tell you this, friends, if X-Rock deal with King cleanly, they get themselves set up, this game may just be over already. And they get King cleanly, the spawns have flipped Pred Missiles out to make sure the rotation is stopped in. Oh my God, X-Rock is laying on the lumber.
And this is where desperation's going to start sitting in for Wolves. Look, you have 3 operators that you're probably going to have to dip into. Otherwise, this 50 seconds might as well be X-Rocks because their resource management is just so punishing. Zai pulls out the claw, is able to find 2. Not enough to fully uproot all the players for X-Rocks on the backside of the map. They're still fighting for the scrap time as Peggy will end up fighting himself 4 in a row. Zai there for the cleanup on the last. Finally, the spawns have flipped.
A heroic moment right there for Peg. The rest of the team was worried about trying to flip the spawns around. He's the only person playing for the break. Ends up coming away with 3. So Wolves, that is exactly what they needed, because otherwise this game could be well and truly out of hand. But a good battle back leads them over the 70-point threshold. Follow-up from X-Rock is sloppy. A lot of individual kills coming out, and that's leading to Wolves dominating the kill feed with a chance to possibly rotate over to 1 early.
Could be the wake-up moment that you need for Wolves. Again, even with the back 30 seconds being contested, in a much better position than what it looked like at the beginning of that P4. Operators already being called out immediately for X-Rock. They have a War Machine to meet all of these narrow choke points for Wolves as soon as they try to contest, but coming up with value and damage so far are X-Rock maintaining hill presence as well.
Still, though, an opportunity with the shutdown of the War Machine to now allow Neon to pull out one of his own. Only gets just one as Nono from behind with his second equalizers is all of a sudden all over this Wolves team, and Nono all over the place, and that's good for more. Pred Missile, 1 kill away from it, and he's gonna find it immediately. Still chance for more behind, keeping his teammates safe, but runs out of ammunition, and that's enough for the shutdown to come through, but not before X-Rock get over the 140 mark.
Yeah, the damage was more than done, right? The Predator Missile, Nono's gonna call in what feels like his 4th in this map, #1 thus far. It's just punishing to watch. Wolves Esports simply have no response for player after player for X-Rock stepping up in a massive way, and it's just map presence galore. P2 rotation surely upon us with about 6 seconds. The problem for Wolves is now you finally are spawning on one side of the map. The split spawn presence that X-Rock forced them in for such a long time as a massive lead that they have to try to chip away from.
Yeah, and really at this point, what you're looking for in the macro game is you got to split this next hardpoint 50-50 if you're Wolves, but you cannot afford to allow X-Rock to get P3.
Yep.
That's the biggest focus here is Zai trying to do something with a claw. Doesn't really find much. Sunyo from behind, really well done. Gravity Vortex gun from X-Rock as well. Again, I just love the way they use it. Just getting aggressive, taking away the choke point. Let the rest of the team behind you do the work. And it's done nicely to this point, but still 35 seconds to fight for. And X-Rock more invested in the rotation than the actual hill for now. They will own the spawns for new, but the work on the hard point still in question.
A terminology lesson here with proper casts, of course. The leader's advantage. I mean, it's just what you have for X-Rock. You can afford to play for these spawns quite early because you know that Wolves are going to be more desperate for the time, and it's going to force them into a lot of more punishable positions going forward. You got 2 players anchoring onto the backside on the west side of the mini-map as well. A couple more players are trying to show presence on this side of the map thus far for Wolves, but they all get dealt with. And it's going to be X-Rock here on the rotation with the War Machine ready again.
Yeah, and a claw also going to be spent. Again, the efficiency metrics for X-Rock. It's never more than 2 operators at the same time. Important to note that. Wolves, similarly so, have 2 operators at the ready as well. Rugio able to find at least the front door shutdown. Hunter Killer Drone towards the opposite angle. There is no stone unturned here for X-Rock. Although there is a player who slipped kind of behind this. Nono with his 27th equalizer is making his play to rewrap back through middle, and you just would not predict this. Nono once again says yes, yes, as Wolves are still without over the 100-point mark.
Got players spawning all the way to the backside, and you saw just No immediately turn around and understand that could potentially be there, and well, the Pred missile will confirm it. Peg gonna have an equalizer of their own, end up finding themselves 2 more. That means that Wolves can finally break back in for at least the back 20 seconds, but what does it even mean? Because now X-Rock can set up on this side of the map and just keep them trapped.
Oh, but look at these kills from Peg. A little flanker on the back. Completely opens things up. Split spawns coming through. Plus the Pred missile will connect for a couple. That is an opportunity. Rushi displaying inside the new hill. Ma over the top of the tractor. Surprise is king. Follow-up is good on the second, and that's the game. I hate to break it to you, friends, but the spawns are going to stabilize here for X-Rock, and they're going to have hold control for New.
And look, Wolves, the ones that are still alive, are so focused on the front, there's no way you would ever expect for the split spawns to come all the way through. You have a Purifier ready to meet you and light you asunder should you try to contest this hard point.
Yeah, all you got to do is know which doorway you have to hit. Neon trying to get something going with the War Machine, able to shut down 1, make it a second, can't quite get the 3rd. Wolves still trying to battle. Spawn blocked at the moment. Maybe a chance to neutralize, if not contest, this hard point as it starts to flip a touch, but still, we're dealing with 100-point gaps. Where X-Rock are 30 seconds away from winning the game. This would take a miracle effort from Wolves.
It would. I mean, to be able to sequence all of those hills together, starting with this back 20, would be monumental. And quite deflating, honestly, for X-Rock should it happen. But you'd imagine with a lead gap like this, it just comes down to keeping them at bay once again. Get a couple seconds here, break for another 5 there, and you should be fine. Couple good exits to speak of. Center of the map maintained so far for X-Rock.
Zai over towards top PCs. Trying to lock things down on one side. Smoke making a mess of the actual hard point itself as, once again, Rushi able to just get the War Machine to spam on one side, but it doesn't really work out all that well. Wolves actually finding 4 straight eliminations. Will now own some early time here on P1. Problem is, you've used every single operator for this, and now all of a sudden Ma's got the Gravity Vortex gun to try to work his way back in, separate out the hill. Trades are decent. Can they find Chuan though? That's the question. Yes, they can. Wolves still dancing here.
Still playing for the trades, still maintaining presence. They're still accruing time. And the trades have been electric. No. Again, back into the mix, over by the wire fence, but it's 2 in response for Wolves. There's still a decent amount of time to fight over here on P1, and so long as they make the right call at a moment's notice, this could get disastrous, but finally X-Rock regroup with their numbers, the break comes through.
Yeah, every second is a disastrous one in the face of Wolves trying to keep themselves into another hard point. Peg close to equalizers, has to step in. Nice little spray, gets the second. Peg over the back, not quite able to do much there, and now the last 4 seconds come through, and X-Rock, they've got a Pred missile to work with. They're gonna have some more operators coming up soon. The Wolves are gonna have to play with some absolute perfection if they want to try to get this to a P3.
Pred missile called in, 100 killer drone, finds value, but still the trades are coming through. I mean, No's got the equalizer out. The Purifier's still in play, and an equalizer also comes out in response for Wolves.
Yeah, and he's just going to wait for the regen, wait for his teammates to try to set the things up for the pinch, and yep, there it is. X-Rock going to run away with map number 1. It definitely felt like it was Wolves' best opportunity, but not going to happen. Just straight dominance over the rotation from 3 to 4 in 2 sets of hills for X-Rock. Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, talk about making it more respectable there at the end for Wolves. That is definitely unfortunate to see them in such a form, but it is very refreshing for X-Rock to be able to see this live here on this Friday evening, given a lot of different circumstances. This is almost kind of goes with a stark comparison of what we were talking about, what we were asking about former teams to start doing once you do get presence and you do get that first rotation. The space in denying other choke points was electric through the first 2 hard points. And that's where, when you watch a lot of these highlights, where you do get this whole hard point lead for X-Rock, it's more than just the slaying out of 3 of 5 of their members. It also means what they get with those kills along the way. You talked about the resource management. It's always 2 operators at most, maybe pull 1 out as a response, but everything felt just so calculated.
Yeah, and to be fair, like, we talk about this map a lot in the Chinese space. Like, it is one of the most popular across all of the region. It's just one of those situations that this was Wolves' best opportunity for this series. It's by far their most played, their most rehearsed, the most maps they found the most amount of success with when it comes to playing up against teams like Q9 and X-Rock.
Right.
But missing out here and seeing X-Rock play, especially the rotation from 2 to 3, and then again 3 to 4, so flawlessly with great operator efficiency, terrifying, I think, just to kind of know that, okay, we got to spend a veto on Summit whenever you play this X-Rock squad.
I mean, this puts everybody on notice. It definitely puts Wolves on their back paw, I suppose, if you want to be logical. But I mean, it's just one of those things that you how do you bounce back from this? Because if you are Wolves, like, you have to come in here with a certain moxie that you are the former champions. You're coming back here to defend your crown, and then X-Rock, a team that you have not beaten all year long, and recency is not on your side. This happens in the map number 1. You get 58 kills dropped on your head by No. That's a tough regain.
Yeah, 53 from Chuan as well. I mean, it's just, the stat lines are unbelievable. And this is one of the things, like, anyone who plays up against these Chinese squads, you need to take someone off the map. And I think you need to take Hacienda off the map. This is, their rotation-based gameplay is so strong. You need to put them on wide-open maps where you can kind of reduce the presence of a player like No, who is just so quick at moving from kill to kill, spot to spot. He's just everywhere. It feels like you're playing a 6v5 when he's doing stuff like that.
The finesse game is very real. Will it be slowed down going into a search and destroy on takeoff? I mean, it definitely feels like it's obviously will. It is takeoff for crying out loud. There's only so many buildings that certain SMGs can find certain value and timings in, but very interested to see what this means for this Vol squad, being able to slow things down. You know, you're really going to lean on a lot of your snipers to be able to watch those crosses, deny No a lot of these forward positions. This is all going to be a square up again, but as history typically always is doomed to repeat ourselves, you definitely feel like X-Rock have the momentum coming into this.
Without question, and you know, I was kind of looking over the numbers and the results from Chinese Masters as well as CDSI. The Wolves had an edge over their Chinese counterparts in the respawn department, but they are by far, out of the 3 Chinese teams, the worst search and destroy team here, which is so strange considering how much we praised their search last year. I think it's just the fact that, again, they spend a lot of their time playing Raid, playing Coastal. Like, these are maps that we don't have in this pool. So now you throw them on the takeoff, a map they've only played 4 times in the course of the last 3 months. It just doesn't feel good. I mean, outside of Express in Tunisia, it just doesn't feel like Wolves have the same map pool depth on this map pool than they did last year.
It's just a kind of a leap of faith that whatever scrims VODs that they have and the data that we don't see clearly left in this best of 3 map set for a reason. You just have to feel comfortable, and again, you rely on like those snipers to be able to play as stationary as it can possibly come. And luckily enough for you, it is like a takeoff where like you don't really get to see all too many different dynamics. You know, nade spots, holding on to utility, all of that is kind of 1-for-1, even for like your stereotypical map 2 firing range. But at the same point in time, just holding off on the space and just not overheating could be your steps to success here if you are Wolves.
No, absolutely. And I think the other part about this map pool, kind of talking through your point as well, is that's why I think they do so well with Express.
Yes.
You know, you can have Neon hold one side and everyone else's funnels through another, and that's usually going to be fine. But a map like Firing Range, where they, again, have played a lot, just haven't found the same success, it's strange to see them not be able to fulfill the same things that they had last year on that map. And I'm curious on why that is. Is it just because the other 2 Chinese teams have really stepped up their game, figured out how to shut down the presence of those sniper rifles? We kind of talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the day, where you just get forward, you get more aggressive, you just don't allow those scopes to lock down lanes on you because you just beat them to the punch. That could be part of the problem, but I say all of that to say that Wolves desperately need a second map to be a good search option for them, because right now they don't really have one outside of Tunisia, where they're the worst Chinese team at Tunisia as well.
So easy to veto against them, especially when you just take a look at the very simplistic data leading into this map set. But only time will tell. And who the heck even knows what those scrim VODs would even look like, or the scrim data. There's so much that happened back behind closed doors. But it is Call of Duty Mobile at the end of the day. Maybe they're just hot in search and destroy. We'll have to find out here.
Smoke.
Smoke early getting a placed here for X-Rock, who's okay already. Catching timings as Peg will drop. A couple of stray shots were also set over towards the Wolves spawn. So that's going to keep Sunyo's presence very avidly attentive towards this mid-cross, as the bomb is, well, at the moment, just kind of stuck in spawn right now. Wolves is trying to find some sort of an angle to get out.
You almost feel like a couple kills do need to come through over by the A-bomb site. I mean, you're so late to try to push inside of control. The nade will hit. You're kind of have to respect that if you are King. And yeah, they're just going to go all the way back through the stadium and just try to re-wrap, cause a little bit of ruckus, but that bomb is moving north.
Pixel peek from Sunyo, again, connects. No problems there, and then is just out of it. Just do not let yourself be traded. Help is nearby, and this round's over. There's just no way you crack this code 3v5. You just don't.
Takeoff can truly be that simplistic.
Yeah.
Just comes down and winning those opening sniper duels. You go down one number, you have to go back, retrieve the bomb. You lose so much space just around control in the center of the map. Still have time to work with here. Never really want to count on anybody as they continue to encroach forward.
Yeah, this needs someone to peek.
Yep.
And it's not going to happen. I mean, this is just as comfortable as it gets. Nice little slide shell, but the trade will surely be in as a kill on the other side of the map will allow now a 4v1 situation to come through. And, you know, I think that's just kind of a lesson learned in some ways outside of the first pick, which is just, again, smoke coverage on one side, get the aggressive angle, find the shot, it hits, lands, great news. But you just have to double slide shell if you're on offense here. You just have to play the trade game. You cannot figure that, oh, we're going to win this map or this round flawlessly.
Yeah.
They're going to have to make sacrifices to gain some space on the map.
Oh, yeah. Going to have to try to fly the fodder, for sure. But I think it's just one of those things that for Takeoff, for as long as we've been seeing it in Call of Duty Mobile, it has been very, very known that you will always end up seeing a player on that northmost building. So what have you learned from the previous round if you are Wolves? Well, they won't get first blood within the 15 seconds, so we are learning.
We are learning.
Yeah.
Don't get picked. Thing about this is, again, now you're without mid-map. So what's going to be the solution for this for Wolves? I would say you should spend some nades if you're looking at anything. And the trophy systems are getting active over towards A. Trophy deleted, double stuns come through. Chuan has stayed relatively unaffected by this. Good support from Ma as well over the top. And yeah, we just got to be using our utility to do something. And Wolves, unfortunately, even after the connections with the flashes, are just going to be held back over through missile.
And Chuan working his way inside of the middle of launch. And I mean, that's just not a fun surprise when you just walk inside what is supposed to be your base and there's someone lurking with an LMG. Mob will be traded, but this would be a Herculean turnaround, and just as soon as I start willing it into existence, the rest all crumble. But you're not wrong. I mean, it again can be as simple as using your stuns, your nades, to not only just gain information, but like you need to move forward faster. It is quite literally the snipers coming through for X-Rock that has been so damning for Wolves just to try to get any map presence.
And I think the thing is, if you're going to flood utility to delete trophy systems, you need to know you have a flash and a grenade set to still land, and then you have to follow up behind that.
Yeah.
As now all of a sudden you got Chuan getting aggressive through A. Seen initially, it actually baits Wolves right into the waiting arms of Sunyo. On the other side, a little off though. King able to at least trade things back, but look at the aggression from X-Rock. Oh, goodness. Unreal stuff. You can hop this immediately. Neon's got to make a heroic play to get them off in the first place. The hit marker, unfortunately, that's enough for X-Rock to go up quickly 3-0.
Well, that is just the personification of how the past 3 rounds have went.
I'll say.
Yeesh. You think they're confident now? Just starting running, working pinches, just the fast execution on the information that X-Rock are getting is kind of just the faster way of how the first 40 seconds are working in these rounds so far. Wolves are trying to mix things up, trying to lay their timings, trying to mix up some of their nades to get more space, but it's just X-Rock again, working these first bloods, and then working the rest of the map.
And the thing about it is it's the same defensive setup every single round for the most part. It's a smoke through mid, trophy systems littered over towards A, and then you've got Sunyo on one side and Ma on the other, where you just hold down these outer lanes, you push people into the SMGs or shotguns, and if you're Wolves, again, you have to throw nades, get rid of these trophies, and then double slide shell something.
How much do you want to bet that Wolves are ever going to expect that someone's lurking outside the building? Sunyo. I mean, that is now the 4th round that Peg has been first blooded. King will find that trade, but I mean, this map presence just feels a little bit too late, and now the cross is being launched.
But this is the right idea. Yes. You have to spend something to gain something. So yeah, you're in a 3v3. The numbers don't really benefit you, but look how much more map they have to play with.
Yeah.
This is exactly what we're talking about. Wolves need to be doing more of this. And they may actually catch a little bit of isolation here. It just comes down to, will they go too far forward to try to peek onto Sunyo, who has committed and seen that there's contact in the backside of B, and that should force this rotation for the X-Rock defense to go topside ladders.
Any late utility possible. One frag grenade ready on the backside of Chuan, but playing towards the spray. Bomb's still going to get planted though, and Ma will take down one. So numbers starting to subside. X-Rock will be taking the site.
Sai, though, from the backside, able to at least trade things out.
We got the bomb.
Good help from King on the other. So now it's just down to where has Ma gone to. 15 seconds to play. First shot goes a bit awry. Second opportunity not going to be there, and okay. There we go.
We got ourselves at least around a search that we could talk more about, because that's exactly what we needed to see. You have to spend your lives to get map control, and Wolves finally able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, it is takeoff, search, and destroy. If you get that first blood, you cannot expect for the second challenge to come your way. You are on attack. You need to use that information that you immediately get from your dead teammate to be able to swing numbers quickly in your favor and deny map space. And well, I mean, they're trying to do it this time around, trying to get themselves over towards the A bomb site. Those nades aren't really going to show anything, and for the next 30 seconds, you feel like the Wolves are kind of trapped on this side of the map, maybe trying to work a pick. Depending on the utility, can find a late kill.
Sunyo up top. Yep, just playing the jump peek. Also has good look over towards the window. Dangerous angles for Wolves to consider. The stack is through. Here come the nades. Have to delete this trophy. And honestly, the nades on the outside just aren't good enough. Not hitting the trophy whatsoever. The smoke gets placed. They're trying to work their way over to it, but no one even tosses a stun towards Chuan, and he just lets the MG go burst.
All it is just information coming through from he's just watching everybody move their way closer towards the window, and Chuan will walk away with 4 in a single round. Now up to 10 eliminations through 5 rounds. It is looking easy for X-Rock, just how they lose a round, immediate adapt around it.
Yeah, this Wolves team doesn't look prepared for this map. It's just,
I agree.
It's as easy as that. Nade through mid, smoke to follow up, stun over the top. Looks like there's going to be a contest here from Wolves. But once again, we're getting value out of some of these early utility pieces, but we're not pushing up towards it, and the help has arrived. Chuan now swapping over into the Fennec, and with that elimination, he's going to try to clear up the top side where P2 would be, and he's out. It's in and out so quickly. No chance for a trade anywhere, and Wolves are likely going to see this half end 5-1.
Everything is covered. I mean, the second that Zai got any sort of information on one, they're chasing ghosts at this point. Chuan will end up taking down another 3 in the round, up to 13 kills through 6 rounds. I mean, if you want to talk about a statement of a half, I think we just got it.
Yeah, 100%. And now I'm just curious to see how X-Rock want to do something on the offensive side here. Again, I just strongly believe that in a setup that looks like that, where you've got trophy systems kind of on the 50-yard line, plus you've got follow-up, headies being held, you just have to delete the trophies and then throw your smoke, your stun, force a fight on the site under your terms. And we'll see if that's going to be the case here, as Wolves are actually just getting aggressive to the middle of the map. Again, they don't have that same kind of defensive smoke set up. That's enough for a free first blood, and that's going to now be a 5v4 from here on out.
Suns aren't going to reveal anything. Now, when do you get activated if you are Neon, who is currently inside of the lounge, but it's just straight gunfights all over the place. Zai's by his lonesome, gets double chowed. The bomb's been planted.
Yeah, GG. Well, opportunity, a couple of shots on the backside of this, but they don't have any idea on where Chuan is. And he is lurking. He'll be the first one to make a move. That's enough to guide the first blood. And now Neon has to somehow deal with that trade and also figure out where Sunyo is. And, well, he's guessed correctly. Sunyo, oh! Are you kidding? He should have been dead to rights. Oh, my goodness. A 180 World Stars, send it to Reddit.
Oh my.
Destroy the objective.
I was ready to go along. I was like, down to a 1v1. No, nuh-uh.
Oh my God.
So if you didn't regain from that, how would you ever regain from a series like this? 6-1, first blood already struck, but is traded.
Wow. That was unbelievable. Oh, God. This is your #1 versus your #4 ranked squad at the moment, and we've got Peg on a goose egg. Absolute donut. Welcome to the agency. And, oh, boy. Wow. Wolves need to get some aloe on this bird. This is unreal.
It's bad. It's bad. It's even worse than your dad joke. It's bad, man. Like, I just... What are you supposed to say? What is seeding? Nothing matters except how you play on the weekend. And X-Rock were more than prepared, not only for the map set for the series, but realistically for a very long day at Call of Duty Mobile. There wasn't a single time that they did not skip a beat. The closest that this entire series ever felt was about maybe 15 seconds in the hard point. What else do you want me to say? Because, I mean, this X-Rock team is just on a different level.
That is what we call taking care of business.
Yeah.
Don't drop a map. They do a lot of it in very dominant form, and with that, they will take the 2-0 Swiss bracket phase, meaning that they have qualified into tomorrow as what will likely be the #1 seed, or at least a top 2 seed, depending on how things are going between Q9 and Elevate on the other stream.
It's just going to be absurd sliding into the single elimination bracket if they are the number 1 or number 2 at this point in time. I just really hope that I am not going to be number 8 or number 7, because that means you are probably going to be looking at these very cold individuals who just came for business, and business was ado here in Atlanta. Wonderfully played for X-Rock. I'm excited to see how far they can go.
Also, I need to beg your pardon, Elevate's playing Stalwart. They played Q9 in the previous matchup, so that is a inter-region battle for the other team to make it out of the groups, or groups out of the Swiss phase 3-0. History would suggest that Elevate should be fine, but Stalwart looked pretty good, so something to kind of keep our eye on the other stream. But, I mean, this is, again, it's one of those situations, and I kind of like, I don't want to like harp on this too much. We see this a lot in COD Mobile, where it's just like everyone's so concerned about playing perfect, of like, we can't go 2-for-1 trades. We need to find a free kill. We need to just get your 1v1 win, and then you keep your life. Like on maps like Takeoff, you have to hit with multiple members and be okay with some dropping. It's just the map is so difficult to rotate around. You have to be willing to sacrifice players to get good map control.
Either way, phenomenal performance there out of the number 1 seed heading into this weekend's event, proving why they are at the top right now with that decisive performance, also giving them the 3-0 so far in their Swiss bracket performance, so they will be feeling very, very good about that. But we can hear directly from them with FDOT standing by with Nono on the stage.
That's right, we're hanging out here with Nono, and of course I do have Brian to help facilitate the conversation. So, you guys coming out of the Chinese region, playing against another Chinese squad, is this more friendly or more aggressive since you're from the same region?
如果对手也是从中国来的，对你来说是超好玩，或是还是有很多的压力？如果是比美国的队或别国家的队？
首先我觉得中国战队的不管是秦九还是我们刚刚对阵的狼队都是非常强的，我觉得他们每一支都比美国的战队厉害。
So he said that, you know, especially from China, they're just all really impressive. So, you know, it's always a challenge to, you know, be able to face off against them.
Well, that brings us perfectly to my next question, because you guys exploded. Last year, your team did not even make it to this stage, and today you're the number 1 seed out of your region. What changed? How'd you guys do it?
所以你们去年根本不在这个冠军比赛，所以但是今年你是从中国的第一，你怎么到这边是什么方法？有什么特别，或者有什么运气吗？你觉得呢？
我觉得我们今年拿到这个亚特兰大世界锦标赛，更多的是我们5个人齐心协力吧。
So they said it's just a lot of things just added up over time, and it's a mixture of luck, and you know it added up, and the pieces just fit together nicely as time passed, and then you know over time competing so much and facing such strong opponents, it was just meant to be.
Seems like fate. Day by day, bit by bit, and you don't want to tell us the exact secret, I get it. That said, congratulations on the win, good luck and everything else. Beef Mommy is hanging out, catching us up with all our sister streams. We'll check it out.
China versus China, Garena versus Garena. Right behind me, it's like CDSI all over again. And it's gonna get hot because we got Stalwart Esports right here on my left, and we got Elevate on the right. They're playing Summit right now. If you wanna hop on the stream real quick, that is the C stream with Mustachio AJ, and of course, Verdict gonna be hot on the mic. So not only that, we're also gonna be waiting for Diabolos versus exclusive. That is 0-2 teams, including Ancient and Supreme team on the D stream. If you guys weren't here leading up to this moment, let me just give you a little bit of a catch up. Our 0-1 teams a while ago had an intense matchup, especially for the likes of Godlike. They were almost in the loss when it comes to Supreme team, and almost giving that loss, especially in Control. 3-1 is going to be their scoreline, but of course, Godlike did put through in that Control matchup. Definitely something important, and I think for them to get that win, especially seeing Vitality also winning on that main stage, it means India is still very much up and running in terms of this competition. But yeah, still a lot of things going. Again, you're 0-2, and 2-0 teams are coming up right now. See you in the next one.
我们是来自中国的 S-Rock 战队，这次 DreamHack 的比赛我们将会赢下冠军。
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Something that you've never seen. We run like a wild machine. Watch out, 'cause we're baring our teeth, and there ain't no in between. With fire, you're gonna get burned down to the wire. Now, what did you learn? We're coming for you. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. You're looking at a cold blooded killer. We're coming for you. It's going down. We rain on the room like a storm. Yeah, we're way too big to ignore. We'll shake and we'll rattle the floor. You know what we came here for. Play with the fire and then you got burned down to the wire. Now what did you learn? We're coming for you. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. You're looking at a cold-blooded killer. We're coming for you. It's going down. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. You're looking at a cold-blooded killer. We're coming for you. It's going down.
Set fire to a cold river. Set fire, sealed and delivered. Slow burn, shot to the liver. Heart so cold, make a grown man shiver. Wake up, don't be afraid. Make love, but don't be tame. Even the king in the crown is lost soul, walking in a dead man's crowd. They try to keep us undercover, but you ain't about to rise up. Rise up. They wanna push us in, people in their pockets, but their time's up. We about to rise up. Everything we ever did, all the things that we ever, yeah. Everybody wanna be the same. Everybody wanna be desired. One thing we can't forget, can't see through a part of that. When you got a heart of a fire, gets fired up even harder and higher. They try to keep us undercover, but you ain't about to rise up. Rise up. They wanna push us even deeper in their pockets, but their time's up. We about to rise up. I keep running, I keep running, They try to keep us undercover, but here we are about to rise up. Rise up, yeah. They wanna push us
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship live here from DreamHack Atlanta, where things have been heating up all day. In day one of our competition, we are now halfway through our matches here on the main stage. And if you're just joining us, match number 5 was a very swift and decisive 2-0 on behalf of X-Rock, the first of our squads to get those 3 wins in their Swiss bracket. And obviously you see that take over there on the stage. A huge thank you to Monster Energy for being one of our partners here for this event. But now we start talking about match number 6. I can't believe we're at match number 6 already. 2 new squads up here on the main stage that we haven't even gotten a chance to highlight yet, so I'm very excited about that. And I am talking, of course, about Animus and Luminosity. I think this will be a really fun matchup. Let's kick things off with talking about Animus first.
I mean, ultimately speaking, just overarching for the entirety of the series, this is number 1 NA versus number 1 Europe, just on paper plainly, but this is a 1-1 matchup. And these teams have a lot in common. But as far as Animus is concerned, coming in as the number 1 for Europe, you really do feel like that as a fan, that if you are in Europe for Call of Duty Mobile to make it far in the Swiss, not only make it to the single elimination bracket, this is your best bet. Look, these guys have had everything, and everything plus a little bit of extra thrown their way, and they've been able to come out on top, not only for their region, tested at least so far. They did have the TK, unfortunately, versus Exclusive not too long ago, but the O2 versus Stalwart was probably the wake-up call, preparing them ultimately mentally for this series.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's like one of those situations when we look at all the teams that are here, whether we want to look at them individually or collectively from a region, Europe has been one of the most underwhelming at Worlds over the last 2 years. And it's surprising to say that because, for my money, at one point in time, there was no better SMG player than Shark. He was unstoppable and was doing whatever the heck he wanted to. But that only happened inside the region. When we've had a chance to see him on world stages before, he hasn't necessarily had the same kind of success. So I'm really excited, I think, just to see if this Animus team has been able to gain a little momentum after taking down Exclusive in their most recent matchup, going up against a Luminosity team that I still think are not as convincing as the name suggests based on last year.
Okay, all right. Well, speaking of Luminosity, let's highlight them a little bit, okay? Because they are on the flip side of this matchup here, that other half of the coin. Talk to me about them.
I mean, Luminosity, at the end of the day, not obviously the same team that we had this previous year, but regardless of all that, still carry a certain amount of momentum. At the end of the day, they are the number 1 North American team, and with that comes a lot of respect. That means that they've gone against your tribes. That means they've gone against your, what is formerly known as the status quo. And I think that when you take all of that, and granted, albeit within the region, it is still very respectable. I love watching S-Thug play throughout the entirety of the map. He is a wrench into the system for every single respawn in every single moment.
I was going to say, it's not even just that. I really like him in combination with Jez of why the team has been so good at Surge.
Yeah.
They have really, I think, upgraded this team where they faltered last year, which is obviously kind of most reflected off of that meltdown, both on the map and just in the server when they're playing up against Godlike. But the thing is, I think that those two guys together have been one of the main reasons why this LG team was flawless in their region at Search and Destroy, and that's going to be a key to having a long run here this weekend.
Every single win is important here for both these squads, as well as everyone's still battling their way through our Swiss bracket. So we'll have to see what these teams can bring to the table here in our 6th match of the day. We've gotten to hear a little bit about our squads. Let's take a look at the choices they've made when it comes to their map picks here for this best of 3, because we will be kicking things off slightly different this time around, which I think you might be excited about. We'll be starting off with that standoff hard point, all right? And then we'll be moving into a firing range, S&D, and then an arsenal control.
Yeah, standoff for the hard point is, I think, kind of a neutral playing field. There hasn't really been a lot of results to look at across North America on the map overall, but it is not an unfamiliar map towards the region. They played it a lot last year. And then on top of that, the Search and Destroy firing range is great news for Luminosity. That has been one of their best, I think, inside the region. So tall ask, I think, for Animus to come out and take down LG here, but it has to start with a convincing performance on map number 1.
Yeah, I would say it's a long-time familiarity when it comes down to the standoff hardpoint of the firing range, Search and Destroy. So as Alan Hurd already previously pointed out, even playing field so far, if this does go to Arsenal, it just always goes in the way of slaying. So it is kind of a toss-up in that regard, I suppose.
Now, I didn't get to hear you guys talk about this, so I actually don't know your answers for this for once, but I want to get your predictions on how this is going to play out. Alan, I'll start with you.
2-0 LG. As much as I would love to see Animus put up a fight, and I think the maps could be close, I still think Luminosity is the clear-cut better team.
We gone against each other many different times today. I gifted him at least one back, so we are even, but this we actually agree on. LG is going to 2-0 here.
We're only doing this because the EU guys are in the back and the NA guys are on the desk now. It's just the way it is.
That's fair. That's fair. A little regency bias. I'm okay with that. I'm all right with that, but the game should be going. If I'm hearing that match number 6 is ready to go, we'll have to see if your region does you proud because they are about to get underway. So let's see how it goes.
Love it. It's one of those things when I go immediately counteract myself. I really want to see this Animus team play well.
Me too.
I really
want to
really
see Europe
do,
as a region play well. I remember the first night I got here and I said what's up to the entirety of the European region. I was like, I just want to see you guys do well. I want to see European team make it to the single elimination bracket, but fairy tales only exist in stories, man. And honestly speaking, they haven't really given me much to go off of.
It's facts. It's just one of those things like, I'm gone rogue on the desk. Like, LG, so much better than Animus. But really, I want to see Animus play well.
I hold shift compared to Alan talking.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's Al versus Alan here. Here we go. Jumping on into the action. Standoff hard point. Nades littering P1. Cartels, another player to kind of keep your eye on here for this LG squad. It definitely feels like a player that often goes kind of untalked about or under the radar. But many a times, he can be, I think, the X factor for this squad. And he's already started off pretty nicely. A couple of kills, and LG find themselves in the hard point early.
Early doors, of course, here when it comes down to standoff, but we will be looking towards pretty crucial moments, especially around that P3 timing. When everybody starts getting certain operators online, how do you use those? It's always been a big consideration for North America's shortcomings in recent worlds, so it's a great start to see for Luminosity as they've already soaked up 22+ seconds.
Really good patience here on the rebreak as well from LG. Waiting for help, making sure the pitch is solid before everyone hits at the same time. So convincing opening here for LG and Cartels in particular. Oh, brother. Already off to a 6 with the Pred missile to go. And the kills just don't stop coming. I want to see Animus shoot back, bro. They're just getting rinsed right now. On rotation as well, Pred missile will make sure LG get there first.
Oh, there were a couple kills that did come through for Animus, but what map presence were they able to get from that? They do at least force one to spawn all the way out. Cartels is not necessarily a part of this attempt, but to be fair, neither is Shark, so these nades need to be on point. The hard point might be contested, but here come the kills now in Animus' favor.
Yep. Need to deal with Raptor on the backside, though. He's done well to catch one. Wow. Cartels following up with the SMG shotgun combination is formidable. 43-3. And Animus just cannot find a way to get themselves set up. Cartels nearly at the Purify already. If he finds a kill here, he very well just pop it, but Animus from the high ground, able to work their way back through. The shotgun is deadly, though, so you're bringing boxing gloves to a shooting ring. Not looking good. Animus able at least to find a way to break things open, so a chance for some score with still 18 seconds to fight.
This is not a good look so far. I mean, Animus were able to break back in, but if you're LG, do you even care? I mean, apparently they do, because they robbed Cartels. They break back inside for the old time here on P2. And the rotation, to be fair, for Animus, you have 2 players around Grandma's. 1 player was lurking around the courtyard area, but since it's been sent back towards the respawn, now lacking in numbers, being isolated, but still Animus finding a handful of kills.
And Shark for 2, making his way through Cafe. Shut down on the rotation into Grandma's house as the spawns look like they will be locked for LG, at least mostly so. Second set of eliminations starting to come through. Cartels in trouble from behind. Has the Purifier out. Would love to find use for this and does well to catch one, but once again, a bit surprised as now all of a sudden everything else gets thrown into the mix and LG will stabilize with just now nades on the way in for Animus.
On the backside, Raph has the equalizer inside of the bedroom, just soaking up the time. He's got his feet up. Grandma's downstairs baking cookies. And Animus are just simply not finding any sort of entrance whatsoever. The war machine gets invested, comes up absolutely empty. Narcs is at least able to go on a 3 spree, but you still got to be worried about the players inside of the bedroom. By that point, Animus are able to contest the time, inevitably lose the gunfight. It took so long, and they are still down by 80 points.
And Raph just 1v3 up top in Grandma's house.
With the equalizer ran out as well.
Yeah.
Vibing.
Yikes, man. It's tough, man. Tough scene. So Animus need to find a way to regain. We're going to have a 50-50 battle for news, so prime time to check in with the Animus comms with an Animus listening.
J'ai mon clou, les gars.
Je smoke, on va l'air,
Encore clou. Prenez, les gars, faut l'air.
Les gars, back. Allez, back. One, deep spawn. Il est solo, deep spawn.
On commence à pitch. Je vois personne, essayez de lurker. Derrière le bar. De market, essayez de lurker, les gars, Il faut un lurk.
Non, hunter.
Les gars, allez. Je vais aller broken, t'as marqué, je crois.
T'as marqué. Faut l'air.
La push, Boxis, il a un HP, les gars.
Boxis,
les gars. Je lurk, j'arrive.
Encore un Boxis, il est low. Boxis.
Non. Top market, t'es ferme, Les gars, faut calmer, go new, tranquille. On va aller new après, faut le pitch quand même, on est en retard, faut le pitch. J'arrive sharp. Vas-y, Nas. Encore, allez, go new. Allez, les gars. Top grandma, mais putain. Top grandma encore. Je vais purée. J'arrive là.
That's a set of hills. Proper's face is melted.
I'm just as deflated as this calm sound. I mean,
wow.
It's just tough to watch. I mean, 14 points through an entire set of hard points. Like, to say LG is having a good time would probably be putting it lightly. You have a combined 48 kills in between both Jez and Raph. I mean, what do you want me to, like, congrats. Like, Cartels has slowed down considerably since the start. But Animus just simply cannot hang with the presence, with the pace, and everything else, other buzzwords that you can throw in for LG. They are just doing everything right.
It just sounds like, again, I don't speak French, but,
no, me neither.
You know, kind of listening in to hear multiple voices at the same time, I feel like everyone's calming where players are, but no one's taking the quarterback position and saying, guys, we need to go here, or we're hitting now. It just feels like here's two players doing one thing, here's two players doing another. It just doesn't feel concentrated, which is so strange because this Animus team last year, they didn't qualify through, but they looked so damn good. We talked about Saze being an up-and-coming breakout player, and he's only got 8 kills.
You even go back and you rewatch the Grand Finals versus Exclusive, albeit online. You can just tell how structured Animus did look in that moment, but everybody does have a plan until they are either slapped in the face or are down by 120-plus points at the end of a set of hard points. And you know, that's just Animus currently, but they are starting to claw their way back. Good amount of kills coming through. Saze does have at least a War Machine available and is getting more damage to speak of, but you deal with a handful from the front. The pinch comes through. The operators get popped. Luminosity come kicking the door down.
Yeah, and I will say, like, even in that moment, like, Saze gets a good read that the spawn's flipped.
Yeah.
But there's no one else there to help watch the other angles, so he's got to spam out everything in the War Machine. It just feels like it's just in pieces. So it's going to be over 200 points for LG. Purifier equalizers both being spent to lock down this scrap time. Cartels trying to push out, but at least get some damage done. Animus a chance to contest a little while longer, but it's a mere footnote in what has largely been a story written by LG.
It's a pretty big footnote. Like size 13, extra wide footnote. 200 to 44. Got a claw that it's at least found further value for Jez, but it's more of a haha to the 34 kills he's already accrued for himself so far. The Predator Missile will reveal further information. You look at the rotation over towards Grandma's. Hey, wouldn't you know, we got a Pred Missile plus the rotation. That's LG.
Yep. Pred Missile does not connect, though. Doesn't matter. They know exactly where the player contestant would have come through, and that's enough for Jez to pop off the kill feed. LG looking very complete. This has kind of a history. I mean, they were coming off of a loss to Stalwart where they got blown out on a summit, 74 to 250. So you start to wonder, what is going on with LG? But apparently the answer is not much, just hanging out.
I think it's all just like a further learning experience coming through. I mean, we knew that the North Americans were definitely going to struggle when it goes up against the Eastern teams, but versus Europe, this is what we simply call in the biz as a confidence booster.
Yep. I mean, Guathil is out trying to get the Purifier something to connect with. Narc's good hit marker, doesn't finish off the final shot needed, but has the Fennec to do the job. 14 seconds scrap time looking decent, but on rotation again, it's LG who's here first with a perfect setup. Trophy system to keep Cartel safe. Solo challenge. I mean, do we really think that LG isn't here already? Animus just look like they're all playing for themselves, not gonna lie.
Yeah. Hardly looks competitive at all. I mean, if we can reach 100 points, great. Might be a little bit more respect, but I guarantee you that Animus are probably and respectfully already thinking about that map number 2 and potentially what that firing range might bring, because the standoff hard point in this matchup, it just simply is not it. And it has nothing to do shorter than just the overwhelming and oppressive presence that Luminosity brought straight out of the gates.
Yeah, 100%. Nice moment here from Animus. Little pitch setup.
Yeah.
Pulling the focus from LG's setup, and that's enough for that to be a clean feed. Why are we not doing that earlier? I mean, that was as perfect as it gets.
Yeah.
Nice little trade back here. LG trying to force something through box side. Animus still very comfortable inside the hill, still spawning close towards Hay as well, and the Pred Missile will make sure there is no further hit. So, all right, it's a day late and $1 short, but it's good. Finally, we're starting to see something. Animus is like, okay, like this is the team that we expected to see based on the results online.
Multiple hard points late and many different points short, but Yeah, and again, it's moments like that. Like, you can see the structure for this team. It's not that they don't know how to play fundamental Call of Duty Mobile. It's just simply the fact of how quick Luminosity were manipulating it that just never allowed Animus to mentally fortify themselves for what we just saw right there. So, 55 seconds back towards the center of the map we go. Only 9 required now for LG.
And they have to set up another break attempt, and they need to do it quickly. Equalizers, purifiers, war machines all being spent as LG know that this is likely the final moment of this map. Raph just waiting for the proper time to jump to the hard point with the equalizers. He's actually going to go back over towards Hotel. The slide through, good for the first. Long range shot towards the second, also going to be there. But the follow-up from Animus is just as good as the initial from LG. But again, the time just runs out on the map. So, hey, good break on P4 to finish. Decent contest through P1 there, but the first 7 hard points were anything but good.
There's nothing short of what they should look at that if you are Animus and say, look, we simply should be confident. Like, it's not that they are that different. The scoreline will suggest otherwise, but it's just how quickly and how consistently LG were fundamentally playing standoff hardpoint that Exclusive simply couldn't, or I'm sorry, not Exclusive, Animus just simply could not get their feet underneath them.
Yeah.
They just immediately slipped on the proverbial banana peel and then just simply could not get back up. So the hardpoint goes the way of LG. You got to start thinking about that search and destroy. Again, best of 3s can be so brutal from the time spent in between start to end.
Yep. Well, we'll talk more about that here in a moment. I will say, though, for LG, looking like the clear-cut best chance for North America to find their way back on top of the throne.
Agreed.
That's encouraging, I think, to see them play as cleanly as they had. I think the other part about it is this dynamic. There are 3 layers to how they play with, Raph on a shotgun. You've got, obviously, the Fenix and SMGs, but S-Thug running the Type 19, really laying down the law from up high.
Yep.
It does feel really solid to see him and Jez play as well as they do together, because, again, at one point, we were talking about, like, Jez is just, he's an animal. He can just run around and do whatever he wants. But seeing him show some maturity, some patience, and playing alongside S-Thug is, I think, really encouraging to the dynamicism that this LG squad has in Respawn.
For me, when you go back and you look at LG even through North America in the previous season of the Snapdragon Pro Series, and even what we just got in this small sample size here, is the amount of setup. It is still very selfless, but they are not scared of playing selfish. Like, they can go out and get all the useless kills, but it's mostly setting themselves up for a team narrative that they are ready to play around the objective at any moment's notice. Double positive out of Raph. Casual stuff. 40 and 20. 2 minutes of OBJ time.
Dude, everyone's got over a minute plus except for Jez, who's close.
Yeah.
That's, again, a really encouraging stat line to look at the sharing of the objective time across the board. Okay, that's about as good as it gets from LG. And now you go to firing range. And I will say, to kind of flip the script back over, this is a map that I think Shark has played that no one else does what he does. In terms of on the defensive side, you throw a smoke deep, throw a stun deep, Shark's going to push through it, get wood control. He could be a tough player to lock down. Now, I've been saying that for the last 3 years, so hopefully teams have learned that by now. But still, I think, when you look at this map overall, the statistics favor LG, but Shark literally can take over on this map.
He absolutely can. And it's just about forcing those timings, and I think that Shark, just as a player historically, especially for the European region, has been able to at least adopt not only just what all of the East end up doing, but what a lot of North Americans also make a name for themselves, and that's being able to dictate the pace on the round. And a lot of that is all just centered around your utility. I mean, we're going to sound like a broken record at the end of these best of 3s, brother. Just talking more and more about the utility and the usage and how you can find value with that. Every single stun, every single nade, even the ones that are saved in a post-plant scenario could be the end-all, be-all for a round, let alone a map.
Yeah, 100%. It's just really fun, I think, to kind of like reflect back mentally on watching Firing and Search and Destroy 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And how far it's come, and even just the last year.
That's why it's so refreshing. It was obviously a joke, like talking about we should keep counting the amount of like map 2 firing ranges earlier, but like it's so refreshing because the meta on it always changes. You see players like learning how to adapt through different scenarios.
100%. I think that's a lot of credit again to the fact that, the last year in particular, this map was a staple as we got into the playoff bracket, and our Chinese teams really showed how good you can play this map if you have everything set and ready to go.
Totally.
So, definitely changes the identity of what Search and Destroy looks like in the overarching global scene. So let's see how much of that has affected these 2 squads on stage, especially for Animus. Because I say, if you win this map, you get to an Arsenal not a bad control map for them. In fact, it's a very good control map for them. They're 5-0 on it.
That's why I said it's a toss-up.
Yeah,
I mean, you can use the star comparison for what our data may suggest, and yeah, it is 5-0 against other European teams, but it's still reps on the map, and it's still the understanding of how to take control of that map. It just mostly comes down to a potential opportunity for Animus, should they get to that map number 3, to be able to showcase what it looks like when they are under that pressure, regaining something that we did get to see very late in that map number 1, but I would be here for it as well. But again, just not as a biased caster by any stretch of the imagination, but I would love to see Europe do well. I would love to be able to see them answer the call, but this is a very tall ask nonetheless.
Yeah, 100% the case. Okay, so Fire Ring Engage coming up still. As we had mentioned, for LG, their search and destroy has been very good. Did not drop a single search map inside of their region for stage 4. Trying to carry that on here. And to be fair, like that status quo squad, I think really surprised us, mostly off of the respawn gameplay, especially against Tribe. And I think Tribe was still trying to figure out search with their newer roster. I think that's kind of why you start to see Hippo get back involved. They need a little bit of help, you know, kind of the coaching side to get them all tuned up, ready to go for the global event. But still, to go flawless in your region and search is very impressive and also very difficult to do.
Yeah. It's always something that you could definitely write home about, especially going into a global championship where historically versus the other Eastern teams, North America typically doesn't do well on search and destroy. But you know, even for all that intents and purposes, even LG, like I was saying, do have things in common when it comes down to Animus. Both of them got O2'd by Stalwart, so I think that's definitely something to say about these two. Potential preparation for what is going to be a very real wake-up call. You are 1-1. You lose this series, your backs are truly against the wall, and the single elimination bracket becomes that much further away. You win this, you get that much closer.
Yep. You got 3's the magic number. Whether it be 3 wins or 3 losses, you'll see yourself either moving on tomorrow or moving back to the airport.
Well, that's brutal when you say it like that.
Yep. It's not far away. quick Uber ride away.
It sure is.
Let's get into it. Firing right, search and destroy. We've got Tribe, Luminosity starting on the offensive side. And they will have a quick intention towards B, just overwhelming the solo player and solo trophy of Narcs. Gets naded out of the picture, and a trophy of their own will be placed as LG will go for a quick plant.
I love an immediate turnaround of us just talking about the expensive utility. Just how quick nades came over the top, and just how quickly LG just swarmed all the B bomb side, and the bomb got planted.
Well, this is different. Shark's going to be using an LMG. Not trying to run an SMG in this opening round. Gothilla around the backside of jungle. Throwing some shots out. It's enough for Shark to find one, but there's just no entry back in here. Machine pistol, tickle it, all you want. Not gonna work out for a kill. And with that, LG off to the races with their first round.
So, albeit some time in between map number 1 and map number 2, it appears that LG are still keeping up at the same pace.
Yes.
We need to start reacting here on defense if you're Animus. These stuns and nades need to be timely. Ceremonious over the top, 1 all the way through jungle. We'll at least get a lot of information for Rasmo to get first blood.
Dude, just watch number 5 in blue. Look at Shark. This guy is hunting. However, he's not shooting. Only gets 1, but that's the play I'm talking about. Smoke deep towards the front window at Wood. Nade to follow, stun to follow, Shark rushing through it. Little God nade over the top of trailer also lands, but LG will commit to get this plant off.
2v4 smash shots coming through from Rasmo. Just lurking inside of American. He's about to get pushed, actually. Directly below him. The timing just not going to be favorable at all. So Thug will take down Rasmo. Still have numbers if you are Animus, and they're going to try to wrap this all the way through tires.
I love it. I absolutely love it. The problem is it's being watched, kind of, by Gothilla, and he's good for it. Okay, that's the bomb now down. And it leaves Jez by himself, 1v3. Scope and a Fennec to play with. Gothilla has now rejoined his teammates over through mid. Narcs up top. Likely be the first one to find this. And, well, there's the extra tags, and it'll be Gothilla who will find the final bullet. But, yeah, keep your eye. Every single break off here on defense, watch number 5 in blue. See what Shark does. He's hard to keep an eye on. But if this is the same setup, it's a smoke, it's a nade, it's a stun, and Shark has the opportunity to either play over through trailer or front wood. So there's the smoke, there's the nade. The flash is not there this time. That smoke's a little short. Careful here. He's going to have to try to find his way to wood.
Oh, but he still gets great timing on a Jez who was almost expecting for Shark to be on the opposite side of the trailer. And now you're forced to take a look at Shark. Cartel's up top. Wood has help, though. Nice assistance from Gothilla, but Shark will still die.
I said this over the last 2 years. Anytime you see a smoke at mid with Animus on a defense, you have to stun it. You just have to. You cannot allow Shark to freely push through like that. It's been the same play for 685 days.
Is that actual?
No.
Okay.
Close.
I believed you.
Thank you.
Convincing.
You're welcome.
Numbers still here, and Animus just have to keep holding his ankles. I mean, Rasmo's in the perfect position. Even if he dies, doesn't even matter. Still hits the shot. The smoke comes through, and why wouldn't you push it with a machine pistol? 1v4.
Yeah.
King's got a sniper rifle. Good luck. Have fun.
He is in trouble. Good first shot. Decent idea of where everyone else is coming from, and well, hello. Watched a couple of the shots from Says go right past his nose, but didn't make much of a difference. But yeah, there it is again. Animus right through the middle of the map has Shark just dominating and keeping LG uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Got to stun this smoke. You have to stun this smoke.
Smoke out.
Stun it.
Grenade out.
Smoke. Nade. A little deeper this time. Doesn't have immediate assistance is the biggest problem for Sharks. They're actually elected to go inside a wood.
Yeah, just playing back, waiting for him. But the problem would have been the fact that Shark has an SMG, so you get into close quarters like that, and he usually holds an advantage in the 1v1. Not the case this time, as LG just essentially bait Shark in, and that's enough for first blood to get tallied.
That's a big first blood to have for yourself. It means the conductor of the pace of the past few rounds is now gone. What does LG do with this information? They start to take more and more trailer away. This is the biggest problem about how Shark, which is on an island by himself, but Rasmus still nearby, finds that kill.
Well, and that's the other part about it is like the setup doesn't change if Shark drops or not. He just goes rogue.
Yeah.
Everyone else plays the same setup around him. The problem is, as they did lose the focus through mid-map and the flanker, now the retake has to solely come from the front, and uh-oh, that flash doesn't actually get through. Not what you want to see. Doesn't affect this backside of trailer, and that's enough for Raph and Jez to clean things up, no worries.
Yeah, I think it's also a big moment in that 1v1 versus Shark to not allow him to get away with highway robbery. Just any sort of adjustment you can make to a 1v1 gunfight, standing on top of a table, jumping off of it as well, it could throw off the micro adjustments on an SMG player. A little bit more cheeky in creativity coming out from LG in that previous round. This time, it's just straight back to B, much like the first.
Yep, Narcs this time stays alive through the opening Semtex and nades that get tossed. And that's enough for this defense to hold strong. Okay. I was going to say, the other thing that we often have seen when teams are able to deny Shark that early play is that Shark sometimes will overheat a round or two, get caught, and then he says, all right, well, I'm just going to go prone in front of your wood window. My sniper's going to watch over me on one side, I can watch the cross, and they still have mid-map completely dominated. So that is something to kind of keep an eye on if Shark does decide to kind of play forward. No, this time it's just the MG42 spamming through mid. And this will be a very passive setup, with the only exception being Saves, who gets deep in the trailer this time behind that smoke.
And Shark is actually electing to play very far back this time.
MG in his hand.
And you can see just the chaos that it has ensued for the rest of LG to try to meticulously move through the map. They still are able to pick up first blood. Get inside a trailer as well. Rasmus
Nice
lots
shot.
to do, big kill to have.
Yeah, and he's got to stay safe back here. The problem is he could not get deep enough over towards American. So that's going to lead towards LG, clearing out the A side of the map and getting a plant off nade over the top. Really well placed, but a trophy system denies it. So now the post-plant setup, largely just on top of the bomb. All three members inside a trailer. I think a lot of this is because they know that Narcs and Shark are still alive, and they know that Shark has an MG. So this has to be down to how do you break this open, and oh goodness.
Oh no.
Kings just peeks. Trade is decent though, and now it has to be down to the retake from the front.
Shark hoping for some good timing. Nobody really baiting. Nobody trying to give up any sort of inch. He's going to have to peek with the MG. Finds the first, will be traded. Time's running low though, and Raph has a shotgun. Narc's able to find the kill. Does he get there in time?
Yep.
Sure does, and that is just many different lessons on why you probably just don't want to be triple stacking inside a trailer for one, but let alone Shark. If he's alive, you feel like anything's possible.
That's very, very true. So 4-2 half. A lot of it just decided based on what Rasmo was able to hit and what Shark was able to take away. Now, here's the thing about how Shark plays this map on offense. It doesn't necessarily change. They still love to throw this opening smoke through mid, try to keep the defense focused off the conditioning they established on the offensive side. But this time it's going to be first blood tallied through mid, and that's enough for a 5v4 to carry on from here.
Got to be expecting that Shark is getting wildly aggressive, but until you know for certain that he only has an MG, you're never too safe, you'd fear. Got numbers still. Still looking for a little bit more. Trailer control is going to be important should this AXQ come through.
Yeah, this is actually just a 2-2 split up for LG, electing to just give away the middle of the map. It's going to put a lot of stress on this defense towards B in particular, as there's no angle even remotely being watched through mid. I mean, you have Raph kind of checking it every now and again, but he doesn't really have a chance to see all of Wood, and that's why. That's because he has to really peek widely, and that's enough for Razmo to punish. And now we got ourselves a 5v3. Good numbers here for Animus.
Oh, S-Thug looking for the timing. Yeah. Premature shots means that you just got to look at that door, and the moment that Kings tries to act, he gets gunned. So Cartels, MG, got more than enough bullets. Can you find the timing for a 1v5? Odds not in your favor.
No. MG go Burr, though.
It do.
Tell you what.
Most certainly do.
Okay.
A couple more rounds away now, and Animus are just waltzing through.
What do you want to do with this R9, Raph? Trailer?
Yeah.
Trailer.
Yeah.
Smoke out.
No. Okay. So a lot of utility spent to get Raph deep with the R9. That's your sole defense at A right now, though. At least that should be the indication. You also got a player in Cartels holding tight on the entryway to B. A little crossfire setup with King. So some cheekiness here in terms of LG being very unpredictable in this opening defensive setup.
Jess is also the bait. He has now joined Raph as far as that A defense is concerned, but they've come up with no information, maybe apart from a couple different audio cues. A lot of lurking happening over inside of the jungle for Animus. They're thinking B.
Does Kings have an angle to hit some sort of an opening snipe? Gets a hit marker. Follow-up. That one will land. Cartels trying to take care of the damage that had been dealt. Tries to play in towards Closet. Backs up, and he runs right into a double stack. So now Kings, how much can he still hold? Backside car. Help is on the way. Nades over the top, trying to slow down Animus from actually getting into the site, but they're actually not committing. And this little finesse of time, this killing of the noise, is going to create so much doubt, but Raph has never left. He's able to shut down one over towards A, and now he's got himself an Odin to play with as well.
And the late P coming through from Philip with the Type 19, right weapon for the job, but I mean, Raph just plays it perfectly, finds the kill, gets inside a trailer. Now he can just lurk. It will be peeked again by Jez, but so isolated are the three remaining players of Animus.
This is an important angle for S-Thug. He can now lock down B. It frees up Kings to rotate the scope over towards A, which is still a bit, I would say, well, dicey, to say the least. Quithilla avoids the nade. Has to step out into the open. Good prediction towards backside American, but has to also be the one to commit for the plant. The toesies aren't going to happen. Doesn't make a difference. LG right there waiting as soon as they got the intel.
All right, one round at a time for Luminosity. Getting themselves closer, diminishing the lead now just by 2. And realistically, it's just slowing down the pace. I mean, Animus kind of did play into that pace itself by trying to roll over towards B and maybe trying to get a bait over towards A, but Luminosity, poised as ever, setting themselves up with a pretty standard defense.
Yep.
Trying to get the information in the lay of the land where Animus are lurking.
Raph, do you want to take the shotty into Wood? I don't know if I would. And you will back off.
You will not.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is the thing about like running 2 rounds in a row with Raph with the shotgun is it's going to be a fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on you type situation if he plays that backside of trailer again. So he's got to take a different angle. And wouldn't you know it, Shark says, you want to play aggressively? Well, okay. It's just S-Thug says, sure, sounds good.
Said, you want to play a game? And he said, we're already playing a game. $1 million prize pool. Big first blood half of themselves again. The trade is very important for 2 different reasons. You lose the aggression if you are Animus. You lose a scope out of Jez. And maybe some other position that you once held for yourself, and lack of information to come through as well. Luminosity are assuming that it's going to be a B push, and albeit the bomb is still lurking on this side.
What are we doing?
Push it.
Trade is good. I was about to say that here's the issue for Animus is the mind games that have been established is they can't go A without telegraphing it because they have to throw nades to clear out that corner that Raph was in before.
Correct.
So you take this intention towards B, you see an aggressive setup, not only to get 1, but also know that S-Thug is here, and you're going to say, okay, they're going to keep 2 players towards B, let's take our 3v, possibly 1 on the A site, and they're going to see it's wide open. So now Razmo from the Observer Tower at mid. Focus on the rotation as they do not catch wind of this flank whatsoever, but Cartels is just going to give it away.
Okay, that's not good. 30 seconds, still bomb detonates, and they're all about to be rushing through the dummies.
Yeah, now they know there's 2 players here, just 2 different weapons coming out. First shots are good. Trigger disappointed in the corner from Says, and that's enough for Animus to get to 6. I just don't know why we're pre-firing when we're coming on a 3-man flank right there.
There's no, the answer, there's no reason whatsoever. That is either a desk pop or a very unfortunate and nervy mistake, and could end up being the costly one here for Luminosity. The lead is now by 3, and
Holy
just
nades.
1.
That's a lot of nades. Trophy systems were enforced though. Spams from the LG not going to work out, as Animus will come away 2 for 1. These Cartels at mid-trailer are still in a good spot, but keep your eye on number 2. Rasmo's gotten deep through 10, catches Jez out completely off guard, and now it's just a 4v2 situation. Animus, huge advantage as they're re-wrap back to B.
Might as well. All the other information would assume that it is vacated. Cartels will take down Rasmo, and the push continues for the team in blue. B-side acquired. How do you retake this 2v3 if you are Kings and Cartels?
With a lot of hope. Shark into play. Topside useless. Kings trying to clear things from the middle with the scope. No peeks yet. Gets a chance, but that's Narcs on the other side, and he will not miss. So now it's just down to Cartels. Picks up a scope of his own. First shot lands. Keep in mind, he does have a Fennec, I believe, in his back pocket. So it should be enough for him to try to clear out some of these close corners, but look at this re-wrap coming out of Says, saying, I know you're coming through mid. I know you got to clear out the backside tires. Not looking good for Cartels. Saves a couple of shots, now something to be dealt with. The Shark in the corner never peaked, and it's an Animus 7-3. And map number 2 giving us the control we all wanted.
I felt like even after the half being at 4-2, it was truly Animus's to lose. It's like you're talking, I mean, like the biggest question mark and the ultimate mind game. It starts with an S, and it ends in a K. It's Shark of natural course. It's just the way, as you were painting out Bob Ross style up here, just the different styles of the nades, it makes you question almost everything. We saw at least some adaptations coming through on trying to stop it late offensively, but then the rest of the teams, the snipers, Rasmo specifically inside of American, became a problem, and then that was a continuation once the sides inevitably swapped. The only time where you really did feel like that there was any sort of dominance coming through from LG on the defense was when Raph pulled out the shotgun and he got inside a corner, but then the following round, to your point, you almost feel like that he can't find this a similar value without getting too egregious with his positioning. That it was just easy days from there on out for Animus just to continue to play their game.
It's just like, this is like a search and destroy 101. If ever you see an aggressive smoke thrown at you, you have to throw a stun into it.
Yeah.
It's not to necessarily get the status effects on the player pushing. It's just to know there's a player pushing. It's an information game. And it's, I mean, again, it's something that we've seen Shark do for the last 3 years. And it just still, either whether about neglect or just ignorance, just keeps getting ignored. And the thing about it is, if he keeps throwing the same smoke and you stun him, or you just throw a stun that doesn't land or does, that gives you the information of, oh, Shark's in there, so now we know we can play passive and try to bait him into an isolated moment, or he's not in that smoke, so we know he's playing an LMG deeper into sight. Like, it's just, that's so clear cut. It gives you so much early intention if you just throw one piece of utility.
I mean, we also talk about it in response when it's, say, you pop a Sparrow, I respond with an equalizer should I be inside the hard play. It is always a resource trade and information trade soon after. So important in Search and Destroy. And although Shark went 6-8, it's also the 4 assists that they found along the way and the influence that they had on the map to set up Rasmo continuously. Playing these longer lines of sight with the sniper, just had to have the right angle and the right crosshair placement, which more often than not he did. So yeah, very good for Animus. That now extends this to a map number 3.
Indeed. And if you need more energy to get yourself through the long day today, unleash the beast. MonsterGaming.com. Get there. Or maybe Monster.com/gaming. Maybe both. Arsenal coming up. We've unleashed the beast up here. Tell you what.
We have.
We've cracked a couple of monsties.
It's actually my second.
Is it actually?
It's a very high caffeine day.
That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. It's a very high octane day.
It is. Lots of games. Lots of COD. Lots of Call of Duty Mobile to be played, and this series is not done yet. Again, if you lose this series for LG or Animus, it is not the end of your tournament. You will go 1-2, and then you get one last chance to extend your tournament in the Swiss. You win this one step closer to getting towards that single elimination championship bracket, and Arsenal is, as I was talking about when we had Lauren up here, a toss-up, because it is only the data that we have from their region. was it like 4-0 for LG, 5-0 for Animus. They do have a lot of reps on the map, but realistically speaking, because of the way that Arsenal on a control does play, so dependent on the breakoff, surely, but once you do find those kills, those spawn traps are just annoying.
Yeah, big time. You also got to keep in mind, I said this around this point last year in the Swiss stage, NA was down bad. You drop LG to a 1-2 status with Tribe fighting for their lives against a Vitality squad in their 1-1 matchup.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, NA could be down just as bad as, well, they were last year. Feels like we've got our pretty clear-cut top 4 at this moment in time.
I don't like maybe to count chickens before they hatch, but you're not.
Yeah. I said the only other thing would be like maybe Stalwart is showing us something, but we'll take a look into some of our other streams as we're still getting ready for the Arsenal here. This is our C stream.
Everybody's having a
and we find ourselves on Tunisia between Stalwart and Elevate.
On the market as I say his name. FDX.
And we'll let the casters
take yell on that one. Scared finding
take
PJ,
you away for this
but
one.
That's all over. It's a equalizer, courtesy of Stalwart. Let's go to overtime, baby.
What a better way to end this one. I beg we see a game 3 here, AJ, but we've seen this matchup so many times.
All right, so 6-6 the count here as we jump into an overtime situation between these two Garena squads. Again, very well rehearsed versus one another. Just comes down to, again, who can find this edge. Elevate would love to be able to, again, just rue the day that they are even looked at as slightly vulnerable. Again, this is another qualification match. Both these teams at 2-0.
Yeah, Stalwart needing the search and destroy just to extend it to a map number 3. Elevate were able to take that map 1. And a lot of eyes on what this Elevate team is going to do here. The consistency in between CDSI and their lower bracket run is everything that everybody wants to be in a tournament format. Though, first blood, much like how we saw earlier from Elevate, still very good.
And that's just one of those moments where, like, you allow Susano to get that far forward. He's got such an easy exit back. So it's free. And now Kendi's trying to do the same thing on the other side of the map. Now Stalwart's going to be aware that this is a possibility. Just comes down to will they actually catch the angle, because Kendi is hugging this wall, but up and over should be a freebie, and it is. So an early trade back. Now all of a sudden the defense has to worry about, hey, we haven't seen anything at B. Could this be an A hit?
Late stun through mid, not going to connect with anything whatsoever. And still just struggling to find some information. And Stalwart try to maneuver their way just outside of the winery. They got a player in a position to maybe try to work a little bit of bait, but the bomb is late on this rotation. 28 seconds remain.
FDX trying to clear things out from the front. Then they will find the opening. Okay, PJ drops, only taking one with him. Defense quickly on the rotation over with 15 seconds to play with. This has to be a commit for the bomb plant. EG's just playing forward. Yeah, he's going to get a little bit caught here, or is he? He finds Yopi on the mantle. Decent response for Susano, but the bomb does get planted. So we go 2v2. Klo over the top. That's clean. Almost able to snap onto the second, but Klo gets caught on the reload. That's enough for Elevate to take the edge of the OT.
The massive momentum going in towards the defense, which is how good the sniping from Susano has been on this Friday afternoon. Again, you are now one round away for Elevate, being only the second team to make it towards the championship bracket. Again, we saw X-Rock 2-0 Wolves unceremoniously not too long ago. You'd expect Elevate to make it towards the single elimination bracket as to take down one of their fellow region teams along the way.
Yeah, lots of nades being thrown from Elevate immediately into the A site. There is a deep smoke here. Susano also helping open up the site with a late stun. PJ in the corner trying to clear things out bottom side winery. Geese and trades coming out, and Oscar is not quite able to lock down the shots at range. Elevate with the numbers. And well, it's his last chance saloon here, 1v4 situation. Everyone knows where the last member is, and no worries there. Elevate clean through the overtime, win it 8-6, and they will 2-0 their regional counterparts and make their way into tomorrow's bracket as one of the top 2 seeds.
We'll say this much. I mean, that, albeit an unfortunate loss for Stalwart, you still got to be feeling pretty darn good about yourself, just keeping that search and destroy as close as they did. I'm not too sure what the scoreline was in their map number 1, but regardless, playing Elevate that close, especially off of recency, you got to be feeling pretty darn good about that. It's only their first loss, so still plenty more COD left to be played.
Absolutely the case. And I will say, I think just kind of like we weren't really sure what the expectations were going to look like for Stalwart. They've done well to this point.
Yeah, they have.
Obviously, they're 2-0. It's easy to say, but
and they 2-0 both the teams that we have on our main stage.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's definitely some things to keep in mind as they will drop to the 2-1 bracket. They're going to have nothing but qualification games the rest of the way, whether they do it in the next round or the one afterwards. So some freedom, some buffer after the hot start, but the bracket only gets more difficult as teams continue to eliminate each other.
That's how things go sometimes.
That's how brackets work, yeah.
It's quite literally the point of a bracket, yeah.
Correct, yeah. The worst teams get eliminated, better teams move on. It's, yeah.
Wow. You're so good at that.
I don't know, whoever cooked up the first bracket, genius.
Yeah, oh yeah. It's like making the first beef Wellington, but for like brackets. It's amazing. I'm hungry. Sorry, I'm hungry.
Fair, okay. Here we go. On to the Control and Arsenal in our feature matchup, Unanimous and LG. Again, both teams have really enjoyed playing this map, and they both have found flawless success inside their regions. But the opening hit towards A for LG, good. Even better that they get some top window control here. Follow-up from Rasmo, fighting back. That's not bad as he finds two with the machine pistol. Just when he thought LG was going to get a free first tick, it's immediately responded by Animus' defense.
A lot of people have heard me talk about Control, but it might be a broken record to some, but it is so true on Arsenal. So break-off dependent, but it honestly, a round could end as it starts, but nice trades to at least come through. Still trying to jostle for position, maybe over towards this B control zone. Cartels 1v1 inside of the lounge has to favor the reload, but still holding the space is very difficult to try to combat back from. You want the statue, but cannot hold no longer.
This is interesting. Raph is just kind of hanging out at mid, making sure the pitch stays safe. Curious, to say the least. And that's going to be enough for Animus to just respond to the play over towards the opposite zone, clear it out, and hold the 2-life edge. There's the bait and switch. Doesn't even need to be needed as now Raph is able to find the first for free. Nark's now trying to play his life backside of the tower. Staying in the zone for some contest. And he's got help here. So again, LG, what do we got? Trying to fight pillar to pillar. Flash on one side. Odin just trying to lock down the corner, and now here's the best chance. Damage going to be tallied. The first shots are good, and the follow-up is better. So now the clock will stop at 31 seconds with LG on the A zone.
13 plays up against 14 again. Still very much so anybody's round, but Kings just use it up at the utmost wrong time. Still, clock being stalled out. 2 players strong around the A control zone. Reinforcements on the way.
Yep. Second tick looking good. Spam through the door for Jez, not gonna land. Flank on the way from Animus. This is taking a lot of time, and they may just be chalking this. Try to get into the spawn a little bit, deal some more damage to the life count. Problem is, now you've got all of a sudden the ability just to flood through main lobby. Good crossfire setup for Animus. Enough to deal damage, slow down the play just a touch, but Raph is going to get around the back. Hunter Killer Drone now moving through, and uh-oh, we have a battle of spawn traps coming up.
Yeah, this is basically a base race when it comes down to Control on Arsenal, but the biggest issue is that if more kills start to come through, what are you supposed to do if you're 1 and 3 in blue? You almost have to give it up, come down the stairs, and that's exactly what the call will at least be for Says. And come help out his former teammates, but you still got 3 more Luminosity players in your spawn, 2 Animus players in the opposite spawn, and so far as the numbers go, Animus are coming out on top.
Well, this is Arsenal, friends.
What?
Yep. Spawn die. Spawn die.
You're running out of lives.
Here's the thing.
You're running out of lives.
There's no more spawns left now all of a sudden for LG. And now we got ourselves a 3v3.
Dude, what? Wait.
What? What is
this? We base race and we flip the map. The Predator missile gets called in as well. It's just information. It doesn't even find a kill.
Oh, man. It's a round of search destroy. Sparrows are through. Oh, my goodness. This is Control.
No, we have lost control. We have lost control. Rasmus Hunter Killer Drone's gonna take down Cartels. And I love this call coming out from LG. Don't chase the kill. Rasmo thinks he can win this 1v2 with the claw.
Oh, he sees the player inside the vent. Does he get the snap? Almost. But wow. I mean, that's Control for you on this map. You just take away all the respawns, then you play whatever's left. So 3v2, 3v3.
but it's a hell of a call coming through for LG. I mean, whether they got the information or not, just to push all the way through the lobby side like you were talking about, I don't think that Animus knew that that was going to be a thought, a process for LG to try to do, but brilliant as it may be, coming down to a final 1v1 and 5 segments to boot for Luminosity.
This is my first time actually casting Arsenal Control in this game. Wow.
You remember when the biggest problem that you and I had to worry about was the head glitch on the statue?
Just wow.
We've come so far.
Yeah, well, have we?
No, but we've gone places.
Animus now have the offense. Oh, mercy me. Down 2 lives early, and you've got LG starting to push up through trophy side. Now, you have also gotten Shark through on the opposite through elevator, but he's being chased by Cartels who's seen him. Shots are coming out. Spawn Trap trying to get affirmed for both sides, and Shark will only find one before falling. So damage has been mitigated, and now LG control the map with only 35 seconds to the clock.
You just can't help but giggle just watching the mini-map when it comes down to Arsenal control. I mean, LG, they won the break-off. They saw one player, Shark, trying to work at the Spawn Trap. I was like, hey, get out of my house. Get off my lawn. And they're trying to do the same exact thing on the opposite side, but a little bit more passive is LG in their setup, not trying to cut off away from the map until they get another clean 3-4 dead. Rasmo will at least find a trade, but a very good defensive opening for LG here.
Raph, a little bit of a slide and dance with Shark, who had the gloves out. Wins it. Long-range shots from Jez also decent, but has to help out onto the zone. Raph, a little bit of trouble in towards double doors. Rasmo still getting the work done. Holy smokes, Rasmo is off to the races. Does eventually see his teammates fall, and with so he will also drop. So now 19 plays 12, and LG looking comfortable. Just a second they have to kill off the clock.
At this point, you're just hoping to salvage anything if you are Animus. I mean, the fact that you almost got that first segment is saying a lot, but I mean, LG in the response, continuation of what we were talking about, going back towards that standoff, you give these guys any sort of area to control, they know quite well how to take that space and then make you to have more and more less space. So one more round away for Luminosity to increase their entire lead on the day, get themselves close towards that.
Yeah, and I love this. You have Pred missiles, you have operators go to B. This is something we saw back in 2019 for Black Ops 4. You got streaks, take them to the outside point. It gives you so much freedom, so much control. And now Animus need to make a really tough choice, because you can't just play for spawn traps here. You got to get your defense going. And the second tick of progress is pretty much already gone. Kings somehow loses that battle with an Annihilator. Saves takes him out of the picture, and that's enough for Animus to regain control at B and deplete the second tick of progress.
You got one player inside your spawn, though. It's Jez. Pulls out the claw and almost loses his life. Just barely holds on, and now the spawn trap is in. Low spawn protection, able to at least get yourself moving if you are Rasbo, but you still die. Jez is still alive in that spawn, by the way. Finds two more, and it's still going, by the way. And now you got to start wondering if you are safe. Do you try to do the same? It might be too late. Jez even calls in a Pred missile, will lose his life, but once the dust has settled, it's 22v19.
Yeah, and that stuck to just pop the doors, use the spare to clean out the lobby. Not landing yet. Lots of shots already spent. In fact, the whole thing is gone. War Machine from deep. Also not coming up here. Eventually, Rasmo drops, but the focus from the front is still less than convincing right now for LG. There's a pinch on the way, it does get shut down. So a chance to jump on, get the second tick of progress worked on, especially now that there are 4 members still surviving for LG's offense.
And still working up that second segment. You have to contest if you are Animus while also finding eliminations along the way, and they are doing everything possible to try to do that, plus some extra. The kills come through, the segment gets depleted. Animus are not done yet.
Not yet. A couple of operators at the ready as well. Saves for the War Machine. Rasmo has his available on top of it. Nades cooked up by Raph, all towards lobby's side. That will not land. Trophy systems in place to keep the defense safe, but Cartel sneaks through the vent. Trophy down for the offense now for LG. Trades on the point. Here comes the claw. Last thing standing for Rasmo. And may have been enough. He gets a couple eliminations, but Cartel's one of the last ones surviving for LG. Finds a double. Now joining him as another member, and that's going to be the second tick done with the third on the way.
Nobody's hitting around. They're all just kind of trying to rush up through the stairs, hoping that the nades find the value to get them the space up the stairs.
Well, the opening shutdown is decent. Has Thug off the reload, trying to hold on to these long-range headies. Tough battles over towards the top of the staircase. 11v6. And is still chewing back into this. Finds the kills they need, but it's an 8v5 with a minute 13 on the clock.
Plenty of time left to try to hold on if you are Animus. The problem is you have to play flawless, and you want to hold on to that maybe for another round, but desperation might ensue.
Yeah.
You're being flanked. Cartel's looking to work a pinch.
Yeah, tough decision that has to come through here for Catholic, knowing that there are no more respawns. If something looks very dicey, you may just have to make a gut check call to see another round. Cartel's around the back, has not found anybody yet. S-Thug has been damaged by Rasmo. That's enough to at least allow the initial trade to come through. More now from the front. 40 seconds on the clock. 7v3 should be clear shooting for LG from here on out, especially as they cleared off the zone. There's the clock on the pause. Not sure where Shark is, but they find him. And it all rests with one. Says backside staircase, can't get away, and LG will take a 3-0 in the control and get themselves a second win in the Swiss bracket.
Yeah, big momentum swing coming here for LG, taking down back-to-back European teams. This one, tested firing range. Definitely need to go back and try to learn from those mistakes if you are Luminosity Gaming, but a step in the right direction to maybe try to get NA back into a brighter light of a conversation. I throughout both of the respawns that we got to see out of Luminosity Gaming, it's just fundamental science, very meticulous coming through, and then also the slays at the same time. They know just as well as some other teams that are here this weekend that how aggression does actually work and how to turn that into further map positioning and positional advantage.
Yeah, Raph and cartels were an issue throughout both the respawns.
And Jez was
here
consistent.
Today. Yeah,
very consistent.
Same with S-Thug.
Yes.
Yeah, it was just, you know, seeing Raph and I think in particular cartels really show up for this squad is refreshing. I think just kind of across their history, they've often been looked at as kind of, part of the team, but never been kind of the stars. But here, I thought they played absolutely meticulously well. They were making all the right reads, all the right moves, and of course, a couple of just great individual moments. So, you know, you think back to Raph with the shotgun top grannies, 1v3, wins all three. It's like moments like that that are major difference makers and completely changes the dynamic of a map.
They forced so many awkward positions and probably a lot of things that Animus were not utterly prepared for. Probably knew that it was possible playing against a very top team, let alone all of North America, but you could just tell just the stark comparisons in between the two regions in this very series.
Yeah. And it's just, again, it's Shark got firing range. It's just...
It's a staple.
It's a staple. It really is. So, really clean stuff, I think, for Animus to at least find themselves into a map number 3 situation, but the road becomes very difficult. No more mistakes going to be allowed here, sitting at 1 and 2 overall in the Swiss stage. You have to win your next 2 matches if you want to try to find a way to get Europe into that playoff bracket.
Definitely saw some polished moments there out of Luminosity and some sparks of hope as well, like you guys were mentioning on behalf of Animus. We'll have to see what they're able to do in the last few matches there when it comes to the rest of our Swiss bracket. But that's match 6 now done and dusted on the day here so far, which means I can't even imagine how much more they've gotten already through in the pit. There's only 3 more here up on the main stage, so things are moving and shaking. Teams are starting to kind of figure out where they're going to fall and how much more they need to do in order to make it through to the next stage of the competition. Now, obviously, we are at the end of the match. That means we have a winner. That was, of course, Luminosity Gaming, if they're able to 3-0 against Animus. So F-Dot standing by on the stage to have a chat.
Hey, what's good, guys? We're here with AO Raph, and he is excited, man. Day 1, you come through, you get it done. I ain't even gonna ask you a question. Just speak your mind, bro.
Honestly, we came here for a reason, and some games are good, some games are bad, but we decided to move past it and focus up. So that's what we did on the stage against Animus. So good games to them, you know?
Talk to me a little bit about the squad. Like, North America as a scene, you guys have shifted from team to team to team, but we see a lot of the same faces. What makes this iteration of the team different than other squads you've been on in the past?
One simple reason, every single person, even though Awaken is not here, Awaken and McCanaman, every single person on the team, myself included, has a reason to continue and push forward. We've had our problems here and there, but when it comes to the boot camp, when it comes to champs, we're locked in and loaded. Simple as that. Simple as that.
I mean, you certainly sound locked and loaded, so I usually hate this question, but you sound like you have something on the brain here. Coming up next, you've got more matches. What's the vibe with the rest of the team, and how are you taking on the rest of the games?
Oh, honestly, we're not making the same mistake as last year. We realized we came in too overconfident. This year, we're staying humble, we're staying confident. We know who we're playing against. Nothing's easy. A lot of upsets will be happening. So, to the rest of the teams, my biggest advice, do not ever underestimate your opponents. Treat them the same way you treat the best competition here. Simple as that.
Simple as, simple as. Hey, congratulations on the dub, and good luck in the rest of them.
Thank you, thanks so much. Hey, to my AO fam, I love you guys so much. AO fam on top, type it in the chat right now, man, come on.
There it is, let them know, let them know. Shout out Beef Mommy, she's on the other side, gonna catch us up with some of the other streams. Thanks a lot.
You know, you're always going to get a treat if you have AO Mike on the camera. Of course, I was able to interview LG yesterday, and it seems like the energy is going to be good. Of course, they definitely needed this dub. This round number 3, we saw East versus East, West versus West, and it's looking good for the West right now as LG getting a dub. That is definitely well needed. And as well, their NA brothers, they had Supreme Team also getting very victorious 2-0 up against Ancient. So Ancient going to be in a little bit of a pickle, but again, someone that's actually not doing a West versus West. The only East versus West matchup that we actually had here was going to be Diabolus versus Exclusive, where Exclusive finally can get a breath of fresh air, delivering that very convincing 2-0, and we can thank the players like Veer that can actually step it up. And when it comes to this, it definitely gets it to the very end. Who can take it? Who can clinch the crown? Of course, it's only day number 1, but you can see behind me, we actually have a matchup that you definitely don't want to miss in round number 4. We got Vitality right here. And of course, the name that you're kind of thinking of, Vitality, Tectonic's going to be right there. And guess who's right beside them on the next one? That's going to be Tribe, his former teammates. You wouldn't want to miss it. Round number 4 coming up next.
What's up, I'm Kings. We're Luminosity Gaming. You're watching COD Mobile at DreamHack Atlanta.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Something that you've never seen. We run like a wild machine. Watch out, cause we're baring our teeth. And there ain't no in between. With fire, you're gonna get burned down to the wire. Now what did you learn? We're coming for you. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. You're looking at a cold-blooded killer. We're coming for you. It's going down. We rain on the room like a storm. Yeah, we're way too big to ignore. We'll shake you, we'll rattle the floor. You know what we came here for. Play with the fire and then you got burned down to the wire. Now what did you learn? We're coming for you. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. You're looking at a cold-blooded killer. We're coming for you. It's going down. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. You're looking at a cold-blooded killer. We're coming for you. It's going down.
Set fire to a cold river. Set fire, sealed and delivered. Slow burn, shot to the liver. Heart so cold, make a grown man shiver. Wake up, don't be afraid. Make love, but don't be tame. Even the king in the crown is a lost soul. Walking in a dead man's crowd. They try to keep us undercover, but we are about to rise up. Rise up. They want Can't see the bright light when you got a heart of a fighter. Against fire up even harder and higher. They try to keep us undercover, but we are about to rise up. Rise up. They wanna push us even deeper in their pockets, but their time's up. We about to rise up. Rise up. I keep running. I keep running. They try to keep us undercover, but here we are about to rise up. Rise up. Yeah. They wanna push us even deeper in their pockets, but their time's up. We about to rise up. Rise up.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship here at DreamHack Atlanta. We've had a fantastic day of performances here so far on day one of our competition, moving our way through the Swiss bracket. And I know you're expecting match number 7 on the main stage, but we have a little bit of an extra treat, okay, for all of you here, both live in the arena and at home that have been following along with us here all day, because we're waiting on a couple of our teams to finish in the pit before we can get our squads up on the main stage, which means we get to go check out a pit match instead and follow along with some really big storylines that we've been talking about all day, because we're going to be watching Gallerus and Godlike fight for a spot in the bracket in this upcoming match. Let's take a look, though, at the Swiss bracket. We've had a lot happening here today to try and keep up with, whether you guys have been watching the main stage or our B, C, or D streams, where all of our matches have been happening. And so lots of teams have made their way through already, Ted.
Yeah, it's getting a bit mixy, isn't it? But for a lot of these teams, again, the same kind of applies. Win 3 before you lose 3. Some of these teams, though, are actually already eliminated. We've already had some teams already lose 3 games. So tough scenes for them, but they will still go home with some prize money. But yeah, we have some really interesting games, right?
Yeah, I think it's Diabolos have already been eliminated. They lost, I believe, 0-2 to Exclusive. I believe that has been confirmed. I think we looked at that. And the other one is Ancient Gaming, which obviously, as we saw earlier on, is not really a surprise. Again, shout out to those guys, but unfortunately, they will go down to Supreme Gaming. So we have our first eliminations. On the other side, though, we have our first teams through to bracket play, and surprise, surprise, it's X-Rock and Elevate after their respective 2-0 victories over Wolves Esports and Stalwart Esports. Both incredible matches, by the way. The fact that we got the matchups between the 2 best Chinese teams, arguably, of course, Q9 also in that conversation, and the 2 best Garena teams, brilliant. Absolutely love that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just day one. We've already had some potential foreshadowing and who we're going to see later on in the competition. So now we get to see what's going to happen with this next team claiming a spot in the bracket. Like we said, Gallerus versus Godlike. Let's jump into it.
Straight into it as well. I mean, this one is a super important game for both these 2 teams. These teams are ones that want to advance to that bracket play. You lose this game, you have no more opportunities to lose bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, your lifelines are kind of slowly already depleting here in the Swiss stage, and this is a massive matchup for both of these 2 teams. Again, Gallerus, you know, trying to prove to people that, hey, they should not be an underrated team. For Godlike, I mean, much really in the same spot, right, Tut, for the most part? I mean, Godlike are a team that obviously made that miracle run last year, and I think since then, I think people underestimate them.
Yeah, I think both teams are kind of in that bracket of they could threaten to win it. Do we think they will? I'm not 100% sure. That's kind of where we got both these 2 teams.
Don't say that's
right?
a Godlike fans, mate.
No, well, okay. I might be getting some tweets, and some people might be saying some things in the chat, but I've too long on the tooth these days for that, Brody. I don't care. So here we are into this game. Godlike into the lead. A nice start for them over towards P1, but P2 coming up very, very shortly. You can see Gallerus already on their way over. Godlike do have somebody pushing over towards this back side, though, so keep an eye on that to clear that one out. It's a nice rotation coming through on the side of Godlike in the end. Gallerus have some work to do here, buddy.
Yeah, that is a big pick against the Beast. That means the back post spawns will be good for Gallerus here, but what won't be good is Trunks coming through the front of the hardpoint, picking up not just 2, but 3 kills. Godlike, just as quickly as they lose control of the hardpoint, they regain it. And that's going to send spawns a little bit buck wild there. Gallerus spawning out all across the map. Now spec fights going on for these spawns. It is going to be Gallerus that will ascertain them, but sometimes getting up that driveway is actually kind of difficult, especially as they're going to be operators very soon to get for Godlike.
I'm having to rub my eyes at some of those spawns coming through towards the backside there. Both the teams having a battle with it. But Godlike ultimately the ones who are coming out on top. Still 30 seconds to play for here over towards the garage, and it is most of the kills going over towards Godlike, make it now 3 coming through for Learn. Really big plays coming in for Godlike. It's been such a good start for them. P1, they got a good amount of time. P2, the majority. Even in amongst the chaos, they've done extremely well to find themselves in this position. Rotation over towards Fences in just a second, which is definitely a little mixier than what we get over towards the garage. Let's see if any team can really get some sort of control. But for Gallerus, that's 4 points on the board after 2 hills.
Yeah, and a reminder again, they did just get the rotation on towards P2 and pretty much lost it straight away, right? So just because they're over here on Fences does not mean that they will get control, and it's also worth saying that Fences, just on the whole, is a really mixy hardpoint. To get a wealth of time on it is pretty rare. This, of course, is the hardpoint where we're going to start to see some of the investment coming through from the operators as well. Neutrino, the player that Godlike didn't expect to be playing for the roster, of course. Skull Guy, unfortunately, not able to attend here at Champs once again. He's going to bring out the War Machine, but it's not going to amount to all that much. Claw instead for a Bees is good for the kill against Lucasin, and there's the follow-up from Neutrino. So Godlike, again, on the offensive against Gallerus, they're not getting much time from this hill.
Yeah, it just seem to really be pushing the issue as much as they can. Haven't really seen too much from Gallerus. Just to be honest, in Hardpoint, I think even in their game previously, yeah, okay, we've seen them up against Tribe, but they made mincemeat of them. But other than that, when they have come up against the elite teams, it has been a bit of a struggle. But saying that, there is still plenty of Call of Duty still to be played, and they will get a little bit of control over towards that scrap time. 7 seconds remaining. They're going to pick that up for their most significant points of the game. They only had 4 by the time they got here. They're leaving with 39.
Yeah, it's something, isn't it? You know, Gallerus, what, quadrupled, octupled, is octupled a word? I don't know. It will make it a word, wherever it is. Whatever 8 times is, someone tweet me. That's what Gallerus have done. They've certainly expanded their scoreline here. Godlike, though, be careful. They've already got control of Nu. Good investment of the Predator missile coming through from Fokke. That's going to give Gallerus a chance here, but you need to see some heroics from Henry Cat. That is going to be close. Operators now invested from Gallerus as well. Fokke, what damage can they do? Trunks on the other side with the Purifier. There's the equalizers from Prevail too. It's Annihilator now as well. It's Operators galore here.
Everybody investing. It felt like it was Godlike getting the better of it, but Lucasin's just pulled 3 out of his back pocket. And manages to find one to help him along the way, and 25 seconds to play for still here, over towards the rock hard point. Gallerus were there. Godlike very quickly get rid of them, though. For all the investment for both 2 teams, it felt like Gallerus were the ones coming out on top, but Godlike are the ones in control. 13 seconds to play for, the end of the first rotation incoming. If you're a Godlike fan, you're liking what you're seeing. Really good rotation out of them, which really just started at P1, P2, chipped away since then. Really, really good start to this hard point.
You could say you Godlike what you're seeing, you know?
All right, it's too easy there. You probably shouldn't have done it.
Godlike feeling pretty good about themselves at the moment. 70 points to the good over Gallerus. You'll be very happy with the way the start of the hardpoint, I think especially, has gone thus far. Gallerus, really, the only good look they've had is that Fences hardpoint, which, to be fair, they did get a lot of time out, more than teams usually do. But you have to be careful. You don't find yourselves too deeply out of this game this quick. Godlike already amounting a lot of time on P1. Gallerus trying to desperately fight back through. Mihawk with a double up top. Of course, he was a player at the start of the day that had a phenomenal start on that Summit hardpoint. So if he can heat things up for Gallerus here, they'll be right back in this game.
Trying to get something going. I think the thing is, when you see a scoreline like this, you sometimes count the other team out far too early. We know that. I mean, we've casted many hardpoint games over, not just this season, but over the past, what, 10, 30 years with myself. So, I mean, that makes me feel old. But how many times you see teams come back, a full 60 against this Gallerus team, immediately back into this game. They're finding some good time at P1. The scrap time is there. The rotation is not. But if they can find a break, find a full 60, we've got a game on our hands.
Yeah, and that's never been more true than here on Hacienda, right? Hacienda kind of lends itself to these comebacks, if you will. All it takes is one good break, as you said, and then the follow-up hardpoint control, and you are right back in the conversation. Hell, I mean, Elevate showed us that at CDSI. So Gallerus still in of a chance. Never count them out, especially with how good of a team they are. But right now, Godlike are leading this conversation, and they're also leading hardpoint control as well. Backspawn still looking pretty good. Infiltration from Fokke with the R9. Not a lot of effectiveness with it, though. Gallerus are going to hit this front over and over again. They're going to run right into the operators of Godlike. On the other side, though, Meekhawk with the claw. How much damage can you do? A second kill for Meekhawk. Any more on the platter, it's good at the very least to get Gallerus in.
Yeah, there's the break with about 30 seconds remaining here on Garage. 80 seconds has now been broken. If they can pick up this decent amount of time here on the scrap, which is looking like it's going to pretty much be given to them by Godlike as the rotation over towards fences starts to come through. Gallerus are closing that gap. And investing the Sparrow for the transition over towards the next hill. He is going to fall, though, so I wasn't too sure if that was remaining from the Garage hill, but yeah, either way, a questionable investment if that was the case. But a bit of a split spawn here. Things are about to get very, very mixy when things do pop in 3 seconds over towards fences.
I got to say here very quickly that Godlike, I really like the way that they played that off the back of that. They didn't invest too much in towards scrap time. They were trying to cut Gallerus off on the rotation for the middle of the map. So great map awareness coming out of Godlike, but now as we get towards the next hill, here we go. Godlike looking to hold on towards this hard point. Gallerus, though, they're starting to get the kills here, Tom.
Yeah, they were slow into this game, but they very much have went toe-to-toe with Godlike over the last 4 or 5 hills. Closing that gap ever so quickly. War Machine's out. The Annihilator was there for Lucas Jane as well, not quite operating at the same time now, but oh, you did see the investment of the equalizers coming through, getting nothing, but everybody else from Gallerus is. 25 seconds remaining here over towards fences. This was the start of the comeback and the start of their hard point on the previous rotation, and they are getting things going here as well.
Yeah, definitely feels like this is the hard point where Gallerus are feeling most comfortable right now. There's not a lot that Godlike have had to say. Neutrino will find one, but immediately you trade on out here. With 10 seconds left, you're still going to hit this one if you're a Godlike. I mean, why not? You've got the back spawns. You've got a clear path towards the next hard point, but Gallerus are still winning the trades at the moment, and we said it, right? Gallerus can still come back into this hard point. Hacienda lends itself to it. Well, look at this scoreline. Gallerus now just 10 points away.
Streaks available for Lucas Jin. They're starting to come through as well, and Gallerus will need to still continue to be good. Things have slowed down for Godlike, but we know in the blink of an eye, the same can be said for them. They can find a full 60 and put this game out of sight, but Lucas Jin will find 2 out of nothing, as he just so often does, but Prevail equalizes out over towards the balcony side of Rock. It's very, very difficult to find a push. He's just going to try and linger around. Hen will find 2, but this is just where you do not want the enemy equalizer. He finds 2, the third there for the cut. Brilliant plays from Prevail. Godlike in control.
Godlike looking to bring this one home. They've let Gallerus back into the conversation. Now they need to silence them once more. And Neutrino being all sneaky-like, waiting for the perfect time to strike. He's found it in behind. He's going to get some team shots in as Trunks is the one to finish off not just 2 kills, but the third as well. Gallerus now at the back of the spawn. Going to have to find a way back in towards the hard point. Abiz with the claw, keeping them at bay. 3 for Abiz. Look at the operators for Godlike. They want this hard point.
Invested and invested extremely wisely. They find so much efficiency with everything they possibly could have there and get the reward for it. Nearly breaking 200 points. They pick up the majority of the time over towards P4. Gallerus get very, very little, but they will have the operators of their own, maybe a little bit sooner than Godlike will again. We will, of course, be heading towards another P2. Godlike can just win it here on P1. Very unlikely with how mixy it can be, and the fact that Gallerus have found a way through. This is really about the rotation over towards P2, though. Gallerus soaking up some valuable time. They need as much as they can possibly get.
Yeah. Cannot let Godlike get this time. You've got to fight for it. You're starting to win the gunfights as well. The ARs have definitely stepped it up a notch over the course of the last set. Lucasen, 2 kills shy of 40. Just Lucasen things, as per usual. Gallerus now looking for some kind of time here. Smokescreen is going to make things a little bit more difficult. Neutrino finding these kills in the middle of the map. He's going to get cut short by Lucasen. He will now hit that 40 kill mark, but Gallerus here, oh, they're fighting for this scrap time ton. Godlike, they've got the spawns for a good opportunity here to put this one away.
A lot of time picked up. Time that they needed. Godlike get very little, if anything, over towards P1, but what they have got for themselves is that rotation over towards P2. They are now in control, but look at the spawns over towards the backside. Is there a potential pinch being set up now? You can see the spawn out here for Godlike. This is the moment for Gallerus as they find a way through. Foki will find 2. Learn is there to answer back, but here come the Annihilator from Lucas Jin. You're inside the point. Gallerus find the break. It's absolutely what they needed.
Yeah, you can still fight this one from the front as well here. Operators galore for Gallerus. 4 of them being invested in towards this point. Pabzera is just firing his War Machine pellets out because why the heck not? But it's not actually doing anything. That's not where the players are. On the other side, though, it's all good because you've got Fokke just watching this door. Gallerus now surely not about to take the lead away from Godlike.
Both of these teams have invested every single time so wisely. The stock market would be terrified terrified of how efficient these two teams have been with these operators. It's phenomenal play from both of them, and they have both made it count. 20 seconds to go here on P2. It is going to be a lead for Gallerus as we head over to what has been their favored hill in over towards the fences, and could they finish it off here? It's been quite the comeback. I want to say they were 80 or 90 down at some stage. Godlike have really slowed down compared to their start.
I just don't understand how this has happened. Godlike just, I don't know, letting Gallerus back into the game. I mean, I know fences have been kind of part of that conversation, right? But that was a massive break for them there on that P2. And I think it's a hill we'll revisit at the end of the game if Gallerus are able to get this one done. But Predator Missile now coming down. Gallerus just 20 seconds away. Fokke will double up here. Godlike starting to feel a little bit desperate towards this fences hard point. They are going one by one. Neutrino's investment of the War Machine is huge. That's a double that will give them an entrance to the hard point.
Prevail will find a couple as well, and now here comes the investment from Godlike. We said how good they've been for both these two teams, and they are making it count. Trunks and Prevail starting to combine together at just about the right time. Godlike have been quiet, starting to come back into it. 30 seconds to go here, P3.
Yeah. Now going to be a Purify from Trunks as well. Godlike not going to be able to finish things here regardless of what happens, but this is a chunk of time you can't afford to give away to Gallerus. Gallerus now starting to heat up as well in the feed through Tin. Don't want to over-invest in this one. There goes Trunks down for the count. Gallerus winning the vast majority of these gunfights. This time is still worth fighting for a touch. That's a huge wave of gunfights though for Godlike. And now if you're Gallerus, just go new. Stop fighting for scrap.
They're trying to fight for it still. You can see they're very, very close. They're still going for it. This scrap time is going to matter a little, but there is going to be a huge gunfight over towards the next hill. You can already see it on the minimap, and here it is, and it's going to be Prevail with the equalizer. The investment, again, has to be so good. Looking towards Gallerus, they are going to have something of their own. Can they find it?
Here we go, Pabzera with the investment through. For Godlike, just keep an eye on where these guys are spawning. You're going to know, surely Prevail's going to find one. Trunks will double up as well. Pabzera's War Machine amounts to naught. There's the kills for Godlike, just a second away from victory here. Gallerus fighting to find their way through towards the hard point. Mihawk will double up. They're looking to get the contest through. Henry Cat, can he do anything?
How can they manage to find a way through? They're still inside the point. Gallerus still contesting it. They now get themselves inside. Godlike need to try and find a way through. There are the kills, and there's the win. What a map number one between these two teams. Gallerus bring it back very, very quickly, and Godlike shut it down. The investment over towards P3 works out for Godlike. They get the dub and find themselves in the lead.
Woo! Godlike. I mean, they were celebrating and they were getting hype, and fair play for clutching up towards the end of the game. I'll be honest though, I don't know if that's one of those ones where you've earned that, because you almost chuckled that game. There was like an 80-90 point advantage or something like that by the end of the first set. All Godlike had was the first fences hard point. It felt like Godlike were going to run through them. And then Godlike, or Gallerus, excuse me, made this incredible resurgence. Second set, they looked much more assured. Godlike, I think, significantly less so. Man, if they would have lost that one, that would have been one of the biggest chokes here in COD Mobile history.
But we were saying about all the way through, it takes one good 60 from the opposition who are quite far behind. In this case was Gallerus, and they found it. They got themselves well and truly back into this game. And then from that, they really did look like the team who were going to take it. It felt like the momentum was very much in their favor. But again, it felt like it was that game of cat and mouse when it comes down to the operators. It's like, okay, we're going to invest this time, you're going to invest this time. And it just felt like that last hill, both teams had some availability, and it worked out more for the side of Godlike. Really, you have to give a huge shout out to the equalizer that comes on through, I think, from Prevail. I mean, that is the difference maker in this game. And they're going to be letting them know about it. Huge win for Godlike in map number one. And one that I would think you look at, Gallerus, their Search and Destroy looked fantastic in their game against Wolves, so they will be looking at that, as will Godlike. They all know when they're going into this game, Gallerus' Search and Destroy looks clean this week. So that is an important map number one win for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, we'll talk about Search and Destroy in depth in a minute, but I will say I don't know if that Search and Destroy victory for Gallerus was Gallerus playing well or Wolves not adapting properly, but we'll get to that here in just a second. But as we look towards the scoreboard at the end of game number one, Trunks going absolutely huge, 195 impact rating, 49 kills to his name, and over 90 seconds inside the hard point. I mean, I don't want to call him Mr. Do-It-All because the rest of the team were definitely contributing, but he did a damn lot.
I mean, you're looking over towards Lukashin, dropping 50 for the L. That's a tough one as well.
Tough, isn't it?
It is tough, but it's nice to have that on your side. I mean, it's always nice to have a player like that on your roster. Either way, Godlike will take that one away. Of course, the guy's not playing here on the main stage. It's very much over in the pits, where things are really getting mixy down there. Every single time I see Beef Mommy there, it's just shouts and screams. It's The old school line style staring at each other down and yelling probably not very nice things. Irrelevant of that, it is going to be Godlike with a lead. And one that when you look at it on hindsight, if that search and destroy from Gallerus was so solid in that previous game, then it absolutely feels necessary that they did find that. Because now we go to a search and destroy that could go either way. But as mentioned, Gallerus did look extremely clean in their game up against Wolves.
Yes. Yeah, and I think the thing for me, right, was just, we go back to that game between Gallerus and Wolves that you and I got to cast over, and it was a case of, the first 3 rounds was kind of Wolves running all over them, or rather Peg running all over Gallerus. And I think as soon as Gallerus figured out, okay, that's exactly what's happening here, we can start to throw very different looks. We know kind of what we need to be focusing on in these defensive rounds, and Wolves just kind of felt like they didn't really respond. And that's why I say, I think to a certain extent, yes, fair play to Gallerus for doing what they were doing and adapting in the way that they did, but also it was uncharacteristic of Wolves to not have an answer to what Gallerus were throwing at them for the last, what, 7 or 8 rounds straight?
There was no plan B. They slowed it down, Gallerus, and it started working out for them. Let's see how they do it in this one, though. I think, when you think of the style of the team, they probably do want to keep it nice, fast, and furious. That's kind of the way that they do play, but with that adaptation, they looked really good in the search and destroy. Let's find out if it's going to be the case here as well. We still got plenty of games to go tonight, though. I mean, this is the little bonus one that we were going to get a hold of, just because purely some of the games just were, some of them were going some distance, and it was taking some time to get through it. Now we get this extra bonus one. We've got 3 more to come after this as well. We are going through very, very nicely. But this one's been an insane one so far. The rest of the maps can be just as close as that. I'd be a very happy boy.
I'd be happy as well. I mean, look, the thing is with champs, right? The thing is with the teams here, and I think a lot of people have said, I believe that this is the most competitive Call of Duty Mobile Championship we have ever had, and I think that that's kind of the opinion everybody has for the most part, and for good reason. I mean, there just hasn't really been many games at all that have been uncompetitive, right? The ones that have, I think, were the teams that kind of had to make last-minute changes. We had like Ancient getting kind of trounced by Vitality earlier on today, and that's kind of to be expected somewhat. So, look, for the teams that came in as the teams that they should be, it's been competitive, and this is one of the most competitive matchups we could have asked for. Next up, though, we've got Kurahana Metropolis, and this is one of the newer additions here to the Call of Duty Mobile competitive map pool. I think it's taken a while for teams to figure it out properly, and I think, one of the most important things here coming into this one is going to be the presence of the sniper rifle players. And earlier on today, we saw that Lucasin was doing some pretty nasty stuff with his on firing range.
Yeah, no surprise. No surprise at all. Yeah. Let's see if he can bring it to the table here. He will have to. I think, this is... I feel like the 1-on-1 games are super important because you put yourself down to that no more lives situation.
Yeah.
Like, you really want to keep a hold of them as long as possible. You don't want to be going 0 and 2, absolutely, but 1 and 2 again puts you in that awkward little position. Some of those 1 and 2 games are going to be super tough. I mean, you're seeing some of the other teams that are coming through from the 0 and 2 games. Exclusive are going to be there. I think, of course, we're going to have Animus down there as well. The EU represent. Animus didn't look too bad. We were kind of getting a little bit excited in the green room. It's not very often as European COD Mobile fans we get that opportunity. So it was nice to see Animus putting up a fight. Let's see how they go on and do out throughout the rest of the day. But relevant of that, Kurahana coming up here in the Search and Destroy. Both these two teams well versed in the art of S&D. Which way this one is going to go, I'm not 100% sure. Honestly, I think based off map number 1, really good performance. Like, it's important that they found that. But what we've seen from Gallerus today in terms of search and destroy is promising.
Yeah, for sure. And, I mentioned the sniper rifle of Lucasin on the side of Gallerus. For Godlike, I'm expecting Abyss to do bits. Right now, though, at the start of this, the opening trades are definitively in favor of Gallerus. An early hit from Godlike towards B has gone all right. And I love this reaction from Godlike. You don't have the numbers to recommit towards a site. Back away. Think about it. You've got a lot of time to play in this round.
In a good position now. If you're on the side of Gallerus. 4 versus 2 scenario. It's a hard one to lose, especially if Lucasin's going to find another. So now you've got Neutrino left in a 1 versus 4. Tough situation.
Yeah, I just don't know why you'd go back towards the site. There's no real reason to. You're kind of just getting over aggressive there for no reason. Gallerus aren't going to move away. To be fair, Mihawk is going to get aggressive for Gallerus. I think they can kind of afford that, though, considering they're in a 4 versus 1. You take that trade all day long. You now know more or less where Neutrino is positioned, and you'll reposition yourselves accordingly. Neutrino, 1 versus 3. Let's see if you can get it done.
It's so tough. You don't have anything to help you here. If you're Neutrino, you would need to find the ace. Just super difficult position. Really good start here from Gallerus. Are more than likely going to find this round. Neutrino is going to have time to go around and get a hold of that bomb with 25 seconds to go. The shot is going to whiff from Lucas Jin. That's not something you say very often. But Foki will not want to zero now to Galaris.
And I'm always surprised in a way, right, that they didn't just take the bomb straight for a rotation. Maybe they were hoping that, hey, we're going to go straight for the rotation, bait Galaris, excuse me, into rotating away towards A, but Galaris just didn't even fall for it even slightly. So if that was the play call from Godlike, it was not the best one. Godlike now, though, on the offense, different look, straight towards A, through the cut, Mihawk, how much damage can they do? That is a big pick from Prevail at the start of the round.
Slow them down. It's the opportunity now, Lucas Jin and Pabzera, once again, the snipers on this map. Just so influential, and they're getting the job done right now. Hen's going to find another automatically 4 versus 2 in favor of Galaris.
It just needs to Prevail in such an awkward spot, right? You've got to get this bomb out. You're not even focused on getting a kill here. You've just got to try and get this bomb away towards your teammate. There could be a bit of COD timing on your side, perhaps, but you've got to win this opening gunfight versus Pabzera. There's side chow, and that's unfortunate. You've got a 9-9 in your hand, buddy. You've got to win that gunfight all day long. Trunks is not even going to try to finish the fight versus Foke, apparently. And that's another round on the board here for Galaris.
Really good defense so far. Holding it down. These snipers are doing damage. They're giving them the number advantage, and that is working out fantastically. Let's see if they can keep this up. I think first blood's going to be super important, as it usually is. Those opening salvos really been working out, but this time around, Galaris completely different. Look towards their defense, straight out the mid-map, and just happy to go toe-to-toe, and it's kind of worked out here because Godlike are already here as well. But pinned back into their spawn, that's the problem now for the attacking team. It's hard for them to get out of this position.
Yep, I think that's the play call from Galaris, right? Even if you lose a body in this situation, you force Godlike to not even make a look towards either of these sites at this point. And now I think the next step for Galaris is do not get over-aggressive yourselves. Foke still a lot to do, though, on beat. Got help from Mihawk in close proximity. Henry Cat's going to get Trunks elsewhere. Foke, tag on towards Learn. Learn should Scarper here, try and get away with his life, and they do. So you get some information, but again, that problem that you can't get on towards site still remains. Learn will find one. Second kill on towards Foke. No, not going to happen, not when Foke has an R9 at close range.
Yeah, that was a big gunfight. If Learn wins that, all of a sudden you've got a potential 3 versus 1 on site. As it goes, though, you now have a 2 versus 4 that is becoming more and more difficult as time goes on. Prevail left all alone. Galaris looking to find themselves their 3rd round in a row. It is very much on its way. A very solid performance here in the search and destroy so far. Looking fantastic. Honestly, outside of the first few rounds up against Wolves today, their search and destroy has been absolutely flawless. Can they continue with though? 3 to the good now.
Defend the objective.
They're just being so oppressive to Godlike. It really does feel like the key to victory here in Kurahana so often is winning your opening sniper battles, and Godlike really haven't been able to do that. Aviz has been totally silent so far through the first 3 rounds. Can they get anything done here? Smoke's going to give them the coverage. They run right into Lucas. Why are you going for the over-aggression there? You know that there's going to be a player all the way back. Learn then kind of stuck as an island. Henry Cat's going to take advantage of that all day long. Finally, though, Abiz is on the board. Pabzera looks to take control of the lane. Abiz will take control of that.
Heads up play from Abiz, though. Knows a couple of kills coming over that other side. Knows that Galaris are probably going to try and take a little bit more map control. Catches him off guard, and all of a sudden we'll see Pabs fighting in round number 5. There's another kill, though. Hen will find it. He's really been having a lot of fun over this side of the map. A has been locked down entirely. Godlike have actually managed to find a little bit of timing somewhere, though. Trunks is going to find himself behind one player. Doesn't expect Lucas Jin behind him at that stage, though. Ships in the night. Speeds will find that, but that's not going to be enough. Galaris will find their 4th in a row. This is dominant so far.
And that was probably the best look that we've seen from Godlike thus far in this search and destroy. They're at least giving a different look to Galaris. I think that's the closest Godlike have gotten to getting the bomb down, to be fair. Having a good look, but I think just a slight over-aggression early on in the round, getting in positions you don't really need to be in. It's not working out for Godlike thus far. Galaris going for, once again, an aggressive look towards B. Through the middle cut here. A lot to do if you're Foke. Gets overwhelmed by 2 players, but one of those will fall by way of trade. Henry Cat able to double up on B as well. So numbers once again favoring Galaris.
Seems to be well and truly in control of this one. The 3 versus 3 on the cards. Oh, there it was. Neutrino will get taken down almost immediately. And now again, you're left all alone. You're throwing your hands up, brother. You're not happy about something.
I just feel like it's so scattered from Godlike. There's no timing here. It's so unlike them. And I don't know. I don't know, dude. It's just it feels like Godlike, this, I know that they're not playing with their full regular 5-man roster as it were, right? Skull Guys are here, but right now what we're seeing from them is just the timing. You could have timed that way better and hit it at the same time, but they just didn't. Gallerus, I mean, they'll take advantage of that all day long. I mean, that's what's been happening so far.
Another streams, Vitality up 1-0 against Tribe. It's big map number 1 for them as well as it was for Godlike. Q9 taking on 4 Magic as well over on Charlie. You can keep an eye on that on the other streams, but this one, well, if you're a Godlike fan, you might want to tune out just for a couple of minutes because, well, maybe not. Maybe they get their first one on the board. Pabsra is left on his own in a 1 versus 2, making a 1 versus 1. This is a huge opportunity for Godlike to get on the board.
Big play there from Trunks. Now the 1 versus 1. Sniper should be good for Pabzera. He's going to whiff the first shot, whiffs the second as well. First time the charm. No, Learn's getting some shots in. That might make Pabzera rethink this. Go away for the reposition here. Switch away towards the Fennec. And Learn's not going to expect that he's got this in his hand. Instead, Learn's just going to go for the bomb plant.
It's a game of cat and mouse. Learn will find a way out, and he has spotted him though, and Pabzera, as you said, Learn will not be expecting this. He's just trying to throw the shoulders, trying to take his time. Time 19 in hand here for Learn, but they're just going to do a ring around the rosy. Both players getting the timing, working out here for Learn, but the gunfight does as well. It's the first round on the board for Godlike. Gallerus eventually do bleed. 1 versus 1 is what it took. Well played from Learn.
Well played from Trunks as well. I want to say that would have been a round for Gallerus without a shadow of a doubt if it weren't for Trunks finding that route through the middle of the map and picking up a couple of kills that gives Learn the chance for the 1 versus 1.
Grenade out.
So Godlike now on the board as we switch sides here. Let's see what their defense is like. It is just as aggressive, if not more so than Gallerus. But look at this. This aggressiveness coming through. Prevail's going right deep into the offensive spawn. You have to be careful about doing this because you can very often find yourself in a position where you're going to end up favoring the offensive side.
Don't want to back him into a corner too much. There's a metaphor in there somewhere, but irrelevant. We'll try and not dig that one out too early in the tournament. He's holding down the angles here. In fairness, we've got, like, you know, that's just a really, really poor attacking side from them. They would have liked a couple more, but defensive side you would favor on this map in particular. But to the tune of 5-1, I'm not 100% sure you'd be happy with that if you got, like, here comes the aggression. No, Lucashin's going to have to back on down. 7 kills to his name. He's looking to add to that tally. Pabzera can add to his. If he can find a second here as well, that would be phenomenal. Doesn't get it. Lucashin's there for the trade, though. Continues to survive. Doesn't get the shot. And it's going to be Foki left now in a 1 versus 2. And I don't think they'll be aware of his positioning here whatsoever. The big flank coming on through here, Brody. This is not readable.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to know that he's on this side of the map because obviously he just pick up a kill, but in terms of which bomb he's actually gone to, they'll assume low, because as soon as they see that A is clear, they should know it's B. The question for me is how quickly Fock is going to get this Brock down. Because if he does it quick enough and gets himself in a position, he could get some good timing. But with 25 seconds left here, his options are limited. You got to make a decision fast. If you're rotating, do it now. If not, get back to B and get yourself in these gunfights.
Neutrino spots him out. And that just makes Focky's job so much more difficult.
It's not over yet.
Finds the kill. Another round over towards the side of Godlike. And again, look, I think when Gallerus were taking on Wolves, it was a game of 2 halves, especially when it comes down to the defensive and the attacker side. Could that be the case here? Can Godlike find a way back? They find a couple more rounds, things start getting a little bit scary. Grenades and code going out, trying to find something with the utility as Gallerus starting their position again. Very, very deep into their spawn once more here, Brody. Didn't work out last time. The second time the charm.
Gallerus just waiting for Godlike to get over aggressive hit. Nade over the top. Should connect on towards Hen. Oh my god, Hen is so weak right now. You can barely see his health bar. He's incredibly fortunate that that need to take him out of the round. But if you're Godlike, you've got information now. Nade on towards Trunks. Doesn't actually connect here, but Foke's R9 will. So Gallerus slowly but surely progressing towards the A site. If you're a Beige, you need help.
It's a big round for Gallerus if they can find it. Godlike need to slow them down, and you do not want them to be on match point. Starting to make a bit of a squeeze here over towards A. Dangerous now for the side of Godlike. Oh, but you've got to win that gunfight if you're Bogey. You've got to manage to clean him up if you can. Beast does get taken down. 2 versus 4 in favor of Gallerus. They should be able to get this bomb down shortly. Here comes Mihawk behind them as well. This is a very, very solid attack from Gallerus. It just worked out so well. They win the gunfights where they need to. They flank at the right time. And Gallerus find themselves 6-2 for the good.
Just slowly chipping away at the Godlike defense there. Winning that opening gunfight, I think, was just everything Godlike. I mean, they were quick enough on the reaction, right? They brought players over towards the site, but still, teamwork was not as good as they would like. Gallerus will take advantage now on map point here. They're going to tie the series up at 1-1. For Gallerus, it has just been so slow on these offenses. A lovely hit from Abiz. He will find the kill, but the trade is also good from Pabzera, so you kind of have to wonder, was that really worth it?
Very much a sacrificial lamb at that stage, wasn't it? I think he knew he'd probably get traded. Would have had to take some kind of whiff from there for that not to get traded out. Either way, these two teams still very even across the board of 4 versus 4. See Gallerus already. I mean, it's been a similar scenario for them. They're happy to play really slow on their attacks. They're happy to take their time. Sometimes can be punished for that on Kurahane, but right now it's working out for them. They are 1 round away at Godlike. A minimum of 6 rounds needed at this stage. Push over towards B, starting to become an option here for Gallerus now. You can see Godlike are here with 55 seconds to go, but this next gunfight could be huge. It's going to be found. Lone Ball drop prevails there for the trade, 3v3.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is Prevail playing his life. Surely he does not get away in this situation. Surely not. No, he doesn't. Pabzera with a brilliant trade, though, still. Godlike looking to capitalize. Big trade from Trunks will bring this down to a 2 versus 2. And I still feel like Neutrino could put the numbers further in their favor if he gets some good timing. Gallerus are looking for a way out here. Do they find it?
Wow.
No, team shots are good. From behind, though, Neutrino spraying and praying for that final kill will bring it to a 1 versus 1.
Because he's seen them on the B site and then pushed them out. He knew that they were going to be going onto the cross. They find one before Lukashin can find another. He's got the read on him. Neutrino knows exactly where Pabzera is at this stage. It at least feels like he should be able to find it. This is a round for Godlike. Big plays coming in from Neutrino. 6-3. Starting to close that gap.
Oh, sweat off the brow for Godlike there. Able to win the 1 versus 1, keep themselves alive in this search and destroy. Hopes of 2-0 in Gallerus still on the cards. Aggression here from both sides. Going to hit the bomb. Double blind here towards B. Godlike have numbers, but it does not matter to Mihawk and Henry Cat. Doesn't matter to Henry Cat. He will double up. Trunks will fire back 2 of his own. Now just a 1 versus 3 here for Abiz.
Needs to find it to stay in the search and destroy. Or control beckons.
Bomb has been planted.
Gallerus played this game very passively on their attack throughout the majority of the game, and now they're starting to play passively as they get away from the bomb that they have now planted. Pabs are going to go for the challenge. Beast finds another. Mihawk is there to just about solidify it, and the series is all tied up in the blink of an eye. The search and destroy just about goes Gallerus' way, but a 1v3 was nearly on the cards. It was not to be, and they find the search and destroy. The strong record in this game mode continues.
Dude, Abiz, that attempt at the 1 versus 3, I tell you what, that was aspirational.
Always gonna get traded though, come on.
Yeah, it was aspirational is the word I'd use to describe Abiz's attempt there towards the end. That's not happening though. That was a phenomenal start to the search and destroy for Gallerus. Just really brilliant. And I think, just the way they were so oppressive on the defense was just brilliant. I don't think there was ever really a response from Godlike. There were certainly attempts. I think that round number 4 hit towards the B site was a pretty good one, but even that went awry as they went too deep in towards the site. For the most part though, Gallerus' defense was rock solid. And then you went to the other side, and I think this Gallerus were much better at playing as a team on the offense, making sure they knew the exact times to hit the opposition and get control of the sites. Godlike, I think, just outpaced in search and destroy. And kind of bringing it back to that conversation point you already brought up there, mate, was that, Gallerus have actually been pretty good at search and destroy. It feels like it's something they've definitively worked on. We already knew they were good at control from the Latin America Snapdragon Pro Series, so work on your search and destroys, because you're going to need that against the best of the best here in the champs.
Find it. Big game coming in from Hen again, and he was a real big reason why they won the first game of the day as well in terms of their search and destroy and firing range, putting up impressive numbers once more. 1 apiece between these two squads now as we head into a map number 3, which is unsurprisingly not Seaside after the performances from Gallerus previously. We're very much moving away from that. It's looking like we're going to be going over towards Arsenal, I believe. So that'll be super interesting between these two squads, who are evenly poised as we head into a final map. And again, this is, to remind you guys, it's a big, big game. You go to 1 and 2 if you lose this game. You only have 1 more opportunity to, well, give anything else away. You don't want to find yourself in that spot. Winner will advance, of course, to that 2-1 bracket, which puts you in a good position. It's very much, these are the kind of games that really do. It's sink or swim at this stage.
Yes.
You really don't want to put yourself in that awkward little spot. Not quite out, but no lives remaining is not a good place to be in.
Just imagine, right, and we're kind of talking ahead of time here, right? This might not happen, but hypothetical is what we're looking at right now. But imagine you're a godlike, right, and you go all the way towards grand finals last year, and you get to the Swiss stage, you lose this matchup, you go 1-2, you get to the next matchup, you lose that, and you're done in Swiss. Imagine the storylines here if that were to happen. Again, I know it's hypotheticals, it probably wouldn't happen. I don't know who they would face. I don't know who Gallerus would face next, but either way, it is terrifying to be in that position, to potentially lose your next matchup and be out.
That's a scary point. Still going to come down to an Arsenal control. Probably my favorite control map. Well, it's definitely my favorite control map.
I like it.
I mean, I think Raid is there with it, but Arsenal, I think, just plays a little nicer for me. I know that's probably a little bit. I shouldn't really say that because Raid is classic. It is a classic.
Raid is, right. I think Raid is objectively the best Call of Duty map of all time. I think that's like undeniable, like competitive Call of Duty map. I know people are like, Nuketown, but no, it is the best competitive Call of Duty map of all time. My personal favorite is Standoff, but I know that's a personal thing. But Arsenal is very good. I know that Proper will be smiling ear to hear the sound of a Black Ops 4 map being considered one of the best maps ever. But yeah, it is just really fun. And I think the players have got a hang of it as well. Certainly with the spawn traps, it's so frustrating to deal with it. If you're on the receiving end of a spawn trap here on Arsenal control, it can be damning. I mean, we literally just saw it in the last series, right, with Luminosity, with Raf getting there with the equalizers. I think Animus were not happy about that.
Yeah, but how many times have we seen teams just over-try to do the spawn trap? You can be overzealous with it, and you can really be punished for it. You have to do it at the right time. A lot of people think, oh, okay, well, it's a spawn trap, so okay, is it indicative of skill? You have to do it at the right time.
Yeah, I think part of that, right, with the conversation around spawn traps is the decision you make when you go for a spawn trap is that you're expecting to get the kills to put the teams in the spawn trap. If you don't, you're losing a man for map control, right? You've not got somebody on the map. That's less pressure, and it can definitely come back to bite you. We've seen it a lot. For these two teams, though, final map here for one of these two teams. It's about to be a 2-1 record. For the other one, they've lost their last lifeline.
Which way is this one going to go? I've got no idea, Brody, to be honest with you. Answering my own questions. It's so difficult to separate these two squads right now. Gallerus have found themselves with a very decent push over towards A almost immediately. You can see B is trying to make a bit of a flank already. He will be trying to get that squeeze if he can. He needs his teammates to start winning a couple of gunfights, and they will very much answer that question and find them themselves. He will find a way through, though. The pressure's still here.
Yeah, spawn trap starting to be put together here by Godlike. It's Abees who's doing it, and I think at the moment, even if this isn't a spawn trap from Abees, it is just kind of a distraction play. Abees is winning those gunfights, by the way. He picks up, I think, at least 3 kills on that effort, and the one player that Gallerus were looking to get in behind enemy lines is also going to get cut down. So for Godlike, all things are looking pretty good at the moment. Gallerus, just 40 seconds to get something going here. It's a straight beeline towards B. Henry Cat, can he follow up with the kills? Pre-fire not good for the second one. Meets the reload and runs right into Trunks. That's unfortunate.
That's the options now for Gallerus. Do you make that push over towards the easier rail? Do you invest in this little bit of pressure that you have over towards B? In these next couple of gunfights, and you haven't been able to do so. Neutrino causing all sorts of problems, but these next couple of gunfights are really what's going to determine how things go down. Pabsro will find one on this outside, but the rest of his team are not holding up their end of the bargain. The only person really alive at any stage here is going to be heading over towards the A side. Prevail finds a couple on the respawn. He finds a couple. He's found 6 out of nothing. I'm not even paying attention to the spawn trap that's going on because of the fights over towards the point. Still pressure here from Gallerus. They may well be down 7 lives, but if they can get a hold of A, extends that time and gives them the opportunity.
Yeah, and you could just easily get a spawn trap on the other side as well. All it takes is one wave of gunfights, not even a full wave, and you're back into the conversation. So do not count out Gallerus at this stage. But they've got to be careful about potential spawn trap and map control here. Neutrino's waiting for the route to be taken by Henry Cat and Pabzera, and you guys are going to get one-way tickets straight into the line of sight of Trunks, who is waiting in the spawn. Trunks will only pick up 1, though. Gunfight's also being won from Gallerus, but we talked about that life problem here for Gallerus. It has only grown. They're down to the final 5 here. No more mistakes.
Oh, and there's one from Focky. He doesn't find it. Lukashenko can answer back, but Gallerus will be down numbers, but Mihawk finds 2. These are big kills. They can now start putting pressure in over towards B. Those lives are not in their favor. You're just going to get on the point. He goes for the pressure, doesn't find it. Leaves his teammates left in the 3 versus 9. That is still achievable.
But they're going to get the Predator missile out from Prevail. Predator will only find one. Lucasing able to double up.
Hen's
2 versus 7 from Galaris. Hen is going to invest, and I don't necessarily like that play call. Lucasin, phenomenal player. He's not going to do anything. And I'll get some positives out of the end of that round, right? You draw the Predator missile out, you draw the War Machine. But on the other side, you also invest a Sparrow? I don't know. I feel for Galaris, just cut your losses. Just go into the next round with an Operator.
Either way, the investment comes in, does not pay off. And there was a couple of questionable plays, though, especially pushing over down towards the stairs from Galaris, that trying to take off or bite off more than they can possibly chew. Those are not easy kills to find, but these ones in over towards A on the defensive side apparently are. They find a couple. Perhaps they're playing passively here with the War Machine that he still has available, and then we'll start to spray that out. We'll back Godlike down. Not much to speak of for either side so far. Galaris with plenty of map control. Godlike trying to get something going down the outside. Spawn Trap is potentially on the cards. That was really a route to the win for them in that previous round. They're going to try and get something going here again, but so far, both teams evenly matched. Not a lot of map control for either.
Yeah, Godlike are trying to get players through in potential Spawn Trap. It's not really working so far. I think they're going to have to go for plan B, which is literally the B control zone, especially as more kills are now coming through for Galaris. Prevail really behind him. Oh, hits the reload and somehow picks up the kill against Pabzera. How has that happened? Pabzera, that's unfortunate. Prevail going to distract again enough for Godlike to get that second tick on B. This is only one player, by the way, making this capture happen. Sabiz, who has the Annihilator in the back pocket ready to go, doesn't necessarily need it, but might have wanted it in that situation as Mihawk goes for the jump chow. There's the rest of the kills. And now just down to Trunks. Claw in hand. What damage can he do? Can he open the door for the rest of the team?
Oh, I guess the snap on Lucashin, and all of a sudden that is going to open up a door, at least slightly. One kill's going to come through from Mihawk. That is going to slow them down. There was actually a little bit of spawn killing going on, but Godlike have actually managed to find a way through. Over towards the B side. It looks like they aren't going to find a push here, not quite. And Lucashin will shut this one down. 2 ticks over towards B, already locked in from the side of Godlike, but they need 3 more over towards A and 1 more over towards B. If they want to extend this time, they need to make a move right now.
Fuck looking to do the damage. The R9, oh, that's a whiff and a half. A couple of players do get through. There is a bit of a safety net there for the Galaris, though. Players still hanging about on the defense here, but no time for Godlike to make it happen. And there were some real good looks there from Godlike. They could just never get enough players through towards the defensive side.
Good job from the side of Galaris, though. Just keeping them at bay. That's always the thing, though. It feels like the carrot was dangled over towards both sides, but you weren't quite in the position to finalize a point. It's always difficult where you feel like you're close, so you keep going towards it. You're trying to get aggressive, you're trying to make something happen, but not quite there. Finding themselves all tied up now. Arguably a better attacking round coming out from Galaris, as they did get a couple more ticks, at least extended that time. So bear that in mind if we do go to a deciding round, but wow. Hen finds 2. That's now a very dangerous position for him to be in. Now with the Sparrow, the respawn starting to come through, and you are just running into explosive arrows that find absolutely nothing. A B spins around, finds the kill, and then the other side of things, there's going to be spawn kills coming in from here as well. Both 2 teams positioned in the middle of the map.
Yeah, I think the Sparrow is not necessarily the best operator sometimes to go for that spawn trap. What is a good operator, though, is basically Lucasin with a sniper rifle. He's going to get a collat there in a respawn, by the way. Neutrino now on the other side, though, needs to be dealt with, and he will be. Big kills may be made by Henry Cap. Now all the focus can be made towards the point. You've got 2 ticks already through, and if you're a Godlike, you're just going to give this one up. That's absolutely the right play call. Defend A, because right now you only have 1 body on it.
Utility was sent over towards B to try and get something going for the side of Godlike. They couldn't find anything with it. Now they're trying to transition here. Can he find the kill? Not quite. But look at the big double wrap coming around here from 2 players from Galaris. They're going for the spawn trap to try and keep them in. It's the same for a B's. Both 2 teams kind of in a similar position right now, but the kills slightly on Galaris' side.
Yeah, you've got a claw from Mihawk right now, so that was kind of the idea, I think, that's get an operator that's actually useful for the spawn trap in that position. It would have won you the round, but there's still a couple of ways for Galaris to do this one. You've basically removed everybody from Godlike out of A. You've got advanced guards as well. Here comes the Sparrow from Lurn, immediately shut down by that flanking player. Big kills from Pabzera. Galaris now starting to sweep Godlike.
2 ticks about to income here for the side of Galaris. They find a little bit more. You've got to get going if you decide to Godlike to get onto the point. This is going to be a lead for the Brazilian squad. There you go. The attack falls their way. 2-1 to the good. Gallerus 1 round away from going into the next Swiss round.
Phenomenal play from Pabzera there with that flanking. Shut down Learn before the Sparrow could even really come into effect. So that is an operator that will not be going into this potentially final round. And look at the amount of utility that Gallerus have to make this one work. They could effectively bring everything out all at once, sweep Godlike, and get a spawn trap together. Of course, that's an ideal situation. That doesn't necessarily guarantee it, but they could well do it. And the one operator that Godlike do have, they're going to get it out. On the other side, Lucas' Annihilator removes a beast from the play for Godlike now. What do you do? War Machine on the other side. Here comes that wipe.
Trying to put the pressure on. There's 3 from Pabzera. The investment paying off. 1 minute and 12 seconds to go here for the side of Godlike, but they are starting to get pinned back. 2 huge kills to find, though, but Mihawk's going to find 2 of his own with the claw. They do shut him down. So the threat of that spawn trap nullified for now. Godlike still in a decent enough position here. Only find themselves 3 lives down. Trying to find a force over towards that A side.
Now, we'll say as well, there's not a lot of investment there or there's a massive investment from Gallerus. You don't actually get that much for it, right? You've got a free life advantage at this point. All 4 of those operators did come out, and now you're in a position where Godlike have 3 operators ready to go. As I said, you're only 2 lives down. You could well use them to get control of A. Whether or not you want to make that investment is of their own volition, but here we go. Neutrino's going to do exactly that. 1 player got through. Not long for this world, though, is Fokke. Neutrino just spamming War Machine pallets left, right, and center. Godlike about to capture A. I don't think Gallerus are going to go for this one.
Lucas in overextended over towards that B side, trying to maybe get something going. You can see they're already trying to answer to what potentially could be a spawn trap on the other side of things, trying to hold it down over towards the guns. They got to find these gunfights. They do. Pabzera cleans that up. So it's now all about the fights coming down the B side of the map. You can see already Gallerus were trying to set themselves up at that higher positional line. Slow them down as quickly as you can. Godlike have got to pick their way out of their spawn.
Hostile hunter killer drone inbound.
They're looking for a way out. Godlike, could it be with the Annihilator? No, an investment that goes awry almost immediately. That 4 life advantage from the start of this round really hasn't changed throughout the entirety of it. Gallerus looking to bring this one home. Henry Cat Sparrow amounts to absolutely nothing. Kills now starting to come through here from Godlike, and they've got 1 player that's pushed all the way up. If Trunks can do something huge towards the B zone, there might be a chance for Godlike.
Have Gallerus overstepped up because they haven't kept an eye out on Trunks. Oh, he gets caught with a hunter killer drone, but finds the kill with it. Will that release his teammates? They'll actually find a way through here. Mihawk will find nothing but death, and all of a sudden, Godlike do have some position in around this point. Next couple of gunfights have got to go their way, and they have done.
They've got players pushing through as well. Prevail. Can he find these players coming off the back of the spawn? 5 versus 6 scenario. You really need these kills, but no, he gets shut down. Now Annihilator from a beast. What can he find? Stacking on the point are Godlike here. They want to get these kills.
The Annihilator has to be huge. He's found absolutely nothing. Fokke will find 1. Here comes the collapse. Gallerus just collapse as they need to. 1 player left, and that is going to be 8. Godlike gets swept in the end by Gallerus. They come through, wins map number 2 and number 3. The job is done. They move to 2 and 1 and advance in the Swiss stage.
Phenomenal control from Gallerus. Earlier on, they didn't look settled on Seaside whatsoever. They go to a more familiar battleground, and they show why they did not lose the control during the regular season of the Latin America Season 5 Snapdragon Pro Series. My oh my, what a control from Gallerus. And off the start of that series, I mean, Gallerus did not look in control whatsoever, and I think, you know, they proved that they definitely were in the search and destroying the control as we look back towards what happened in that map 3.
And it just felt like they were the ones in control of every single round to a certain degree. I mean, what other word am I going to use?
I know, it's
at me like that. How am I supposed to do that? Either way, it felt like they were the ones that were in the position where they can move forward and actually look like they're going to win the round. So you want me to spell it out for you there?
Yeah, thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
So it always felt like their game to lose. The search and destroy dominant. If they start to fix up their hardpoint as the tournament goes on, they will be a real threat to some of these teams.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Yeah, hardpoint I think is where they need to look, but this control in particular, I got to give them a massive shout out. I mean, beyond the round number 3, which they still ended up doing well in, their operators are on point, and I think that's just such a massive thing here in control. You have to make sure they utilize it at the correct time. Gallerus had that down to a T.
That was a really fun back and forth there between both of those squads. You could tell they both really wanted this. Every time we saw a win go the way of Gallerus or of Godlike, the hype that we got to see out of the players after knowing they were just 1 step closer every time to continuing on through in the competition. It was really exciting to watch, and seeing Gallerus bring it back like that in the end. I mean, you saw how hyped they were. It's got to feel good for them.
I think especially when you start getting to this kind of moment in the competition, you're going up against a competitor for the title in Godlike, to be fair to both these squads. That's when the games become so important. You know, you are finding wins up against them. You know you possibly could meet them later on in the tournament.
Yeah.
Finding those dubs are super important to put yourself in a really strong position. Now they have 2 more opportunities to find themselves in that bracket play now. Strong position to be in. Big one against the team that they went up against as well.
And lots of momentum for them to kind of continue on with here, Brody, which is huge in a tournament like this.
Yeah, as you said, I mean, Godlike is such a massive team to take down. You know, it's kind of that confidence boost that they needed, because again, a lot of people are questioning Galaris. Are they this roster that could potentially contend for the championship? They hadn't even really done that well, albeit they won their regional championship in Latin America, right? So surely they're not going to be able to do what they did at Mobile Masters. I mean, I think everyone was just kind of silly for even suggesting it. Galaris are just as good as they were at Mobile Masters. They are definitely in contention for the crown.
Well, hopefully everybody at home enjoyed that little extra match that you got to see here between Galaris and Godlike. A nice little back and forth there that does go the way of Galaris as they continue on through our Swiss bracket. Now, like we mentioned before we even got into this, we still have 3 more matches to go here on the main stage, and quite a few more that are working on over in the pit as well. So still lots of Call of Duty Mobile in store for everybody that's been hanging out with us and watching. Now, before we get into any of that action, though, we are going to be sending it to a quick break. Now, because we've got all this action going on too, we're doing a little bit of juggling with our Swiss bracket, so we have to wait a little bit for some of those teams to finish before we can get them up here on the main stage. So we're going to send it to a 10-minute break, which means take some time, get up, stretch your legs, get some drinks, go to the bathroom, because when we return, we will close out this Swiss bracket in a very exciting fashion, and you will not want to miss a single second of it. So don't go anywhere.
Pô, rapaziada, vamos amassar os caras, Henrique. Fala,
Vamos amassar, meu amigo.
Vamos amassar. É isso, mano. Amassa os caras, bora. Fechou. É isso. Bora, fechou? Fechou. É isso, bora, Luqueta. Amassa os caras. Fechou? Amassa os caras. É isso, chefe. Bora. Vamos, rapaziada. Amassa os caras. Que é galo, rapaz.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Since the year 00, we was out to get more. Bunch of really real G's, burning trees till we low. Sitting by 45 like I'm Jordan on the floor. Here we go, against the grain, that's what they say my name for. You can get it, hate it, sweat it, I'll be flexing. I'm just riding around my city, bank account and chair model. Sitting pretty, I just had to let them know I'm unforgettable. I'm unforgettable. Since the year 00, we was out to get more. Bunch of really real G's, burning trees till we low. Sitting by 45 like I'm Jordan on the floor. Here we go, against the grain, that's what they say my name for. Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not? ready or not? Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not? It's about to go off. Turn it up on the spot. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. We gon' sit at the top. Give it all we got. Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not?
Darkness outside, that's when I feel alive. Boy, just shut up and drive. We're raising hell tonight. Got my name on your lips. Taste that poison, my kiss. Shiver run down your skin. Sweet, but she got a bite. Think you can control me, baby? Clearly you don't know me at all. Not at all. We shouldn't listen to the rumors, 'cause they're not even close. You'll be chasing a ghost. I don't care, ain't no stopping me tonight. I don't care, I'm not gonna change my mind. Crossed my car and I lost my friends, but I'm still getting out my head. I don't care, 'cause I was made to be wild. Darkness outside, that's when I feel alive. Boy, just shut up and drive. We're raising hell tonight. Got my name on your lips. Taste that poison, my kiss. Shiver run down your skin. Sweet, but she got a bite. Think you can control me, baby? Clearly you don't know me at all. Not at all. We shouldn't listen to the rumors, 'cause they're not even close. You'll be chasing a ghost. I don't care, ain't no stopping me tonight. I don't care, I'm not gonna change my mind.
right, everybody, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. Hopefully you took that extra long break to get yourself rested and prepared to close out day number 1 with us here live from DreamHack Atlanta. And while the break was happening, we've got a little bit of an update here as well before we get into that match number 7 we were telling you about. We have another match we're going to be diving into. Now, in our pit, we did have Vitality and Tribe battling it out. We need them to move on in the competition in order to get our main stage matches going as well. What happened there was it was 2-0 in favor of Vitality. They did end up using a banned perk, so it went back 1-1. 1-1 for everybody. So this is what's happening now. We're going to finish out that match and see how it goes. This is actually going to be really exciting, Brody.
Yeah, this isn't the first time, by the way, Vitality have done this, so they're used to it. That's why they just gave up. It's like, yeah, that's it. But regardless, yeah, I'm really excited to get into this one. It's like extra content. We're just constantly getting extra. It's like having dessert and there's another serving it and you just grab it. It's just, this is what it feels like right now. But yeah, really exciting. I'm constantly thinking about food. Really excited to get into this one again. You know, we've talked about Tribe as kind of this roster that's kind of, you know, people have been underestimating them somewhat, but so far this tournament, I would say they've kind of matched my expectations as being a team that is competitive, but right now I'm not necessarily sure where they align in the best of the best.
Yeah, that's kind of where we're at with them. We watched them over the regular season. They've flattered to deceive, I want to say, a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, this will be an important one for Vitality as well. I feel like they've faced a little bit of a rougher road than they would have liked here during our Swiss stage of the bracket, not making it an easy time to get through to the next stage of the competition. So this matchup will be important for both of these teams, whichever way it does end up going. It'll be exciting to see how it plays out as we've gotten a lot of our teams continued through. A couple teams now qualified at least for that bracket stage, while some have also unfortunately been dropped out. But this will be the next squad to figure out the next step in their journey as we get back into this Vitality and Tribe matchup.
Well, here we go, Seaside Control for all the marbles. Straight into it. It's quite nice to just jump into these deciding maps, isn't it?
It is.
We haven't necessarily gotten the rest of the story, but we just like bang into one game and just see how it goes. But for Vitality, look, they won the first 2 maps technically, of course, but it was a banned perk being used. It's just against the rules. You got to change it up. You got to give that map over. They will still be feeling the more confident, but is it going to be in their head that this should have been signed, sealed, delivered, and done?
Nah, Vitality on that kind of roster, they'll just be going to someone laughing about it and getting ready to go here in game number 3. For Tribe, though, they'll be thankful that they've been given yet another chance. Of course, shout out to Tribe, band recently rejoining the lineup, bringing ourselves a very reminiscent Tribe squad that, for those of you who are fans of 2023 Seminole LG roster, well, you'll know this team. Tribe Gaming, at the start of this one, they will be thankful for the extra life and are now looking to get early control over A. Gunfights, for the most part, though, going in favor of Vitality. They'll be able to defend the point for the moment.
Good position to be in if you, on the side of Tribe, themselves in a good position as Vitality now finding the way for it. Did get a tick over towards this A side. Starting to work on something over towards B. The team have really threatened the spawn play if they can. Very much been a standard game of Control so far. Maybe forcing the issue a little bit too much. If you're solo, Tectonic will get taken down as well. So nothing to really write home about if you're on the side of Vitality. Marble will keep things going here though. Over towards the B side still. Unrelenting pressure on both sides of things here from Vitality. Tribe are struggling to deal with them.
Yeah, I think this is really confusing to Tribe, right? You know, they're kind of having to split the defensive forces just a little bit, and for Vitality, they're taking advantage of that. They'll be able to capture the winery point. That's A by the wayside. Sam's also finding some post-capture kills too. For Tribe, got to find a way in towards this point. Vitality have players on all sides of the control zone. Marvel will double up. Tribe in real danger here. I don't know if they're going to do anything. You've got no choice but to just slide right out into the ADS of players sat in these corners. And the team play from Vitality. That is the Vitality that we wanted to see earlier on today.
Sensational work. And I think you were right in what you said. It's confusing sometimes when they're capturing both points, because you're like, well, okay, you can see how quickly it's going to, you can kind of make an assumption of how many players are at certain sites, but how much do you invest in? What do you actually prioritize? You need to, sometimes in that instance, you just have to cut your losses. You have to just focus on one point and make sure you get that back. If you lose both of them, you lose the round, and that's exactly what happened. Vitality won to the goods. So they're trying to put some pressure on here on the defensive side of things now for Vitality, as pressure from Tribe coming in over towards the B point. But here's the investment. Winning that first round puts you in a really good position in terms of the operators to try and get away from that initial push that came through from the attacking side. But good defense so far from Vitality. Tribe have found more kills, but map positioning not too bad here from the Vitality squad.
Vitality 2 ticks down. Tribe looking pretty good here to capture this B zone. I don't really know if they'll invest too much into it. Marvel instead is looking for exit frags. He will find Raballo and will make the call to the rest of the team that Tribe are on their way. How do they react to it? 2 players for a potential flanking position. I think Envy is actually looking for some mid-map positioning with that top tower control. We never see players go up there. And Washi will be all on his lonesome in his effort to flank. So that goes all right as well. Tribe, they feel a little bit splintered here. But now we're going to see a unified front through the front of the point.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen anyone up there since actual Black Ops.
There's no reason to be here on control, to be fair.
Envy. Envy just about picking up the kill on the Tectonic. Will eventually get taken down. Wonder if he would have been in a better position to find that second. And he found that one a little cleaner. Now Vitality have nothing to worry about from behind. It's all just focused on the front side of things, and when the operators are out in the winery, it's a dangerous place to be. Band will find Jokos, and all of a sudden, there's some potential here for the side of Tribe, but a couple of kills now go the way of Vitality. You can see already the spawn trap is potentially something to be worked on here by Washi. He's on his way round. Vitality just holding strong so far, though. Purifier going to be running out pretty shortly. Hasn't really done a lot with it. Raballo doing plenty with the War Machine on the Tribe side, who are now starting to invest themselves. This is a big opportunity for them.
Yeah, here comes the investment from Tribe. Here comes the kills as well. Envy, can he find any more value out of this one? Tech is so weak that he can't afford to do anything in that position. Joker's on a potential flanking play. Is he going to do anything? He will pick up Vague. There's still players here from Tribe to contend with. Solo with the R9 next to the back. And Washi is going to bring out the Gravity Vortex gun. That thing is so deadly for zone control. Tribe are now 1 tick here.
9v6 in terms of lives, but it might not come down to that. Tectonic will find one back, just trying to pick away, and they have actually managed it. They find a couple more. Jokos and everybody combining together, but it's going to be the investment coming in, the equalizer from Solo. It is needed, and it will solidify the round. You'd like to think with a minute to go, it's a 5v4.
Solo just going to wait. Those equalizers will pay off eventually.
I think if you Tribe here, you're waiting for the operators just run out. You don't need to put that pressure on yourselves.
Yeah. And they've made that correct call. Tribe haven't gone into it. Equalizer's now going to be out of the round here. Tribe have time, and they're going to use it wisely. Vega's going to sit around the front, maybe a 2-2 hit alongside Band. Tech now, the next one, to just pre-fire with the War Machine. You're running out of pellets. What is that now? 1 more to go. You find some value with a Vague down for the count, and you know this flanking play is coming through.
Flanking play is coming through, and they found something. Turns more into a round of search and destroy than anything. Band's actually managed to get a hold of the equalizers, and he's going to bring them out as well. That could be huge. He's now going to start to find that pressure around the front side. He's not going to find the gunfight, though. He finds one, gets traded out now. All of a sudden, it's 2 versus 2. The fight towards the back. Envy's going to win it.
Way.
Now a 1 versus 2 for Solo. They have to invite the pressure, and Envy finds another. 3 at the end of the round. It gets around for Tribe. 1 apiece. And honestly, I want to give so much props to Tribe there for just taking their time. Time was very much on their side. They did not need to rush into all of these operators. Vitality felt the pressure and fell under it.
Yeah, absolutely crumbled under it. They invested 2 operators there towards the end. I think Tectonic with the War Machine in particular, I think was a little bit of premature investment. Not the right time, didn't really amount to all that much beyond the 1 kill. At the start of this round, Vitality want to be venomous. And they've already won the opening wave of gunfights over towards A. This time around, though, as opposed to the split push that we saw previously, they do seem relatively focused on towards A. They've already got that first tick through.
Trying to get a hold of what is the harder one to get a hold of, really. B is just a little bit more simple, and that's where Sams is going to go. He heads on over, finds the kill, and again, Vitality on these attacking rounds just seem to be so fluid and where they want to focus their attention, and Tribe left guessing which way they want to really go. Joker's trying to find something here, has help from his teammates, well coordinated. A is gone in the blink of an eye for all the good work that Tribe did in the previous round. Vitality are making mincemeat of them in the next. Vague will find another to try and ease some of that pressure. Tectonic, his mistake, if anything, that we ended up in this map, but he's trying to do his best for the rest of the team. Raballo will find one, but it's only a trade with the War Machine. Lives well and truly, and control well and truly in the favor of Vitality. This round is done.
It feels, I mean, it's a little bit different to the strategies that we saw in the first offensive effort from Team Vitality, right? I mean, this one was, I think, much more linear in the way that they hit 1 point, got control, hit the other one, got control. But still, I mean, nonetheless, it's the kind of the same feeling in that Tribe didn't really know how to handle that pressure. The teamwork from Vitality is excellent, and now at the back half of this round, you're looking at streaks for Vitality. 1 hunter killer drone, 1 predator missile to use. You'll get out of jail free cards if you require them. Tribe looking to hit A off the start of this round. Tech knows it, he's just going to wait.
Tribe did get that attacking round. It's been attacking round wins across the board. and maybe making a little bit of an easier job of it here. Plenty of pressure over towards A, and really just has not been answered by Vitality. Are they happy to give this up, or are they just waiting for the final moment? He's handed back on down. There's only 3 members of Tribe out. The rest of them are trying to deal with a spawn trap, and they're not really pushing this here, Vitality. They had the opportunity to do so and did not.
Joker's just used the Predator missile as well. I don't really know why. Maybe on kind of the premise that you push off the back of it with no respawns, no resources coming Tribe's way. But nonetheless, that Predator missile does nothing. So for Team Vitality, you'll be unhappy with that. Now you've got one less street to contend with, and I think the Hunter glittering from Marvel's also gone. So Team Vitality here on the defense. Here comes Tribe.
Wow.
Opening kill. There is yet another one from Marvel, and there's a good Predator missile this time around. That's 4 kills in a row for here.
Oh, and there was a couple of gunfights that were won by Tribe there that really opened the door. And the Predator missile comes in and absolutely ruins the party. Sams will hold it down. He's waiting for the gunfight to find it, but Vega's there to answer the question almost immediately. Sams will fall. 50-50 gunfights across the board, but plenty of operators available here for the side of Vitality. They should be able to back them on down, and they will. Washi Bando, they will combine together well. Tectonic finds something. He finds more than something. There's 3 in a row from him. It backs them down. And Tribe Gaming have to start from the word go again.
I will say that they don't exactly have the numbers here to push forward for potential spawn traps. They're going to wait now for the rest of the players to come off of the spawn, and that's going to give Tribe an opportunity here to reset themselves. They're only 5 lives down at this point in time. Then a potential flanking player coming in. Investment from Envy doesn't really amount to all that much, but this flank from Washi might well do so. Here comes the Gravity Vortex gun.
This is big. Can he start to find anything here? Needs the rest of his team to get alongside him. You can already see Vitality coming in off the respawn. Are they going to be able to do anything? Marvel gets taken down onto the point. You've got to try and do something here now if you try. You do have plenty of time. The lives are not in your favor. The map is a bit of a mix at the moment. Tectonics on the flank. Rabala will find 2 though. And Tribe Gaming just seem to be long in these rounds out so they can have the operators to find themselves in these positions. They're inside the point, but Vitality are surrounding them.
They didn't know about Tech. There we go. Envy's going to shut him down. Second tick now going to be through. Yeah, Solo, you're just going to have to rush towards the point. The R9 isn't going to be good enough for anything here in the situation. The contest will hold them off for a moment. Jokos can only find 1, and Tribe send us for round 5.
Next round. Round 5 we go. Vitality have looked so much more convincing on the attacking side, but now they go over towards defense. Tribe get this side. That has won every single round so far. That is an advantage for them heading into round number 5. They are only here by a sheer amount of luck that Vitality made a mistake. They now have the opportunity to punish that mistake in the worst way possible for Vitality.
Yeah, and even here in this control, Vitality haven't been as 100% as we would like them to be. Off the start of this one, Tribe win the opening trades. Eyes on B. Vitality, what do you got for us on the defense here? You've got Solo, who comes through from a bastic 2-piece. Can he find any more? No, will get shut down. Sams is there though. Vitality here seem flagging somewhat, but they will finally remove Rabalo from the point, and that's going to reset Tribe.
It's been a fantastic game of control. Neither team has really looked in control until the game is done, until the round is won. It's not necessarily been signed, sealed, or delivered. 24 to 25 in lives. B being worked on here by the side of Tribe Gaming. Trying to find a way through though. The kills were momentarily going Vitality's way, and now it's switched up again for Tribe Gaming, who can now start to make a bit of a move. Sams needs to find a minimum of 1 here to slow them down. The help is on its way. The shots misdirected. Doesn't find anything. Van will come through. Will pick that up, but now Jokos will find something with the Sparrow. The Sparrow and Sparrow action is Vague will find something back himself, but the A push now starting to work here for Tribe. 2 ticks are in.
Tribe gets another kill. Solo's actually going to take himself out. I'm not even sure how he did that, what he was using to take himself out of the play, but that's going to make things interesting here for Tribe. Yeah, A is absolutely gone. Vitality know it. That veteran C showing through for Vitality. Give up the point. Reset yourselves for a push over towards B, because here Tribe come.
Only a single operator available across the board of all 10 players, and that is going to be Rabalo. Tribe Gaming have the advantage in that sense. He gets taken down almost immediately, but here comes Envy with a claw as well. This could be now the opening here for the side of Tribe.
Envy's going to already found 1 kill. Can he find any more? Big kill from Tectonic. Band going to double up though. The new addition of the roster, the re-addition of the roster, I should say, proving solid, but Vague not so much with the R9. And you really want those players alive to push towards the point. Second tick already through. Jokos in behind enemy lines will pick up 2. Vitality clear for the moment.
They're going to hold the backs against the wall here. Now if you're Vitality's Tribe Gaming, you need 1 more good push. The lives are dead even. This game is dead even. taking their time to try and find a moment here. Looking at the flank that potentially could go down here for the side of Tribe and Washi. They are now both taking their time. Operator side of things, Vitality have 2 available. They are inside of the point. Tribe have not really managed to make any inroads here. It's been a waste of 30 seconds. Not many lives have went the way, but here they go. Band, Big, combining well. They will find 2. Tectonic will find 1 back. It's evenly poised, but inside the point is Band. And inside the point are the rest of Tribe Gaming. Marvel and Co, you need to get going. Here goes Solo with the equalizer of his own. It's Operator, and Operator 8 versus 8. The gunfight's going down Tribe's way. They take the game. 3-2 victory out of nothing. They find the win somehow, some way. And that is an upset that Vitality will literally be kicking themselves for.
Holy moly. Tribe get a second chance and they take it with an iron fist. I mean, that is absolutely insane. And if you're Vitality, you're crushed, right? I mean, you kind of did that to yourselves for the most part with that mistake in Game 2. And then even in Game 3, I mean, it wasn't not necessarily fully solid. I mean, they're going to watch that back and realize that maybe there was a couple of moments where their operators could have been better. I will say their offenses were incredible. I mean, both offenses were rock solid, right? I mean, just the way they played, slightly different looks. It was a split push in round number 1 and round number 3, the 1-by-1 hit. Tribe just crumbled. But Tribe's offense themselves was so solid, and, you know, they just knew exactly where to hit Vitality at the right time.
That might be the closest control we've seen all day on here, watching on the main stage, and it wasn't even technically on the main stage. That's why everybody at home needs to be watching these matches that are happening on our BC and D streams as well, because you never know how it's going to play out. You never know what's going to happen to some of the biggest names that we're watching throughout the entirety of this Swiss portion of the tournament. I mean, this is why we said to just kind of expect the unexpected, Brody.
Yeah, absolutely, because this is the stage. I mean, the same thing happened last year, for heaven's sake. These things always happen, these kind of upsets. And granted, I don't think we've ever expected there to be kind of a situation where a team would mess up and get themselves a banned item and give basically the series away to the opposition. But still, I cannot overstate how important this game is. Albeit both of these teams still an opportunity to keep their tournament hopes and dreams alive. These are 2, I would argue, mid-table teams fighting for a high seed in bracket play. So for Tribe to come out and win here, it's big for them personally. It's big for the conversation of, well, how good are North American teams really? That is a massive victory for Tribe.
Watching you cast that 2-ton at the end there, I don't even know how you made it through in the breath at the end. That was a lot. That was a lot.
Honestly, I don't know how I'm actually even awake at this stage. It's been a long old day, but the games are keeping me there. My word, I mean, what an ending. You could see how it was sort of, both teams were posturing up to that stage. You could see it was going to be one final fight, and the operators just came alive for both 2 teams, and it was whoever shoots the straightest wins. And it came down to equalizers on both sides of things, and then when that final one came through, I think it was Band who had a hold of it. That was what made the difference towards the end. Hey, I'm glad we got to see that one. No, we nearly won. That nearly didn't even exist.
That's why we keep adding all these additional little extra matches here and there for you guys here on A-Stream, because it's far too exciting to miss anything that we've got going on. But now that we've wrapped up that match, we're going to get back to our initial intended programming, if you will. Before we do that, though, we're going to send to another short break, let our players to set up on the main stage. So we'll see you on the other side of this.
You got it, bro.
We're Tribe Gaming, and you're watching Kadem Champs in DreamHack Atlanta.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Since the year 00, we was out to get more. Bunch of really real G's, burning trees till we low. Sitting by 45 like I'm Jordan on the floor. Here we go, against the greatest, what they say my name for. You can get it, hate it, sweat it, I'll be flexing. I'm just riding around my city, bank account and chair model. Sitting pretty, I just had to let them know I'm unforgettable. unforgettable. Since the year double low, we was out to get more. Bunch of really real G's, burning trees till we low. Sitting by 45 like I'm Jordan on the floor. Here we go, guess the greatest, what they say my name for. Are you ready or not?
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. Nice little look there at that Mercedes-Benz Stadium right across from our convention center here as we are preparing to get back on track with our main stage matches. A big shout out and thank you to the U.S. Air Force as well, another one of our amazing partners helping us put on this event here all weekend long at DreamHack Atlanta. We got to see lots of exciting stuff, not only the intended matches, but a couple extra things mixed in here and there as well after just watching a very exciting finish out of Tribe 10. I mean, that was a great little addition.
It was absolutely a crazy game to actually manage to get to see that map number 3. As mentioned, it shouldn't have even really happened, and we got to see it here on main, so we were super excited about that.
Mate, it was such a good game, honestly. I'm so happy about it. I'm happy for Tribe as well. I'm happy for North America. You guys got your win. I'm happy about that.
That's, I mean, Brody's slowly converting.
Yeah, I'm basically American at this point. I'm eating burgers for breakfast every day.
Well, while we accept our new fellow American into the fold, let's start talking about the next match that we have around the corner as well, because they're setting up on stage. We've got Galoris and Stalwart this time up on stage. Galoris now in here, the third time up on the main stage here, Brody. So they're no strangers to what we got going on.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've impressed us so much today. They've been looking good every single time they've hit the main stage, particularly in Search and Destroy. Every single time we've seen them. At first, we were like, all right, is it them being good at Search and Destroy, or is it Wolves in that first matchup just kind of messing up a little? And I think over the course of the last couple of times we've seen Galoris, we're like, okay, they actually know what they're doing somewhat. Yeah. They've just looked so solid. And again, I think there's dispelling a lot of people talking trash about them here at this event.
I mean, not after what we've seen so far out of them, Ton.
Well, yeah, I think, you know, realistically, we knew they would be coming into this as a strong outfit. I just think in some of the ways that they've lost some of the games, the hard points really haven't been too convincing, which has been an issue for them. They're having to win these Search and Destroys, which we didn't think would be such a... I think that would actually even happen. We didn't feel as if they would find so many victories in those moments, but they've had to. So it's kind of transpired in a different way than we thought, but they are still finding the results that we maybe expected, just not through the route that we expected, if you like.
Well, on the other side of things, for the first time now up on the main stage, we get to talk about Stalwart Esports. Okay, they'll be heading up against Galoris, and talk to me a little bit about the Tribe. We got to see them last year and see them obviously throughout the rest of this competitive year as well. Yeah,
honestly, I'm really surprised that not enough people are talking about Stalwart for just how competitive they are. I actually think they might even reach the heights of like top 4 here at Champs. They are a real dark horse roster. You go back towards the early year, right? I mean, they went to Mobile Masters. They got top 4 at that event with a very similar format. And you know, you go back to CDSI. CDSI was not the best event, but there's an asterisk on that for this roster because they did not have 2 of of their players. FDX and AG were not there. And so how much can you really take away from that? Every other performance we've seen from Stalwart, I mean, they are arguably almost just as good as Elevate. And for that reason, I think people should really be paying a lot more attention to them.
I mean, they went into their 2-0 game and lost it 2-0 to Elevate, so it definitely feels like there is definitely still a gap there. But at the same time, they are coming from a very solid region with a very, very hard competition. And I think they just haven't been spoken about because purely Elevate exists, and that has been the problem for them. But that's because, I mean, we've been talking about in the agreement, they're coming in as a bit of a dark horse because of that reason.
Absolutely, and obviously Elevate being one of those two teams that has made their way through earlier on in the days. We take a look at these maps as well, starting things off with a standoff. Hardpoint heading onto that takeoff S&D and then closing it out, potentially with the Arsenal control.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the thing that immediately jumps out to me, and we've seen Galaris, what, twice today, I think, on Takeoff, Search and Destroy, and they look phenomenal on it. And, you know, I think it's just showing right now that they're very confident. And it's kind of interesting, isn't it? Because you go back to Takeoff, Search and Destroy in the regular Snapdragon Pro Series in Latin America, and for Galaris, it was not a strong map mode combination. So it's one of those ones that very clearly they recognize, hey, this is a weak link in our armor. We're going to work on this coming in towards champs, and it's definitely paid off thus far.
It definitely feels like they've been looking at VOD in terms of how they want to play that map specifically. I mean, they made adaptations mid-map through in their first game against Wolves. We seen them getting absolutely bodied by Peg. And then all of a sudden, Peg couldn't find a kill. So, I mean, they absolutely made that adaptation mid-map. They know exactly what they're doing. So that Search and Destroy map is going to be super important for them.
All right, well then, knowing all of that information, what does that mean for your predictions? We're back on track with things. We've got your opinions to talk about. Now, Brody, I'm going to start with you.
I actually think we might be on the same page for this one, which never happens, mate, to be fair. It doesn't happen often at all. Yeah, I think this is going to be a 2-1 here to Stalwart, and I do think Galaris are going to win the Search and Destroy. I've been really convinced by what I've seen from Galaris today in Search and Destroy. The fact that Takeoff is the map as well, I think, gives me confidence that they can take it away. But you look towards the rest of this best of 3, and these are very strong maps of Stalwart. Arguably, they have definitively won this veto process. Now, I might eat my words here, but you're very happy walking away with the standoff on the Arsenal. These are arguably the strongest maps that Stalwart could have got.
So I think the standoff has actually managed to find its way through purely because of the fact that the struggle for Galaris has been hardpoint. So they're switching up from a summit, they're just changing it up entirely. They're happy to go into a standoff instead. Then falls you into that trap of potentially being a very good style map. So the Search and Destroy is a must for them, but then I worry about the control. This could be 2-0 or 2-1. I'm not 100% sure.
I can't believe you agreed with Brody.
It's crazy.
You know what? We mark it down in the calendar. This doesn't happen often. That doesn't happen often.
I'm going to remember this. This is a big day for me here, all right? But we're going to get into the match. Everybody chat while we're getting into it. Let us know your thoughts as well. Who's going to take home this matchup on the main stage? Will it be Galaris or will it be Stalwart Esports claiming the next win? Because it's time to dive into what should have been match number 7. So let's get into it.
Oh, we've had a few. How many matches have we had today at this stage? Oh, my word, it has been a day of Call of Duty Mobile. And things are only going to get better. I like the song, but we'll not try and sing it. Standoff coming up. 250 points for the win in Hardpoint, as you all know. But if you don't, thank you for joining us for the very first time here in the Swiss stage of Call of Duty Mobile Champs. Very, very excited, as always, to get into a standoff. See which way this one's going to go. This should be an absolute banger. Two teams who are really fighting it out for those top placements. They're the ones who want to upset the apple cart, so to speak, of some of these top teams, and they have the potential to do it. Both teams growing into this tournament, but getting to this 2-1 stage in a bit of a different way. Stalwart only losing their first game very, very recently against Elevate Galoris. I mean, we've just seen them get themselves to this stage. So for Stalwart, they're coming in from the advantageous position, you want to say. They've been playing very well all weekend long.
Yeah, Stalwart, again, I want to give them a lot of love because albeit they did lose to Elevate, I think that's kind of par for the course. And the map scores for that series were actually relatively, I think it was like 250 to 200, and I want to say it was like 7-4, 7-5, something like that. So it was a really close couple of games there. So don't count out Stalwart as we get in towards this one. But Galaris have been on fire today and are now looking for yet another win under their belt. Towards this one, that P1 is always a mixy one. Stalwart looking to try and brute force their way through. Only one player still hanging about will be Fokke, and that's probably the player you want if it's your Galaris, because that's your Remind player.
Galaris, I mean, I wonder if it does play into the theory of the fact that they've been up on that main stage so much today already. I think it's just kind of falling kindly. I mean, I'm a big Galaris fan, in fairness, so the fact that we've gone to just cast 3 of their games, I'm actually on board with it. But at the same time, having that, I want to say comfortability on that stage will definitely help them up in the game against Stalwart, which they are now find themselves behind in as we head over towards P2. Gallerus are the first ones here, though. And on point that you can find some decent time on, and with those kills, that will help things set up just that little bit nicer.
Bit of a rogue spawn coming through for AG. He's going to get read by Henry Cat, so fair play. Henry's also looking to double up here over by Red. I don't think he's going to catch Clove, and they will not. So an opportunity now for Stalwart to knock at the door, especially as Skurd is able to double up. Gallerus starting to be, like I say, towards the point. There's the spawn out from Fokke as well. Kills from Gallerus, though, looking pretty good. I mean, Stalwart, they're trying to siege in towards this hard point. They can't get it done. And I think if you're FDX here, you've kind of just got to settle for a contest position while the rest of their squad knocks at the door.
I mean, both these two teams playing at Mobile Masters. We've seen Gallerus go into that grand final. Of course, Stalwart were 4th place, I believe, as well. So both these two teams have matched up similar events as this. Of course, not quite Call of Duty Mobile Champs, but Masters was a testament to Gallerus and how far they'd come and how good Lucas is and the rest of the squad alongside of him. They found themselves with an ever so slight lead as we head over towards Grandma's, over towards P3. Stalwart will be the first ones here, but there is very much enemies behind the lines in terms of where the Gallerus boys are positioned. But a decent setup here for Stalwart. They could even find some good time. All right, we're still slightly behind.
Yeah, Gallerus starting to earn some utility here. They're going to need it if they want to break this Grandma's hard point against Stalwart. Stalwart now going to start to bring out here a couple of operators early on. Skurd, Sparrow will be short-lived though, so you really need to find some more value here if you're Clove for the Claw, and he's doing exactly that. Switching out towards the middle of the map here, looking for some more kills. The Claw though will now be away, so he needs to get it done with the R9 and only get to hit marker there against Fokke, and will survive. Gallerus now looking for more kills. So they've got equalized up their own. Fokke with it finds a couple of kills. Now the rest of this hill should be Gallerus' time.
And that's a really nice break to come on through for them, one that was needed. It should be pretty much a dead even game as we head over towards P4. Gallerus trying to get a little bit of control of this fight over towards the top side. So important. It's going to be won by the side of Stalwart. And we're starting to get a little bit of control over towards this hill. Ever so slight lead for them. Starting to find the kills where they need to, though. This could be potentially a very good hold.
Needs to be. If you're Stalwart, you've got 3 operators ready to go. I wouldn't be shy of using them here. You probably want to get some cleaner gunfights though, and somehow, some way, players are starting to survive, but Shut Up is just firing downrange. Oh, War Machine! 4 for Shut Up, that streaks as well, but those close spawns are still in for Gallerus. Your job is far from done.
Holding it down all on his own. 5 kills, ringing through ever so quickly, and these are the kind of moments that can start to swing a game. EG with the equalizer finds nothing, no impact will just about wangle his War Machine through the front door. Global answer back though with one of his own, and the Purifier comes out. So both these two teams investing plenty. And in the end, it's going to be Stalwart Esports who are still in control of the hill. 20 seconds to go. They're picking up that scrap time. And the rotation over towards New is starting to come on through. But Stalwart will exit that first rotation of hills with themselves a very decent lead. Fully up the back of those operators over towards that last hill.
Yeah, I said don't be shy, right, about using what you've got here on this hard point because it'll give you a solid win in the game. That's exactly what happened here for Stalwart Esports. I particularly like that play towards the end of it, right, where you've got a Predator missile, you use it to get a Purifier out towards Crate's side and create some space for Stalwart to get that scrap time. So, 60-point deficit now for Gallerus. You need to have a better go of things on this second set, and you're already starting to fall foul to Skurd. 3 in a row for him now. Now make it 4. Sparrow, Sparrow out, looking for more kills. Channel is in a Lara Croft. He's going to find a few kills there. Gallerus just trying to find their way in towards this hard point, but Stalwart are making it so difficult.
It is a scrappy game, one that we expected, but Stalwart Esports are just about getting the better of these trades. Gallerus, it felt like they came out very, very quick. But since we really headed over towards P3, they've been limping around the map, but that's maybe a little bit better now as Mihawk will start to find a few more. Bodies are being dropped, but Stalwart Esports still will continue to soak up time. It always feels like even a couple of gunfights don't go their way. They're still in the point, they're still getting points.
Yeah, you're fine with this if you're Gallerus, right? I know you're 50 points down right now, but there's an opportunity to get back in this game with a solid P2 hold. And if you can get the scrap time, that's going to be nice. But now you're just having to settle for the former of those two things. Shut Up trying to find his way behind enemy lines. He's going to get caught by Henry Cat. But Henry Cat's job is far from done. He's trying to find his way through multiple Stalwart players. They're assaulting him through this barn side. That's definitely the way the Stalwart want to make their way in towards the point. You need to double up on the player who's going to drop down. Nice kills coming through from Fokke, and that kind of aggression's necessary, but Stalwart have still found their way through.
It just seems to always be the way. It doesn't matter where the kills are going. Stalwart are finding themselves in the right positions, and this has got to be the right position for the War Machine as well. Just raining it down inside the point. You've got somebody covering behind on the window. It is no problem whatsoever for Star Wars Esports. There is still 30 seconds to play for here. They won't quite break it, but they'll be touching 200 if they can lock this down.
Yeah, and if you're Gallerus in this position, you kind of have to go for this. You can't really afford to give this 20 seconds away. So you're kind of getting riskier and riskier as we go further in towards this hard point. One last hit for Gallerus, kind of goes all right. Last player, Mihawk, down for the count. And as that kill comes through, Stalwart get the scrap time, now a 100-point lead over Gallerus. Gallerus, you need to hold Grandmas, and you don't have that much utility to get it done with. Focky and Pavzera with a operator apiece. Henry Cat getting kills in the middle of the map, maybe they don't need them.
Locking it down eventually. Star Wars Esports really starting to flex their muscles here, though. The last few hills has just been one-way traffic. Gallerus, though, their struggle has been hardpoint all day long, which with some of the slayers you have on that team, you would expect to be a little bit different. But I think you're seeing some examples of their deficiencies in some sort of way, where Star Wars Esports aren't finding the kills, but they are finding time. It's not all about the kills, but it is if you are FDX. Yeah, now with the Purifier, you can only find one. Focky actually answering back with the equalizer, so the investment comes in necessarily from Gallerus, but effectively as well. 30 seconds to play for here. They find these 30 seconds, they are back into this game.
Yeah, shout out to Focky, by the way. He's got 32 kills at this point in time. I imagine he's also got a wealth of hill time to his name, too. He's been pivotal to keeping Gallerus in the conversation here on standoff hard.
There we go.
And needs to continue to be so. Predator missile coming down. I'm not sure you actually need it with all the kills in the feed here for Gallerus, but regardless, they will find two. As players off the spawn, that might well give Gallerus an opportunity to rotate towards new. One player trying to be sneaky. Henry Cat's been found out, though. That's a good read and a huge one for Clove.
But it is actually going to give Gallerus a little bit more of an opportunity to find themselves in a good spot to try and find that push through. The distraction at worst gives them time. But this is where Stalwart really started to stretch their legs in the previous rotation of hills. Are they going to be able to do this again? It was all about the operator usage, but this time around it's going to be Pavzera. He gets it through the front door. It's the War Machine. It's the big boy, but does not find it. Stalwart just about locking this one down. Shadow will manage to find 3 in the feed. Focky will find 2, though. The aggression starting to come through from Gallerus, who seems to be in a really good spot here. Looks shit now with the Gravity Vortex gun. Finds it through the front door. Finds something. There's the break for Gallerus. 35 seconds to play for here. It's the final hill of the second rotation, and they could be within spitting distance of Stalwart.
Yeah, that was a massive two-piece coming through from Focky to get control of that top side. It enables the rest of the squad to getting through crates. So Gallerus now, as you said, an opportunity to really start to close the distance between themselves and Stalwart, but they've got to win the gunfight. They're actually having to be forced outside of the hard point, and they've lost those respective engagements. So Stalwart, an opportunity now for the back 15 seconds of time. FDX is just going to lay patiently and wait for the help from the teammates. There's no real reason to put yourself in a disadvantageous spot. Mihawk will come down and remove that player from the point, but Stalwart, I mean, you're happy to take that last 15 seconds of time. That's pivotal as you reach that 250 point.
That's a 30-second swing. If Gallerus get a hold of that, they are so much quicker, or so much closer. Quicker, yeah, okay, they might be fast. I'm not too sure what relevance that has as we head over towards P1 again, though. Star Wars Esports very much still in control, and those kills coming in from Scared Neji will help that out just that little bit more. Lukashin will find 3, but again, Stalwart Esports just seem to be in the right place at the right time. They're locking it down. They are 20 seconds away.
Got a missile from Mihawk. What will it get? It will find 1. AG wasn't dealt with, though, and they will produce a double here for Stalwart Esports. Gallerus will be in, but for Stalwart, you've got a wealth of options to close this one out. Mihawk forced to use the claw to try and survive, and here comes the flank from Shadak. Stalwart finding all of the kills, close for the double. Stalwart now looking to close this game.
They can close it out here over towards P1. Gallerus have to find their way in. They have to invest. They have to throw the kitchen sink at this one, because you are falling by the wayside. It's one of the best teams in the game right now. You're going to find the kills. You maybe going to stop them winning here at P1, but P2 rotation is in, and Stalwart are that.
Yep. Gallerus have to go for this one. We need some kind of hero play from Gallerus. It has to be had. Who will it be? Henry Cat down for the count. Now Mihawk, next one in towards the point, but all the kills are being made here by Stalwart Esports. They can finish it here.
P2 control is very much in the hands of Stalwart right now. They are 11 seconds away. It's one more throw of the dice in what has been a fantastic map number 1 between these two teams. And Gallerus, they need to make it count. They haven't been able to. Stalwart gun finds nothing but 1, but Scared finds 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. Stalwart Esports locked this one down. Map number 1. They're teasing me now. They should be going their way and will do so. Oh my God, guys, lock it in. Finish the game. There it is. Stalwart Esports find map number 1 and let them know about it. It was done for quite some time, irrelevant of the contention that came through. Gallerus' hardpoint struggles do continue, but Stalwart fighting map number 1.
Yeah, that's a big map coming through. Again, it's a map that they've proven comfortable on this year of Call of Duty Mobile, so I'm not surprised that they're able to win it out there, but it was that early dominance from Stalwart Esports. They felt so comfortable, hill after hill after hill. What was it, a 90, even 100-point advantage I think they had at one point, and I think Gallerus just coming in slow was the thing that caused them issues in the end. I will say as well, I think just in the map, and we'll kind of see here in the final stat lines, Fokke was the one that was going off for Gallerus, right? We didn't really see Lucas until the late game actually turn up, and I think that was the biggest problem for them. I know very often we had the conversation about Gallerus being like, look, if you Lucas turns up, they're probably going to do really well, but it does really feel that might have been the case there in that early game here for Gallerus.
Yeah, it's like a double-edged sword for them, isn't it? It's brilliant to have him when he is able to do it, but if he doesn't, then that's one of their biggest weapons. If he isn't performing to ridiculous levels, which we do expect, I mean, look, he still dropped like 43. It's not bad. And actually, like, one thing I'm curious to look at here, we'll quickly work it out. In terms of the actual outslay, I want to say it never really felt like Stalwart were above and beyond at any stage there. It felt, I want to say, very even. If anything lent towards Gallerus, I mean, I'll quickly work it out. You talk.
Yeah, I think the thing is as well, and I want to lay some credence to this, because I believe that Stalwart have kind of been working on trying to be more efficient, right, with the kills that they're getting and actually getting themselves into the hard point as a team. I imagine they're probably looking up to like teams like Elevate in that kind of fashion, right, where Elevate are a roster where they do just kind of throw themselves at the hard point and aren't really worrying too much about getting the kills on the minimap. But for Stalwart, it feels like if that is something they've been working on, it worked out pretty well.
Yeah, it's slight outslay for Gallerus.
Yeah.
Again, very slight.
It was that second half of the game, right? Yeah, second half of the game where they were like outslaying, they were constantly getting heel control, but it was like minute clutch ups from Stalwart, I think, that really managed to close it out.
But even when the kills were coming through from Gallerus, you're seeing them at a stage where, okay, well, kill feed's blue. Should even, and all of a sudden you look at the point, and Stalwart's still there. They're still soaking up time. So Stalwart doing the right thing in terms of objective, but Gallerus focusing on the correct things in their hard point. They haven't won a hard point as far as we've seen today. I'm sure they have in one of their games, but on main stage, they are yet to see a map number 1 win.
I could check it. I mean, we could check actually if they have won a hard point so far. But I mean, we've talked a lot about them being really proficient in control. We saw that in the regular season of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Search and Destroy, it feels very clear that that's what they've worked on coming in towards champs. So if their weak link is hard point, that wouldn't surprise me that much. And that's why I think both of you and I were kind of on the same page that Stalwart might take this one 2-1 based on the fact that they could and they probably should win the hard point. It's clearly something they've worked on since CDSI. And well, I think the Search and Destroy is really their biggest chance here for Gallerus to get in towards this series. Speaking of which, you know what comes after a hard point, Tom? Search and Destroy. Would you believe it? That's what's coming up next, and we're going back to Takeoff for Gallerus. They have proven very successful on this map today. Surely they can do it again.
Yeah, I know. Look, if you're going to look towards their deficiencies with hardpoint, you can look at their efficiencies with Search and Destroy today. It has been very impressive, like especially with the teams that they've managed to. I mean, what did we say? Dominate? Yeah, look, I mean, the Search and Destroy has been really convincing. It hasn't just been, you know, taking it away in 8-6s or anything along those lines. They have been shutting teams out in Search and Destroy. They're going to have to do it again if they want to continue to survive in this game. Stalwart Esports proving to really be the, I mean, I want to say the dark horse that we have kind of mentioned, but that really good team that we've mentioned, that team who can cause upsets across the board here. Let's see how this one's going to go down as we head into a Search and Destroy and Takeoff in just a moment. But this game is, as advertised, close and entertaining so far. Arsenal Control will be map number 3 if we do need it, unless Stalwart Esports can show their mettle in Search and Destroy here. Very much considered as one of the top 4-5 teams in the game, though, Stalwart. This will not be easy for Gallerus to find this Search and Destroy irrelevant of how well they have looked in this game mode all week long.
Yeah, and I know we've kind of been talking relatively surface level about Gallerus' Search and Destroy on Takeoff, why they seem to be quite proficient at it, at least today. And you know, I think we've given them props about giving teams different looks, but I do want to give a specific shout out to Fokke, because his map presence with the R9 here on this map, with the shotgun, I should say, because a couple of players have chosen to use the KRM. With the shotgun, I think is been crucial, right? It's been that aggression that I think teams haven't quite expected and haven't really learned how to deal with it. And I think on the flip side of that conversation, then I look towards Stalwart and I'm looking towards a player like Clove to step things up, win those R9 battles against your opposition, take Fokke out of the conversation before he can really do any damage here. I think that's probably the way in for Stalwart. I mean, I know we said 2-1 to Stalwart, but there is still a real opportunity here for Stalwart to still 2-0 this series.
It's always the thing, though, in these best out 3s. you're heading into the second map and you're like, damn, I mean, we're already backs against the wall. See how these teams play this one out. It was super interesting to see the media day actually yesterday, chatting to the players, the setup that they've got here in Atlanta. It's been fantastic. It's great to be part of DreamHack. I mean, like, it's a very different view from us from being in the studio. It's nice to be back at Atlanta as well. We've got everything going on around us. It's been a hell of a day, and we have 2 more fantastic days still to come here in Atlanta. It's been a good time so far.
Yeah.
I've ate too much, though.
Yes.
It's been a problem. I just get carried away. You know, I'm up here. It's long days. You want to make sure you're keeping yourself fueled. Yeah, maybe feeling a little too much.
Yeah, I do that every day, to be fair. I think this is like an extra kind of portion for me.
I'm on like 5 meals. Like,
yeah. My problem is I think I see like the salmon that we had yesterday. I see a salmon. I'm like, I'd love salmon. So
I mean, yeah, we got catering. It's free food. I'm not rude. I don't want to turn it down, man.
Yeah, no, exactly.
We're getting in amongst it. And speaking of getting in amongst it, here we go with the Search and Destroy takeoff incoming.
That's good, mate.
I'm pretty sure catering actually starts after this game finishes. Yeah, well, it would be rude not to, wouldn't it? Takeoff incoming now for these 2 teams versus 7 in the Search and Destroy, but you must indeed find that 2-round advantage. Here we go. Gallerus have been sensational on this map. Not even just specifically as a team, just today. So let's see if they can continue that form here up against Stalwart, who are probably the hardest opposition they would have faced all day long. Let's see how it goes down.
Yep, Stalwart, difficult opponent for sure. I wonder whether they would have looked at what Gallerus has been doing on Takeoff, Search and Destroy and find a way to adapt to it early on. It's aggression towards A right off the rip here.
Oh, that's fine.
And they're getting right into the mix there. Henry Cat is able to take advantage of that all day long. 3 kills? Why not?
That's the kind of way that you want to start these games with Gallerus. I think, you know, it really has been their defensive side of things. Looked fantastic, I think, if I'm correct. Was it actually? Yeah, okay, yeah, it was the defensive side. Look, it all kind of amalgamates into one at some stage. We cast a lot of games today, okay?
It's fine. Yeah, and we've casted a lot of Takeoff, Search and Destroy today. We've also casted a lot of Summit Hardpoint today.
That's a lot of Gallerus, actually.
Yeah, we have. I mean, I'm not going to complain as a Gallerus fan. Not a biased caster, of course, but as a Gallerus fan. Yeah,
gotta pick somebody because it's going to be Europe, isn't it?
Oh, get that one,
guys! This
on Twitter right now.
It's a Christmas joke. Only the Europeans will get that reference as well. Here we are, Gallerus. One to the good and advancing forward. Mihawk kind of playing that position that on an island, you're trying to shut it down. You quite often do see Lukashin come over to help him over towards this B side. He is in a completely different spot now. Throwing curveballs over towards Stalwart, who are playing a slow and steady game, very different to round number 1.
Yeah, I think they are waiting for a player like Fokke to get over aggressive here instead. Shutup's going to give too much of himself away to Lucasin. And that's now man advantage here to Gallerus. Options starting to run out here for Stalwart. They've got to find a way to get towards B. You have to feel big gunfight to take if you can take Mihawk out of the play. Elsewhere, Henry Cat has found that kill, and Mihawk's going to win that opening gunfight. You needed that cleanly, because now Stalwart find themselves in 2 versus 4 here, not a lot of options.
Gallerus continuing their truly good form. Clove in it. Well, a position where you can maybe find something. He's going to find a free kill. Still quick scopes him. But surely the second one is just not what he's going to expect. This should be a free one here now for the side of Fokke, but he absolutely fumbles it, and Clove punishes. Now down to a 2 versus 2. And is he going to be able to hit the shots? He does. Clove maybe just overheats a second too early. And now scared left in 1 versus 2. Lukashin deals with him, and Gallerus not quite running away with this one, but find themselves 2 to the good very, very quickly.
Man, that was an opportunity there for Stalwart to actually kind of steal that round away. They were very close. A little bit of timing on their side. Maybe we'd be looking at a 1-1 game, but we aren't. Gallerus now 2-0 up. Early heroics here from Henry Cat on 5 in a row. Or 5 kills, excuse me. He's getting more aggressive here right off the start. Look at this look coming out from Gallerus. Again, it's a different look, but it is going to be read by Clove, who will double up. Trade is good from Lucasin here, so Gallerus will survive, but they are a man down.
Scud is actually going to find a way through here. And is going to be aware of it, though. 3 versus 3 now, EG. If he finds the push through, he maybe finds the cut that he needs to, but maybe expecting the aggression to come from Gallerus. The map kind of split in a weird kind of way. See Hen starting to make the move onto towards the flank. Hen will get taken down by Shutup. Now this is a really big gunfight. It's actually going to be Pabzera. He's going to be able to find it 2 versus 2.
Yeah, now you're going to be questioning yourselves, aren't you, with Pabzera in that position. Where can you go off the post plant? Absolutely nowhere, says Pabzera. AG, Now in a 1 versus 2, he's going to get caught from the side. Lucasin to take them down. Galaris once again starting to look so hot here on Takeoff Search and Destroy.
It's a good look in Search and Destroy right now for Galaris. Looking to try and continue it as well. Popping off on the main stage once more. Arsenal control. Feels like it's beckoning. Plenty of Search and Destroy still to be played. Defensive side working out for Galaris. FTX is going to find another first blood for Stalwart. They found one in the previous round. They found another here, but immediately answered back. The sniping presence from Galaris seems to be something that Stalwart are really struggling with.
I'm not surprised when you're facing down Lucasin on the other side of it, right?
Yeah.
It's so difficult. Galaris, though, still only in a 4 versus 4 here. Stalwart do have options. They don't have anybody to face off against inside the lounge. Galaris instead opting for full launch center control. So A isn't really an option here for Stalwart, and so the question becomes how quickly do they actually realize that? I think they just kind of want another kill before making some kind of commitment towards B.
Everyone takes a breath. These rounds haven't necessarily been fast and furious outside of the first.
Lost the bomb.
Both teams taking their time, but maybe too long. If you're Stalwart, now find yourselves in a 4v2 situation, and it's not in your favor. Bomb's nowhere to be seen. You're 3-0 down. Galaris are cruising here in Search and Destroy.
To be honest, that wasn't necessarily the wrong play call from Stalwart. They just ended up losing the gunfights. Shut up. Only 1 kill to his name so far in this Search and Destroy. A 1 versus 4 would pentuple that, but that's not going to happen. Pen going to take him down. And yeah, I mean, as I said, mate, it wasn't the worst play call in the world for Stalwart. They did the right thing. It's just Galaris gunned them.
They're not missing a beat yet. In Search and Destroy. 4-2, they're good now.
They have the bomb.
And they are really testing everybody on this map. Takeoff is going to be coming, I feel like it's going to be bannable every single time the Galaris are going to get themselves in the bracket. Presumably they do get there, I'd imagine they will. They're looking seriously scary in this game mode. They can tighten up on the Search and on the hard point, then all of a sudden things are looking very, very good. If you're a Galaris fan, they found a couple of kills here in this round. It's now a 4 versus 0, make it a 3 versus 3 in this round as Clove will find one to answer back. An opportunity for Stalwart to maybe get themselves on the board, but Lucasin just does not miss those shots. Repositions Clove now in extreme danger, but now a 2 versus 2, doable for Stalwart.
Oh, looks away at the wrong time. That's unfortunate there for Lucasin. He would have really wanted that gunfight. Help Fokke out a little bit. Of course, Fokke, the R9 player, is going to grab that sniper rifle off the ground. Now looking for the pre-fire. Clove runs right into his line of sight, and you don't quite expect Fokke with the Tundra. Galaris continue to be flawless in this Search and Destroy, and no matter what adaptation Stalwart make, it's not good enough.
God damn.
He has the bomb.
Galaris are sweeping them here. Stalwart, I mean, Clove's got 6 kills to his name. They haven't got a round yet. They're asking, somebody give me a hand here. I'm already dead. Rocky will find it to open things up. Galaris looking for the perfect switch, just feeling absolutely delusionally confident. Funky pushing through. Nelly finds another. Scared wants a back of one of his own, but again, for what feels like every single round, Stalwart have got their backs against the wall. They find one at Lucasin, they will eliminate him, making things easier, but again, the numbers are just not on their side.
That's the first time we've seen the Fokke that I promised you guys before we got into the start of this game. That aggression on defense. What a time for it to show up. Scared now, 1 versus 3. At the very least, he doesn't have to go on a bomb retrieval mission, but you will have to go headfirst in towards Mihawk. Oh my goodness me. Galaris wiping the floor with Stalwart here on Search and Destroy. I got a feeling, Ton, that Takeoff Search and Destroy might be a hard veto against Galaris.
Oh, it's gone. That is the problem. It's working out well for them, but I'll be damned if they're playing. If I'm the coaches on the other team, this is not seeing the light of day over the rest of the weekend. Not a chance. Mihawk now positioning himself as we heading towards the attacking side. Stalwart, though, are you a really good defensive team? You're going to have to be. Galaris 6 to the good. They need 1 single attacking round here. Out of the next 5, and they will have it. There's another first blood towards them. They just seem to be moving like water. So fluid on this one. Oh, Galaris and Stalwart do not have an answer.
They just seem so stuck, right? They've lost a player already. What do? You don't actually know where this bomb is going at this point. Yeah, Galaris are just throwing so many different looks at them. You have no idea how to handle this. And you just have no choice but to wait. No choice but to wait for some kind of error from Galeras. I don't know if it's going to come. You find one more frag. If you're a Galeras, you 7-0 Stalwart, but that's not going to happen. Good trades coming through from Shut Up and Clove. Numbers now in their favor. That bomb doesn't go down yet.
Oh my goodness. Lucasen hits one, he'll likely hit the second, does he? Oh, he doesn't quite get it on the Clove. He will find that kill, and this is looking more like what Star Wars esports need to see. They get themselves on the board. Those defensive rounds have reigned supreme. They find themselves, they're not going to get 7-0, which is always a good thing. They're still really in a tough spot, though. Well, you need another 7 rounds in a row if you want to win it in that fashion, at least, anyway.
This would be a phenomenal comeback if Stalwart were able to make it happen. Oh, what a jump shot off the rip! Lucasen eliminates FTX, and now Shut Up as well. See you later, buddy. Stalwart now 3 versus 5, and they are starting to feel the oppression of Lucasen.
Pabzra finds one to add to the tally as well. Lucasen, doesn't matter what gun he's going to hold up, although no, apparently it does. Scared will find a hold of that one. Looked like the gunfight was going to go his way, but other pieces going to be picked up by Mihawk, absolutely. And 3 versus 1, Scared is left on his own. The S&D is done. Rubber stamp that one. Stalwart Esports have just been bodied across takeoff. And Galeras, once again, search and destroy, reigning supreme for the Brazilian squad.
How about that for a bounce back? After that hard point where Galeras didn't really look that competitive until the back half of the standoff hard point, here in Search and Destroy, they completely shut Stalwart up. And it is just their defense. I mean, you mentioned it earlier on, right? You were like, was it the defense, was it the offense where Galeras were doing well? It is definitively their defense. And I think it's just the variety of different strategies, different looks that they throw at their opposition. There's so many strategies in the playbook. I know often we kind of have a laugh about, well, how deep is the Search and Destroy playbook in Call of Duty really? At this level, it appears for Galeras, it's basically a really thick book. I think it's like the size of every single Game of Thrones book put together. There's not that many of them because he won't write them, but that's not the point.
I was going to let you explain yourself further, but it's all right, man. We don't need to go that deep. But yeah, irrelevant. Look, it seems that the playbook is there for Galeras, and I think their problem is, I say it's a problem. Maybe there are maps they are better at, but Takeoff is making it through for them, and it is working wonderfully. But have you shown a hand too early in this competition?
Maybe.
That's the thing. You need to get through Swiss through any way possible, though. You cannot win the lottery if you do not have a ticket to the bracket.
Yeah, the only thing I will say is, you know, maybe it's one of those situations where, hey, you've got other maps that you can play, and you're just like, well, I mean, if we're just going to take off in addition to those other maps which we're good at in Search and Destroy, might as well get this one banned instead of the ones we actually want to play. I don't know if I'm kind of reading into it like 5D stuff or whatever. Yeah. I don't know, maybe. Regardless, what we can read into is the stats at the end of that game, and we can read into a phenomenal performance from Lucasen as per usual. I want to give some love to Henry Cat, though, because I was talking about Fokke before we got into the game and that kind of aggression. Henry Cat continually found themselves in a position to do some serious damage to Stalwart, a constant nuisance. And again, it's the variety of positions that he found himself in, right? He wasn't sitting in the same place every single defensive round. He was always doing something different.
I mean, I think we spotted it straight away in map number 1 as far as the change in position. So many times we've seen Lucasen over towards that B side, kind of giving a little bit of a hand to that one player who is pushed up. But he's kind of changed it up as every single round went on. They have so many different ways they want to play that Search and Destroy, which is all very well. I don't know if they see much else of it this weekend, but let's see how things do transpire. They may well not make out Swiss just yet. They want a piece between themselves and Stalwart Esports as we head into a control on Arsenal. This one is very, very even. It's a hard one to call, but typically for Galeras, Search and Destroy has been fantastic, but everything else hasn't quite looked as polished.
Yeah, so this is the thing, right? For Galeras, I think they already kind of knew coming into this, like, control is their specialty, right? So there's not really much they need to do to improve their control. The only thing I would say is I think you want to kind of polish off your map pool a little bit, because what we saw from them earlier on Seaside was far from great. But Arsenal control, oh yeah, just ban it, all right. I mean, cool, well, that's actually a conversation point, but maybe for a fill segment if we have to. For Arsenal control, though, I think Galeras have looked solid on it. We saw them earlier today, not that long ago, as a matter of fact, on it. And so we know what Galeras are capable of, not just on control, but on an Arsenal control as well. That said, this is Stalwart's best control map, and you've allowed that one through. It kind of puts us in a situation where how do you call this one? Because we've got one team that's phenomenal at control, one team that have got their most comfortable control map.
I mean, that's the conversation around Seaside being so bad for them. I mean, we only got one example. Maybe it's just Wolves looking sensational. But then when that becomes an auto veto, you then fall in the trap of having to play the other maps that other teams are good at. Like, that is the curse of having a map that you really don't want to play. You still have to play maps that other teams are really good at.
Yep, that's the conversation point again. You cannot veto for yourselves. At this stage of the tournament, full stop, these are the best Call of Duty mobile teams in the world, and you've got to be vetoing against their strengths. One more map to decide here between Gallerus and Stalwart, who will be booking themselves a place in bracket play. A reminder that both of these two teams are 2-1 right now, so winning this map will mean a place in tomorrow's play.
Well, here we go. You want to make sure you get in as early as possible in a map number 3 win for either one of these two teams will, well, not quite as early as it could have been, but one loss is not a bad one to take into the bracket play. Opening salvo towards B does work up at the side of Gallerus. They will try to find something over towards that side, but is it a red herring in the sense of that they may well just push over towards this A-style. Stalwart ready for it, not quite ready enough. Lucas and Fuck It will find their way in. A control is there. Looking to try and lock this one down as early as possible.
Early aggression here from Stalwart. Okay. Trying to get control of A. And I think Stalwart might have just chalked this one there. Last hope would be that flanking play from Clove. He has picked up Mihawk here, so this might give them an opportunity, a good look at capturing A, but they've got to get control of it now because that second tick already through. As you said, the numbers in favor, but it doesn't matter when you've got Focky on the other side, who will pick up a double. That late flank from Clove will ensure that A does not go by the wayside, but Gallerus, they've got designs on B.
Lukashin uses this Tundra in ways that others just can't. It was mainly the objective here from Gallerus, but as soon as they lost that control, they haven't concentrated too many efforts over towards this side. Sent one player in towards it, and okay, he will eventually get taken down. The trade does come through. So for all that, Gallerus have had some map presence across the board. They've now entirely lost to Stolber. They've done fantastically here on the defense. They can now push that defensive line as far up as it has been. And now it becomes a little bit more difficult. Vision reads that, doesn't read that though. Clove in behind for the trade. Stalwart Esports in a good position, but behind on lives.
Yep. Only 30 seconds left to go here in this round as well, so Gallerus only got a couple of good looks, and that's a big fight, as you said. Skirt down for the count. But once again, Stalwart have backup plans. AG was in wait inside the window. He will double up. Lukesin with a close range gun battle with the Tundra will get it done, but AG was able to find that triple. You need these sub-close and personal snipes. FTX can't land one on towards Lukesin. Finally will get it done. That's the back half of a double. That brings this clock down at just 13 seconds. One lost hurrah for Gallerus.
AV6. This is going to probably come down to lives, but for it to come down to lives for the side of Gallerus, you need to extend this time. Clove finds one, scared alongside of him. Pressure over towards this A side has to work out for them. The invest here. The Annihilate is out for Lucas, and he finds 2. 4 versus 3 in the favor of Gallerus. Now the gunfight's still continuing. It's 0 seconds on the clock, though. You need to continue to contest. It's so much investment from both two teams. But it will be Stalwart who find the round. Time just not on the side of Gallerus there.
Yep, and that round could have gone very differently. Remember that 3 versus 2 earlier on from Gallerus, right? That late hit from Clove that made sure that A was not captured by Gallerus. If that was the case, we would have been looking at a very different control round to kick this one off, but Stalwart strike first. Now, on the offense, can they fare better? It's good. Getting aggressive here. Mihawk trying to play sneaky. How much can he find? There's a nice double from Mihawk, and now wants to follow up with more. Surely not 80 as well. Gets enough shots so that Henry Cat's going to be able to finish off that gunfight. So Gallerus looking solid at the start of this defensive control round, and I think solid enough. They're starting to push players in towards the defensive line.
Oh, they're putting so much pressure down. It's actually going to be equalizers into the base, but falling down. As they went for the spawn kill there. Didn't work out for them. But they have put that pressure on. They have so much map presence now. The real estate behind them is significant. Stalwart Esports do not have too much room to maneuver. FTX will find one, Foki on another, as they just try to pick apart the defenses here of Gallerus because they are set up deep inside that halfway point, but they've done just a little bit better than that. There's 2 kills apiece for Scared, and one of the other players on the side of Stalwart, and all of a sudden you can get some control over towards A. You start to put the pressure on the B as well. A 2-point attack from Stalwart Esports. How will it play out?
Yeah, Gallerus is bitten on towards that one as well. They had to make sure they took the player off B before getting towards A, and now you're at a disadvantage here. You're going down the choke point, and it's a problem. Shut up and Scared there. They're winning those gunfights. By the time this flanking play comes through from Mihawk, this point is going to be done, and so I think that kind of flanking play transforms in towards a spawn trap play, but now you need to get the kills for Mihawk to be effective.
Playing on his own. Here comes a Predator missile. Did they choose to possibly deal with something on the other side? They don't find much with it. Club will find Hen. So all this time that he sits back there, Mihawk is completely useless until the rest of his team can start to find some kills. And this is sometimes where it becomes a little bit of a risky play. Legion will, of course, find one of those kills. Clove will be sent to the Shadow Realm and also to the spawn trap. Mihawk will find the first. He has a hold of the claw to do it. He will cause so much of a problem there. FDX on the other side of things, you can see so much pressure being put on both spawns from both teams. And it's about who just does it that little bit better. Claws are out on both sides of things. The lives, though, are not in Galler's favor. They are lambs to the slaughter from Shadab. 15 versus 3, and they've just done it that little bit better. Shadab goes crazy in the spawn, and that will be the game. Star Wars Esports going to find themselves 2-0 to the good there, and that's purely just executing that little bit better onto the spawn traps. There is some skill in it, and Star Wars Esports showed it.
I've never seen a commitment like that to a spawn trap. I mean, you send one player with an operator, right? Sometimes you send an extra one. You don't send 3 players towards the spawn trap, and it's just such a problem for Gallerus, right? It's almost unbreakable in a way, especially when probably the most proficient operator you could have for that spawn trap is in play for Stalwart. Shut up with the claw. Stalwart, just one control round away now from booking a place in bracket play. Can they get it done? They've got so much utility. The Predator missile coming out right from the rip as well. You don't just find a kill, but you get a wealth of information.
Oh, and that's really the problem for Gallerus. That has continued to show sometimes against these high-level teams in the control gameplay. When you do have that really, really bad round, you're then immediately at a disadvantage for the final one. Or what could be the final one anyway. Start to invest too much into this and don't win it. All of a sudden, Gallerus, you're back into it yourselves, but you are stuck in your spawn. You are not in a good position. Stalwart Esports running away with this control right now. What's been a hell of a series, but they are putting Gallerus to bed right now.
Yep, 8 life differential and growing. Gallerus need to find a way to break out of this prison that Stalwart have created for them. Good read that Shadab was going to be sat in that corner at least, so some promise here in Gallerus' efforts to get out, but there's not a lot of time to make this one happen. 25 seconds on the clock here. Close with the equalizer. Wants to bring the pain to Gallerus. Will pick up a couple of kills, and even that is damning at this point. This flank from Henry Cat needs to work. You cannot get caught. The read is good, but the kill is not. Shadab down for the count. Gallerus lifing them yet.
He got spotted on the flank, so he knows this player coming in behind it. Henry Cat is just trying to do this all on his own. He is truly all on his own. 7 seconds to go. Gallerus cannot get anywhere near the point, and Stalwart Esports have really shown their pedigree here. They will advance to the bracket play in a dominating control up against Gallerus. Big game between these two. Gallerus are showing their mettle in the search and destroy. But when it comes down to it against these really good teams, the respawns are not looking that clean.
Man, I mean, Gallerus is so good in Search and Destroy. If you were to just look at the Search and Destroy alone, you'd be like, what are Stalwart doing? But the rest of the series, man, oh man, these guys are respawn gods at the moment. And I think that control was just such a perfect example of it right there. Map control was phenomenal. Their operator utilization was phenomenal. Just the way in which they're able to constantly be oppressive towards Gallerus. I think I couldn't think of a better example of it than an ingenious play of, you've already got some kills. You're going to put a spawn trap together. You've already got a player with the claw in that spawn trap in that round number 2, right? You don't need anybody else there, but they do it anyway as an insurance policy, and that is the sole reason they're able to win the round in the way that they do. I can't believe what we just saw from Stalwart.
I mean, they did definitely look like they figured out what they needed to heading into this event here today, at least for this Swiss stage of the bracket. I do want to say, though, that Gallerus have at least really nailed down their S&D.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's great, but, like, I don't believe they won. They maybe won 1 hard point out of the now 4 games that they've played. And when you are in a Swiss bracket with the best out of 3, you can't afford to... I mean, I was about to say you can't afford to have one dud mode, but at the same time, when you've been so good at Search and Destroy, you kind of can, but it's difficult. Like, you're kind of just guaranteeing yourselves then going into control, and it's not necessarily a coin flip by any stretch of the imagination, but you are just banking on being able to find something there. And it just feels as if when they are going up against these top teams, they aren't quite there in control, which is making it difficult. But when we get to a best out of 5, that does change. But
I will say, well, my one concern with Gallerus at the moment, right, we're saying that they've worked out their search and destroy, and I think that's still true, but we've literally seen them, I think 3 out of the 4 search and destroy today, we've seen them on takeoff, right? So how much of that is not being good at search and destroy, but being phenomenal at takeoff, search and destroy? And that's not going to fly in bracket play. So as we get further and further into this tournament, they've got to try and figure out what's going on in the respawns, that's for sure.
It'll boil down to see which of these teams are paying attention to those map picks and bans through that veto process. But of course, we've got another winner, which means another lovely interview with FDOT standing by on the stage.
Lovely, certainly right. FDX standing here, and that was lovely gameplay. Listen, this has been a long day so far. You've played a whole bunch of squads. Talk to me a little bit about what the entire field of competition looks like and how the teams differ from region to region.
Basically, I think is the most hardest, but Galleries gave us a good shot. Yeah.
We heard the analyst Des talk a lot about how strong your respawns were in particular. What is it? How do you guys make sure to ensure that that is really pushing up?
Just scream elevate every day, and you'll be good at the respawns.
So awesome. I want to talk a little bit about the inter-region camaraderie that you have with Elevate. What's that relationship like?
It's just basically we support each other because we're only, we're basically Garena's team. So in this world stage, we're not enemies anymore. We're brothers. Yeah.
I love to hear that, man. That's what the scene's all about. Thank you so much. Appreciate you and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome. Excellent stuff from FDX. We'll talk to Beef Mommy. Hey, real quick.
Well, as you can see behind me, there's some chaos in the pit because Q9 just shut down Tribe in a very convincing fashion. And aren't you guys from Vitality? Well, apparently from Q9 right now.
Jayo, 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 Jayo.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Let's go!
Let's freaking go. And that is what we're feeling right now in the entire DreamHack. And of course, you guys at home, don't forget, we still have a lot of streams up for you guys, but we've already reached that halfway point. Round number 4 already commencing. We still have a few more, and we're gonna be saying goodbye to a lot more teams. And speaking of teams that have left us already, we have Diabolos, Ancient, and Exclusive leaving the competition. Of course, there's still a lot more matches up here for today. And look at the smile on this team right now. But of course, we also have to look at Tribe as well, because that means that's gonna be a 2-2 matchup later on, and a possibility for, I don't know, a Vitality matchup. We'll see what will happen later on, but for now, let's take a quick short break.
Hey guys, we are Stalwart Esports and we came here to win. Come and support us in Georgia. Woo!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Ready for my time to shine. For the right time. Fuel the fire inside. Waiting for my time to shine. Waiting for the right time. I'm living for the moonlight. Won't you be mine? Won't you be mine? Climbing, reaching new heights. Taking all that I find. Waiting for the right time. Waiting for the right time. Waiting for the right Waiting for my time to shine. Waiting for my time to shine.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. We're just a few matches away from closing out day one of our competition. 2 more matches away from knowing which teams will be in the next stage of our competition as more and more squads are eliminated. And a huge thank you there to DHL, one of our many partners here helping us put on this event all weekend long.
Whoa.
Especially with the
I thought it was night
bot
time.
and everything. It's not. It's not night yet.
not.
We still have 2 more matches before
Oh,
night.
I haven't seen the sun in ages. I don't know.
Right. Well, you won't when we leave either, because that's gonna be nighttime. That's how long this day has been. So hopefully our players who are about to be up on stage are able to rally. And this is something we do talk about a lot when it comes to our pros. These are long days. How do you maintain the same level of energy, of play ability throughout this type of a Swiss bracket? And now we've got 2 more teams to talk about in that specific respect, because we now have Supreme Team and 4Magic Vitrini up on stage, 2 teams we haven't gotten a chance to see at all today so far. So let's start things by talking about Supreme Team here, Shift.
Yeah, this is a surprise squad. You know, they're another one of our hybrid teams that deal with a bit of Latin America, with a bit of North America. Going through stage 4, I felt like everyone was looking at the squad of like really? This is the team? But then I was like, wait, really? This is the team? Like, they were looking pretty darn solid. Beat Tribe in every single one of their matchups, which is, I think, really important to note in terms of being able to build good confidence early. Now, the question mark is, what can they do on the global stage? And so far, there hasn't been much to look back on today and say, this is where they're strongest. It's been a little bit of a mixed bag of results. So they're still trying to feel themselves out, know what their map picks and bans are going to look like, and there's not a lot of forgiveness because this is a 1-2 match. You lose this one, you go home.
That's what happens at the end of the day. Every single match matters more and more, and as we get to these final matches up on the stage, it will be the last opportunity for one of these teams to make their way through. On the other side of this conversation, though, we do have 4Magic Vitrini going up against Supreme Team.
Yeah, I mean, 4Magic Vitrini, they come into this with kind of like a dent in their armor, if you will. Not playing with their full roster kind of adds a little wrench in the system. You don't have your full game plan, but it was a very heartwarming experience being able to talk to these guys on media day and being able to hear their story. And for all of Latin America, I think it is safe to say you are kind of in the shadow. Everybody's looking at Galeras, but this team actually holds a very good light to it, especially for Crozin, a very electric player. They were able to reverse sweep Vitality on this fine day. A lot of question marks about what this team was going to look like on the international stage. Yes, they lost to X-Rock and Q9. Those are pretty darn good teams, but they gave them a good shaking along the way.
I was about to say, like, outside of our top teams that have had to square up against one another, like, I think Godlike has had a really tough Swiss stage at this point. This is the next hardest in terms of overall schedule. Starting versus a Vitality squad that we rate right in the middle, if not a little bit above the middle of the pack, and then your top 2 Chinese squads. Like, not an easy pathway. So you look at the results, they haven't won a hard point yet, but those are 3 great hard point teams. So if there were ever a time to get on the board early, it would be to start off this matchup right here.
And you know that both of these teams are going to have just that little bit of extra fire kind of burning in them to close out the day with that win. Continue on for our $1 million prize pool, the trophy that we keep showing on stage, the title of the best in the world in Call of Duty Mobile. I mean, there is a lot riding on these last few matches here for the rest of the day. And if you're just joining us, we did come off the backs of a match between Galaris and Stalwart Esports. That went the way of Stalwart Esports. I can't even talk anymore. And that was with a Galaris that we've seen find success throughout the day as well. We've seen so many highs and lows out of all of the squads here so far. And so, like you guys had mentioned, some upsets out of the likes of teams like 4Magic Vitrini, taking down Vitality to kick off the day. It still is anybody's game right now. Nothing is set in stone yet.
Yeah, I mean, like, ultimately, we will have things set in stone by the end of this. Per Shift's point, one team, unfortunately, will be going home. Now, here is the current road of 4Magic Vitrini and how they got here. Talked about the 2-1 win. That was the reverse sweep. Shift got some flack from Callie on Twitter about that one. And then they had to go up against X-Rock, which, again, is a... Yeah, you spoke it into existence with the reverse sweep talk at the beginning of the day. But X-Rock was a very tough matchup, I would say, stylistically, for 4Magic Vitrini. Not a very close one. They only put up 107 points in the hard point in only a single round of the Surge, but at least the 160 to 250 versus Q9 was more respectable than the Surge, as you would expect versus either Q9 or X-Rock from the Chinese region. They got smoked.
Yeah, and again, like you said, that was kind of the expectation.
Sure.
And to be fair, you know, the Latin American region had been decimated by visa issues. Not as much on this squad, but still an impact. So when it comes to trying to build chemistry when you're playing up against squads that have been together for a full calendar year or more, not easy to really break that down in terms of, well, we just got a bad draw. So now you've got a chance to go up against a North American team that does not necessarily look like a top threat out of North America. LG, of course, still holding that candle. But still, there is an opportunity to come out, show your prowess immediately, and build a little bit of that momentum.
I like it. I like it. We'll take a look back at this bracket just in case you've missed anything that might have happened throughout the day so far. We mentioned it when we took a look at it a little while ago, probably a few hours at this point, but it was at the top of our Swiss, two teams making it through very early on, 3-0 to both of these squads here proper. I mean, we saw some phenomenal performances.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, it is the World Championship for a reason. I would think that you can make an argument for every single team just about on this list, whether they are in the 1-2 or whether they made it 3-0 along the way to be here for this tournament. And they've all had their bright spots as the season goes along, whether that's regionally or back in Mobile Masters or as recent as CDSI. We expected bangers. We've been getting everything of the sorts, including the 3-0s. We've been getting a lot of information for a lot of these teams.
You guys will see there on that bracket, teams moving through in those 3rd, 4th, and 5th seed positions as well. The top two, of course, being X-Rock and Elevate, having an insane performance here today. But Shift, do you have a thought? Looks like you have a thought.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to quickly look at it. So the Wolves and Luminosity are playing. Luminosity took map number 1, 250-241. So, yeah, it looks like that is going to be another one of those matchups. Again, one of those teams will qualify. The other will have to fight for one last chance. As we have our maps currently ready to go. We got something to kick us off.
Should be a good time. Again, between these two teams, you feel like that the extra pressure, the fire underneath them, backs against the wall, other buzz phrases, I suppose. But this is where you need to play your best between these two teams. Make it as clean as possible. Who's staying alive in the Swiss?
Now, this is one of those maps that I think can get out of hand pretty darn quickly, but it can also be one of those that fuels you very quickly if you can start off hot, especially with the SMGs can get cooking early. See how things go as Blur, one of the players that has seen a grand finals before, looking to try to build this team in a little bit of a power position. And how about the opener? 3 in a row for Blur, shuts down the play from the front, and that's going to lead to some very significant time for Supreme early.
First time that we're seeing 4Magic Vitrini play on Summit all weekend long, but I feel like it's a staple. Been for so long, you just got to come out of the gates absolutely swinging. Cruisin still sitting on the goose as well, and the Supreme team, to your point there, did a great job in that specific moment, being able to isolate players and at least play through the middle of the map so far. They're playing through their split spawns, but still some time to play for here at 1.
Yeah, exactly the case. Often expect that these first 2 hard points will just be very 50-50, very battle, very tug-of-war, where everyone's just trying to fight for the positioning towards the first money hill, which is over on the left-hand side. And at the moment, Supreme Team think that they have it, but there is one player for 4Magic Vitrini who has spawned behind this play. So now it's just down to how do they tally up where the spawns exactly are. It's split for both these two teams. Hard point about to open up. Shui just playing inside the hill for now, and he's got good help as Blur and the rest of the gang have found a 4-for-1 exchange.
still have really good presence around this side of the map for Supreme. How do you isolate some of these players? And the slightest bit of hesitation is allowing Rihan just to be able to hit routes like that. It was a little strange, but still kills to speak up. 4-4 Magic Vitrini, 40 seconds left to fight over. You're only trailing by about 20, but it's a double-edged spear. You have to get through this time. You know which side of the map they want.
Be the case. Big shout out to our first female competitor on the World Championship stage, Chagaboo, having herself a really solid start and even waiting for the region to pop up for another. So how about Chagaboo? Able to get herself into the picture, has earned himself the 100-killer drone to start, plus the early Sparrow for her. And she'll be responsible for watching the rotation come through the snow pathway while the rest of her teammates fight over the old time.
Gonna have at least one hitting the snow path. Easy pickings for Chagaboo. Now your eyes can all go forward. There's nobody playing all the way into the far back. Finally, we'll be picking that up for Supreme Team. But as the delay hit starts to come through, the hill war is about to pop and a couple operators expended immediately.
Yeah, that looked a bit odd, that first Sparrow shot. They've hit the wall. Didn't quite get to the front entryway, but Chags still able to find at least a 1-for-1 exchange. That allows, once again, Supreme Team to lock things down from the front. Here comes the bump away from the hard point. And with 45 seconds still remaining, it's one of those moments you almost don't want to kill too good because then you'll automatically flip the spawns around. As Shisui is able to take a double down from the front. Sparrow on the break up here for Leojin, but only finds one. The Pred missile as things start to get hot will clear out the front side of the hill, and Supreme Team will hold.
Gravity Vortex gun expended there at the end for Frozen for Magic Vitrini, just trying to at least keep them trapped all the way on the west side of the mini-map, but it does not go their way at all. Some stark differences as far as the KD ratios are going, I'm concerned, but with gunfights like that, you feel like for Magic Vitrini just need to wake up a little bit. It's a whole hard point is the difference in between these two teams. For Magic Vitrini do have the rotation over towards New.
Leo Sarah's on 3 kills?
Yeah, I don't know, it feels strange.
Not often you hear that through 3 hard points. For Magic Vitrini, will have the rotational win over towards P4. Being threatened though, Supreme Team playing over the north side of the map. And they've got numbers here. Smoke will come through first, nades behind that. War Machine out for Leo Zera, just trying to lock this down, but these are blind shots that really aren't even coming close. The equalizer is what's really finds the value here for Maggie. Zyrax will to find the trade, but nothing more as Leo Zera will have the last shot for the War Machine Connect, and for Magic will hold on.
There you go. A little War Machine confidence never hurt nobody for a slow start out of Leo Zera. Best believe we're going to be keeping a close eye on that. You feel like once he starts to get the ball rolling,
big time.
More Magic Vitrini will start to pick up soon afterwards. But it is still a steep score line that you fall to, and a lot of time still left to fight over here at 4. You still have to close spawns for 4MV.
Yeah. Flirt shut down from the front. This has been essentially a full 60 for Magic Vitrini. Still 20 seconds to fight for. Chagaboo's having a great opening map. 15 eliminations for her. Bigodera able to find at least some sort of response off the reload. Nearly turns that into a second, but the trades are good as Maggie will continue to hold on to the strap. Last attempt here, trying to get a little bit of time for Supreme Team, and it's not going well. Yikes. Maggie just having a little bit of parkour action over on the platform. That's enough to bring this back to within about 30 points as we rotate back into the Mill Hill for P1.
Much better look than what we saw at the end of P3. I think that goes without saying for 4MV, and now you can start to get the ball rolling just ever so slightly. Just bring yourself back into a level head matchup, and the square up through the middle of the map is going very well for 4MV, at least to start off the second set.
A couple of kills traded back, but still, like you mentioned, 4MV in a good position, still soaking up time on the first hill. Zyrax, equalizer at the ready. He's getting to work with it. Off through the cage, able to find a second. A straight aid for Bigodera. Gets the shutdown, but it's not before the hard point will flip. Supreme Team now back in control.
Just trying to get themselves maintaining high ground. A little bit of a late turnaround coming through for Leo Zera before he was able to at least realize who was behind him, but Supreme Team all playing from the center of the map. They know fully where 4MV are spawning over by 15 seconds left to play for, and Supreme Team have to really think consciously about how they want to try to break out from P1 and try to get some more high ground control.
Oh, this works. Shisui able to find a couple. Limits the approach here for 4MV on their re-break of 1, let alone their potential setup for the second hill. Zyrax, Fennec in hand, already has the 100 killer looking for the Pred, but shut down. Trade is decent. Back and forth we go. 4MV still a chance to fight over the top of P2 just as it opens.
War Machine invested. Didn't find much of anything whatsoever. It's a pretty blue-looking kill feed if you ask me. Just a couple more players lingering around over by the hill, but all be good trades for 4MV. They haven't really gained much map positioning because of it.
Yeah, I'll say. Yet the economy of the operators starts to tilt back over to the favor of 4MV, who have brought this back to within about 30 points. Purifier out. Bigodera, how about that for a nice double? Cleans out the hard point. One more player to find, and he's lost him. And Zyrax from the high ground getting 2. Rayon trying to force the Annihilator into the mix. difficult setup, but still finds a way to break it through. 3 for Rihan, and maybe more in front of him. He can lock down the players coming off the high ground, let alone the players through the smoke. In and out, Rihan finds another. Excuse me? Supreme Team now up to 152 for MV, trying to play for rotation.
Yeah, they sure are. They already have players hanging around on the bottom side of the map trying to influence a rotation over towards C-Lift. We'll actually send one player from Supreme Team to spawn all the way out. So Maggie's going to pull out the equalizer. They're playing so far in the backside of the map, they're almost off of the screen, and it works out. They dealt with Maggie. You still have a War Machine invested here for Leazar.
That could not have been better time for Supreme Team. The lock on the hard point comes through, so the spawns will not be on the far right-hand side of the map. They got blessed with a couple eliminations and that long route, and now they're taking full advantage of it. Maggie shut down. That is a full wipe in favor of Supreme Team, who can now look at this back 40 seconds, the chance to break past the 200-point mark.
And you feel like you do have to contest this time if you are Supreme Team. The biggest problem is that now Zyrax currently has the equalizer out, so you're trying to walk through all of this, and Zyrax is just doing the dance. Your back line just conveying all of this coming through from the team that's just maintaining presence inside of the hill. Maggie might find 2, but it's about a full 45 plus coming through for Supreme Team as their lead has grown.
A little awkward timing. The equalizers get pulled into the pockets just as soon as the weapon swap comes out, and that's enough for 4MV to stop the push forward. So there will not be any further flipping of the spawns. A chance for 4MV to recover right here. And this map is not over yet. No operators, though, in favor of 4MV at the moment, as Blur has the War Machine ready to go, and now motion quickly across the map. 4MV in a little bit of trouble here, dealing with it, though, as they go 3 for 1.
So have these back spawns. The problem is that you still have these back spawns, especially for Supreme Team's positioning, just keeping them trapped on the backside of the map. But you just need to get a favorable kill feed. Good amount of trades could come through for 4MV, and they could find themselves inside the time fully.
Great finesse from Shisui. Just trying to extend his life as long as really possible. Is enough for Jagabu to pull out the Sparrow for a couple. Long range, trying to Katniss Everdeen in the corner. Not quite able to find the connection, but the break is still good. Supreme Team from the front. Have to use 2 operators to get the break, but it's enough to get them over the 200-point mark.
Still have a couple close players for MV, just waiting for the open invitation to try to recontest the time. You need all the back 25 seconds plus the opening 40 on the upcoming set of hard points, because you are down cataclysmically. 215 and 151. Claw invested here at the end for Supreme Team, just really trying to layer on the pressure. They know they cannot close it out here, but they are inching themselves closer to 250.
Yeah, that's the biggest part about it, is every second is one that essentially makes this map just a touch easier. The gap is right around 70 points for MV. Struggling to get out of the old time as they make their move over towards P1. Supreme Team, a chance to possibly close if they can find a good setup as we jump over to a Supreme Team listening.
Yo, what's up, top right now, what's up, on top.
Nice pushing.
We gotta jump here.
I'm spot trapping them green. I'm putting pressure. Con. Top yellow. One to go. One more go. Beat up now. Fury dead. Con. One P2. Bottom.
Yo, spare dead down.
One machine con.
Yo, Warren, got me, guys. Con.
Two, one more, beat on.
One more, beat up. I'm alone.
It's gonna be con.
Only 4 seconds. I'm on
Fucking shit.
Let's go, bro.
Nice.
Close out for Supreme Team. Lots of energy, lots of vibes, and it's one of those things that this team, if they can catch a little momentum, you can kind of hear the comms. Everyone starts to trust each other. Everyone's got good calls, and that leads to a pretty convincing map 1 win.
I'm feeling gassed and ready to load into map number 2 myself. Those comms were so good. Every single bit of micro was called out, right down to even killing the hunter-killer drone. Any sort of influence that could have changed the fight, it was thought about in those final few moments. And like you said, it was a comfortable win. No less coming through for Team Supreme, but that was just wonderfully executed.
Oh, yeah.
And for MV, credit to where it is due, did bring it back to a very respectable scoreline given the first opening 3 hills and how it started. But, I mean, this Supreme Team just really came to play. They know what's at stake, especially with only 1 more map to stay alive in the tournament.
Yeah, trends and patterns favored Supreme Team pretty much from start to finish. I mean, even in the hard points that they had to find ways to break, at least they were getting some decent contest time, if not time of their own. I think especially right here on the feed at P4. It's just really good individual finesse coming out. A couple of moments where you really saw the trustworthiness come through, and then right at the end, like we heard, comms were clean, gives them essentially a 100-point win. So really good stuff. Top of the leaderboard, 41 and 29 for Zyrax. Rihan also, again, a lot of solid plays, especially highlighted by the Annihilator, 37 and 29 for him. So everyone goes positive. Good news here for Supreme Team.
You just look at every stat across the board. Everybody had a different hand in the pie. I mean, just about everybody had a minute plus of OBJ time. You look at the assists as well. Only one player that's not at double digits, and that's Chagaboo, but we also got to see the influence that she does bring to this team at the same point in time. The Sparrow shots clean, spacing provided for the rest of the team just to be an absolute nuisance. This team is deadly. We've seen that the entire year.
Yep. Surprisingly so to a certain way. Again, this is an elimination matchup, so the energy that's going to be expended over the course of the next hour and a half or so between these matches and the ones that are at the 2-2 squads is going to be high as we jump over to a takeoff, search, and destroy. I think we've only seen 3 search maps this week so far. We have gotten a lot of firing range, gotten a lot of takeoff, and then off stream a couple of times we've had some Tunisia. I don't think we've
There was a Kurahana.
There was Kurahana.
Yeah, there was
Never
Kurahana.
mind.
Yeah. We had a lovely conversation about the map design.
We haven't seen a single express tallied yet.
Oh, no, we have not.
Weird.
Which is unfortunate for me because I'm sure everybody is probably used to me wanting to count the most random things, but train kills kind of give me like a third wind into the evening, so selfishly like to see that.
Yeah, you would. Speaking of kills, the train does not show up on the leaderboard, but these 5 do. And Lukaszyn, it continues to be by and far away the best player in the game. 260 kills for him already, and he still has another match to play. Solo for Godlike also looking good. Actually, the Godlike team at Hull is getting 2 representatives up here, as well as, number 3, if that is Tectonic, who's actually there. That's not his picture, nor does he play for Galaris. But
is that Hen?
That's Hen.
Is it Hen at 223 or is it Tech?
One of the two. Regardless, both have looked good today. Only one of them will be in the top 5. Regardless of that point, though, 2 players from Godlike in the top 5. Still showing that these guys are hanging, man.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing we know for certain, especially when you and I were backstage and we were watching that series versus Galaris, is that this team still got it. The Godlike roster, obviously, former top 2 after last Worlds. We know that they can absolutely still hang. They've been battle-tested multitude of times. It's just the small things that they have to iron out to really find their stride.
They are playing Animus on the D stream, if I'm not mistaken. Other results, just kind of looking at it, Luminosity, like we mentioned, was 1-0 up against Wolves. That's on the B stream right now. And then Q9 defeated Tribe 2-0. So Tribe's in some hot water here as they will go to another 2-2 matchup. They actually may play Luminosity. That would be spicy.
Haven't played yet, so that's very, very likely.
I like that.
There's a lot of potential spicy 2-2 matchups, especially given how the outcome between Wolves and Luminosity will go.
Yeah.
Especially with Stalwart sending Galaris down to the 2-2 pool as well.
Dude, Stalwart looks good.
Yeah, I think that entire region definitely deserves its respect. Their prep, their adjustments live in a very, very long day of Call of Duty is no easy feat, but we've seen that out of both of them and Elevata as well.
Yeah. Search and Destroy could use a little bit of work for those boys, but hey, you go back, you study up, especially on the takeoff, figure some things out, get a game plan together, be ready to go for tomorrow, regardless of who you play, because they're going to come in as top 4 seed.
Yeah.
It's pretty big. Honestly.
and you genuinely feel like, especially with the early evening that now you do have, I mean, that is the caveat, right? If you do reach 3 wins, the evening is a whole lot quicker for you to be able to go back for VOD review, watch the broadcast, get whatever VOD you could possibly get on your opponent. So much time to prepare for tomorrow.
Yeah. So what, our top 4 seeds, just to kind of hit this one more time before we jump into the takeoff here. We've got, of course, the 2 first teams that qualified through. That's the biggest part. You know, X-Rock, clean, dominated Wolves. Other side, Elevate, dominant over there. So Supreme Team is hanging out, chilling, and well, I actually had a chance to sit down and talk to them a little bit before the matches had start, and we'll take a look to see what they had to say before the tournament.
Michael Schick here, DreamHack Atlanta for, of course, Cotton Mobile World Championships. And with me today, I've got Supreme Team. Rehan, Blur, Shisui, Cyrax, Chagaboo. Friends, welcome to Atlanta. How are we feeling? How's this team looking? I mean, you guys are one of the squads that I think was looked at with a little bit of, we don't know what we're going to get. You qualify with some significance. Tell me about this team. How'd you guys come together?
You know, this is how we started. There was a lot of mess in NA where a bunch of roster changes, a lot of things going on. But there was a point where I didn't have a team. It was hard for me to get a team. Everybody already made a team. We did have a player, hey, man, let's make a team. You know, now that NA is part of Mexico now, and we all got together, we met Shisui, Zyrax, and Puedes, and they gave us a chance, and we made this team. We made it happen. It feels great to be teamed up with not only the best players from Mexico, but also the most accused players from Mexico. Many people think they hack, but in reality, they just can't keep up with the work ethic, their gun skill. Like, they're ready for this.
Chagaboo. First female representation at Worlds. Girl, tell me about how this year has been.
It's been like a lot of ups and downs, I'd say. It was definitely unexpected. So incredibly grateful here to share this space with a lot of talented players in general, you know, also including my teammates. But yeah, it just kind of came out of nowhere. Blair approached me with the opportunity, and it's kind of like one of those things you can't really pass up. So apart from being the first, I've always really enjoyed playing competitive, and like any game really, I've always been a competitive person in general. So I really do enjoy like playing against these players from so many different places, and you know, finally getting to meet them too. It's been like a crazy experience.
Okay, other side of the coin, who do you guys think is the most overrated team here?
I think I'm gonna get hate from the Indians, but I think Godlike. I think they're overrated. I think they're not gonna do this good this year.
Interesting. Anyone have a feeling that Luminosity is overrated if you guys took them to 5, nearly beat them at stage 4?
No, I don't think they're overrated.
Okay, so there's respect there.
They're on the game for like 16 hours a day, you know, so I mean, I know they're putting the work.
Fair enough. I love it. I love it. Well, guys, thank you so much. This has been a lot of fun. Best of luck. And hey, I'm always here for a good underdog story. So thanks so much, guys.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Really is kind of a fun story, you know, with this team going through lots of ups and downs, like they kind of talked about in the interview. Yeah, this team wasn't meant to happen initially, but they found themselves in a good position. They surprised people in stage 4, and hey, they still have a fight to battle here, but still looking decent, at least to open things up on that opening summit.
And I think what's even more rejuvenating, especially after the long day, when we went to that listen-in, and after hearing that story, just how passionate they still are, because they know that they have the potential to be able to make it to that single elimination bracket that starts tomorrow. So yeah, great story, just fantastic year overall for a team that wasn't meant to happen, but damn, I'm glad it did.
I think we all are in certain ways. So that's the side of the story on just the North American counterparts, but the other side here for Ford Magic Vitrini, kind of slept on. I mean, I feel like the Latin American region in the last championship as well as this one came in with everyone's focused on the Lukashin team.
Correct.
But there's just as many experienced players on the other side here. I mean, Bigo Dara, Crozian in particular, Leo Zera, all 3 of which have been playing for the last 3 years, at least when it comes to representing themselves at the major stage. And they have been just as successful in terms of at least historic results when it comes to Worlds.
I mean, Leo Zera is just a name altogether that you and I have been seeing around the COD Mobile sphere for quite some time. I mean, you go back to what he was able to do on Skate, got top 6, and Inco back in 23. Yeah, top 16, whatever, wasn't as great. But still, the competition is still there. And albeit, like I said when we were talking about the team initially, it might be a certain shadow to whatever team Lucasen is on. I mean, I'm probably not alone on this hill. Probably he is the best player in the game. A lot of focus is on whatever team he's on.
Yeah.
But they're still competing against each other and scrimming every single day. So, I mean, you'd have to imagine that the competition has to be just as fierce.
Yeah, without question. Just comes down to what does that practice look like compared to the teams especially that are, you know, getting major tournaments out east. Speaking of, we're ready to go. Don't have to talk about it too much more as we have Takeoff, Search, and Destroy. The one big issue that teams have had so far is showing us anything on offense. It just has not looked good in terms of cracking the code to get out of the stadium, in towards middle map, or up towards red. It's just been choke point shutdown after choke point shutdown. What do these two teams have to offer, especially from the attacking perspective?
Easiest way to eye-hole shift and Proper's heart is using utility to get further along from the map and getting that rock planted on Takeoff, Search, and Destroy. It is no easy feat, but if there's one thing you do have walking into this, especially for Ford Magic Vitrini, this was the map mode combination that kicked off the reverse sweep versus Team Vitality earlier today.
That's a good point. Supreme Team looking to stack things up over towards A. Smokes will linger on the B side of the map, but the full focus of all 5 members is right here towards the B side. And I already like what I'm seeing. Do we have nades to try to open things up? Doesn't make a difference. It's Chagaboo for the first. Rehan gets slipped into mid-map. He can actually watch the cross here. This has looked really good for Supreme Team. Only a single shutdown from Bigo Dara, who's on the backside of the play. Crozian following up behind this, but this is taking time, and they don't have a lot of clearance, so more eliminations means more time for Supreme Team.
She sweep, able to dodge between a couple bullets and stay alive. Now leaves a lone warrior of Crozian with the sniper. 15 seconds to find 3 eliminations. If you can tell by this point in time, it is seemingly unwinnable, but that was nasty. Able to find the second.
Wait.
Would need the kill right now and to hop the bomb just for the defuse, but it was a Herculean effort no less. But you do not sleep on Crozine, who will die at the end of the round regardless. But I do love to see the aggression coming through immediately. And it has to be that confidence when it comes down to takeoff. Because sometimes with all the different corners and all the different nuances that you have outside of that bomb site, any player could be hiding in any sort of single corner. But I do love that blind confidence coming out from them.
No, me too. And I love the fact that we're full stacking, we're throwing nades, and we're then slipping players in towards mid by hitting through the same direction first. We're not letting this dynamic defense just pick us apart before we can actually execute. So already a good start in terms of how Supreme Team have offered an opening attack. And we're jumping back in. Just a moment pause, as I think there may have been some sort of a phone thing going on, but regardless, everyone seems to be pretty comfortable and ready to go. Opening snipe shot from Blur, just a bit wide. Second chance, also not going to land, but again, quick tempo here from Supreme Team, playing over towards the B side of the map this time.
Close corners being held. Trying to take all of the lounge, getting in towards the back of the B bomb site. Nade's going to go right over the top, I believe actually hit Bigodera, but the space is now being taken.
This is a lot of space from Supreme Team. They've got full top red control. Crozine for the first, Leosin gets the second though, so we have an early 5v3. And I think if you're Supreme Team, you have to push through this. I just don't think you can wait. You got to push through P2. See if you can open up the backside of this site and hopefully isolate a couple of kills, because right now, 4 Magic and Trinity have everything covered.
Yeah, some of the best B hits are never actually intended to be B hits, but I do love the casual push all the way through the lounge and trying to flip the map. Typically works out in the offense's favor, but hesitates too long. Corners get held, scopes being held, angles and crosses galore. Still have the bomb in play, just under 1 minute to go, but it's an uphill battle from here, 2v5.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you kind of have to force something in these odd man situations. That time it's just hoping for some blessed COD timing, doesn't work out. Blur still with the connect to eliminate this down to a 3v4. Pardon me, 2v4. Definitely still doable, but difficult, I think, in terms of how do you get the clock back in your favor. There's just no comfortable way to plant this bomb.
Your only win condition is just to try to stick it, maybe have the cover coming either from Blur, but that play goes out the window. He's now isolated. She's sweet. 1v4, 20 seconds remain. It's just not a very winnable situation with the 5-9 aim.
No, it's not. And time will expire on this play. Give the good old heave-ho college try. And he's been seen. Good shots. Keeps the hand warm, but there's no way to get that bomb planted. So decent response there for 4MV, just not allowing the Supreme Team to play aggressive on the opposite side of the map this time.
Had a really good response actually coming through from Supreme Team. You know, typically you'll put like an R9 shotgun or maybe a Fennec inside of the control building, the northmost building on the mini-map. But without that, they had to concede a lot of space and just play from the scopes, and all the crosses over by the A bomb site was wonderfully played out, clearly rehearsed out of 4MV.
Yeah, I'll say. Supreme Team right back over towards at least this leaning stack at A. Maggie's already taken a handful of shots with the MG. Still plenty of ammunition, of course. It's a bullet hose. Crossfire set up at the middle of the map. It's a little bit different than the last time around, but doesn't make a difference. It's Rehan who's able to find Crozine. So that sniper v sniper battle continues to tilt in favor of Supreme Team in the opening moments.
Sure does. But what space could you possibly get taken away from that? With such a big scope taken away, and well, Blur just tries to lay prone, maybe try to get a little cheeky of an angle. Blazera was holding that yesterday.
I just don't know why we don't stun that first. Got ourselves a 5v4. Now it's down to a 4v4. Rehan trying to hopefully connect on the wall bang. Just a bit wide. And now we're down to 60 seconds. More noise from Rehan. Can he pull this defense, or at least keep it focused on towards this B site before this eventual hit will likely, you figure, explode onto the A site?
Snipers are waiting for the picks. Defense just don't have to give you any of the angles. You already took away one of the snipers anyway.
Oh no.
You almost expect for one of them to possibly pick them up, but all this time is just being so wasted away, and they're now going to slowly encroach the way towards the B bomb site. Bigodera has been waiting here since yesterday.
I was about to say, this is the whoa, the sleeve, but Rehan able to connect. Follow-up is good, and Leosin turns that into a double somehow. Shisui stuck at mid, trying to get into the scaffolding, but has lost all of his friends. Wow. I mean, initially, you think Bigodera is just going to shut down the play completely. He gets taken down, and Leozin is just very luckily there to follow up for a double of his own, and at that point, the defense never really breaks.
Yeah, it just again, back-to-back rounds where 4MV have really good reactions to what Supreme Team are throwing at them. They got first blood, and 4MGs hold the line and just play off of the trust of the information they have as a team. So what do you do to adapt here for Supreme Team? They're going back towards that A hit we saw in the first round.
Yep. Early nades tossed at the doorway to make sure no one defensively has played aggressively, and now they're just going to send it. Top of the rotation back for Maggie. Just spamming through the smoke. Blessed enough to connect for the kill onto Zyrax. The bomb has made its way forward. Blur also finds a cross shot over towards the backside of Medbay. So here's an opportunity to possibly just get a little bit deeper for a post-plant setup, but does this come at a bit of a cost because Maggie, although drops, Rihan will also fall, leaving to now 3v3.
Bigodera going to pick up Chagaboop. 3v2. The thing about it is you're in a post-plant situation. Blur still has the boomstick in play.
Yeah.
He's the win condition.
And he's playing all the way by Med. You got to get one, though, if you're Shisui. Not going to happen. Smoke down for the retake. Blur has to move forward to see if the bomb is being defused, and as he does, he gets cut down. So really good defensive retake out of 4MV, in particular, utilizing the smoke to separate that post plant.
Yeah. Again, just recognizing who's still alive by process of elimination. You assume Blur's been sniping the entire time because it's Blur, and probably playing all the way back in med bay, given everything that they have already cleared. But late utility does pay dividends per usual in a game of search and destroy, especially on takeoff. 3-1 now.
Well, Blur's going to find first blood. Once again, it's a quick connection leading to a quick hit. Smoke out. Oh, and Leo's in this time. No heroics as Zyrax finds the kill. Long flank on the way from the defense, but they're running out of time to stop this plant. Or at least you would think. Supreme Team haven't actually committed for a plant yet. They're still playing for kills. And this is actually a window still a bit open for 4MV. As Bigodera takes down a kill through mid, maybe had a chance for more, but gets isolated now. Supreme Team have a 3v1.
Yeah, I wonder if there was like some type of audio cue, visual cue. I'm not too sure, but you still have numbers. Bomb will be committed now towards B.
The bomb has been planted.
All right, Leozera. Anything fantastic to give us? Well, can't even finish the first kill. That's all the information you need.
Yep, look at the split. Chags will still drop. Leozera still stuck, though. Not sure where exactly these post-plant defenders have gone off to. And he has cleared the wrong side of the map, at least for now. This is so tough, man. You have to clear P2 Lounge. And you got to clear the high ground. That's the biggest issue. And as he does, Blur's on the other side of the map, just in Narnia with the scope. That's a nice set of offensive attempts. This time it actually fully gets past the finish line. Supreme Team get their second.
Finishing things off as a 3-3 half, given what 4MV were able to do for a handful of defenses in a row, would be magnificent if you're looking at it from Supreme Team's perspective. Nate ceremoniously over the top, probably looking for an early control push. You know Bigodera is going to be lurking around here somewhere, surely.
Yeah, surely. Blur trying to take a shot through the smoke. Mid-focus here, heavy from Supreme Team, but they're stuck. That's one of those things that's like, you got to peel back the layers of the onion here. First layer is right in the middle. What happens next? There really wasn't anything next, and that's enough for the defense to capitalize for a 1-for-2 trade.
It's a hollow onion.
Very hollow.
That's upsetting. Just kind of trapped. Big pick there from Zyrax. At least even things up here, 3v3, but still trapped nonetheless.
Yeah,
you have to recover the bomb over by scaffolding, most importantly.
Absolutely. That's the issue with this B hit, is that you just get stuck behind the play. And Crozian will find two. The second was impressive. Headshot, quick scope. Leo's there, just making sure his homie stays alive. All down to Blur. 1v3 situation. He's been seen, and the hunt is on. What can Blur do with 53 seconds and no bomb? The answer, likely not much.
But it would be impressive.
It would be.
The Tundra.
And the Mar9.
I mean, this is just a highlight reel waiting to happen.
Yeah,
sniper shot they want. Oh, being launched, never mind. Just kidding. So 4-2 half coming through from 4MV, and a lot of really good adaptations along the way. I think that that's what's most impressive, is that they just did not give up space, albeit being first blooded a handful of times, just trusting their play.
Yeah, we'll take that. I think if you're if you're Supreme Team, 4MV, I'm sure also not upset with the 4-2 half, as they also get first blood here deep over towards the top side of P2. Smokes down at mid. That's going to lead to a quick cross into the B site. Defensive nades now making their way over, and they're landing. No trophy system, at least on top of the site, but the bomb's still being planted, and that's going to be enough to get this down. That was Maggie, who was down to about 1 HP, who gets the plant off, and now they've got a 5v4 post plant.
Any late util would be magnificent for Supreme Team, but you feel like that they don't have any left. Gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. The post plant starting to look like the defense that we got out of 4MV not too long ago.
Getting a scaffolding retake play here from Supreme Team. I like the idea, especially with Zyrex already getting out of the bomb. He can't find it for the defuse, though, so he now needs to make a play forward, and ooh, that was the moment to stick it. I'm not gonna lie, especially with this late smoke coming through. Chagabu's done well to find a couple, but now it's just down to Blur, who does not have any time to finish the 1v2, let alone defuse. So, an impressive effort, but I'll be honest, that was one of those moments that you're looking at that from the perspective of Zyrex. Brother, you gotta hop that.
For the next round.
So you gotta be skeptical every single time you think about it, though, right? I mean, like, if you hop it, you also have to have the trust of your teammates are gonna watch you. If you hop it, you also have to trust that the timing can honestly be there. But more often than not, when you don't get any information like that, your best play is to actually hop it. And it would have been big. Could have been a momentum shift because now 4MV just 2 rounds away from tying things up.
Still, though, the offensive side has been difficult. You're seeing why Zyrex. Nice double over the middle of the map. Now taking a step forward towards P4. Don't need to do it, but feels like he's got the space to work with. He'd be right. Blur just getting to work, trying to snipe over towards visitors. Not going to find anything there through the wallbang. And this 2v4 will be very laborious for 4MV, who have no bomb to play with at the moment.
It's a pretty big step in the laundry list to win a round, as far as I'm there. But completely surrounded, trying to really hope for maybe an easy pick if you are Crozen. But Crozen starting to take a little bit more space, getting closer towards the A-bomb site. But Blur's watching it. 1v4 now for Crozen.
It's so tough when you're in this situation for 4MV. Both scopes are still alive. They can play the back corners of the map and just watch that mid-cross. Yeah, super difficult. Zyrex, ooh, a bit off more than he could chew. But Shisui surely finishes us off and will. Okay, so 5-3 the count. Supreme Team much better on the defense this time around. First blood and, of course, the map control.
Yeah, again, takeoff is just defensively a very good time. Very, very good time. Especially like you were talking about when the snipers are alive. You know, Blur is going to play all the way to the backside of the map. Very annoying and difficult to try to deal with a player like that. But aggression coming out defensively this time around.
It's a double scaffolding play here for Supreme Team. They're looking to stay aggressive around the top side at A.
I like this.
Yeah, Zyrex will just watch the jump window. Blur playing the backside of the site will take the ladder up. He's going to have a lot of angles to work with here. And the wall bangs once again, just trying to connect. So this is the monkey wrench. Zyrex in a very cheeky spot. And you can see Blur on the other side is the one who's going to give him the contact call.
Yeah, you have 2 alarm bells just on scaffolding and over by the lounge as well. And everybody's just ready to react at a moment's notice. This is so wonderfully set up. But can you execute it at a moment's notice for Supreme Team? This round is huge.
Now you get Leo's there for the first blood. Zyrex has to try to do something on his own. He does not have a lot of help here with his teammate falling. But all that told, he's also in a very difficult spot for 4MV to isolate. But they've done it. And Blur on the backside, I don't know if he just didn't have the right angle selected. He did jump off top med bay. And that leads to a couple of eliminations through mid-map for 4MV.
Just trying to chase for the trade. Does not work out at all. And a very crucial round. Nade a little bit further behind Rion, but you still see the sprites on the minimap. They know exactly where he's going to be located at. Crozen will take him down. Up to Blur, 1v4.
I think he's been seen. Well, now he's definitely been seen. Crozen will drop. Bomb on the plant will successfully come through. So now, time an issue for Blur for what would be a 1v4. Still 3 to deal with, plus the defuse required. And I just don't know how you get this done. Leo's in on a bit of a stair glitch. Takes the scope down at the wrong moment. That's a freebie for Blur. But still, so much he has to deal with. Maggie's seen the cross, at least I thought. Maybe not, but it's not going to make a difference. Blur just doesn't have time again. He's just not using the clock.
It's just not a good weapon for this exact situation. I mean, look at the weaponry in between Maggie and Bigodera. Like they're playing close range. They're hiding away from any sort of angles that Blur could possibly find the match. Just playing ring around the Rosie there at the fountain. Just so annoying with the sniper rifle in hand. And albeit a highlight reel weapon does not always mean that the team you're playing will give you those highlight reel moments. Map point now for 4MV. 1 round away from setting it to a raid control.
That'd be saucy.
It would be.
Looking pretty likely as well, if I'm being honest. Although, here we go, battle over the top of the A site. It's actually not even over the top, it is deep. 2 for 1, opening exchange, good for 4MV. Blur still alive and healthy as he swapped off the scope for a rifle, and well, he gets punished. Rihan last alive on the other side of the map, 1v2 scope in hand.
And again, with Vigo Dara alive, you know, every single corner does need to be checked, so walking around with the 50 GS as the secondary. Warning shots comes through the first, the reach out comes through for Leozin, 1v1.
And Vigo Dara wants to play for the kill. Knows that at least for a moment, he had Rihan down to just a couple of shots, but the regen has come through. Reposition for both players. Vigo Dara looking to possibly get the plant into his name. Thinking about A. Still unsure. Now moving over to the other side of the map as they are just 2 ships on other sides of the world right now.
This is so intense. Like, there's 50 seconds remaining. There's still so much time to be playing all these dang corners. For Vigo Dara does have the bomb. Starting to clear what he can just around the lounge. Trying to get himself over towards that B-bomb site. And Rihan's not exactly looking at it, but timing can either be awful or amazing. Smoke does at least clear. He should be good enough to get this bomb planted.
Rihan, does he find it on the exit? No, has not seen it. The smoke will dissipate. Surely Rihan is thinking, though, that he's crossed from left to right. Hard to say. Vigo Dara still staying active. Wow. Did he plant for this? Did he plant for top scaffold? No. Makes the move around the back. Vigo Dara. I think he may have seen him. 20 seconds on the clock. Rihan's got to go. Has hopped it. Vigo Dara needs to check. Doesn't see him! Oh, no! I thought for sure he planted it at least for back fountain.
With the rotation, the way he was going,
yeah.
I thought he was for sure going to be playing on the backside of the fountain. So I was like, scaffolding, no way, but oh man. But the Fennec especially, he just only had to keep a close eye on it. But
exactly.
It's still map point for 4MV. Supreme Team, that's a great steal, but not out of the woods yet.
Not at all. Jacobu for the first, instantly traded, plus an extra for 4MV, turning it to an early 4v3 situation. Focus towards B. Vigo Dara in trouble, but off the regen. Has gotten himself back to full health. And he's just going to immediately stick. This is where I thought he planted last round. It's on the corner, but not the case. May not make a difference. Bomb gets planted. It's just down to Rihan, and he will not be able to take advantage of the damage tallied from the hit markers. So now it's just down to Shisui, who has been at least seen and tagged down to a single point of health. Looking good for 4MV. No mistakes from here.
Not a whole lot of time with the Type 19 to find this 1v3. Not a whole lot of copium, you'd imagine, still being down by 2 rounds, but gonna give it a good old Scholar's try. And essentially have to find the second kill now and then be on the bomb soon afterwards. Is able to at least pick the first on the Leozera, but information was mutual. Map complete. 4MV win the search and destroy on takeoff 7-4 versus Supreme Team. We go the distance to a map number 3.
Yeah, really nice stuff there. And again, it's one of those things like, I feel like there are teams out here who just do not have this map figured out, whether it be on one side of the map or the other. That time around, it's just, it felt like for Supreme Team, they're trying to keep this aggressive mentality alive. A couple of rounds where you got players into some really cheeky spots, but you go back to that aggressive hit through A, doesn't really work out. You go to that double setup over towards scaffolding, doesn't really work out. So, I mean, initially, we're coming off the first half saying, hey, that's not a bad effort from the side of Supreme Team, getting 2 rounds offensively with a couple of decent executes. It's not quite going their way, but end all be all, not really the defensive setups they needed to really flex on the stronger side of the map.
Yeah, and again, their setups were fine, but it's the execution. Like, the plans were great, but the execution and the reaction on what the setup was supposed to do just felt like that it was either misfired or the timing was bad. I'm not too sure. It was definitely strange. I'm going to need a second take and look at the entirety of this search and destroy, but it was a very fun one to watch, especially the way that we saw the adaptations coming through from 4MV. As these stats will be apparent, Frozen, that sniper rifle, 17-7, is ridiculous.
Yep, big bounce back from Leozin as well, getting in there for 10.
Yeah.
Leozera, 8-9. He was also just kind of in the mix a bit, if you want to call it that, from the opening hardpoint.
I'll call it that.
I like that. So now we got ourselves a raid control between both these two teams. And again, the results have been a little all over the place for both these teams, at least on the day. But Supreme Team kind of historically in the region, in North America in particular, not bad at control considering the the roster being a bit of a hodgepodge initially.
Yeah, I think that's a very good shout. But ultimately speaking, I think you just have to look at the history because both these teams have only been to map 3 a single time today. So again, control is not exactly a robust amount of data for us to talk about. But control in just the practice between the two regions, it's kind of difficult to say because Gallerus down in LATAM is some of the best and most fundamental control teams that we might have here on this weekend. They're also a very good slaying team. That said, all of North America can be the same exact way. Sure. It just comes down to the preparation. Look, raid control, it is a staple of a map number 3. Whether you love it or hate it, you just got to have it.
Absolutely. I mean, when this team was status quo, they went 5-2 inside North America on the control. 2-0 in the raid.
It's pretty good.
Not bad, but that was also like 2 months ago. 2.5 months ago.
A 3-0 versus Tribe and a 3-2 versus Luminosity at that time is still impressive.
Very impressive. So you got to trust that, hope that the game plan continues to be strong as we head into, again, this is the final life for both these two squads. At least the final lease on life. You're going to get one more chance if you win. You still have to win another matchup since both these two teams come in 1-2 in the Swiss bracket. So you got a tough battle to actually qualify afterwards, which, just to kind of speak to it, Godlike and Vitality took care of business. So both the Indian squads will be in round 5 of the Swiss. Where on the other side, Tribe Gaming will be fighting for their lives. And then we also have Gallerus who are fighting for their lives. The other component of this is Wolves and Luminosity are in map 3 right now. So that one of those two teams will also be waiting for you. Depending on what matchup you get in round 5. Not an easy task. So
there are a massive amount of piranhas in the bottom side of that pool going into that 2-2 matchup to conclude this entire evening on a Friday. It's a World Championship, for crying out loud. How are you not entertained?
I'm pretty entertained.
I'm glad that you're entertained.
Having a good time.
Me too.
How awesome would it be, though, not to speak bias into it, but if we had an NA versus NA or a LATAM versus LATAM in round 5 of the Swiss to qualify? Try to get revenge. 4MV has yet to beat Gallerus at the same rate.
I would look at it more as just unfortunate because I mean, like, it's a team kill. It's your own. It's your region.
Yeah, but it's also like big bragging rights to be one of the only squads to get out of your group.
That's true. That was actually my narrative when we were casting Wolves and X-Rock. So yeah, I like it.
There's also the world where like all 3 Chinese teams could make it through. Yep. Both of the Garena teams made it through.
Yeah, but I think that is probably the biggest talking point out of everything is how like both the Garena teams this entire year has in between those two have just been so good, so fun to watch.
Yep. Been fun, man. It's just, I think this was, hearing people talk about it. There was a really good episode of The Spawn last night. Where they were really kind of going through, giving their power rankings, giving their thoughts on like what teams need to really show up.
Yeah.
Who might be overrated or underrated. The conversation was a good one, where it's like, we don't have the definitive answers like we felt like we had going into last year. And of course, a lot of those expectations are blown out of the water. I think we all expected China to do very well after their first year at Worlds, but no one expected India to play as well as they had. I think everyone was a little surprised to see Garena not play as well as we expected them to last year, but we continue to see these shifts towards the eastern side of the world for COD Mobile. So these two teams trying to represent the West a little while longer. And of course, the battle of North America and Latin America rages on as we head on into raid control.
Bragging rights for sure. One raid control in between going on to a 2-2 matchup in the last set of series that we have on this Friday evening, or you are done for the weekend, and you will be but a humble and very kind spectator. Raid control coming your way, and again, it is much more of a toss-up than I truly would like it to be. I do love my stats, but this one coming into it, you feel like that Supreme team, the way that they did play that map number 1, just with the pace that they were able to set. Raid might play into their hands, but what's the hot hand feeling like off of 4MV off of a great search and destroy?
Yeah, that's the question, and 4MV will give us an answer early. Quick eliminations, lots of focus through mid-map. We'll have them with early eyes towards B, and then a little bit deeper as Leo Zera takes the only real defensive contestant out. And how about this for 4MV? They even get some significant damage done to Laundry. So second tick of progress is already gone, and Supreme Team are going to chalk and rotate.
That's a massive pickup from Prozine off the respawn.
Oh, no.
Expecting somebody to push all the way through inside of the garage. he'll be traded out, but that B zone going first and as quickly as it did is detrimental to say the least. It is 26-18.
And Bigodero is already on A. At least he was for a moment. Shisui trying to do what he can by himself. Topside bedroom. Leo Zera falls on the other side of the map, then Hunter Killer Drone just hits Shisui in the face. So now all of a sudden 4MV coming off spawn will have a lot of forces and numbers with the support of trophy systems, plus a little bit of wallbang damage from the Odin. This thing has felt me. Oh my goodness, Blur also drops, and 4MV are off to the races with a stack on A.
Stack is there. First segment is more than guaranteed. You also have Bigodera working his way up through the back of the stairs, but gets punched in the jaw. May not matter. The kill feed is just lighting up for 4MV. Just have to maintain presence on the zone. Second segment should be good.
Leo's in. Shimmy, shimmy, yay, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah. Almost able to finesse a little while longer to find the 1v1, but it's enough time for Leo Zera to come back in and find the kill. Maggie on the zone, good for 2. 21 plays, flipping 7. Chagabu doing what she can to try to get this defense some working ground, but this is not really feeling like enough. Not in a 19v5.
Yeah. There's certain numbers when you see them side by side that just one seems bigger. The 18 versus 4 seems like a lot.
Well, moments here where you get a couple of kills.
3v16 still seems like a lot.
Yes. This is a hell of a break off for 4MV.
Yeah.
Maggie able to get a Pred missile early. That's going to be disastrous for the hopes of Supreme Team. Nice moment for Zyrax putting together a couple, but 2v14.
I would like them about 25 seconds ago to maybe try to hop on this zone, try to flush out the last few eliminations. Segments are very important when it comes down to control for a round 5 defense, depending, of course, what Supreme Team does look like on the offensive attempt. But nonetheless, it is an insurmountable lead that they currently have. So Leo Zen is playing with his food, and Chag is just going to say, sure, thanks very much.
Now, Leo Zera will grab the elimination. That was 7 kills in the round for Leo Zera.
That's pretty good.
And already has the War Machine, so that's not going to be fun to play up against. A quick opening offense for 4MV with a Pred missile, 4 operators. I mean, they could snowball this map out of control right here, and that's exactly what the idea is.
Timing, War Machine pop for Leo Zera. Not going to even get a single hit marker. This hit is all just being formulated over by the A lane. You got one player that's lurking over by Ring. Zyrax is just bait. Now Leo Zin's entire Sparrow is just a non-compete. As you still have players lurking over by the basketball court.
And this has been expensive for 4MV. To only find 2 eliminations, I would say that's pretty worth if you're Supreme Team.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Minute 5 on the clock. Leo's able to connect in the last Sparrow Bolt. Trophy system down for Window. Smoke in their way, but the whole hit for Supreme Team is up towards Kitchen, but Zyrax trying to replicate his magic from the end of round 1. Not going to find the same success as Leo Zera gets 2, and 4MV will hold the 4-life edge with 50 seconds on the clock to defend.
The biggest problem is the time. I mean, the lives aren't too far gone, but the amount of time that you've been occupying this zone control is just such a non-conversation. You need to try to work your way out from your spawn because Desperation might be suing. As Shisui gonna pull into the claw, not gonna find the value at all.
Yeah, Crozin also Annihilator out will make sure there's no more action towards the top of the ring. And now you're down to 27 seconds. Good shots coming through. Equalizer's out for Zyrax. He's found 2, can keep his life with 3-gen off. More action from both sides of the map as the clock will stop at 23. Supreme Team on the B zone for now. The focus kind of split hit towards A, though not successful, but Zyrax continues to wield the equalizers. Hunter Killer Drone for his own trade right into the lap of Leo's in, and now we got a 14v14 with 2 ticks gone at B.
Never count them out. So the players trying to shut down the flank as well. Rion's actually going to invest the Annihilator to shut down Crozin. And that could open up at least a poolside push. That's going to split the defense up as now the B zone has been fully captured. Lives are just about even as well as they're rotating across the map.
And you have this Annihilator still out. You got to be running with this thing, and they will. Rihan able to find one more before it starts to fade away from the channel. Rihan also now with the Hunter Killer and a Pred missile. Hunter Killer will go first. That's around the backside at jungle. Rihan trying to finesse, good damage. Not able to finish off the elimination. So now it's just down to can he chase? How far do you want to push the issue here? Because you also want to try to play for a little bit of spawn trapping if you can, if you're Supreme Team. 11 plays 10, and the split focus across the map really doesn't have either team feeling a ton of favor. So here comes the Pred. That's enough to take Aggie out of the point.
Need to find a way to try to stall this clock out. But the investment coming through here at the later stages of this round could be damning. Just a single respawn remaining now with Maggie's death. No respawn remaining.
Bigodera, though, from Tiki has stayed alive for time, but Zyrax, a nice double. puts this well within the grips of just doing this by kills if you're Supreme Team. 7v3. The biggest ally for 4MV is the fact the clock is down to 24 seconds. But it's just down to Maggie in the backside corner at basketball. Not going to happen. It's back-to-back offensive wins.
But very different looks for offensive wins. I mean, if you're Supreme Team, like, you just got away with a heist on this Friday evening. There was no reason whatsoever that you should have been allowed to even have a sniff at winning that round and tying things up into round number 3. We will go. But still a segment lead for 4MV. If this does go 5, you have to keep an eye on that as we're opening things up ceremoniously with War Machines on both sides.
Chagaboo, unfortunately, takes her own life. But Zyrax and the rest of the Supreme Team have found straight eliminations. 28.27. Blur immediately into the thread. Feeling some pressure. He's going to hold it for a little while. Not going to connect with anything. Last couple of War Machine shots also go a bit awry. And that's enough for 4MV to take back the life lead and possibly do some work on the A zone. There's no defense here whatsoever, but just as Bigodera tries to take a look at the kitchen, he gets punished, and here comes Supreme Team on the regain.
Already have presence over by the Tiki Bar. And I love this call. Just waiting for the respawn to come all the way through. Look at the position for Leos, and so just waiting for maybe Simon trying to push around the back of the staircase, but a lot of this hit is all the way coming from the bedroom side. You got players inside a kitchen, but the trades in isolation are that much better. The clock stalled once again.
Yeah, Stack should be on here. We got a player in basketball, 2 players on the zone. Maggie just spraying and hoping there's some damage tallied towards that top window position, and there it is. 4MV will get the A zone. Long flank around the back for Supreme Team. They could set up the Zim trap, and they're trying for it. It's currently Jim spawns. Leo's in, just trying to stay alive. Doesn't know which way to look, though. And the player over towards top base. See what? Shisui just got put on Reddit. Oh, my goodness. What a turn from Leo's in, who's now looking to try to fight the second one off the regen, but Zyrax will at least keep Supreme Team in a position to try to get this spawn trap underway.
Ooh, tough head glitch for Maggie on the first, and is able to convert that into a second on a Rehan. What are we talking about? But Chag invests the Sparrow. Able to connect on the 2. One more player currently trying to pinch over by the AC unit. That G-Sweep. Should have had it. Yeah, it was strange, but 12v15. Both teams very much so still in this round, so long as you can keep it scrappy.
Zyrax equalizers out, has Leo's in his sights. Good for the first. Does he expect the second? Maybe not initially, but still finds the kill. Crozin trying to follow up with the Annihilator. The shutdown is good. Trades, though, are out. 10 plays 10. Minute 5 on the clock, and status will start to stabilize a touch. Although, Shisui through mid-zig, doing some damage, doing some work, keeping the focus for 4MV towards their spawn just a little bit more.
Live's just about even once again. Look at the operators that are available for 4MV. You want to hold on to these by every stretch of the margin, unless it becomes so unwinnable that you need them. The surround over by Ring. One player just lurking over by inside a kitchen. Watch out for the noise that Leozin's making over by the rocks.
Yep. Blur just holding this outside angle on Ring. They know a player can be hitting through pillar side, but this is the big focus. What is happening from the front? 5v6. Blur in a little bit of trouble. Not a lot of help nearby. Nades are trying to get them, but the Purifier's not. Bigodera's going to turn that into 2. Now, can he get into Laundry? That's the big question, as Rehan is just trying to hold for as long as it'll be possible. There's the mantle. Bigodera gets shut down. Now it is down to the 1v4. Clock has stopped at 30 seconds. Spam from Maggie through the smoke. Not going to connect, but Shisui is found at Zig, and 4MV will keep this an all-offensive affair.
Ready up.
I'm sitting here like throwing hands on head trying to figure out when Shisui was going to start moving. We were so low on respawns, the timing was so delayed that by the time you get over towards the fight throwing that stun, you're last alive. 4MV just finding the better timing, able to win the gunfights included, and now up on series point to stay alive here at Champs. And Worlds would be so happy, I'm sure, to be able to see more LATAM representation. The early operators coming through immediately for 4MV. Not finding all the value in the world as the segment's already gone by B.
Yeah, but the equalizers for Maggie turn the tides maybe just a touch more. Second tick of progress has been stalled out, and as Crozian falls, now all of a sudden, Supreme Team, even though they kind of lose out in the initial engagements due to the operators, they're going to get away with an extra early 60 seconds with the B capture. Put another minute on the clock, 2:20 to work with for A, and keep in mind, Supreme Team will eventually have more operators to work with.
It's just all about the transition. You got one player you still got to be worried about here over by your spawn if you are Supreme Team, but since has vacated the area was Bigodera. You currently have players all across the map, almost attempting to do the 4-corner challenge here. Our Supreme Team just trying to find a little bit of an opening to maybe get over towards the A zone.
Now the 4MV have enough space to get Leozera up into pool. Starts to shoot at Ghosts for a moment. Leo's in at mid-map. Important positions being held by 4MV. And this is, look at this, is forcing Supreme Team to go all the way around the world here. This is not what you want. Claws out for Shisui. That's part of this rotation around through pillars. And uh-oh, that's not the angle. You want the claw. So Shisui trying to make something happen out of nothing. It's even exchange for now. Crojan, machine pistol out. Not going to get the better of this hit. The Supreme Team will get kitchen control.
Kitchen control is massive. Wait for the regen. Try to isolate these picks together. Everybody should be in a tradable position. You're down by 4 lives. It's been a whole minute since that B zone has been captured, and no progress has been made over by A. But this is your best look so far.
The laundry play around the back. Blur also does have a War Machine at the ready. Hit from Maggie at the window. Nearly gets 2, but Blur has committed to the War Machine. He's only going to get 1. He actually takes himself out of the picture. Not efficient. 16v9. Last hope here for Supreme Team. Deal with a couple eliminations through mid-map. Bigodera in trouble, but stays alive. Crojan, Annihilator, out through the water stairs. Takes the first, no problem. No secondary challenge as of yet. Crojan feeling antsy. Wants to try to make use of this Annihilator. Supreme Team trying just to wait it out a little while longer. And they actually bait 4MV into a pretty solid position to work with offensively, but Leo's in, and Crojan will still hold on. 27 seconds on the clock.
Still have some space, still have some time. This flank around the back needs to be so timely. The 1v1 needs to be won.
War Machine out though for Leozera. Making sure nobody can help out on this reinforcement. Rayhan, next one in the line. He'll be tallied up and taken out of the picture. Sparrow also out for Leozin. 2v10, last 7 seconds. The Purifier may have put this out of reach, and so it will be. Supreme Team, your number 2 team from North America, eliminated by 4MV.
LATAM continues on to live in the tournament. A massive win for them. Backs against the wall, fire underneath their chairs. They rise to the occasion and will continue on for one more best of 3 on the day to see if they will continue on in the tournament and the weekend in the single elimination bracket. Obviously, commiserations to Supreme Team. They put up one hell of a fight on the entirety of the weekend. Very, very happy with how that team was able to perform throughout the entirety of this tournament.
Really strong performance there on behalf of 4Magic, but we've got a little bit of something special in store right now. I know we've got matches still left. However, DreamHack is about more than esports. You know, we're sure you've been enjoying everything we've got going on here at the SPS stage, but it's about gaming in all of its various forms. It's about community if you're at our Creator Hub, and it is about creativity over at our Artist Alley. And finally, it's about special and unique experiences at our main stage here in Atlanta. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, we have a concert coming up in just a minute here with Shabuzi, okay? If you don't know who that is, 30 million monthly listeners on Spotify, the #1 song for the last 12 weeks on the charts. If you've heard a bar song, I'm sure you have in some form or another. It's very, very catchy, and we are so excited to have him performing here tonight over on the main stage, and he's ready to go. We'll be back with our matches after the concert, so stay tuned. For now, enjoy.